now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
An American warship threatened in the Middle East, shooting down several armed drones. It's sparking new fears that the Israel-Hamas war could spread as Israel expands its ground invasion throughout Gaza. We'll have a live report with the latest.
An impeachment inquiry into President Biden looms on Capitol Hill. The critical vote could come as soon as this week. Our team in D.C. joins us live with a look at ongoing investigations into the first family.
A major airline merger shocks the travel industry. Alaska Airlines set to buy Hawaiian Air. What it means for your future travel plans.
With just 5 weeks left in the NFL season, the stakes get high every Sunday, and we break down the biggest moments from the gridiron.
After years promising to rock and roll all night, this iconic band gives a final kiss farewell from Madison Square Garden. It's Monday, December 4th. Early Today starts right now. Glad you're with us. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The Israel-Hamas war is continuing to have ripple effects far beyond the borders of the Gaza Strip. American defense officials confirmed to NBC News that the USS Carney warship shot down 3 drones heading toward it in the Red Sea off Yemen. Yesterday, there were 4 missile and drone attacks on civilian ships along that major shipping route. We've got a lot to cover. Let's get right to it with our Claudio Lavanga, who joins us now live. Claudio, good morning. Do we know who's responsible for these attacks?
Good morning, Philip. Yes, we do. The Houthi rebel group in Yemen has claimed responsibility for the attacks. Now, on Sunday, the U.S. Central Command said that, as you mentioned, the USS Carney shot down 3 drones over the Red Sea, even though it's not clear whether those drones were aimed at the American warships. At the same time, on the same day, 2 missiles were struck 2 commercial vessels who were navigating in international shipping lanes in the Red Sea. Now, while no casualties were reported and minor damage was reported there, the U.S. has called this attack a threat to international maritime security. It said that the attacks were enabled by Iran, and also that the U.S. and its allies are considering the appropriate response. Now, going somewhere else in the same region, although the U.S. has carried out still on Sunday an airstrike over the northern Iraqi city of Kirkuk, killing 5 Iraqi militants that the U.S. believe were about to or planning to launch explosive projectiles toward U.S. forces based in Iraq. Now, the Islamic resistance group in Iraq has said that confirmed that 5 of its men have been killed and pledged retaliation against the U.S. But now let's go back to the source of the tension in the region. Of course, Gaza, where fighting has resumed since Friday after the ceasefire has collapsed, broke down there. Well, since then, Israel has pledged to prevent civilian deaths and casualties during its airstrikes, claiming that they're also telling Palestinians, to leave the areas it is about to target. But despite that reassurances, Gaza officials say that since Friday, since fighting has resumed, another 700 Palestinians have been killed in the airstrikes. Philip, Francis?
All right. Claudio Lavanga starting us off this morning. Claudio, thank you.
Back in the U.S., an update on one of the Palestinian-American students shot in Vermont over Thanksgiving weekend. Hisham Awartani's family says that he's now paralyzed from the chest down. The Brown University junior was shot while walking down the street with his friends. His parents live in the West Bank and had thought it would be safer for him to remain in the U.S. over the Thanksgiving break and visit his grandmother rather than flying into a war zone.
Dallas police are investigating a shooting that has left 4 dead, including a toddler. According to officials, 3 adults died at the scene and a 1-year-old died later at a hospital. A 15-year-old girl was also shot and is hospitalized in stable condition. Authorities say they don't have a suspect in custody, but they don't believe there's a threat to the public at this time.
Now let's get an update from Capitol Hill, where the House could vote as soon as this week on formally authorizing an impeachment inquiry into President Biden as Republicans probe the business dealings of his family members. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. And Bree, House Republicans launched this inquiry in September. So how could this vote change the investigation?
Good morning, Francis. Republicans initially said they did not need this formal authorization, but now their investigation has stalled without it. The House Oversight Committee recently subpoenaed several Biden family members, including the president's son, Hunter Biden. But White House lawyers have pushed back against the request, saying the investigation is not legitimate, that the Constitution requires a full House vote for impeachment inquiry, and the request for documents and interviews with private citizens is unjustified. The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, says that he believes he has the votes necessary to get the authorization. But with George Santos expelled from Congress, Republicans now only hold the majority by 3 votes. So they would need nearly every Republican to vote yes. The White House says Republicans have been investigating Biden since taking the majority in January, and they have failed to find any evidence of wrongdoing. In a statement to NBC News overnight, the White House counsel's office called this effort a baseless attempt to smear the president with lies and said the House Republicans are focused on the wrong priorities. 2024 hopeful Ron DeSantis also weighed in with some words of caution. He warned his fellow Republicans to make sure they are not ignoring other issues and responsibilities. House leadership has not given any specifics about timing of a possible vote, but some members are pushing for it to happen soon. Francis.
Okay, Bree, thank you.
The Supreme Court today will hear arguments on the $6 billion bankruptcy settlement involving Purdue Pharma and whether that deal was legal. The manufacturer of the highly addictive painkiller OxyContin agreed in 2021 to pay the giant settlement, but crucially, without admitting any liability in the opioid epidemic. If the justices strike down the deal, the Sackler family, which owned Purdue, could find itself back in court facing a torrent of lawsuits. Hundreds of thousands of Americans have died from opioid addiction caused by an overprescription of drugs like OxyContin.
As the winter weather rolls in, anyone wearing a ski mask in Philadelphia will now have to face a fine. The city council overwhelmingly approved the plan. Ski masks, or balaclavas, will be banned in places like schools, parks, and public transportation, among others. Violators will be slapped with a $250 fine. If they break any laws, that goes up to $2,000. The bill is aimed at helping police catch criminals, but critics say the move targets young people of color.
32 female student athletes have filed a discrimination lawsuit against the University of Oregon. They're accusing the school of failing to fulfill key Title IX requirements. The lawsuit says the university deprives its female athletes of equal treatment when it comes to things like equipment, facilities, and financial assistance. They say the treatment of varsity male athletes is, quote, shockingly better. Oregon says it's committed to providing a quality, positive experience for all student athletes.
Washington State's Snoqualmie Pass hit with winter weather this weekend. Over the weekend, dozens of spinouts were reported on I-90, shutting down that busy interstate. At one point, the state's transportation department warned new drivers to avoid the pass entirely.
Millions in the West are under flood alerts this morning thanks to a slow-moving storm. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here tracking rainfall levels over the next few days. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. And it's going to be a lot of rain. We had a lot of rain last week. It's an atmospheric river event, so a parade of storms that keep moving on shore. We get a little break as we go throughout the day. Then the intensity picks up once again later on tonight. So we're looking at 9 million people at risk. Where you see the green, that includes Seattle to Portland, Eugene, also Brookings. And some of these alerts stay in place through Thursday. Now we're looking at the chance from some localized flash flooding, some stream flooding, river flooding, also some urban flooding. So that's going to be the story as we go throughout the day, especially tonight into tomorrow. But really throughout the week, we're looking at a very wet week once again. We have winter alerts also in place, winter storm warnings for Jackson, Park City, Steamboat Springs, also Aspen. That's where you see that hot pink color. And then we're looking at winter weather advisories as well. Wind alerts also in place. So with the snow, the rain, it's also windy. We're looking at winds gusting up to 65 miles per hour in some spots. So we do have high wind warnings. And look at all this rain. We're looking up to 11 inches in some spots along the Olympics. Where you see those darker colors, that's where we're looking at the highest amounts of rain. Cascade 6 to 9. Along the coast, we're looking at 2 to 6 inches. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, bundle up in the northern plains. We're looking at temperatures in the 30s and 40s. It's chilly, too, throughout the central plains as well. And then we're milder throughout the south central states, the southeast. Temperatures mainly in the 60s and 70s, although we're looking at 80s in Orlando, 86 in Miami. And that's your Monday forecast.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. An unexpected intruder led police on a wild chase through a New Jersey elementary school. A deer entered this school through a tiny window and then dashed through an unlocked classroom where it jumped on a bookshelf, making a mess along the way. It also broke a window trying to escape. Police worked to corral the deer with a dog snare to eventually get it back outside. They say the animal they call Rudolph didn't seem to be seriously injured.
Stay with us. Early today is back in just 60 seconds with a new airline acquisition set for takeoff.
And the Packers send the Chiefs packing in a Sunday night shocker as the NFL playoff picture snaps into focus.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling
Some big news in the business world. Alaska Airlines is buying Hawaiian Airlines for a whopping $1.9 billion. Well, the company, they say once combined, they will offer more flight options throughout the U.S., providing service to 138 destinations. Alaska is now the 5th largest airline in the country. It expects the deal to close in about a year, but the latest consolidation in the airline industry will likely draw scrutiny from federal regulators.
And now to a shocking new report about air traffic controllers, some allegedly showing up to work under the influence. NBC's Jesse Kirsch has the details.
Disturbing new allegations and questions about the safety of American air travel.
That was shocking.
According to the New York Times, over the past 2 years, multiple air traffic controllers have been reported for falling asleep on the job. Others allegedly directing traffic under the influence of alcohol and illegal drugs. The Times reports one air traffic controller showed up to work drunk, joking about making big money buzzed. Adding another controller routinely smoked marijuana during breaks.
It's a very, very difficult job, and you wouldn't want anybody impaired with either drugs or alcohol in that environment.
Citing dozens of interviews and government documents not reviewed by NBC News, the newspaper describes an overworked staff, at times struggling with mental and physical health. Michelle Hager says she is a former controller who regularly worked 6 days a week.
That is not a sustainable lifestyle, to be working that hard at a job that requires so much mental focus at all times.
As thousands of controllers retire, 77% of critical ATC facilities are understaffed, according to a recent government report. Shortages coming with serious close calls at U.S. airports, also under scrutiny. 23 this year alone.
FedEx is on the go.
Like when a FedEx plane almost landed on top of a Southwest jet in Austin, Texas. The FAA calling the New York Times report not reflective of the overall high safety standard that exists throughout the national airspace. The Air Traffic Controllers Union writing, the article does not portray the professionalism and skill with which air traffic controllers perform their complex and stressful duties every day. But both the union and FAA acknowledge there are staffing issues, something the FAA says it is working to fix with so many lives at stake. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Still to come, putting the no in Seminole. The college football playoffs are set, but not without outrage over the snub of one school. That's coming up right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here come the Chiefs. Pressure's on. Love, throw. Enzo Watson. Oh, did he catch that? He did. But there is a flag down.
Love Green Bay style. A little dance too. The young Packers quarterback Jordan Love conquered his greatest challenge yet on Sunday Night Football, throwing for 3 touchdowns against the reigning champs, Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes threw for only 1 score in his first visit to Lambeau Field, and he was sacked 3 times before throwing a crucial fourth-quarter interception. And after a final drive filled with penalties and fumbles, Mahomes heaved up one last prayer after scrambling around, but it came up short. The Green Bay Packers walk away with a statement home victory, 27-19. So surprise, surprise, Patrick Mahomes' first trip to Lambeau, and he came up short. My goodness.
Yeah, we sure did. A little something for everybody who aren't sports fans, people watching Taylor Swift. Yeah, she was there. Her streak now broken, in fact, but they lost. Also, Simone Biles also there, too. So something to watch on the side.
Yeah,
for
she was going for the Packers, though, right?
Yeah, 100%. All right, there's just 5 weeks left in the NFL season. season, but as Sunday's game proved, anything can happen. The Denver Broncos' 5-game win streak came to an end at the hands of the upstart Houston Texans after a game-stealing interception thrown by Russell Wilson. In Pittsburgh, Steeler fans had to deal with weather delays and being upset by the Cardinals. Former Steelers running back James Conner powered the Desert Birds to a 24-10 victory, running in for 2 touchdowns. And it was an AFC South grudge match in Nashville where the Colts and Titans traded blows in overtime. Gardner Minshew threw the game-winning touchdown catch to Michael Pittman, giving Indy their 4th victory in a row. And fans in South Philly who were looking for a repeat of last week's rain-drenched epic got the opposite. The 49ers took revenge for January's NFC Championship game with Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, and Deebo Samuel dropping 42 points in the league-leading Eagles. So here we are. Playoffs starting to take shape a little bit, but, you know, sometimes still.
It's still a bit cloudy. I mean, the Eagles were the best team in the league, at least record-wise, and they're at home. And they get blown out by the 49ers there. So, like you said, anything can happen. And Texans, worst team in the league last year. And look at them now. Yep. All right, let's turn now to an omission that's causing quite an uproar in college football. Undefeated Florida State, who took down Louisville in this weekend's ACC championship game, finished at number 5 in the final college football playoff rankings of the season. The final ranking includes fellow undefeated teams Michigan and Washington at numbers 1 and 2. And one-loss teams, Texas and Alabama. You can see they're rounding out the top 4. Florida State Athletic Director Michael Alford, he called this unforgivable and said it was disrespect for the players' performances and accomplishments. And what he's talking about there is you do not see them there, even though they're undefeated, because their starting quarterback got hurt a few weeks ago, and now the committee doesn't think they're good enough to be there.
Yeah. So tough to watch. I know we'll be watching playoffs January 1st, that New Year's Day, and then January 8th, another day to mark on your calendar. So to come, if you've got a BMW, you want to stay tuned for a new recall alert.
And police in Australia are searching for a crueler criminal, the van transporting them.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me.
You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
We're back with what you need to know early today. A ban on menthol cigarettes may be pushed to 2024. That's according to 2 national public health groups working to take the products off the market. The delay could be officially announced as early as next week.
BMW is recalling nearly 500 of its 2014 X3, X4, and X5 SUVs because the Takata-made airbag inflators can blow apart during a crash, inflicting dangerous shrapnel. In the last decade, more than 100 million Takata inflators have been recalled worldwide.
McDonald's has teased plans for a new restaurant, and it appears its first location may be in a Chicago suburb. Recently captured images show a new building called Cosmos.
A woman in Australia stole an unattended van from a 7-Eleven, but the biggest crime of all, she also made off with 10,000 Krispy Kreme donuts that were inside. Police have not made any arrests or have been able to track down those sweet treats. We'll be right back.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
No more rock and rollin' all night. The legendary rock band Kiss made history this weekend, playing what they called their final concert ever at Madison Square Garden. And our George Solis took us inside the show.
For 50 years, they rock and rolled every night. The party finally ended.
This is the end of the road.
The legendary rock band Kiss playing for one last time at a sold-out Madison Square Garden.
It seems sad, but tonight's a night for joy. Tonight's a night to celebrate what we did together.
The band formed in 1973 and quickly rose to fame, powered just as much by their music as by their over-the-top costumes, elaborate face paint, and wild on-stage antics. From pyrotechnics, an iconic guitar smash at the end of every concert. But after 5 decades and 100 million albums sold, original members Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley decided it was time to hang up the leather boots.
You are the Kiss Army. You made us possible, and we will always remember and love you.
Simmons overwhelmed with emotion, throwing one last party and one final kiss goodbye. George Solis, NBC News.
Wow, what an iconic band, truly arena rock. They put on a show like no other.
For that very reason, our EP Cody brought his 5-year-old son Mac to make sure that was his first concert. Couldn't be any better.
That's what's up.
All right, conservationists in South Africa have rediscovered a species thought to be extinct for nearly 90 years. The De Winton golden mole has not been seen since 1936. So look at this thing. Geneticists from the Endangered Wildlife Trust and the University of Pretoria collected environmental DNA samples from the soil to confirm the species is still around. It's known for sand swimming and super hearing abilities.
Yeah.
Kind of cute, too.
It is. I mean, we haven't seen them, and it doesn't look like they've seen us either. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow. Tensions sky high in the Middle East after the U.S. shoots down attack drones in the region. Plus, Israel expands its ground invasion in Gaza, issuing a new round of evacuation orders just days after the country's truce with Hamas collapsed.
Can the House make a case against President Biden? We're live with the renewed push for an impeachment inquiry, drawing strong condemnation from the White House.
A new high-tech tracking system helps catch a suspected serial killer in Los Angeles, but leads privacy advocates asking if law enforcement has gone too far.
The opioid epidemic arrives at the steps of the Supreme Court. How justices are taking on Big Pharma in a case with billions of dollars at stake.
A seminal moment for the Seminoles, the controversy rocking the college football playoffs as the NFL playoff picture gets a bit clearer after a wild Week 13. It's Monday, December 4th. Early Today starts right now. Good morning. I'm Philip Mena.
Glad you're with us. I'm Francis Rivera. The Israel-Hamas war is continuing to have ripple effects beyond the borders of the Gaza Strip. American defense officials confirmed to NBC News that the USS Carney warship shot down 3 drones heading toward it in the Red Sea off Yemen. Yesterday, there were 4 missile and drone attacks on civilian ships along that major shipping route. No casualties were reported. The Iran-backed Islamist Houthi group in Yemen has claimed responsibility, saying it is a show of support for Palestinians in Gaza.
Meanwhile, in Gaza, local health officials say that at least 700 people have been killed after Israel resumed its bombardment of the Strip Friday morning. Araf Sanchez reports from Israel.
Israel says its forces are operating in every part of Gaza as it launched a new ground offensive into the south of the Strip. Its top general vowing the assault will be just as fierce as the one that devastated the north. Displaced Palestinian families, many who came south in search of safety, now fleeing once again. And every hour, Israeli airstrikes raining down and the death toll rising. The Hamas-run health ministry says around 16,000 people have been killed since October 7th. This man just learned his father is among the dead. Also killed Soufiane Taye, a prominent scientist and college president. This is the Al Nasser Hospital, struggling to treat more than 1,000 patients, 3 times its operating capacity. The head of the WHO saying, "I cannot find words strong enough to express our concern over what we're witnessing. Ceasefire, now." The White House supporting Israel's operations against Hamas, but urging it to do more to protect civilians, and saying talks on a fresh ceasefire have ground to a halt.
What is the potential timeline to get them back on track?
Well, I wish I knew the answer to that one. What I can tell you is that we are still working it really hard, hour by hour, to see if we can't get the sides back to the table.
And in Israel, growing outrage over the death of Yuval Kasselman, a civilian. He opened fire on Hamas gunmen last week as they attacked this bus stop in Jerusalem. Then knelt in the street, his hands in the air, only to be gunned down by Israeli troops. Israel's prime minister criticized for initially appearing dismissive of a hero's death. He's calling for a full investigation.
Our thanks to Raf for that report.
Now let's get an update from Capitol Hill, where the House could vote as soon as this week on formally authorizing an impeachment inquiry into President Biden as Republicans probe the business dealings of his family members. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Hi, Bree. House Republicans launched this inquiry in September. How could this vote change the investigation?
Good morning, Francis. So Republicans initially said they did not need this formal authorization, but now their investigation has stalled without it. The House Oversight Committee recently subpoenaed several Biden family members, including the president's son, Hunter Biden. But White House lawyers have pushed back against the request, saying the investigation is not legitimate, that the Constitution requires a full House vote for an impeachment inquiry, and the request for documents and interviews with private citizens is unjustified. The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, says that he believes he has the votes necessary to get the authorization. But with George Santos expelled from Congress, Republicans now only hold the majority by 3 votes. So they would need nearly every Republican to vote yes. The White House says Republicans have been investigating Biden since taking the majority in January, and they have failed to find any evidence of wrongdoing. In a statement to NBC News overnight, the White House counsel's office called this effort a baseless attempt to smear the president with lies and said the House Republicans are focused on the wrong priorities. 2024 presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis also weighed in with some words of caution. He warned his fellow Republicans to make sure that they are not ignoring other issues and responsibilities. Now, House leadership has not given any specifics about timing of a possible vote, but some members are pushing for it to happen soon. Francis.
Okay, Bree Jackson for us. Bree, thank you.
We're learning more about how police tracked down a possible serial killer in Los Angeles who authorities believe is responsible for 4 murders last week. As Dana Griffin explains, police used controversial tracking technology to find the suspect.
This is an automated license plate reader, similar to the one responsible for capturing a suspected serial killer.
I'm grateful that this suspect in this case is in custody.
Police say 33-year-old Jared Powell murdered 4 men in 4 days, a Los Angeles County worker and 3 homeless men.
We know there's controversy out there about the usage of this system. If we did not enter that plate into the system, this individual that we believe is responsible for at least 4 murders may have been out there and reoffended.
Here's how the technology works. Investigators enter a license plate number into the system. If that vehicle passes a license plate reader like this, it pings, alerting police. That's what happened Thursday when Powell's car entered Beverly Hills. This isn't broad surveillance. You don't have everyone's license plate number in the system, do you?
No, it doesn't work like that. That alerts on something that an officer put into the database, which tells them this vehicle's wanted.
By 2019, a state audit found 230 California law enforcement agencies were using an ALPR system. San Jose just installed more readers, but this year, the city council in Coachella rejected a plan to add cameras to their city. Civil liberties groups have long raised privacy concerns and feared the technology could be abused.
Given the hazard of political spying with these kinds of high-tech surveillance technologies, it is very important that there be strict safeguards, including rapid deletion of the information that has been collected and limits on when it can be shared.
Beverly Hills police say they delete footage after 13 months, and the technology helps them track only specific suspects.
What it does is allow us to stop the right person in the right vehicle. And again, I call that precision policing.
Dana Griffin, NBC News Los Angeles.
The Supreme Court today will hear arguments on the $6 billion bankruptcy settlement involving Purdue Pharma and whether that deal was legal. The manufacturer of the highly addictive painkiller OxyContin agreed in 2021 to pay the giant settlement, but crucially without admitting any liability in the opioid epidemic. If the justices strike down the deal, the Sackler family, which owns Purdue, could find itself back in court facing a torrent of lawsuits for their role in the opioid epidemic.
32 female student athletes have filed a discrimination lawsuit against the University of Oregon. They're accusing the school of failing to fulfill key Title IX requirements. The law says the university deprives its female athletes of equal treatment when it comes to things like equipment, facilities, and financial assistance. They say the treatment of varsity male athletes is, quote, shockingly better. Oregon says it's committed to providing a quality, positive experience for all student athletes.
Now to an omission causing an uproar in college football. Undefeated Florida State, who took down Louisville and this weekend's ACC championship game, finished at number 5 in the final college football playoff rankings of the season. The final ranking includes fellow undefeated teams Michigan and Washington at numbers 1 and 2. And one-loss teams, Texas and Alabama, rounding out the top 4. Florida State Athletic Director Michael Alford called the snub unforgivable and that it shows disrespect for players' performances and accomplishments.
Packers fans love to see it.
Here come the Chiefs. Pressure's on. Love, throw, end zone, Watson! Oh, did he catch that? He did!
Young Packers quarterback Jordan Love conquered his greatest challenge yet on Sunday Night Football, throwing for 3 touchdowns against the reigning champion Kansas City Chiefs. In the game's final seconds, Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes tried to emulate another Packers legend, heaving one last prayer up to the end zone, but it came up short. Green Bay walks away with a statement home victory, 27-19.
Okay, the West Coast is looking like wet coast this morning. Some slow-moving storms bring potentially dangerous levels of rainfall to the region. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the system for us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, we're looking at very heavy rain. We're looking at some snow. We're looking at some windy conditions. So we have alerts in place all along the Northwest into portions of the Rockies as well. 9 million people at risk today as we have flood watches in place. And these are until Thursday. We had a wet week last week, a wet week the week before, and we're looking at a parade of storms once again this week, and we're looking at very, very heavy rain. So flood watches for Seattle, Portland, Eugene, also Brookings. We're going to see localized flooding, stream flooding, river flooding, some urban flooding as well. Winter alerts stretch across the Rockies as well, also the Northwest. We have winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings for Jackson, Park City, Steamboat Springs, also Aspen, and wind alerts in place. We have high wind warnings. We're going to see winds gusting up to 65 miles per hour in some spots, especially where you see the purple, so Rapid City, Cheyenne could see some really gusty winds in addition to some precipitation. Now, in terms of the rainfall, we're talking heavy rain once again. The Olympics, we're looking at 8 to 11 inches, nearly a foot of rain, and along the coast. This is in addition to what they already got, 2 to 6 inches of rain, and we're looking at the Cascades 6 to 9. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, feeling like winter in the northern plains. Temperatures only in the 30s. We're looking at the 40s into the central plains. And then we start to warm up as we head south, the south central plains into the 60s and 70s. And the southeast, we're going to soar into the 70s and 80s, 81 in Orlando. All right, guys, that's your Monday forecast.
All right, Michelle, thank you. Early Today is back in a minute with the big changes on the horizon for the airline industry.
And a silver screen renaissance. Beyonce shows who's running the box office after the debut of her new concert movie.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Israel tonight declaring war against Hamas following the brutal surprise attack within its own borders.
Now is raw.
We are in the West Bank city of Ramallah. Protesters are on the streets here to denounce Israel.
Now is real.
Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but there are rare occasions that a few get through, like here in Ashkelon.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now, streaming free everywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
There's a new gold rush this morning. Gold prices shattering a new record today after touching $2,100 per ounce for the first time ever. Growing uncertainty over war, a weakening dollar, and possible interest rate cuts have driven investors to safer assets like gold. And crypto is also climbing. Bitcoin topped $40,000 today for the first time in over a year and a half, fueled by hopes of a Bitcoin ETF.
There's big changes on the horizon for Alaska Airlines. The company is buying Hawaiian Airlines, but could face a major regulatory battle. CNBC's Sylvia Amaro joins us with those details. Hi, Sylvia. Good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Indeed, Alaska Airlines is buying Hawaiian Airlines in a deal worth $1.9 billion. We knew that Hawaiian Airlines had struggled really since the pandemic. It posted net losses in all but one quarter since then. In fact, we also heard from the CFO of Alaska, who said that the combined enterprises could become a market leader when it comes to premium travel for Hawaii. What's next? Well, regulatory approval. Alaska is hoping that regulators will greenlight this deal. And if that ends up being the case, well, then this transaction could be completed in 12 to 18 months, guys.
All right, Sylvia Amaro for us. Sylvia, thank you.
Still to come, a congressional casting call.
Yeah, and you can't break Beyonce's soul, but she can definitely break the box office. And we can break down the weekend at the multiplex right after this break.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Kong can't stop this on his own.
He won't be alone.
The two biggest titans of the screen reunite to take on a threat as big as the Earth itself in the first trailer for Godzilla x Kong, The New Empire. The fifth installment in the MonsterVerse stomps into theaters on April 12th. So here we are, this behemoth of a movie. And you think back to the other one when it first came out, Godzilla versus Kong, right after the pandemic, you know, it was people's first time back in theaters. So here we are. We'll see how well it does.
You said it's an epic, and I mean, the special effects just mind-blowing there. All right, now turning to a different kind of world-conquering titan currently crushing the box office. Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, opened up at #1 with $21 million. Beyonce's concert doc is just the latest in a Renaissance tour for the genre, following this fall's juggernaut, Taylor Swift The Eras Tour. The Hunger Games, The Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes held strong at #2. Godzilla -1, the latest Japanese entry in the storied franchise, opened up at 3 with 11 million. So last week's Wish and Napoleon have since fallen off, but now it's all about Beyonce.
Yeah, I'm surprised with Napoleon. I thought that was going to hit it strong. I mean, that's one that I really wanted to see, along with the Disney movie, too. But understandable it dropped after the Thanksgiving holiday. All right, is the story of George Santos really too crazy for the movies? On Saturday, Deadline revealed that HBO Films is developing a project based on the brand new book about the brief but memorable congressional career of George Santos. Well, Santos, who is accused of embellishing his resume and now facing several criminal charges, was just expelled from Congress on Friday. You have got the production there of the film will be led by Frank Rich, the former executive producer for Veep and Succession. So you're wondering who's going to play him? Who's going to play him? Everybody's pointing to Nelson Franklin, who's been on The Office, who's been on Veep, but looks exactly like him too. I can see it happening.
I mean, we're just awaiting with bated breath this movie, because it is a movie. It seems like it's made up. When you hear all of it, it's too much for Hollywood. But you know, all these things are alleged to have happened. It's incredible all that can happen in 1 year.
All right, when we come back, the Bidens honored special guests at the White House.
And later, Kiss ends their farewell tour with their final concert.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just made too.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives.
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with what you need to know early today. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden welcomed the 2023 Kennedy Center honorees at the White House. The Kennedy Center recognized a select group of people for their artistic influences, and this year's honorees include Dionne Warwick, Billy Crystal, Renee Fleming, Barry Gibb, and Queen Latifah. The 46th annual event will air on December 27th.
Home Alone actor Macaulay Culkin received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The actor was honored with a star in a category of motion pictures. Catherine O'Hara, who played Culkin's mother in Home Alone, along with his Party Monster co-star Natasha Lyonne, attended that ceremony.
Legendary rock band Kiss took their final bow at Madison Square Garden. The group performed their final concert for the End of the Road tour. They celebrated a 50-year career. Now, while this is the final curtain call for the group, Kiss has revealed that their digital avatars will continue to hit the stage.
Kind of cool. All right, this as well. The James Webb Telescope has captured images of a faint galaxy. The ghost-like galaxy revealed insight into the early universe's composition, leading astronomers to believe that it is forming hundreds of new stars every year. Everything that this telescope turns out is amazing, including this. Early today, we'll be right back.
Morning, Al. I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The horrors of the war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
From a life-changing surprise for one college football player to a Hollywood celebration across neighbors, fences, Jose Diaz-Balart brings us some good news.
For the win! If winning the game wasn't enough for University of Washington kicker Grady Gross.
Okay, I'm thankful for Grady Gross.
Yeah! This is the moment that changed his life.
And you know what I hope Grady Gross is thankful for? The scholarship he's earned.
His coach surprising him with a scholarship.
All the hard work.
His years of dedication as a walk-on paying off. In California, another athletic achievement with heart. That's cardiologist Dr. Stephen Loam running a half marathon. Alongside him, Greg Gonzalez and Michael Heilemann. A year ago, all three ran the same race, but separately when
cardiac arrest at the finish line.
Dr. Loam saw Greg and Michael both experience cardiac arrest at different points in the course, saving them each with CPR and an AED shock. The three vowing to run it again once they made full recovery and crossing the finish line together.
I started crying about 50 yards from the finish line.
It was great to have the relief and release of finishing, and having done it all together was extra special.
And in Ohio, the magic of the holiday season on full display.
3, 2, whoa!
That's 3-year-old Brooks and 2-year-old Blake DeSanto
What do you guys think?
marveling at a tree decorated just for them. But get this, it's not the DeSanto family tree, it's their neighbors, the Robinsons' tree.
Our kids think that is their Christmas tree that is up year-round.
3, 2.
For 2 years now, they've decorated the tree for Brooks and Blake.
That little effort or that little gesture was kind of a big deal to Brooks and Blake, wasn't it?
The second they lit that tree, it was just, just amazing.
The tradition lighting up the season for both families.
We just want to bring joy to the neighborhood.
It's something really small that we can do that makes a big difference for other people. So we're happy to do it every year.
Whoa!
Our thanks to Jose for sharing those stories. And what an example to all of this. Just the little things that we could do that may not be a big deal to other people, but means so much to somebody else.
Yeah, it brings a smile to our faces, especially during the holidays. Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Right now on Morning News Now, confrontation and escalation in the Red Sea. This morning, tension rising after a ballistic missile and drone attack involving a U.S. Navy destroyer and Iranian-backed militants. And Israel expanding its ground assault on Gaza, pushing into the south after talks to restore a ceasefire with Hamas collapse.
Unfortunately, the negotiations have stopped. That said, what hasn't stopped is our own involvement trying to get those back on track.
All this as dozens of hostages remain in captivity in Gaza. We have team coverage. Also this morning, chaos on Capitol Hill as expelled Congressman George Santos threatens to file ethics complaints against his former colleagues. And House lawmakers get ready to vote on a possible impeachment inquiry into President Biden. We will bring you the latest. Plus, December off to a stormy start as a series of storms stretch from coast to coast. We are tracking the conditions, including the areas most at risk for dangerous flash flooding. And a Kiss goodbye. That's right. Legendary rock band Kiss says they've closed the curtain after one final show. More on their decades of rock, the Kiss hysteria, and why some fans wonder if this is really the end.
How often do we hear major artists say they're done and then they come back?
I know, and they get a little surge. And
exactly.
And they never go anywhere.
Perhaps it is sealed with a kiss. We'll find out. All right.
There
Good
you
morning.
go.
Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin this morning with the latest in Gaza. The Israeli military is widening operations after that ceasefire ended late last week.
Defense forces issued evacuation orders to people living in southern Gaza. The move has prompted new fears and mass confusion for those who were told to escape the north and head south just weeks ago. Israel also withdrew its negotiators from Qatar over the weekend, leaving an uncertain future for the nearly 140 hostages remaining in Gaza. A senior Hamas official says no additional hostages will be released until another ceasefire agreement is reached. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says at least 700 people have been killed since the airstrikes resumed on Friday. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue the ongoing bombardment of Gaza until, quote, we achieve all of our goals. But U.S. officials are intensifying their calls for Israel to protect civilian lives. That includes U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin speaking over the weekend at a defense forum.
This kind of a fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
We have our team standing by to break down the latest in Gaza, including analysis from Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis and more on the hostages from Dr. Haggai Levine. We begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, who once again is in Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So walk us through what we are seeing on the ground since the ceasefire ended late last week, including how Israel is now expanding its offensive into southern Gaza.
Joe, good morning. I'm looking over my shoulder because we're hearing booms overhead, which is a possible sign of fresh rocket fire coming out of Gaza. The Israeli military says it is operating now in every part of the Gaza Strip after launching a new ground offensive into the south. Now, we saw this focus on the south beginning just minutes, really, after the ceasefire collapsed on Friday morning. It started with a punishing set of airstrikes, and now Israeli ground forces, tanks, and troops are operating inside of southern Gaza. And the head of the Israeli military says the assault on the south will be just as ferocious as the assault we saw on the north. Remember, satellite imagery shows half the buildings in northern Gaza have either been partly or completely destroyed. Israel says it will move in the same way in the south. A lot of the focus right now is on the city of Han Yunis in southern Gaza. Israel says that is where Hamas's leaders are hiding after fleeing Gaza City. But it is also where hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians who left the north fled to, hoping to find shelter. Guys.
Yeah, Raf, so what does that mean now for those people? Where do Palestinians go now? Is there anywhere safe? And is the U.S. doing anything to try to urge there to be safe spaces?
Yeah, Savannah, what we are hearing consistently from Palestinian civilians is they feel they have nowhere left to run. Weeks ago, Israel was telling them, if you leave the north, if you go to the south, you will be safe down there. Now Israel is telling them you need to get out of cities like Han Yunis because they are preparing to attack there. The Israeli military, since the collapse of the ceasefire, has released this grid map of Gaza. It divides Gaza into 2,400 squares. It says it's doing that to help Palestinian civilians get out of harm's way. But what we're hearing from people is that this map is actually just causing a lot of fear, a lot of confusion. People know where Israel is going to strike, but they have absolutely no idea where they're supposed to go. And as you heard from Vice President Harris, from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, there is growing concern in the United States over this rising death toll inside Gaza. At least 16,000 people killed since October 7th, according to the Hamas-run health ministry.
Raf, let's talk more about the hostages. More protests were held this weekend calling on the Israeli government to resume hostage negotiations with Hamas. The National Security Council's John Kirby spoke yesterday to NBC's Kristen Welker on Meet the Press about the hostage situation. Let's take a listen to that.
Well, there are no official negotiations going on right now, Kristen, and that's because Hamas failed to come up with yet another list of women and children that could be released, and we know they're holding additional women and children, not combatants, not female IDF soldiers, but innocent civilians, women and children that they have that they couldn't put on a list and turn that in. So unfortunately, the negotiations have stopped. We do believe that there are still a number of Americans that are being held hostage, Kristen, and we're getting that from communication with the family members and, of course, our Israeli counterparts.
Raf, I understand we're hearing from recently released hostages about all this. What are they saying, and what are the odds right now Israel returns to the bargaining table?
So the odds of getting a new ceasefire agreement looking pretty remote right now. Israeli negotiators left Qatar on Saturday. Shortly afterwards, Hamas said there's going to be no more exchanges, hostages for prisoners until the end of the war. Now, guys, these could be tough negotiating tactics by both sides. The Qataris say they are doing everything they can with the support of the United States to try to get these talks back on track. But the expectation right now here in Israel and, frankly, inside Gaza is there's going to be more fighting before there's going to be more talking. In terms of the hostages, there was a big rally here in Tel Aviv Saturday night, and we heard recorded video testimonials from some of the hostages who emerged over the last week, including one woman who had been freed just 2 days earlier. And one of the things she said was that when she was down in the tunnels underneath Gaza City, she kept pinching herself, hoping that she would wake up from this nightmare, which, of course, turned out to be real. Guys.
Incredible to hear these harrowing stories. Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv, thank you so much.
Yeah, well, we are learning more about those attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea. The U.S. military says the USS Carney warship shot down 2 attack drones that were heading toward it.
It's believed the attacks were launched by Iranian-backed rebels in Yemen who are trying to prevent ships from Israel and nations that support Israel from traveling through the Red Sea. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist reports.
U.S. defense officials confirming to NBC News the USS Carney responded after 4 attacks on 3 civilian ships in the Red Sea off Yemen. At one point, the Carney shot down a drone heading toward it. The U.S. not sure whether the Carney itself was a target. one of the attacks hitting a British merchant ship. As the Carney sped toward it to help, the U.S. destroyer shot down another drone. 2 other civilian ships report they were hit, and the Carney shot down a third drone. Late Sunday, Iran-backed Houthis posting a video claiming responsibility for the attacks. Houthi rebels took control of much of Yemen in 2014 and were considered a terrorist organization by the U.S. government until 2021. The Houthis calling the Red Sea strikes a show of support for Palestinians in Gaza, part of a series of recent incidents in that region. This edited Houthi video with faces blurred that was released in November shows a helicopter landing on an Israeli cargo ship. Armed soldiers quickly taking control and taking the ship back to Yemen. The USS Carney is part of the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier strike group, sent to the Mediterranean Sea after the Hamas attack in Israel. The Carney alone responsible for shooting down Houthi drones 3 times in the last 6 weeks.
It's a provocation. We'll see some reaction. But again, I think Secretary Austin will try and keep it below the threshold of causing wider war.
U.S. forces have also been facing threats on land. Bases in Iraq and Syria have come under attack by militia groups supported by Iran approximately 75 times in the last 2 months, injuring dozens. Meanwhile, 3 defense officials say U.S. forces stopped 5 people preparing an attack drone near Kirkuk, Iraq, Sunday afternoon. The U.S. military was able to destroy it before it launched and is now working to verify whether anyone was killed. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis joins us now with a closer look at potentially this next stage of war. He is the senior fellow and military expert at Defense Priorities. Lieutenant Colonel, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much. So with what Aaron just laid out there, I mean, how concerned do you think Pentagon leaders are about becoming involved in something that is escalating in potentially this shooting war with Iranian proxies? How big is the concern here?
Well, I think the concern is quite large and quite justified, because America's vital national interests are best served by making sure this does not escalate beyond the Gaza Strip. And of course, we now see all these issues going on in the Red Sea, in the areas around it. We see in Iraq and in Syria where our troops are. And of course, the biggest concern is potentially Hezbollah attacking Israel from the north, especially as they get further into the south part of the Gaza Strip. And all of those things could cause havoc for the region, and anything that draws the United States in is going to just potentially draw us into another war that we absolutely cannot have. And I think it's important that you see the Secretary of Defense and other senior officials really do put a lot of pressure on Israel to rein in some of these attacks that are killing so many civilians, because that is the key thing that could undermine Western support for Israel and could put, make things even worse among those who are trying to attack them.
Let's talk more about the Israel-Hamas war. Israel has now expanded its military campaign to southern Gaza, as we've been reporting this hour. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu vows to continue the war, quote, until we achieve all its goals. What do you make of how Israel is now approaching this next phase of the war since the ceasefire stopped?
Well, listen, I think that there's a mismatch between their stated political objectives and their tactical operations, what they're trying to do to accomplish it. Your correspondent said just a second ago that Israel was trying to do the same thing in the south that it did in the north. And as you can see with your own eyes there, the population density is so much higher now in the south than it was in the north, and there's already at least 15,000 people have been killed. But the bigger issue is, though, that Israel doesn't appear to be careful at all in what they're attacking. They're just literally leveling entire city blocks, meaning that even if they succeed tactically in destroying Hamas, there's nowhere for all these people to live, and the situation is just going to be even more dire, even from things like disease and other kinds of illnesses, that there's no hospitals. People can die from that as well as the other. And global public opinion could turn against Israel and could keep them from achieving their objective of being peace. And I'm telling you, that from what I've seen my own eyes in the Middle East and other combat, when you kill a lot of innocent people, you create many more enemies than you take out. And I just don't think that they're going to succeed bring peace by the use of this weapons.
So Secretary of State Blinken is making it clear that the U.S. wants to minimize that civilian suffering, especially as the IDF moves into southern Gaza. He called on Israel specifically to create safe zones. This is for civilians near the fighting, and we've seen that grid that kind of lays out different areas within Gaza. So are safe zones an effective way to minimize civilian deaths? What else is needed? Do you think that does anything?
Well, I'll tell you, I think that Secretary Austin's comment was spot on when he said you could have a tactical success and a strategic loss if you don't change your tactics and do these things for the very reason I just laid out there. These issues of safe zones, really, I mean, it doesn't really mean much, because you've seen that they told them to go, this Palestinians to go from the north down to Khan Yunis. Now they're telling them to leave Khan Yunis, but there's no escape routes. They don't know how to get to some of these places. They can't get to some of them because of these rubbled areas where you can't even physically get through, and they don't know what's safe for now, and it could be unsafe an hour from now. So it's really just nothing but confusion, and it's not effective at all.
Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thank you, as always, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
105 hostages were released from captivity during the week-long ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. But for many, despite their freedom, the pain will not go away anytime soon.
Yeah, hostages may experience a range of psychological effects as a result of such a traumatic experience, from PTSD to grief and depression. The symptoms could also be long-lasting.
Dr. Hagai Levine joins us now with a closer look at this. He is the head of the Medical and Resilience Team for the Hostages and Missing Families Forum. Dr. Levine, thank you so much for joining us for this important conversation. Walk us through some of the immediate care that the recently released hostages will need, are getting. What is it doctors are looking for when treating them right away?
So first, when they come, first to see if there is life-threatening condition, and for at least one of them, she was at life-threatening condition and needed immediate and urgent care. Then to see if there are immediate problems, medical problems that need to be attended. At the same time, to see and start the recovery and the support for their very tough and sophisticated mental status. With that, to identify other problems, dietary problems, functional problems, and to start the recovery process, first in hospital, then in the community, with the support of the families, with professional support and help. And I must say, it's very difficult to start the recovery process when at the same time, for many of them, still their beloved, their husbands, their fathers are still in captivity, and they don't know about their whereabouts and about their medical condition. And that's really problematic from any point of view, and of course from mental point of view, to start and recover when you're still worried and you are still in the twilight zone of not knowing what happened to your beloved. Some of them, we had to tell them the bad news that their beloved were murdered on the October 7th massacre.
As we are learning more about the conditions that the hostages were held in, being in those tunnels, being in the dark for over a month, hunger, untreated injuries, sleep deprivation, knowing all that background, how do you go about even kind of helping them re-enter society after such a horrific experience?
I will say, but I must say, first, that those are the people that came back. You know, others, such as Hanan Yablonka, I'm holding his card that his family gave me, got Addison disease, is not getting the prednisone that he must have just to survive. And there are many more that have illnesses and injuries still from October 7th that were not treated. So now when we treat those we cannot forget about those who we cannot treat. For those who came, so, you know, some of them had needed orthopedic surgery. They went horrible care in Gaza. Now we need to try to correct and to start rehabilitation. It's very complex, and with the mental status, you know, it's independent, it's individual for each one of them, but many have undergone psychological terror in captivity. They told them that, you know, horrible things, what happened for some children, they showed them the horror films of the massacres that I recommend no one to see. And they showed it to them again and again and told them, you shouldn't cry. If you cry, we will kill you. You know, that's very, very difficult situation to recover from. But we give all the support, and there is amazing recovery ability of children and of people in general. So I'm still optimistic. We know from the past that some survivors were able to recover, but the longer it takes, it will be more difficult to recover. We have seen the film of Yarden Bibas, who was told first that his beloved Kfir and Ariel, the babies, and his wife Shiri are alive, and then he was told that they are dead. We don't know what is the truth. He doesn't know what is the truth, and he's worried sick, I'm sure. So that is a psychological terror on us and on the hostages.
What type of long-term support will they need? What does that look like in the months ahead?
Yes, so I must say that there is like a first euphoric stage that you come and you are hugged and you feel very strong. And then when you go out, you need a protective environment. And it's different from individuals. Some of them go because they don't have home now. Their home was burned. They don't have a community to return to. They don't have home to return to. They are in hotels in Eilat or in the Dead Sea, in environments that you don't have much privacy. So that's difficult. We need to provide them a protective environment and to start doing, to be active. They need to get back control over their life, to start again, cook for themselves, to be able to take a shower independently, because many of them did not take any shower in captivity, to start. And you know what we see? Some of them come here and help us now with the efforts to release the hostages. And that's very helpful for them to be active and to feel that they can contribute to others.
Dr. Hagai Levine, thank you so much for your time this morning and for everything you're doing to help people and to help us understand what some of these released hostages are going through.
It's very helpful, the media attention and the word support. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now let's go to Washington, where it is expected to be another eventful week for lawmakers, just days after becoming the 6th member of the House of Representatives ever to be expelled. Former Congressman George Santos is threatening to file ethics complaints against several lawmakers, both Republicans and Democrats.
With Santos out, Republicans have an even smaller majority in the House now, but could still vote to authorize an impeachment inquiry into President Biden as early as this week. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you.
Yeah, good morning, Ali. Let's start with you. What exactly is Santos alleging? What happens if he does file these ethics complaints?
Yeah, look, he's gone, but desperate to not be forgotten here, guys, because Santos on his way out the door is now trying to make good on some of the threats that he made when he was still in office. You might remember that right after Thanksgiving, Santos took to Twitter, or now known as X, once again, to try to level a bunch of claims without names to them about frauds and other things that his colleagues were doing in office. Now, on his way out the door and after being expelled, he's targeting some of those lawmakers that actually went against him. People in the New York delegation, for example, like Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis, Congressman Mike Lawler, Congressman Nick LaLota. And then he's also looking over state lines in New Jersey at Congressman Rob Menendez. All of these lawmakers saying that they're not taking this seriously. But look, the way it works is that anyone can refer a complaint to the Office of Congressional Ethics. They may or may not take it up, but clearly Santos is trying to avail himself of that after his colleagues kicked him to the curb.
So, Ali, we know a special election will be held to fill Santos's seat to make sure another name is put on that office door. When's that probably going to happen? What's that election going to look like?
Look, it has to happen soon, but that still means that it's a few months away from having a new name on the door of that office there. The field that's starting to coalesce, though, is pretty interesting, especially because you already had Republicans and Democrats vying for this seat, including the person who previously had held it. That's going to be a contested race, but one potential entry over the weekend is certainly turning some heads up on Capitol Hill. It's someone that Santos himself knows quite well, because this is someone who worked for him in Congress. Senator Vish Burra is trying to now succeed his former boss for this congressional seat. It's not maybe not official yet, but certainly he's stoking the embers of what could be a run. And Santos himself on X interacted with one of Burra's tweets about this, seemingly being supportive, but we'll see down the road what this field actually looks like.
Monica, let's bring you in here and now talk about one of the other big stories shaping up for this week on the Hill. GOP efforts to impeach President Biden over the weekend. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he believes there are enough votes to launch an impeachment inquiry. Walk us through exactly what that looks like, how it's different than a full-scale impeachment effort, and how we got here.
I remember, Savannah and Joe, a couple of months ago, it was then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy who announced that this process was going to start taking place. And there were a lot of questions, though, about whether there would be votes to support formalizing it. And that's what we're now talking about here, potentially happening in the coming weeks. At the time, back in September, it did not seem that there were enough Republican members who could vote to support a formal impeachment inquiry, but that kicked off the proceedings nevertheless, which means that these GOP-led committees can begin their work of issuing some subpoena requests, of doing some of their investigation. But we also know now that Speaker Johnson is signaling this at a time, he says, where during the Thanksgiving break, members went home to their districts. He argues that that is what they were hearing about, that people, constituents have questions about this, and that is why he is trying to make this point that now it could be heading toward a vote, though, as you guys just talked about, the Republican majority continues to become slimmer and slimmer. So again, questions there, as other Republicans have indicated at this time that they don't know whether there is the evidence to continue on this path, but clearly this is something that they want to do heading into the critical 2024 election year.
And quickly, Monica, what's the White House saying about these impeachment efforts?
Well, they've responded to this now also for weeks, calling them politically motivated and baseless. And what the White House in a statement over the weekend is really trying to point to here is the fact that Speaker Johnson himself reportedly behind closed doors was telling Republicans, was telling his own conference a couple of weeks ago that he wasn't sure the evidence was there yet. But again, they're trying to continue to pursue this path to see if they can potentially uncover any other evidence. But as the White House has pointed to repeatedly, there's nothing that's come to light so far that has implicated the president in any wrongdoing in terms of these potential business dealings.
Monica Alba, Ali Vitale, thank you both so much.
It was a busy weekend in Iowa for the leading Republican candidates for president.
Former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis spent time campaigning across the state, meeting with voters ahead of next month's first presidential contest.
For the latest, let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good to have you with us. So Ron DeSantis announced he has campaigned in all 99 counties in Iowa. That's a staple of state politics there. On the flip side, you have former President Trump. He's held events in just 13 counties, yet still holds that huge lead, according to polls. So give us a recap of what we saw over the weekend between those two rivals.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Look, if you're one of the candidates, you would much rather have Donald Trump's position in the polls and have visited 13 counties versus Ron DeSantis' position in the polls, trailing Trump by 30-plus points in Iowa and more nationally. And having visited every county. What we saw this week, though, was Ron DeSantis finished that 99-county tour after months of campaigning across the state. The good news for him is he's out there telling people that he's going to outwork everybody else. I think the way that he put it is, if I'm willing to do this, that shows you that I would be a servant, not a ruler. Finished up in Jasper County, just east of Des Moines. And then you had Trump this week in Cedar Rapids doing a commit to caucus event, trying to rally his faithful, telling them that this race is not over. And of course, doing the one thing that Republicans care the most about right now, which is bashing Joe Biden and trying to communicate to them that he would be the best candidate to take on the current president.
So, John, as we're referencing DeSantis and the rest of the Republican field, I mean, they've continued to trail in the polls by a wide margin, not really changing too much here. Nothing super of note. An NBC News Des Moines Register media comp poll in October showed Trump with a 27-point lead in Iowa. What do you think happens from those falling behind if that lead continues following the caucus? Does the field start to narrow?
It's a great question, Savannah. And through the magic of television, I think we can see what Ron DeSantis had to say yesterday on Meet the Press. But basically, what these candidates are saying is that while Iowa is important, you're going to be able to keep going if you're one of those candidates and you lose. What DeSantis was saying was, of course, that candidates have won the nomination, like Donald Trump, for example, in 2016, without having won Iowa.
Let's listen to what DeSantis had to say.
You don't come in at least second. Would you then drop out of the race? How critical is Iowa?
Well, we're going to win the caucus. We're doing everything that we need to do it.
But what if you don't, Governor?
Support.
What if
and
you
I've
don't?
said from the beginning, we are we're going to win the caucus. But even apart from that, there have been people that have won Iowa and not won the nomination, and vice versa.
Yeah, and the big difference there, guys, between people who lose Iowa and then go on to win the nomination is usually they are the candidate who is leading the field nationally. There's a clear reason that they might be able to come back because they have support in places other than Iowa. You do not see that right now with Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, the folks who are basically running very neck and neck for that second position distantly behind Trump.
Yeah, also noteworthy there, Nikki Haley tied with Ron DeSantis right now in that poll. John, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Well, showers continue to soak the Northwest. For more, let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. Great to see you. Happy Monday. And yeah, the West is being soaked week after week. We're on to our third week here with an atmospheric river event, and we're going to see a strong one move on shore today. So it's sort of like a parade of storms, and it's coming from the Gulf of Alaska. So we're pulling from some warmer air. That's going to cause some snow melt as well. So we do have some alerts in place. We have flood watches. That is in the green for Seattle, Eugene, down in Medford. Spokane also. We also have some winter storm warnings. We have some winter weather advisories because we do still expect some snow in the highest elevations of the mountains of the Rockies. As we go throughout time here, this is what radar looks like. So we're getting a little bit of a break throughout the day today. It's going to pick up in intensity once again tonight, but you can see that kind of coming on shore. Already starting to see some heavier rain where you see those brighter colors in portions of Idaho as well. Seeing the snow as well. That's in the blue here. So we're going to see some snow. We're going to see a mixture, and we're also going to see that rain falling, and we could see up to 11 inches of rain in some spots. That is a lot of rain. In addition to that, we're looking at wind alerts, so we're looking at high wind warnings. Winds could gust up to 65 miles per hour at times. Also a high wind watch throughout the area as well. This is what it's going to look like as we go throughout the next several days. We have an area of low pressure that's going to bring the heavy rain once again. It's going to target Washington today, but really the Northwest has been soaked over and over again the past couple of weeks. We're going to see relentless rain tomorrow. Notice that plume of moisture. It's really like a river in the sky, just bringing all that rain. So when you see those dark colors, that means we're going to see heavy rain. That's going to lead to flash flooding, urban flooding, river flooding, stream flooding, and it could bring some the threat of avalanches and also some snow melt. Now take a look at some of these totals. The Olympics, 8 to 11 inches along the coast. This is a lot too, 2 to 6, even more locally higher amounts, and that's where you see those darker colors. And the Cascade Mountains, the highest points, will see up to 9 inches of rain over the next several days. These alerts stay in place through Thursday. Now, as we head towards the Northeast, we're looking at winter alerts throughout portions of the interior parts of the Northeast and also New England. This is going to wrap up today, but some spots in northern New England could pick up 4 to 8 inches of rain. Wow. So winter is here.
No kidding.
Yesterday here, it was just rain all day.
I loved it. Am I weird?
No, I didn't mind it.
I didn't brush my hair.
It was misty. It was just like this mist everywhere.
I didn't brush my hair or teeth.
I was like, great. I was like, oh gosh, 8 p.m. Better do that.
Sure. In a little bit.
Much more to come here in Morning News. Now, later this hour, a high-profile dispute set to go before the Supreme Court involving the maker of OxyContin. We're going to break down the case and how it could impact thousands of lawsuits over the deadly opioid crisis.
Up first, though, world leaders getting candid about climate change. After the break, we will take you to Dubai, where this year's big COP28 summit is underway. This is Morning News Now.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
We're back now with international headlines. Several climbers are dead after a volcanic eruption in Indonesia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has the details on that, as well as other headlines from around the world. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. It was a furious eruption over the weekend. Well, so far, the bodies of at least 11 climbers have been recovered, but several others are still missing. Now, you can see the smoke and ash spewing as high as almost 10,000 feet into the sky. The toxic volcanic ash now covers nearby villages and towns. There were about 75 hikers in that area when the eruption happened. Most were safely evacuated, but some suffered burns. Mount Merapi is one of Indonesia's 127 active volcanoes. Now let's travel to Russia, where police carried out raids on LGBTQ venues. This comes in the heels of a landmark ruling by Russia's top court to ban what they're calling the, quote, international LGBTQ movement, sending waves of fear throughout the community. According to local news outlets, the raids took place late Friday in at least 3 venues in Moscow. Eyewitnesses say security stopped the music and even photographed passports. And we end this short tour of the world in my corner of the world, Italy. The 12th century Garisenda Tower in the city of Bologna is known for its lazy lean. But now authorities are worried it could collapse. The city council is calling the situation highly critical. They've even started constructing a 16-foot high barrier to protect surrounding buildings and even people, just in case it actually falls. The barrier project, which is set to finish next year, is estimated to cost nearly $5 million. The Garisenda is one of 2 landmark towers in the city, and its lean has actually been an issue since it was first built. Well, now, I know what you're thinking about. Well, wasn't the Leaning Tower in Pisa? Yes, but there is another one, as you can see, well, at least for now. Hopefully it won't collapse anytime soon.
Yeah, hopefully not. All right,
goodness.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, now let's get to the annual climate change conference that's continuing this week in Dubai.
Over the weekend, a landmark agreement to reduce methane emissions was reached by some of the world's largest oil companies. They pledged to improve their leaky methane systems by 2030.
CNBC's senior climate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now from the climate conference with the latest. Hey, Diana, good morning. Good to see you. So there's been a lot of skepticism about real progress being made at this conference because of where it's being held, a major oil-producing nation. So was this a surprise that this agreement was able to be met?
Yeah, a real pleasant surprise at that, Savannah. 50 oil and gas firms, including ExxonMobil and Saudi Aramco, representing about 40% of global oil output. They pledged to cut methane emissions to nearly 0 by 2030 and to eliminate all operational greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The inclusion of 29 national oil companies is what makes this both new and notable. Of course, there's already criticism that a pledge is one thing, but how do you enforce it? Well, I asked former BP CEO Bob Dudley, who was instrumental in the negotiations.
There's new satellite technologies out there that can monitor methane emissions from that level, aircraft, drones, ground sensors, and the companies will have to be accountable for providing the data from that. It's going to be very hard to hide, because if you look at satellites, for example, there will be nowhere to hide.
Now, this is important because methane is 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide and is incredibly powerful at trapping heat. Joe and Savannah.
So, Diana, the COP28 president is facing some backlash from activists at the summit over previous comments he made about phasing out fossil fuels. What more can you tell us about that?
Yes, Sultan Al Jaber, the CEO of ADNOC, the state-run oil company, and head of COP had a heated argument in a live online event over the weekend where he said there is, quote, no science indicating that a phase out of fossil fuels is needed to restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. He also said a phase out of fossil fuels would not allow sustainable development, quote, unless you want to take the world back into caves. That was not well received here by a lot of the climate folks.
And Diana, quickly before we let you go, finance. It's taken center stage today. How are banks, investors, how are they part of this conversation and ultimately a transition here to clean energy and tech?
Well, it's just a massive opportunity because there are literally trillions of dollars at stake. So I spoke with Citi's head of corporate banking about the billions in pledges we've seen from governments in these first days of the COP.
We're encouraged to see commitments from governments, from developmental financial institutions, multilaterals, et cetera. Those are important. But where I think the real change is going to come from is sort of private sector innovation, the need to mobilize lots of capital to help companies and sovereign entities develop new sources of energy in particular. The amounts required there are staggering.
And he says that's just an enormous opportunity for Citi and its clients. So he and others like him are at the COP to find out how those clients are planning to play in the energy transition and how they'll look to the banks and capital markets to help them finance that. Back to you guys.
Diana Olick from Dubai for us. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, a suspected serial killer set to face a judge in Southern California.
Up next, the controversial technology used to track that suspect down. You're watching Morning News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Jared Joseph Powell, the Los Angeles man accused of shooting 3 homeless people as they slept last week, will make his first court appearance later this morning. This comes as we are learning more about how police use controversial technology to track Powell. Here's NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin with the details.
This is an automated license plate reader, similar to the one responsible for capturing a suspected serial killer.
I'm grateful that this suspect in this case is in custody.
Police say 33-year-old Jared Powell murdered 4 men in 4 days, a Los Angeles County worker and 3 homeless men.
We know there's controversy out there about the usage of this system. If we did not enter that plate into this system, this individual that we believe is responsible for at least 4 murders may have been out there and reoffended.
Here's how the technology works. Investigators enter a license plate number into the system. If that vehicle passes a license plate reader like this, it pings, alerting police. That's what happened Thursday when Powell's car entered Beverly Hills. This isn't broad surveillance. You don't have everyone's license plate number in the system, do you?
No, it doesn't work like that. That alerts on something that an officer put into the database, which tells them this vehicle's wanted.
By 2019, a state audit found 230 California law enforcement agencies were using an ALPR system. San Jose just installed more readers, but this year, the city council in Coachella rejected a plan to add cameras to their city. Civil liberties groups have long raised privacy concerns and feared the technology could be abused.
Given the hazard of political spying with these kinds of high-tech surveillance technologies, it is very important that there be strict safeguards, including rapid deletion of the information that has been collected and limits on when it can be shared.
Beverly Hills police say they delete footage after 13 months, and the technology helps them track only specific suspects.
What it does is allow us to stop the right person in the right vehicle. And again, I call that precision policing.
Dana Griffin, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Today, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear arguments in a case involving drug manufacturer Purdue Pharma, the maker of the highly addictive painkiller OxyContin.
One law expert called this the biggest bankruptcy case the court has seen in decades and would protect the company and the Sackler family that once controlled the company from any civil lawsuits for its role in the deadly opioid crisis.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with a preview. Ken, good morning. So this case is Harrington versus Purdue Pharma. Explain to us what's being argued here and how this case made its way to the Supreme Court.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. That's right. Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family that founded it and ran it are widely considered to be some of the arch villains of the opioid crisis that is still killing tens of thousands of Americans a year. This powerful drug, OxyContin, was crushed. It was a time-release drug that could produce a euphoric high, and it was widely abused and fueled opioid addiction. And this company twice pleaded guilty to criminal charges related to deceptive marketing. And finally, in 2020, involving some civil lawsuits and the criminal charges, the company and the family reached a massive settlement deal where the family was going to turn over $6 billion to a group of plaintiffs and states and individuals, the Sackler family itself and the company. Now, what's at issue here is the company shielded itself through bankruptcy, and therefore, under the terms of this deal, it would be immune from future claims if it paid this money. So would the Sackler family, but the catch is the Sackler family never actually had to file for bankruptcy, and they get to keep a large amount of their billions of dollars in fortune. And so the U.S. trustee, an element of the Justice Department that regulates and governs the bankruptcy system, opposed this settlement. It was knocked out in the courts, and now it's found its way to the Supreme Court. And the question here really is, can a group of individuals shield themselves under the bankruptcy process without actually declaring for bankruptcy, guys?
So how would this settlement help people impacted by the opioid crisis?
So that's the rub, right? A lot of people involved in this settlement, state governments, attorney generals, individual plaintiffs, really want this thing to go forward because it's billions of dollars that would go to opioid treatment and advertisements to promote awareness and all kinds of programs similar to what we saw with the tobacco settlement. And all of that is on hold while this case winds its way through the courts. And if the Supreme Court knocks this out, they're back to the drawing board here, and they may never reach a settlement for years, which means a lot of people won't see that money, guys.
Yeah, following up on that, Ken, we don't know yet how the court will rule, but what are some of the potential ramifications once we do get a decision?
Right. Well, not only are there ramifications for the opioid crisis and whether folks get this money, Joe, there are obviously huge ramifications for the bankruptcy system, but there are also implications for other mass tort settlements. For example, the Boy Scouts of America, the Catholic Church, they availed themselves of this provision in the bankruptcy law under settlements involving mass sex abuse in those institutions. And so they're concerned that those deals will unravel if the Supreme Court knocks this provision out, and it has implications for other mass tort cases that are pending right now in the court. So this is about as big as it gets in front of the Supreme Court.
All right, Ken Delaney, and we know you'll keep an eye on it. Thank you so much. Coming up, a major merger involving two big airlines.
When we come back, Alaska Airlines' $2 billion agreement to buy Hawaiian Airlines, but why it isn't a done deal quite yet. This is Morning News Now.
NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are back now with some financial headlines. Wheels are up, and so are the dollar signs in a new billion-dollar deal for Alaska Airlines.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has the latest on that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You know, we like to talk about merger Mondays. Alaska Airlines stuck a deal to merge with Hawaiian Airlines for nearly $2 billion. This will be the second largest U.S. airline merger in just over a year. It's expected to face close scrutiny, though, from regulators. They've been wary of mergers between small airlines, despite the fact that 80% of the market belongs to the big guys, United, American, Delta, and Southwest. Now, this tie-up with Hawaiian would give Alaska control of more than 50% of the market for flights to Hawaii. Walmart is the latest big company to stop advertising on X, formerly known as Twitter. The retail giant says the halt is not because of a change in its ad policies, but about how well those spots have actually performed on the social media platform. Walmart says it largely stopped buying ads in October before Elon Musk commented on an anti-Semitic post, and Media Matters reported X placed ads for certain companies next to posts supporting Nazis. Walmart's final ads ran just before Thanksgiving. And Americans plan to increase the amount of tips they give to service providers, such as housekeepers, mail carriers, during the holidays this year. A new survey from Bankrate finds that about 15% plan to tip more. 13% say they'll actually tip less. That leaves about 44% who pretty much are going to say the same as last year, and 1 in 4 who didn't tip last year and say they don't plan to this year. Just 5% are still undecided. The average tip for a housekeeper for childcare provider will be about $50, about $40 for landscapers, $25 for teachers and trash collectors, and $20 for your neighborhood mail carrier. I have to say, I never tipped my mail carrier. I mean, you know, I'll leave cookies for them. But
I think, too, in New York, it's hard.
It's hard because you got to catch them.
Yeah, you don't really interface with them the way you might, you know, in a neighborhood or something. Yeah. All right.
One more thing to add to the holiday
there
list
this month. Happy holidays, Bertha. Thank you. Well, coming up, she's putting the B in Blockbuster. That's right. Beyonce's new concert film is officially a box office hit. More on the movie that has the Beehive buzzing.
Plus, one last kiss. They've rocked and rolled all night and partied every day for decades. Now, rock band Kiss says that they finally officially played their final show. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It's the threat it took for all this damage to occur.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're back with a box office weekend fit for a queen, Queen Bee, that is. Beyonce's hit concert movie Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, raked in $21 million nationally. It beat expectations by becoming the first film in 2 decades to open with more than $20 million on the weekend after Thanksgiving. Beyonce wrote, directed, and produced the film and will take home 50% of box office earnings, not too shabby, adding to the already impressive $579 million the Renaissance tour has already earned, and a great opportunity for folks who maybe didn't get to see the concert in person to take it all in the theater too.
That's me, and I cannot wait to see it. I'm definitely going to. Are you going to?
Yes, I will.
I can't wait. All right. Thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Well, finally this hour, the legendary rock group Kiss has taken their final bow after nearly half a century of rocking out to crowds all around the world. Well, over the weekend, the band ended their long run together with a final show at Madison Square Garden, just blocks away from where they first started, actually. NBC News correspondent George Solis has more on their final Kiss goodbye.
The hottest band in the world, Kiss!
It's a declaration rock legends Kiss have made for nearly 50 years, rocking out night after night with their legion of fans known as the Kiss Army. But Saturday in New York, the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers relinquishing that title in the final show of their farewell tour. Original members Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley together on stage at Madison Square Garden, just 10 blocks from where the band first started. The Empire State Building even lighting up for the occasion.
Only in New York City can 4 guys off the streets of New York have a dream of putting together the band they always wanted to see on stage.
Known for their on-stage antics, signature leather garments, and iconic grease face paint, the band is considered one of rock's most influential bands, selling more than 100 million albums worldwide. Over the years, the lineup changed. In 1980, drummer Peter Criss left the band. 2 years later, guitarist Ace Frehley left to pursue a solo career. Some fans wonder if this truly is the end for Kiss. After all, the band called it quits more than 20 years ago, but others confident this time there will be no encore.
I panic bought a ticket about 3 weeks ago. I spent about $550, but, I just had to be here.
But one thing is certain, their legacy and their message will continue to reverberate long after they're gone.
I wanna rock and roll all night. Come on, party every day.
George Solis, NBC News.
Pretty cool.
Very cool. We'll see.
Yeah, you
right?
never know. I mean, we hear it all the time.
Yeah, we
and
do.
Then those artists, they
Musicians,
just got to keep
athletes,
performing.
Yeah, and they just keep coming back. Very cool to see.
When I retire, I'm done. I'm just letting you know that right now. All
no
right.
fake outs.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Good morning and happy Monday. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, new fears the war between Israel and Hamas could be expanding. A U.S. ship shot down 2 drones in the Red Sea after attacks on 3 civilian ships in the area. Where the attacks came from and how the U.S. government is responding. Well, in Gaza, the Israeli military confirms it's now operating in the southern part of the Strip. With civilians who fled to the south now being asked to evacuate again, many say there is nowhere safe to go. We're going to have the latest from the ground. Plus, officials in Arizona say they're shutting down a border crossing to deal with the overwhelming number of migrants coming into the U.S. The trend officials say is causing the closure, and why Texas's governor says he's taking his own legal battle at the border all the way to the Supreme Court. And a new shocking report about air traffic controllers, some allegedly showing up drunk or high to work, with others even falling asleep on the job. We are digging into the new findings and how the FAA is responding as we enter the busy holiday travel season. Good to have you with us. We're going to start this hour with new developments in the attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea. The U.S. military says the USS Carney warship shot down 2 attack drones that were heading toward it.
It's believed the attacks were launched by Iranian-backed rebels in Yemen who are trying to prevent ships from headed to Israel and nations that support Israel from traveling through the Red Sea. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Fingers pointed at Iran again this morning after a U.S. warship reported hour after hour of missiles and drones in the strategically and commercially critical Red Sea. U.S. Central Command saying there's every reason to believe the attacks are fully enabled by Iran.
This morning, renewed fears of a wider escalation of the war by Iran-backed militants. A sustained attack, reportedly over 7 hours, on shipping in the Red Sea, and an American destroyer, the USS Carney, drawn into the fighting. In a video address, Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen claiming responsibility for some of the attacks, saying it was a response to the war. U.S. Central Command says 3 ships connected to 14 nations were involved. The Carney detecting threats to the other vessels and responding, shooting down 3 drones, including one headed in its direction. It's unclear if the American ship was a direct target, but 3 commercial vessels were hit, some sustaining limited damage. Last month, Houthi rebels posted an edited video, faces blurred, seizing an Israeli-owned ship. The threat to crucial commercial shipping in the Red Sea is just one strand of the spiraling tension in the region. For more than a month, U.S. forces in Syria and Iraq have faced drone and rocket attacks by Iran-backed militia.
Iran is capable of escalating the conflict, put pressure on both the Israelis and the United States.
Iran's foreign minister meeting his counterpart from Oman over the weekend, declaring the U.S. must bear the consequences of the genocide and war crimes in Gaza and the West Bank. Meanwhile, 3 defense officials telling NBC News the U.S. military struck a drone stage site in Iraq. They say 5 individuals were preparing an attack. Some were killed.
Responding to accusations of genocide, last month, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said what Hamas wants is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. Meanwhile, Savannah, this morning, Turkey, an ally of the U.S., its president, aiming more fury at Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much.
Israeli Defense Forces are issuing evacuation orders for people living in southern Gaza as negotiations for a new ceasefire with Hamas leaders have broken down. It comes as bombardments across all of Gaza intensify. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Israel.
The chief of staff of the Israeli military said overnight that operations are now beginning and clearly intensifying in southern Gaza, and that they would be just as powerful as they have been up until now in northern Gaza.
Israel is now focusing its military campaign in southern Gaza, where many Hamas leaders and fighters are believed to have fled. Israel has dropped leaflets with maps dividing the Gaza Strip into a grid and has been telling Palestinians to move from one quadrant to another for their safety. But so far, Gazans don't seem to understand the maps, don't have internet connections to read the QR code, or simply aren't listening. Gazans complain they've been corralled into the south and are now under attack. The Biden administration has urged Israel to be more precise. A senior U.S. military official tells NBC News he was taken aback by the ferocity of Israel's renewed campaign that has seen Israel attack apartment buildings.
The United States urged publicly, repeatedly, Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties. Do you think Are you listening to that? Have you taken that on board?
Absolutely. We're very attentive to the administration, and from a military to military perspective, we are constantly engaging with our American counterparts. There is no fairy godmother that will make Hamas disappear.
In the southern city of Rafah, our crew followed volunteers digging through the night at a home they say was hit by an Israeli strike. They find a few survivors and at least 14 bodies. Rafah is on the Egyptian border. Gazans can't go any further south than here. Nearby, Hanan Bayuk and her husband Fatih live with 5 other families. When she was pregnant with triplets, Israel allowed Hanan to leave Gaza to give birth in Jerusalem. But when her permit expired, she had to go home just before Hamas attacked and Gaza was completely sealed off. We found her babies at a hospital in East Jerusalem. Doctors tell us they're developing well. We managed to connect Hana and her husband Fatih on a video call for a precious peek.
Sabah al-khair, sabah al-khair.
Just as Najwa was waking up. The war separated us. As a mother, I wish I could hug my girls, Hanan says.
At the moment, there seems to be little hope for a ceasefire, with Hamas saying it will not release more hostages as long as the military offensive continues. Israel saying it will continue the offensive unless Hamas releases hostages.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs joins us now with more on these latest developments. Hi, Colonel. Always great to have you. So Bernie Sanders and other Democratic senators, they're starting to say they are done what they're calling asking nicely for Israel to do more to reduce civilian casualties in Gaza. They say they must adopt more effective measures to protect civilian life in order to receive U.S. aid. Other Democrats, though, don't want to set guidelines on aid. But what do you think about that? Is placing conditions on military aid an effective way to get results, especially on something like this, protecting civilians?
Well, there have been calls before and in previous wars as well in the area for strictures on the distribution of ammunition and other support to Israel. I think we're inured to the notion of the Six-Day War, when Israel in extremely short order ran over its attackers and secured a victory. And the perception that this kind of war in particular, in an urban area with the enemy in revetments and with civilian casualties mounting, but the enemy, Hamas, using civilians as shields, the perception that this can be a surgical military operation, that doesn't happen in real life, particularly in urban terrain. It's going to be extremely difficult not to have civilian casualties when there's such a concentration of civilians in the battle area. We've seen this before in all wars, and it's not going to change now. What will happen is probably that Hamas will agree to some sort of ceasefire, because that works to their tremendous advantage, Savannah.
So let's look specifically here at Israel trying to create these safe zones for the next phase of the war with the goal to protect innocent civilian lives. But what is the strategy when Hamas fighters position themselves in these safe zones?
Well, I mean, the tactics are going to remain the same. The Israeli Defense Force is going to have to go house to house, street to street, block to block. What's really significant here is something that Richard mentioned, and that is that the southern border with Egypt is closed. Egypt does not want the Palestinians inside Egypt, which is why the border is closed. Egypt does not have any refugee camps, and it's difficult to envision how that would be engineered, even if they did have refugee camps. So the Gazans are stuck south of between the Wadi on the one hand and the southern border of Gaza on the other. And as long as Arab nations do not take Palestinians in, particularly Egypt, you're going to see a greater concentration of Gazans in the southern part, in specific areas, southern part of Gaza, which will make their plight even more difficult, Joe.
Let's talk about the negotiations in terms of hostages and a ceasefire. Talks have broken down. Israeli officials withdrew from those negotiations. Now Qatar and the U.S. are working to try to negotiate another ceasefire. But is there any hope really here? I mean, we just heard Richard Engel say that there's little hope. What do you think about that they will get back to the negotiating table? Is it too far gone?
Well, if you start with the assumption that Hamas would really like to have a ceasefire, and quite frankly, so would the Israeli Defense Force, one's expectation is that there is liable to be a ceasefire. Whether or not it's going to come soon is a different story altogether. But Qatar has been doing the job of negotiating between the two sides. And since particularly Hamas would like to see a ceasefire, because that works at their great both tactical and strategic advantage, there is a possibility you might have a ceasefire soon. What broke down before was Hamas's refusal to release the names of the people it was going to, the hostages it was going to release, and that's why they broke down. If Qatar can renegotiate and get those lists done, there's liable to be a ceasefire one of these days soon.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, we appreciate your time this morning.
Sure.
Now to Capitol Hill, where recently expelled Congressman George Santos is vowing to file ethics complaints against some of his former colleagues. This as House Republicans move toward a vote on a formal impeachment inquiry of President Biden. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the latest from Washington. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And there's no doubt the George Santos scandal was a major distraction for lawmakers on Capitol Hill. And the fallout from his short time in office continues at a time when Congress has a lot to get done. George Santos may be gone. Congressman, what do you say to your constituents? But he isn't going away quietly.
Gotta get out of my way.
The man who last week became only the 6th member of the House of Representatives to be expelled says he plans to file ethics complaints against his ex-colleagues that led the charge to get him out. Among them, Staten Island's Nicole Maliotakis.
We know that George Santos is a serial liar. I mean, he's obviously scorned since being expelled.
It's unlikely those complaints go anywhere. But the vote that led to his removal revealed deep divisions within the GOP ahead of a busy sprint to the end of the year, where Congress is hoping to pass several important pieces of legislation, including aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, as well as a border security package. Those negotiations are making little progress. So instead, House leadership is focusing on something else.
We have a duty to pursue the facts where they lead.
The impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden is already well underway, with Republicans accusing the president and his family of corrupt business deals. But so far, they've produced no hard evidence to back up their claims. For his part, the president has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. That inquiry was launched without a vote under former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. But now Republicans are having trouble enforcing high-profile subpoenas of witnesses like the president's son, Hunter Biden. They acknowledge a formal vote would help move that forward.
A formal impeachment inquiry vote on the floor will allow us to take it to the next necessary step, and I think it's something we have to do at this juncture.
The move to formalize impeachment comes as the right-wing members in Speaker Mike Johnson's ranks are getting increasingly antsy. His leadership is not conservative enough. And the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that he plans to put a supplemental aid package on the floor, and it could happen as soon as this week. But if it does not include a border package that some Republicans can support, it likely cannot pass. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you.
And now to the headlines coming from the southern border. U.S. officials say they are temporarily closing a port of entry in Arizona today because of an overwhelming number of migrants coming into the country from there. And in Texas, state leaders are voicing their frustration after a number of court rulings dealt a blow to their legal fight over using barbed wire and river buoys to keep people out. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from the border near Eagle Pass, Texas. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And amid that legal back and forth with Texas and the Biden administration, the number of migrants coming across at the U.S. southern border is simply undeniable. And now with crossings closed both here in Eagle Pass and also Arizona, the biggest question of all, what will it take to stop this new surge of migrants? This morning, Texas and Arizona feeling the brunt of what authorities are calling a new border migration trend.
The numbers are increasing. They really are.
New groups of migrants arriving so rapidly, federal authorities are temporarily closing the remote Lukeville port of entry in Arizona. The Border Patrol there reporting more than 17,000 arrests in just the last week. And those numbers rising as temperatures drop, leaving migrant men, women, and children in perilous conditions. Tatiana Vera from Ecuador sharing she could barely sleep during the frigid desert night. Meanwhile, in Texas, migrants facing another danger. A number of people struggling to cross the Rio Grande had to be rescued as the debate over state rights on the river rages on. A U.S. appeals court ordering Texas Governor Greg Abbott to remove the 1,000-foot floating buoy barrier installed to keep migrants from crossing. The governor calling the ruling clearly wrong, promising to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Another federal judge also denying Texas the ability to block federal border agents from cutting through state-installed razor wire. The ruling coming amid reports migrants became trapped while trying to cross. And it's not just southern states coping with the influx. Chicago released its latest numbers Sunday, reporting over 13,000 migrants in 26 active shelters. The city building temporary shelters to protect even more from wintry weather.
Now, it's an international crisis that I inherited. And so the work, of course, is ongoing. Winter's coming fast.
And right now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he does plan to appeal both of those court rulings. Meanwhile, in Arizona, both state senators and the governor have criticized the Biden administration, saying that the temporary closure is unacceptable, and they're now demanding a better solution. Savannah?
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
Time for your Morning News Now weather and a look at this week's forecast.
Which means that Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. And the biggest weather will be in the Pacific Northwest. We have a series of storms. It's a parade of storms moving onshore. We've seen this week after week, and we're going to see it all week long. And we're going to see rainfall totals near a foot in some spots. So staying active in the west. We're quiet in the middle of the country, well above normal as we head towards the south central states. The northern plains, you're chilly there. We have a little clipper system moving through. That's going to bring the chance of some snow. We also have some lingering snow showers in portions of New England. That's going to wrap up as we head throughout the later part of today. And we do have some rain showers in the interior parts of the Northeast. Could see some rain showers and also some snow showers in the higher elevations of the Appalachians. As we move towards Wednesday, still quiet in the middle of the country. Record warmed into the northern plains. We're really chilly there today. We're looking at temperatures in the 30s, right around the freezing mark in some spots. But we're going to warm it up by Wednesday. Same story in the south central states, the central plains as well. Lots of sunshine, too, in the south central states. That flood risk does continue in portions of the Pacific Northwest. We're going to see the chance for avalanches, some snow melt, and that heavy rainfall, and then higher mountain snow. Now, as we head towards the east, still quiet, too, looking at the chance of some snow along the Appalachians once again on Wednesday. By Friday, widespread snow in portions of the Intermountain West. Still wet in the west. We're looking at December warmth continuing throughout the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, the south central states, and into the central plains. And then once again, we're going to see some rain and snow in parts of New England. That's Friday. Now, taking a look at the storm in the Pacific Northwest, we have flood alerts all along the west coast. We're looking at Washington, Oregon, and portions of Northern California. 9 million people at risk. And notice some of these alerts will stay in place into Thursday because we're going to see this storm system, series of storms moving onshore. So Seattle, Portland, Eugene could see some really gusty winds today, some heavy rainfall. And then we're looking at the chance of some higher elevation snow. Now, that snow level is pretty high today. So the bad news with that is we have warmer air in place. That's going to melt some of the snow in place, and that's going to add to some of the flooding. Winter alerts, we have winter weather advisories. We have some winter storm warnings. That includes Saratoga. And then some on top of that, we have wind alerts. We're going to see winds gusting up to 65 miles per hour. Where you see that purple, that is a high wind warning. So the parade of storms continuing. It has a whole lot of moisture. We're looking at really bright colors on this futurecast. That's telling us that we're expecting a lot of rain and, again, could see up to 11 inches in some spots. That's going to prompt some flash flooding, some stream flooding, river flooding, and could bring the threat of some avalanches as well. And we'll end it here because this is kind of mind-boggling with these numbers. The Olympics, 8 to 11 inches, right? The coast 2 to 6. And this is on top of what they've got last week and the week before.
Wow, that's a lot of rain. And it's still
It
so
is.
warm that it's not snow up there, it's just rain.
And that's the problem. So the levels are going too high, and now we're getting the avalanche because we're getting the snow melt, so it's a mess.
Tough situation, right? Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, coming up, a terror investigation is underway in Paris after a deadly attack feet away from the Eiffel Tower.
What we know about the suspect and security concerns as the city prepares to host next year's Summer Olympics.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with new developments on that fatal stabbing near the Eiffel Tower in Paris over the weekend. One person was killed and at least 2 others were injured in the attack.
Now this morning, French authorities are investigating the attack as a possible act of terrorism.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us with the latest. So Josh, what can you tell us about the attack, and is the suspect someone who was on the radar of French authorities?
Hey, good morning, Joe. He definitely was on their radar. In fact, last night, prosecutors laid out a long list of red flags in this suspect's background, including the fact that he had been previously imprisoned for 4 years for a previous planned terror attack that failed. He was put on a watch list after that. And since then, prosecutors say that he had maintained contact with jihadis, including some who had been responsible for other terror attacks in France. They also say that during this attack, he shouted Allah Akbar, God is great in Arabic, and then later told police that he was angry about the war in Gaza. He blamed France for being an accomplice of Israel. And so clearly there was a lot going on here. But they also say that this man had severe mental illness, Joe.
And what do we know about the victims at this point? I mean, we know one person is dead, 2 others injured. Did they appear to be specifically targeted?
No, this appears to have been completely random from what we know. That person who was killed was a German tourist. Two others who were injured were hit by a hammer, including one in the head. And then there were two other people who were part of this attack who authorities say are now in a state of shock. But as far as we can tell, this was simply a random act of violence. They were not targeting anybody in particular. And that is one of the reasons why this is causing so much concern right now in Paris.
Yeah, and Josh, I mean, the attack comes as Paris prepares for the Summer Olympic Games next year. So we know security is going to be tight at the Olympics. Does this mean they're stepping up precautions in any way? What does this mean for security?
Well, interestingly, France was already at its highest level of national security alert following another attack that had occurred back in October in northern France, where a teacher was stabbed to death. And so there's not really a higher level of alert for them to go to. In fact, last night we heard from police saying this is kind of the new normal when it comes to security in France. So they are on a permanent state of alert for terrorism, but they also say they're fully prepared to keep those Olympic Games next year safe.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much.
Let's get you more international news now, starting with new developments in that U.S. Osprey crash off the coast of Japan just last week. This morning, Air Force officials confirmed the wreckage has been recovered.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has details on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. That's right. The wreckage in the end was located during a joint U.S. and Japanese dive near Yakushima. Now, the crash happened last week on Wednesday when a CV-22 Osprey carrying 8 American crew members crashed during a training mission. Up until this point, the remains of only one of those crew members on board were found. Right now, there is an ongoing recovery effort underway. The identities of those found this morning have not been determined. Now to northern Tanzania, where heavy rain and severe flooding is causing deadly landslides. Local officials say at least 47 people are dead and dozens more injured. The fatal floods and torrential rains linked to El Niño have damaged homes and infrastructure. The flooding even washed away crops in parts of the country, impacting local livelihood. The area has seen some higher than usual rainfall, and Tanzania's meteorological agency warns that it's not over yet. Rains are predicted to continue this month. And we end this tour of the world back here in Italy with an eruption. Mount Etna is lighting up the sky. The Sicilian volcano is taking its title as Europe's most active volcano very seriously. It has been going off since the middle of November, sending hot lava high into the sky. So far, no injuries have been reported. Well, I guess, you know, with Christmas and New Year's Eve around the corner, because Mount Etna wanted to give us a bit of a fireworks display ahead of the time. Back to you
There
guys. You go. It's blame the holidays. All right.
Yeah.
Claudia,
Thanks,
thank you so much. Coming up, disturbing new allegations and questions about the safety of American air travel.
Yeah, we're digging into the new report claiming some air traffic controllers are falling asleep on the job, and that is not all. That story's up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, this morning, the nation's air traffic controllers are in the spotlight after a New York Times report highlighted overworked and exhausted controllers. Some claim that colleagues have even used drugs and alcohol, falling asleep sometimes on the job. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with more on this. Tom, I know you have been reporting for years about the shortage of controllers. What can you tell us now about new information in this report?
Yeah, that's right. So listen, air traffic controllers nationwide, they are understaffed and they're overworked. Mandatory overtime, 6-day weeks, 10-hour days, even as we hit record volume on passengers. There is a self-reporting mechanism that controllers can turn to report when they've made a mistake, maybe a close call. But now some controllers are reporting that they have self-medicated, substance abuse, even falling asleep on the job. It's a high-stakes, high-pressure job. And 2023 has been a year of close calls involving both pilot and controller error, including this one in Austin when a controller cleared a FedEx plane to land just as a Southwest plane was departing.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
One big problem, controller fatigue. 77% of air traffic control facilities are understaffed, leading to mandatory overtime. Medical issues forced Neil Burke to retire this year.
We're tired of working 6 days a week. We're tired of working 10-hour days.
NBC News has obtained internal FAA documents first reported by the New York Times, detailing controllers' own anonymous reporting of mistakes and exhaustion. Among the entries, many employees can be observed sleeping on the job. If I had not been fatigued, I may have been able to recognize the aircraft lined up for the incorrect runway sooner. And I pray no one dies due to controller fatigue. Also included isolated cases of controllers using alcohol and illegal drugs while on position. One claimed a colleague regularly smoked marijuana on break. Another said a controller bragged about making big money buzzed. But with more than 10,000 certified controllers on the job, the new FAA chief says substance abuse is very rare.
We monitor for drug and alcohol use very closely. We have robust reporting, and we follow up on every possible lead that comes in.
Still, both the FAA and controllers unions say overtime fatigue is real.
You're missing your home life. You're missing your kids' ball games and your spouse's events. And it does have an effect.
Controller Michelle Hager left last June.
That is not a sustainable lifestyle, to be working that hard at a job that requires so much mental focus at all times.
We're working every day to make sure that the system stays as safe as it has been for decades. We're not letting down our guard, and we're working that issue hard every day.
So despite hiring 1,400 controllers in 2023, guess what? Because of so many retirees, net, they've only got 8 more controllers than they did a year ago. There are that many people retiring, and they are well behind. It's going to take them years, because right now they're behind by, depending on the numbers you look at, 1,500 to 3,000 controllers short, which means all those controllers will continue to work overtime. Guys, going into the holidays. Back to you.
Wow. Tom Costello, thank you very much.
We might have it easy here at 30 Rock with a perfect Christmas tree delivered right to our door every holiday season. But holiday shoppers across the country are feeling the impact of a growing Christmas tree shortage in recent years. One Chicago supplier says that they were hundreds of trees short this year compared with a normal season. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett takes a closer look at the shortage.
This was our 8 to 9 foot area over here. And they're all empty.
For 35 years, Ivy Speck has been spreading Christmas cheer, shipping in Christmas trees from a farm in North Carolina and selling them to the people of Chicago.
Those are all trees.
But this year, the tall trees her customers love didn't show up.
We order a couple thousand, and this year we were shorted probably 500 of those. 9 to 10 footers don't even exist anymore. 8 to 9s are where we got shorted. We never got any 9 to 10s. Couldn't even order them this year.
Most Americans' trees come from Oregon, North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Washington. But retailers like Ivy all across the country have faced a short supply the last several years.
People definitely want to cut their own tree, but we just can't grow them fast enough.
We opened them up for the first weekend, and then pretty much by the end of that first weekend, we're closed.
Why is there such a tight supply this year?
The tight supply actually goes all the way back to 2008 and the recession. There was an oversupply of trees, and growers were having a hard time selling them. And because of that, they didn't plant back as many trees.
This tree is about 7 feet tall, and that takes about 15 years to grow. So it was likely planted right around the time of the 2008 recession. Here, they sell for $200. That's double the national average of about $80 to $100 a tree. Sellers had to adjust for an increase in pricing due to inflation. Nearly 7 in 10 growers say it's costing them 10% more to sell their trees this year.
They're a little bit more expensive, but with fuel costs and things like that, that's to be expected.
Trees in the past 5 years have went up, right, like doubled from the past. So, and we just have to bring that along over to the consumer.
And with less trees to choose from, Ivy says customers looking for the perfect one aren't happy.
Very upset, don't understand. They're walking out.
So you've been losing customers because you don't have enough trees.
Exactly, a lot of customers, and we're upset about that.
Even so, this year there's extra excitement for live trees over artificial, which are often cheaper.
The whole smell of the live tree in the house, it's unlike anything else. It's just Christmas.
20% of people surveyed are planning to buy a real Christmas tree for the first time. Experts say it's largely millennials like me, excited to decorate for the holiday.
Totally get that, as you can see with my tree already up.
Or young families looking to start new traditions with any tree, whether it's big or small.
Merry Christmas.
See you.
Maura Barrett, NBC News, Chicago.
Thanks tomorrow for that report.
Happy holidays, Merry
Exactly.
Christmas. Coming up, as the year comes to a close, Time Magazine is preparing to name their Person of the Year.
We're going to take a look at who is on the short list. There's a very good hint right there. That's next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial news, starting with layoffs at Spotify.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has your money news for us this hour. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, never great to get a pink slip, especially tough during the holidays. Folks at Spotify bracing as the company has announced today that it will cut about 17% of its workforce, or about 1,500 jobs. It's the second major set of layoffs this year for the company. The music and podcast streaming service is citing higher costs for this latest move. Spotify did report a profit in its latest quarter. It was helped by price hikes and growth in subscribers. Gold prices continue to shine, briefly touching an all-time high today, above $2,100 an ounce. The rally in the precious metal has been fueled by bets that the Federal Reserve is done hiking interest rates and could well start cutting rates as soon as next March. Lower rates have historically fed demand for investments like gold. Worries about a possible recession and other factors like countries moving away from the U.S. dollar have also boosted the appeal for gold. And shares of Virgin Galactic, well, they are tumbling today. The move coming after billionaire Richard Branson ruled out putting more money into the money-losing space travel company. Branson founded Virgin Galactic back in 2004, tells the Financial Times that his business empire, well, just doesn't have the deepest pockets anymore after the pandemic, and Virgin Galactic should be able to make it on its own. Last month, the company said that it was actually cutting jobs and halting commercial flights for 18 months so that it could develop a larger craft to carry more passengers to the edge of space. So it turns out even some billionaires are tightening their belts a bit.
Yeah. Ooh, there you go. All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
We have a first look at the shortlist for Time's Person of the Year. Every year since 1927, Time has selected the man, woman, group, or concept that had the most influence on the world during the previous 12 months, for better or for worse. This morning, Today anchor Chanel Jones has a look at the top 9 names on Time's 2023 shortlist.
The shortlist for Time's Person of the Year begins with a trio of world leaders. First up, King Charles III.
God save the king!
His crowning moment came in May, after a decades-long wait for the throne, and at a moment of change for the UK monarchy.
I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set.
Russian President Vladimir Putin continued to wage war in Ukraine, now in its second year after the full-scale invasion, and Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is serving an unprecedented third term and solidifying his role as one of China's most powerful and controversial leaders. Next on the short list, 2023's biggest newsmakers. Sam Altman has made countless headlines in recent weeks for getting fired and swiftly rehired as CEO of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, which is leading the AI revolution. Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, also on the short list. Powell faced with the daunting task of managing record inflation here in the U.S. Next, the Trump prosecutors, the team that led the first ever indictment of a U.S. president in our nation's history. Trump is facing more than 90 charges across 4 separate cases. The short list now moves to Hollywood and the strikers that brought the entire industry to a standstill. Actors and screenwriters were on strike for most of the year before reaching a deal, pushing for better pay and working conditions. Also on the short list, Hollywood's newest It Girl.
Hi, Barbie.
The live-action movie was the highest-grossing film of the year, earning $1.4 billion and causing an explosion of, well, all pink everything. Then finally, global superstar Taylor Swift. The Grammy Award winner has had a monumental year, re-released albums, record-setting streams, and her Eras Tour, on track to become the highest-grossing global tour of all time.
Our thanks to Chanel Jones. You won't have to wait long to see who is Person of the Year. Time will announce its pick Wednesday morning. We know who you're picking.
We know who I'm picking, but also don't you think there's a really good chance?
It's the balance of world news and serious headlines with entertainment and what we
but we know
right
historically
now.
that doesn't mean that person doesn't
but that's
become
what
the
they'll
person
have
of
to
the year.
decide.
Yeah,
so
for
we
sure.
will see what happens.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of Taylor Swift,
Yes.
it was a star-powered throwdown at Lambeau Field on Sunday. The Kansas City Chiefs traveled to Green Bay to take on the Packers in an action-packed Sunday night game.
But that wasn't the only thing keeping fans occupied. Taylor Swift made her appearance along with Olympic legend Simone Biles. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now from Green Bay with the recap. Hey, Kaylee, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Coming to Lambeau Field is a bucket list item for so many sports fans. And we talked to some Chiefs fans who drove up to 14 hours to get here. They might have left a little disappointed, but I doubt that they were disappointed by the hospitality that they received here. And this game was a thriller from kickoff to the final whistle.
Star power, stepping out for primetime at Lambeau Field.
Oh, there she
is! The Chiefs bringing a certain good luck charm to town.
Karma's the guy on the Chiefs.
Do you think Taylor Swift can help will Travis Kelce to another win? Maybe. I mean, she does move mountains. You can be a Packers fan and also a Swift.
Yes, always.
Taylor Swift fresh off Beyonce's film premiere in London, making the trek to the frozen tundra, arm in arm with Patrick Mahomes' wife, Brittany, to cheer on Kansas City and boyfriend Travis Kelce. But cheeseheads were looking to shake it off with support from a golden girl of their own. Olympic champion Simone Biles, on hand to support her husband, Packers defensive back Jonathan Owens.
Show me the game day fit. You got the 34? I do have the 34. I have the Owens.
What do people who have never been to Lambeau before need to understand about what makes this place so special?
The energy, the hype, the fans, they're ride or dies. They'll do anything, and they're so dedicated. And they're just, it's such a special and a unique stadium.
The Superstars, just two of the more than 81,000 fans rolling in for the big Sunday night football matchup.
Bucket list stadium, most iconic stadium in the NFL.
To experience game day in Green Bay. And keep the Lambeau tradition alive of selling out every home game since 1960. How much a Chiefs Kingdom turned out for this one?
A lot. There's a reason it's Chiefs Kingdom. But they're going to be sad tonight after we win this game on them.
A house divided between this husband and wife. How long have you been looking forward to this game? 12 years. Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes making his debut at Lambeau. But it was a love story for the Packers. Quarterback Jordan Love owning the night.
Just got the Sunday night football, man, feels great.
And guys, you couldn't have scripted this ending any better. After all eyes were on Taylor and Simone, the final play, it came down to Taylor's boyfriend matched up against Simone's husband. It looked like Jonathan Owens might have shoved Travis Kelce a little bit in the end zone, but on a Hail Mary, they don't call a flag for that. Hope there's no bad blood there, guys.
Yeah.
Good one. All right, so much fun. Kaylee Hartung, thank you.
All right, coming up, a family vacation turned upside down after a mysterious blackout.
That is the subject of the Netflix thriller Leave the World Behind. Well, today, co-host Hoda Kotb sat down with the co-stars Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali. That story is up next.
country at war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
Well, President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden hosted this year's Kennedy Center honorees at the White House on Sunday. The honorees, it's an incredible list. It includes Billy Crystal, Queen Latifah, Barry Gibb, many of them. When announcing the recipients earlier this year, the Kennedy Center's president called the group of inductees an extraordinary mix of individuals who have redefined their art forms. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a great mix of people. Now I want Barry Gibb and Renee Fleming to do a duet.
There you go.
I think that'd be interesting. All right.
That's so cool.
Netflix's latest thriller, Leave the World Behind, is out in select theaters now. And just listen to who's in this star-studded cast. Julia Roberts, Mahershala Ali, Ethan Hawke, and Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, what a cast. It follows what happens when a family's getaway takes an ominous turn after a cyber attack. Here's a little warning, it's not for the faint of heart.
Today, anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali to talk about their biggest fans, their families, and what it was like working together on the project.
Who has more Oscars? I don't know the answer. You have more?
For sure.
How many do you have? 2?
Yes.
You have 2 Oscars?
Yes.
Very cool. We got 2 Oscar winners in front of us.
They are 2 accomplished actors who also happen to be parents. Mahershala Ali and wife Amatu Sami Kareem have a 6-year-old daughter.
I feel like I've always had a general sense, a good sense of the things that matter in life. But I think that it becomes more articulate when you have a child, and I think when you have a daughter specifically, as a man, you see the harms of the world in neon, so to speak, because of how much girls from a very young age have to navigate to have the best chance of being in their whole full self by the time they're an adult.
Julia Roberts and husband Danny Moder have 3 kids of their own.
Your kids are in college and one's about to go off to college. So you're kind of parenting adults in a way.
I parent them the same way out of the house that I parented them in the house. Which is, you know, are you getting enough sleep and you sound like you're sick, and are you drinking tea? And text me when you get home. We all were on a FaceTime the other day together, all of us. And it was like this gift that we had, these 4 minutes of all looking at each other, and that we were all so happy to be together in that way.
I love your family. I love how you speak about them. Every time you talk about them, I feel like you're home.
Well, it all starts with Danny Moder. You know, he's just really our anchor and our person, and in the most beautiful way, the captain of our ship, you know, truly. And it's not like giving it all away to him. It's just that, for me, understanding how deeply felt life could be really started with him.
Wow.
Get her a tissue.
I love love, man. When it's real, I can feel it. I swear, a couple of things that you guys both said, I could feel chills up and down my body. I'm like, that.
Mahershala has built an impressive list of credits in his career, but this is the first time the 2 Hollywood heavyweights have worked together, starring in the apocalyptic thriller Leave the World Behind.
What was the experience like, Julia, working with this man?
This is the first time I've had to talk about him in front of him, so it's sort of embarrassing. You know, there's just a poetry to the way that he carries himself in life and in art, in my experience.
A poetry, that's a beautiful way to describe you.
Very kind of you.
How would you describe working with Julia?
It's a joy, a joy. That makes all the difference in the world, enjoying who you're working with, because so much of our work has to do with, like, playing in vulnerable places. I'm so sorry to bother you, but this is our house.
The film is based on the 2020 novel and touches on the dark side of technology as well as racial tension in America.
Well, look, I've been 6'2". I've been 6'2" since I was 14 years old. Dark-skinned black man, proud to be. But that comes with certain things in walking and navigating this world. And people's reaction to you is ahead of your consciousness and understanding about why they're reacting to you a certain way. A turning over of the ring on the subway, or someone crossing the street in a certain way, or an extra set of questions. You walk the earth sort of defensively.
And while the film can be intense, it does have its lighter moments, including a playful dance scene.
But wait, the way you move?
Yeah, but that song, I think we heard it enough.
And speaking of music, you know I could not pass up this opportunity.
This is a song that Jenna and I have released. Would you like to hear it?
Okay, yes.
It's a Christmas single.
Yeah, okay.
It was charting.
This is you?
Are you feeling it?
I feel you. I feel you feeling it. Wow. How, okay, first of all, when did you have time?
We did it because first of all, we did it for fun, and then it's gonna be a carefree Christmas.
That is hilarious. So this is an original song.
You wrote it.
Okay.
We're getting no compliments here.
No, I'm really impressed.
No, I'm totally
almost just
impressed. Congratulations. Watch out, Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Our thanks to Hoda Kotb for that. Leave the World Behind is in select theaters now and on Netflix starting Friday. And that song available now, I think, everywhere you stream.
Finally, this hour, more holiday spirit. This time of year, many people are getting into the spirit by watching a good holiday film or even taking their love of these movies to the next level by bringing that holiday spirit to life.
In Manhattan, you'll find a bar that's already decked the halls and ceiling.
Why did you decide to come here?
Because I love Christmas.
Miracle on 9th is a holiday pop-up bar. The other 10 months of the year, it's known for tequila and mezcal, but today drinks are served in Christmas-themed mugs. Mariah Carey plays once an hour.
It takes us 4 days to, redecorate the entire bar, replace everything with the kitschiest Christmas things we can find.
This year, Miracle and its counterpart, Sippin' Santa, have opened nearly 200 pop-up bars nationwide.
These reservations came out in early October and I was already looking at them.
Christmas trees are going up faster and Christmas tunes are hitting the charts earlier. Spending on non-gift items like clothing and decorations forecast to jump 25% this year.
Being in Christmas time, this is when we bond the most.
It's as if we're yearning to live inside our favorite holiday flicks.
Christmas is the greatest day in the whole wide world.
Whether it's Elf, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary.
Hard to believe that just 2 days ago, none of us even knew one another.
Or newer fare offered on networks like Hallmark, Lifetime, Netflix, and more. Entertainment Weekly counted 116 new films this year. Hilton even has Hallmark Channel-inspired hotel suites.
Cheers!
For those who want to take the spirit and spirettes home, holiday cocktail classes are in full gear.
Pick it up and smell it.
At the Cocktailery in Charlotte, customers want wintry recipes like apple-spiced cozy cognac, capturing that just cold enough for a scarf while reuniting with your childhood crush in your hometown feeling.
We are slammed with people coming in and looking for those holiday flavors, cranberry, pecan, all those, warm and cozy flavors.
And the holiday cheer isn't just limited to land. Sometimes, as you can see here, it spreads to the water.
We set sail on the Coco and Carol's cruise put on by Classic Harbor Line. Those who hopped aboard say after a stressful New Year, they need a little Christmas now.
Everyone's in a good mood. Everybody's happy. You're about to have time off of work.
So whether you're seeking a ship or a sip, for many there's no such thing as too early or too much.
Agree with that.
So we were at that bar at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, the week before Thanksgiving.
And that,
it was
yeah.
packed.
Oh my gosh, those
So
Christmas
people-
bars and the wait sometimes to get into them if you don't have a reservation, but I love it.
Yeah, it does immerse you in the whole
It
thing.
totally
I
does.
mean, it's completely, and Mariah Carey at least once an hour. And everyone stops what
It's
they're
like a
doing
rule.
and sings
We've been
along.
good though. We've seen the Rockettes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
We're full in the spirit.
No, the
Christmas
Rockettes,
tree's
the
lit
tree,
here.
there's been a parade. I guess I should do my holiday shopping
Holiday,
now.
I know. It's,
That
there you
is
go.
important.
Yeah, and
All
neither
right.
of us are good at that one on time.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us. Right now on Morning News Now, confrontation and escalation in the Red Sea this morning. Tension rising after a ballistic missile and drone attack involving a U.S. Navy destroyer and Iranian-backed militants. And Israel expanding its ground assault on Gaza, pushing into the south after talks to restore a ceasefire with Hamas collapse.
Unfortunately, the negotiations have stopped. That said, what hasn't stopped is our own involvement trying to get those back on track.
All this as dozens of hostages remain in captivity in Gaza. We have team coverage. Also this morning, chaos on Capitol Hill as expelled Congressman George Santos threatens to file ethics complaints against his former colleagues. And House lawmakers get ready to vote on a possible impeachment inquiry into President Biden. We will bring you the latest. Plus, December off to a stormy start as a series of storms stretch from coast to coast. We are tracking the conditions, including the areas most at risk for dangerous flash flooding. And a Kiss goodbye. That's right. Legendary rock band Kiss says they've closed the curtain after one final show. More on their decades of rock, the Kiss hysteria, and why some fans wonder if this is really the end.
How often do we hear major artists say they're done and then they come back?
I know, and they get a little surge. And
exactly.
And they never go anywhere.
Perhaps it is sealed with a kiss. We'll find out. Right.
There
Good
you
morning.
go.
Good to have you with us on this Monday. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin this morning with the latest in Gaza. The Israeli military is widening operations after that ceasefire ended late last week.
Defense forces issued evacuation orders to people living in southern Gaza. The move has prompted new fears and mass confusion for those who were told to escape the north and head south just weeks ago. Israel also withdrew its negotiators from Qatar over the weekend, leaving an uncertain future for the nearly 140 hostages remaining in Gaza. A senior Hamas official says no additional hostages will be released until another ceasefire agreement is reached. The Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says at least 700 people have been killed since the airstrikes resumed on Friday. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to continue the ongoing bombardment of Gaza until, quote, we achieve all of our goals. But U.S. officials are intensifying their calls for Israel to protect civilian lives. That includes U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin speaking over the weekend at a defense forum.
This kind of a fight, the center of gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
We have our team standing by to break down the latest in Gaza, including analysis from Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis and more on the hostages from Dr. Haggai Levine. We begin with NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, who once again is in Tel Aviv. Raf, good morning. So walk us through what we are seeing on the ground since the ceasefire ended late last week, including how Israel is now expanding its offensive into southern Gaza.
Joe, good morning. I'm looking over my shoulder because we're hearing booms overhead, which is a possible sign of fresh rocket fire coming out of Gaza. The Israeli military says it is operating now in every part of the Gaza Strip after launching a new ground offensive into the south. Now, we saw this focus on the south beginning just minutes, really, after the ceasefire collapsed on Friday morning. It started with a punishing set of airstrikes, and now Israeli ground forces, tanks, and troops are operating inside of southern Gaza. And the head of the Israeli military says the assault on the south will be just as ferocious as the assault we saw on the north. Remember, satellite imagery shows half the buildings in northern Gaza have either been partly or completely destroyed. Israel says it will move in the same way in the south. A lot of the focus right now is on the city of Han Yunis in southern Gaza. Israel says that is where Hamas's leaders are hiding after fleeing Gaza City. But it is also where hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians who left the north fled to, hoping to find shelter. Guys.
Yeah, Raf, so what does that mean now for those people? Where do Palestinians go now? Is there anywhere safe? And is the U.S. doing anything to try to urge there to be safe spaces?
Yeah, Savannah, what we are hearing consistently from Palestinian civilians is they feel they have nowhere left to run. Weeks ago, Israel was telling them, if you leave the north, if you go to the south, you will be safe down there. Now Israel is telling them you need to get out of cities like Han Yunis because they are preparing to attack there. The Israeli military, since the collapse of the ceasefire, has released this grid map of Gaza. It divides Gaza into 2,400 squares. It says it's doing that to help Palestinian civilians get out out of harm's way. But what we're hearing from people is that this map is actually just causing a lot of fear, a lot of confusion. People know where Israel is going to strike, but they have absolutely no idea where they're supposed to go. And as you heard from Vice President Harris, from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, there is growing concern in the United States over this rising death toll inside Gaza. At least 16,000 people killed since October 7th, according to the Hamas-run health ministry.
Raf, let's talk more about the hostages. More protests were held this weekend calling on the Israeli government to resume hostage negotiations with Hamas. The National Security Council's John Kirby spoke yesterday to NBC's Kristen Welker on Meet the Press about the hostage situation. Let's take a listen to that.
Well, there are no official negotiations going on right now, Kristen, and that's because Hamas failed to come up with yet another list of women and children that could be released, and we know they're holding additional women and children, not combatants, not female IDF soldiers, but innocent civilians, women and children that they have that they couldn't put on a list and turn that in. So unfortunately, the negotiations have stopped. We do believe that there are still a number of Americans that are being held hostage, Kristen, and we're getting that from communication with the family members and, of course, our Israeli counterparts.
Raf, I understand we're hearing from recently released hostages about all this. What are they saying, and what are the odds right now Israel returns to the bargaining table?
So the odds of getting a new ceasefire agreement looking pretty remote right now. Israeli negotiators left Qatar on Saturday. Shortly afterwards, Hamas said there's going to be no more exchanges, hostages for prisoners until the end of the war. Now, guys, these could be tough negotiating tactics by both sides. The Qataris say they are doing everything they can with the support of the United States to try to get these talks back on track. But the expectation right now here in Israel and, frankly, inside Gaza is there's going to be more fighting before there's going to be more talking. In terms of the hostages, there was a big rally here in Tel Aviv Saturday night, and we heard recorded video testimonials from some of the hostages who emerged over the last week, including one woman who had been freed just 2 days earlier. And one of the things she said was that when she was down in the tunnels underneath Gaza City, she kept pinching herself, hoping that she would wake up from this nightmare, which, of course, turned out to be real. Guys.
Incredible to hear these harrowing stories. Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv, thank you so much.
Yeah, well, we are learning more about those attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea. The U.S. military says the USS Carney warship shot down 2 attack drones that were heading toward it.
It's believed the attacks were launched by Iranian-backed rebels in Yemen who are trying to prevent ships from Israel and nations that support Israel from traveling through the Red Sea. NBC News correspondent Aaron Gilchrist reports.
U.S. defense officials confirming to NBC News the USS Carney responded after 4 attacks on 3 civilian ships in the Red Sea off Yemen. At one point, the Carney shot down a drone heading toward it. The U.S. not sure whether the Carney itself was a target. One of the attacks hitting a British merchant ship. As the Carney sped toward it to help, the U.S. destroyer shot down another drone. 2 other civilian ships report they were hit, and the Carney shot down a 3rd drone. Late Sunday, Iran-backed Houthis posting a video claiming responsibility for the attacks. Houthi rebels took control of much of Yemen in 2014 and were considered a terrorist organization by the U.S. government until 2021. The Houthis calling the Red Sea strikes a show of support for Palestinians in Gaza, part of a series of recent incidents in that region. This edited Houthi video with faces blurred that was released in November shows a helicopter landing on an Israeli cargo ship. Armed soldiers quickly taking control and taking the ship back to Yemen. The USS Carney is part of the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier strike group, sent to the Mediterranean Sea after the Hamas attack in Israel. The Carney alone responsible for shooting down Houthi drones 3 times in the last 6 weeks.
It's a provocation. We'll see some reaction. But again, I think Secretary Austin will try and keep it below the threshold of causing wider war.
U.S. forces have also been facing threats on land. Bases in Iraq and Syria have come under attack by militia groups supported by Iran approximately 75 times in the last 2 months, injuring dozens. Meanwhile, 3 defense officials say U.S. forces stopped 5 people preparing an attack drone near Kirkuk, Iraq, Sunday afternoon. The U.S. military was able to destroy it before it launched and is now working to verify whether anyone was killed. Back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much.
Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis joins us now with a closer look at potentially this next stage of war. He is the senior fellow and military expert at defense priorities. Lieutenant Colonel, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much. So with what Aaron just laid out there, I mean, how concerned do you think Pentagon leaders are about becoming involved in something that is escalating in potentially this shooting war with Iranian proxies? How big is the concern here?
Well, I think the concern is quite large and quite justified, because America's vital national interests are best served by making sure this does not escalate beyond the Gaza Strip. And of course, we now see all these issues going on in the Red Sea, in the areas around it. We see in Iraq and in Syria where our troops are. And of course, the biggest concern is potentially Hezbollah attacking Israel from the north, especially as they get further into the south part of the Gaza Strip. And all of those things could cause havoc for the region, and anything that draws the United States in is going to just potentially draw us into another war that we absolutely cannot have. And I think it's important that you see the Secretary of Defense and other senior officials really do put a lot of pressure on Israel to rein in some of these attacks that are killing so many civilians, because that is the key thing that could undermine Western support for Israel and could make things even worse among those who are trying to attack them.
Let's talk more about the Israel-Hamas war. Israel has now expanded its military campaign to southern Gaza, as we've been reporting this hour. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu vows to continue the war, quote, until we achieve all its goals. What do you make of how Israel is now approaching this next phase of the war since the ceasefire stopped?
Well, listen, I think that there's a mismatch between their stated political objectives and their tactical operations, what they're trying to do to accomplish it. Your correspondent said just a second ago that Israel was trying to do the same thing in the south that it did in the north. And as you can see with your own eyes there, the population density is so much higher now in the south than it was in the north, and there's already at least 15,000 people have been killed. But the bigger issue is, though, that Israel doesn't appear to be careful at all in what they're attacking. They're just literally leveling entire city blocks, meaning that even if they succeed tactically in destroying Hamas, there's nowhere for all these people to live, and the situation is just going to be even more dire, even from things like disease and other kinds of illnesses, that there's no hospitals. People can die from that as well as the other. And global public opinion could turn against Israel and could keep them from achieving their objective of being peace. And I'm telling you that from what I've seen my own eyes in the Middle East and other combat, when you kill a lot of innocent people, you create many more enemies than you take out. And I just don't think that they're going to succeed bring peace by the use of this weapons.
So Secretary of State Blinken is making it clear that the U.S. wants to minimize that civilian suffering, especially as the IDF moves into southern Gaza. He called on Israel specifically to create safe zones. This is for civilians near the fighting, and we've seen that grid that kind of lays out different areas within Gaza. So are safe zones an effective way to minimize civilian deaths? What else is needed? Do you think that does anything?
Well, I'll tell you, I think that Secretary Austin's comment was spot on when he said you could have a tactical success and a strategic loss if you don't change your tactics and do these things, for the very reason I just laid out there. These issues of safe zones, really, I mean, it doesn't really mean much, because you've seen that they told them to go, this Palestinians to go from the north down to Khan Yunis. Now they're telling them to leave Khan Yunis, but there's no escape routes. They don't know how to get to some of these places. They can't get to some of them because of these rubbled areas where you can't even physically get through, and they don't know what's safe for now, and it could be unsafe an hour from now. So it's really just nothing but confusion, and it's not effective at all.
Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thank you, as always, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
105 hostages were released from captivity during the week-long ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. But for many, despite their freedom, the pain will not go away anytime soon.
Yeah, hostages may experience a range of psychological effects as a result of such a traumatic experience, from PTSD to grief and depression. The symptoms could also be long-lasting.
Dr. Hagai Levine joins us now with a closer look at this. He is the head of the Medical and Resilience Team for the Hostages and Missing Families Forum. Dr. Levine, thank you so much for joining us for this important conversation. Walk us through some of the immediate care that the recently released hostages will need, are getting. What is it doctors are looking for when treating them right away?
So first, when they come, first to see if there is life-threatening condition, and for at least one of them,
she was at life-threatening condition and needed immediate and urgent care. Then to see if there are immediate problems, medical problems that need to be attended. At the same time, to see and start the recovery and the support for their very tough and sophisticated mental status. With that, to identify other problems, dietary problems, functional problems, and to start the recovery process first in hospital, then in the community, with the support of the families, with professional support and help. And I must say, it's very difficult to start the recovery process when at the same time, for many of them, still their beloved, their husbands, their fathers are still in captivity and they don't know about their whereabouts and about their medical condition. And that's really problematic from any point of view, and of course from mental point of view, to start and recover when you're still worried and they are still in the twilight zone of not knowing what happened to your beloved. Some of them, we had to tell them the bad news that their beloved were murdered on the October 7th massacre.
As we are learning more about the conditions that the hostages were held in, being in those tunnels, being in the dark for over a month, hunger, untreated injuries, sleep deprivation, knowing all that background, how do you go about even kind of helping them re-enter society after such a horrific experience?
I will say, but I must say, first, that those are the people that came back. You know, others, such as Hanan Yablonka, I'm holding his card that his family gave me, got Addison disease, is not getting the prednisone that he must have just to survive. And there are many more that have illnesses and injuries still from October 7th that were not treated. So now when we treat those we cannot forget about those who we cannot treat. For those who came, so, you know, some of them had needed orthopedic surgery. They went horrible care in Gaza. Now we need to try to correct and to start rehabilitation. It's very complex, and with the mental status, you know, it's independent, it's individual for each one of them, but many have undergone psychological terror in captivity. They told them that, you know, horrible things, what happened for some children, they showed them the horror films of the massacres that I recommend no one to see. And they showed it to them again and again and told them, you shouldn't cry. If you cry, we will kill you. You know, that's very, very difficult situation to recover from. But we give all the support, and there is amazing recovery ability of children and of people in general. So I'm still optimistic. We know from the past that some survivors were able to recover, but the longer it takes, it will be more difficult to recover. We have seen the film of Yarden Bibas, who was told first that his beloved Kfir and Ariel, the babies, and his wife Shiri are alive, and then he was told that they are dead. We don't know what is the truth. He doesn't know what is the truth, and he's worried sick, I'm sure. So that is a psychological terror on us and on the hostages.
What type of long-term support will they need? What does that look like in the months ahead?
Yes, so I must say that there is like a first euphoric stage that you come and you are hugged and you feel very strong. And then when you go out, you need a protective environment. And it's different from individuals. Some of them go because they don't have home now. Their home was burned. They don't have a community to return to. They don't have home to return to. They are in hotels in Eilat or in the Dead Sea, in environments that you don't have much privacy. So that's difficult. We need to provide them a protective environment and to start to be active. They need to get back control over their life, to start again, cook for themselves, to be able to take a shower independently, because many of them did not take any shower in captivity, to start. And you know what we see? Some of them come here and help us now with the efforts to release those hostages. And that's very helpful for them to be active and to feel that they can contribute to others.
Dr. Hagai Levine, thank you so much for your time this morning and for everything you're doing to help people and to help us understand what some of these released hostages are going through.
It's very helpful, the media attention and the word support. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now let's go to Washington, where it is expected to be another eventful week for lawmakers, just days after becoming the 6th member of the House of Representatives ever to be expelled. Former Congressman George Santos is threatening to file ethics complaints against several lawmakers, both Republicans and Democrats.
With Santos out, Republicans have an even smaller majority in the House now, but could still vote to authorize an impeachment inquiry into President Biden as early as this week. Let's bring in NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba. Good morning to both of you.
Yeah, good morning, Ali. Let's start with you. What exactly is Santos alleging? What happens if he does file these ethics complaints?
Yeah, look, he's gone, but desperate to not be forgotten here, guys, because Santos on his way out the door is now trying to make good on some of the threats that he made when he was still in office. You might remember that right after Thanksgiving, Santos took to Twitter, or now known as X, once again, to try to level a bunch of claims without names to them about frauds and other things that his colleagues were doing in office. Now, on his way out the door and after being expelled, he's targeting some of those lawmakers that actually went against him. People in the New York delegation, for example, like Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis, Congressman Mike Lawler, Congressman Nick LaLota. And then he's also looking over state lines in New Jersey at Congressman Rob Menendez. All of these lawmakers saying that they're not taking this seriously. But look, the way it works is that anyone can refer a complaint to the Office of Congressional Ethics. They may or may not take it up, but clearly Santos is trying to avail himself of that after his colleagues kicked him to the curb.
So, Ali, we know a special election will be held to fill Santos's seat to make sure another name is put on that office door. When's that probably going to happen? What's that election going to look like?
Look, it has to happen soon, but that still means that it's a few months away from having a new name on the door of that office there. The field that's starting to coalesce, though, is pretty interesting, especially because you already had Republicans and Democrats vying for this seat, including the person who previously had held it. That's going to be a contested race, but one potential entry over the weekend is certainly turning some heads up on Capitol Hill. It's someone that Santos himself knows quite well because this is someone who worked for him in Congress. Senator Vish Burra is trying to now succeed his former boss for this congressional seat. It's not maybe not official yet, but certainly he's stoking the embers of what could be a run. And Santos himself on X interacted with one of Burra's tweets about this, seemingly being supportive, but we'll see down the road what this field actually looks like.
Monica, let's bring you in here and now talk about one of the other big stories shaping up for this week on the Hill. GOP efforts to impeach President Biden over the weekend. House Speaker Mike Johnson said he believes there are enough votes to launch an impeachment inquiry. Walk us through exactly what that looks like, how it's different than a full-scale impeachment effort, and how we got here.
I remember, Savannah and Joe, a couple of months ago, it was then House Speaker Kevin McCarthy who announced that this process was going to start taking place. And there were a lot of questions, though, about whether there would be votes to support formalizing it. And that's what we're now talking about here, potentially happening in the coming weeks. At the time, back in September, it did not seem that there were enough Republican members who could vote to support a formal impeachment inquiry, but that kicked off the proceedings nevertheless, which means that these GOP-led committees can begin their work of issuing some subpoena requests, of doing some of their investigation. But we also know now that Speaker Johnson is signaling this at a time, he says, where during the Thanksgiving break, members went home to their districts. He argues that that is what they were hearing about, that people, constituents have questions about this, and that is why he is trying to make this point that now it could be heading toward a vote, though, as you guys just talked about, the Republican majority continues to become slimmer and slimmer. So again, questions there, as other Republicans have indicated at this time that they don't know whether there is the evidence to continue on this path. But clearly this is something that they want to do heading into the critical 2024 election year.
And quickly, Monica, what's the White House saying about these impeachment efforts?
Well, they've responded to this now also for weeks, calling them politically motivated and baseless. And what the White House in a statement over the weekend is really trying to point to here is the fact that Speaker Johnson himself reportedly behind closed doors was telling Republicans, was telling his own conference a couple of weeks ago that he wasn't sure the evidence was there yet. But again, they're trying to continue to pursue this path to see if they can potentially uncover any other evidence. But as the White House has pointed to repeatedly, there's nothing that's come to light so far that has implicated the president in any wrongdoing in terms of these potential business dealings.
Monica Alba, Ali Vitale, thank you both so much.
It was a busy weekend in Iowa for the leading Republican candidates for president.
Former President Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis spent time campaigning across the state, meeting with voters ahead of next month's first presidential contest.
For the latest, let's bring in NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good to have you with us. So Ron DeSantis announced he has campaigned in all 99 counties in Iowa. That's a staple of state politics there. On the flip side, you have former President Trump. He's held events in just 13 counties, yet still holds that huge lead, according to polls. So give us a recap of what we saw over the weekend between those two rivals.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Look, if you're one of the candidates, you would much rather have Donald Trump's position in the polls and have visited 13 counties versus Ron DeSantis' position in the polls, trailing Trump by 30-plus points in Iowa and more nationally. And having visited every county. What we saw this week, though, was Ron DeSantis finished that 99-county tour after months of campaigning across the state. The good news for him is he's out there telling people that he's going to outwork everybody else. I think the way that he put it is, if I'm willing to do this, that shows you that I would be a servant, not a ruler. Finished up in Jasper County, just east of Des Moines. And then you had Trump this week in Cedar Rapids doing a commit to caucus event, trying to rally his faithful, telling them that this race is not over. And, of course, doing the one thing that Republicans care the most about right now, which is bashing Joe Biden and trying to communicate to them that he would be the best candidate to take on the current president.
So, John, as we're referencing DeSantis and the rest of the Republican field, I mean, they've continued to trail in the polls by a wide margin, not really changing too much here. Nothing super of note. An NBC News Des Moines Register media comp poll in October showed Trump with a 27-point lead in Iowa. What do you think happens from those falling behind if that lead continues following the caucus? Does the field start to narrow?
It's a great question, Savannah. And through the magic of television, I think we can see what Ron DeSantis had to say yesterday on Meet the Press. But basically, what these candidates are saying is that while Iowa is important, you're going to be able to keep going if you're one of those candidates and you lose. What DeSantis was saying was, of course, that candidates have won the nomination, like Donald Trump, for example, in 2016, without having won Iowa.
Let's listen to what DeSantis had to say.
You don't come in at least second. Would you then drop out of the race? How critical is Iowa?
Well, we're going to win the caucus. We're doing everything that we need to do it.
But what if you don't, Governor?
Support.
What if you don't?
And I've said from the beginning, we're going to win. We're going to win the caucus. But even apart from that, there have been people that have won Iowa and not won the nomination, and vice versa.
Yeah, and the big difference there, guys, between people who lose Iowa and then go on to win the nomination is usually they are the candidate who is leading the field nationally. There's a clear reason that they might be able to come back because they have support in places other than Iowa. You do not see that right now with Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, the folks who are basically running very neck and neck for that second position distantly behind Trump.
Yeah, also noteworthy there, Nikki Haley tied with Ron DeSantis right now in that poll. John, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Well, showers continue to soak the Northwest. For more, let's get a check on your morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is with us this morning. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning. Great to see you. Happy Monday. And yeah, the West is being soaked week after week. We're on to our third week here with an atmospheric river event, and we're going to see a strong one move on shore today. So it's sort of like a parade of storms, and it's coming from the Gulf of Alaska. So we're pulling from some warmer air. That's going to cause some snow melt as well. So we do have some alerts in place. We have flood watches. That is in the green for Seattle, Eugene, down in Medford. Spokane also. We also have some winter storm warnings. We have some winter weather advisories because we do still expect some snow in the highest elevations of the mountains of the Rockies. As we go throughout time here, this is what radar looks like. So we're getting a little bit of a break throughout the day today. It's going to pick up in intensity once again tonight, but you can see that kind of coming on shore. Already starting to see some heavier rain where you see those brighter colors in portions of Idaho as well. Seeing the snow as well. That's in the blue here. So we're going to see some snow. We're going to see a mixture, and we're also going to see that rain falling. And we could see up to 11 inches of rain in some spots. That is a lot of rain. In addition to that, we're looking at wind alerts. So we're looking at high wind warnings. Winds could gust up to 65 miles per hour at times. Also a high wind watch throughout the area as well. This is what it's going to look like as we go throughout the next several days. We have an area of low pressure that's going to bring the heavy rain once again. It's going to target Washington today, but really the Northwest has been soaked over and over again the past couple of weeks. We're going to see relentless rain tomorrow. Notice that plume of moisture. It's really like a river in the sky, just bringing all that rain. So when you see those dark colors, that means we're going to see heavy rain. That's going to lead to flash flooding, urban flooding, river flooding, stream flooding, and it could bring some the threat of avalanches and also some snow melt. Now take a look at some of these totals. The Olympics, 8 to 11 inches along the coast. This is a lot too, 2 to 6, even more locally higher amounts, and that's where you see those darker colors. And the Cascade Mountains, the highest points, will see up to 9 inches of rain over the next several days. These alerts stay in place through Thursday. Now, as we head towards the Northeast, we're looking at winter alerts throughout portions of the interior parts of the Northeast and also New England. This is going to wrap up today, but some spots in northern New England could pick up 4 to 8 inches of rain.
Wow.
So winter is here.
No kidding.
Yesterday here, it was just rain, 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 rain all day.
I loved it. Am I weird?
No, I didn't mind it.
I didn't brush my hair.
It was misty. It was just like this mist everywhere.
I didn't brush my hair or teeth.
I was like, great. I was like, oh gosh, 8 p.m. Better do that.
Sure. A little bit.
Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, a high-profile dispute set to go before the Supreme Court involving the maker of OxyContin. We're going to break down the case and how it could impact thousands of lawsuits over the deadly opioid crisis.
Up first, though, world leaders getting candid about climate change. After the break, we will take you to Dubai, where this year's big COP28 summit is underway. This is Morning News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to repair.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
We're back now with international headlines. Several climbers are dead after a volcanic eruption in Indonesia.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has the details on that, as well as other headlines from around the world. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. It was a furious eruption over the weekend. Well, so far, the bodies of at least 11 climbers have been recovered, but several others are still missing. Now, you can see the smoke and ash spewing as high as almost 10,000 feet into the sky. The toxic volcanic ash now covers nearby villages and towns. There were about 75 hikers in that area when the eruption happened. Most were safely evacuated, but some suffered burns. Mount Merapi is one of Indonesia's 127 active volcanoes. Now let's travel to Russia, where police carried out raids on LGBTQ venues. This comes in the heels of a landmark ruling by Russia's top court to ban what they're calling the, quote, international LGBTQ movement, sending waves of fear throughout the community. According to local news outlets, the raids took place late Friday in at least 3 venues in Moscow. Eyewitnesses say security stopped the music and even photographed passports. And we end this short tour of the world in my corner of the world, Italy. The 12th century Garisenda Tower in the city of Bologna is known for its lazy lean. But now authorities are worried it could collapse. The city council is calling the situation highly critical. They've even started constructing a 16-foot-high barrier to protect surrounding buildings and even people, just in case it actually falls. So the barrier project, which is set to finish next year, is estimated to cost nearly $5 million. The Garisenda is one of 2 landmark towers in the city, and its lean has actually been an issue since it was first built. Well, now, I know what you're thinking about. Well, wasn't the Leaning Tower in Pisa? Yes, but there is another one, as you can see, well, at least for now. Hopefully it won't collapse anytime soon.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Oh,
all right, Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, now let's get to the annual climate change conference that's continuing this week in Dubai.
Over the weekend, a landmark agreement to reduce methane emissions was reached by some of the world's largest oil companies. They pledged to improve their leaky methane systems by 2030.
CNBC's senior climate correspondent Diana Olick joins us now from the climate conference with the latest. Hey, Diana, good morning. Good to see you. So there's been a lot of skepticism about real progress being made at this conference because of where it's being held, a major oil-producing nation. So was this a surprise that this agreement was able to be met?
Yeah, and a real pleasant surprise at that, Savannah. 50 oil and gas firms, including ExxonMobil and Saudi Aramco, representing about 40% of global oil output. They pledged to cut methane emissions to nearly 0 by 2030 and to eliminate all operational greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. The inclusion of 29 national oil companies is what makes this both new and notable. Of course, there's already criticism that a pledge is one thing, but how do you enforce it? Well, I asked former BP CEO Bob Dudley, who was instrumental in the negotiations.
There's new satellite technologies out there that can monitor methane emissions from that level, aircraft, drones, ground sensors, and the companies will have to be accountable for providing the data from that. It's going to be very hard to hide, because if you look at satellites, for example, there will be nowhere to hide.
Now, this is important because methane is 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide and is incredibly powerful at trapping heat. Joe and Savannah.
So, Diana, the COP28 president is facing some backlash from activists at the summit over previous comments he made about phasing out fossil fuels. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Sultan Al-Jaber, the CEO of ADNOC, the state-run oil company, and head of COP, had a heated argument in a live online event over the weekend where he said there is, quote, no science indicating that a phase-out of fossil fuels is needed to restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. He also said a phase-out of fossil fuels would not allow sustainable development, quote, unless you want to take the world back into caves. That was not well received here by a lot of the climate folks.
And Diana, quickly before we let you go, finance. It's taken center stage today. How are banks, investors, how are they part of this conversation and ultimately a transition here to clean energy and tech?
Well, it's just a massive opportunity because there are literally trillions of dollars at stake. So I spoke with Citi's head of corporate banking about the billions in pledges we've seen from governments in these first days of the COP.
We're encouraged to see commitments from governments, from developmental financial institutions, multilaterals, et cetera. Those are important. But where I think the real change is going to come from is sort of private sector innovation, the need to mobilize lots of capital to help companies and sovereign entities develop new sources of energy in particular. The amounts required there are staggering.
And he says that's just an enormous opportunity for Citi and its clients. So he and others like him are at the COP to find out how those clients are planning to play in the energy transition and how they'll look to the banks and capital markets to help them finance that. Back to you guys.
Right, Diana Olick from Dubai for us. Thank you so much. Well, coming up, a suspected serial killer set to face a judge in Southern California.
Up next, the controversial technology used to track that suspect down. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this. The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Jared Joseph Powell, the Los Angeles man accused of shooting 3 homeless people as they slept last week, will make his first court appearance later this morning. This comes as we are learning more about how police use controversial technology to track Powell. Here's NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin with the details.
This is an automated license plate reader, similar to the one responsible for capturing a suspected serial killer.
I'm grateful that this suspect in this case is in custody.
Police say 33-year-old Jared Powell murdered 4 men in 4 days, a Los Angeles County worker and 3 homeless men.
We know there's controversy out there about the usage of this system. If we did not enter that plate into the system, this individual that we believe is responsible for at least 4 murders may have been out there and reoffended.
Here's how the technology works. Investigators enter a license plate number into the system. If that vehicle passes a license plate reader like this, it pings, alerting police. That's what happened Thursday when Powell's car entered Beverly Hills. This isn't broad surveillance. You don't have everyone's license plate number in the system, do you?
No, it doesn't work like that. That alerts on something that an officer put into the database, which tells them this vehicle's wanted.
By 2019, a state audit found 230 California law enforcement agencies were using an ALPR system. San Jose just installed more readers, but this year, the city council in Coachella rejected a plan to add cameras to their city. Civil liberties groups have long raised privacy concerns and feared the technology could be abused.
Given the hazard of political spying with these kinds of high-tech surveillance technologies, it is very important that there be strict safeguards, including rapid deletion of the information that has been collected and limits on when it can be shared.
Beverly Hills police say they delete footage after 13 months, and the technology helps them track only specific suspects.
What it does is allow us to stop the right person in the right vehicle. And again, I call that precision policing.
Dana Griffin, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Today, the U.S. Supreme Court will hear arguments in a case involving drug manufacturer Purdue Pharma, the maker of the highly addictive painkiller OxyContin.
One law expert called this the biggest bankruptcy case the court has seen in decades and would protect the company and the Sackler family that once controlled the company from any civil lawsuits for its role in the deadly opioid crisis.
NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with a preview. Ken, good morning. So this case is Harrington versus Purdue Pharma. Explain to us what's being argued here and how this case made its way to the Supreme Court.
Good morning, Joe and Savannah. That's right. Purdue Pharma and the Sackler family that founded it and ran it are widely considered to be some of the arch villains of the opioid crisis that is still killing tens of thousands of Americans a year. This powerful drug, OxyContin, was crushed. It was a time-release drug that could produce a euphoric high, and it was widely abused and fueled opioid addiction. And this company twice pleaded guilty to criminal charges related to deceptive marketing. And finally, in 2020, involving some civil lawsuits and the criminal charges, the company and the family reached a massive settlement deal where the family was going to turn over $6 billion to a group of plaintiffs and states and individuals, the Sackler family itself, and the company. Now, what's at issue here is the company shielded itself through bankruptcy, and therefore, under the terms of this deal, it would be immune from future claims if it paid this money. So would the Sackler family, but the catch is the Sackler family never actually had to file for bankruptcy, and they get to keep a large amount of their billions of dollars in fortune. And so the U.S. trustee, an element of the Justice Department that regulates and governs the bankruptcy system, opposed this settlement. It was knocked out in the courts, and now it's found its way to the Supreme Court. And the question here really is, can a group of individuals shield themselves under the bankruptcy process without actually declaring for bankruptcy, guys?
So how would this settlement help people impacted by the opioid crisis?
So that's the rub, right? A lot of people involved in this settlement, state governments, attorney generals, individual plaintiffs, really want this thing to go forward because it's billions of dollars that would go to opioid treatment and advertisements to promote awareness and all kinds of programs similar to what we saw with the tobacco settlement. And all of that is on hold while this case winds its way through the courts. And if the Supreme Court knocks this out, they're back to the drawing board here, and they may never reach a settlement for years, which means a lot of people won't see that money, guys.
Yeah, following up on that, Ken, we don't know yet how the court will rule, but what are some of the potential ramifications once we do get a decision?
Right. Well, not only are there ramifications for the opioid crisis and whether folks get this money, Joe, there are obviously huge ramifications for the bankruptcy system, but there are also implications for other mass tort settlements. For example, the Boy Scouts of America, the Catholic Church, they availed themselves of this provision in the bankruptcy law under settlements involving mass sex abuse in those institutions. And so they're concerned that those deals will unravel if the Supreme Court knocks this provision out, and it has implications for other mass tort cases that are pending right now in the court. So this is about as big as it gets in front of the Supreme Court.
All right, Ken Delaney, and we know you'll keep an eye on it. Thank you so much. Coming up, a major merger involving two big airlines.
When we come back, Alaska Airlines' $2 billion agreement to buy Hawaiian Airlines, but why it isn't a done deal quite yet. This is Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Really, a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand of the elections.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Back now with some financial headlines. Wheels are up, and so are the dollar signs in a new billion-dollar deal for Alaska Airlines.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has the latest on that and other money news. Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You know, we like to talk about merger Mondays. Alaska Airlines has stuck a deal to merge with Hawaiian Airlines for nearly $2 billion. This will be the second largest U.S. airline merger in just over a year. It's expected to face close scrutiny, though, from regulators. They've been wary of mergers between small airlines, despite the fact that 80% of the market belongs to the big guys, United, American, Delta, and Southwest. Now, this tie-up with Hawaiian would give Alaska control of more than 50% of the market for flights to Hawaii. Walmart is the latest big company to stop advertising on X, formerly known as Twitter. The retail giant says the halt is not because of a change in its ad policies, but about how well those spots have actually performed on the social media platform. Walmart says it largely stopped buying ads in October before Elon Musk commented on an anti-Semitic post, and Media Matters reported X placed ads for certain companies next to posts supporting Nazis. Walmart's final ads ran just before Thanksgiving. And Americans plan to increase the amount of tips they give to service providers, such as housekeepers, mail carriers, during the holidays this year. A new survey from Bankrate finds that about 15% plan to tip more. 13% say they'll actually tip less. That leaves about 44% who pretty much are going to say the same as last year, and 1 in 4 who didn't tip last year and say they don't plan to this year. Just 5% are still undecided. The average tip for a housekeeper for childcare or childcare provider will be about $50, about $40 for landscapers, $25 for teachers and trash collectors, and $20 for your neighborhood mail carrier. I have to say, I never tipped my mail carrier. I mean, you know, I'll leave cookies for them. But
I think, too, in New York, it's hard.
It's hard because you got to catch them.
Yeah, you don't really interface with them the way you might, you know, in a neighborhood or something. Yeah.
But
all right.
One more thing to add to the holiday
there you
list
go.
this
I know.
month.
Happy holidays, Bertha. Thank you. Well, coming up, she's putting the B in Blockbuster. That's right. Beyonce's new concert film is officially a box office hit. More on the movie that has the Beehive buzzing.
Plus, one last kiss. They've rocked and rolled all night and partied every day for decades. Now, rock band Kiss says that they finally officially played their final show. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We're back with a box office weekend fit for a queen bee, that is. Beyonce's hit concert movie Renaissance, a film by Beyonce, raked in $21 million nationally. It beat expectations by becoming the first film in 2 decades to open with more than $20 million on the weekend after Thanksgiving. Beyonce wrote, directed, and produced the film and will take home 50% of box office earnings, not too shabby, adding to the already impressive $579 million the Renaissance tour has already earned, and a great opportunity for folks who maybe didn't get to see the concert in person to take it all in the theater too.
That's me, and I cannot wait to see it. I'm definitely going to. Are you going to?
Yes, I will at some
I
point.
can't wait. All right, thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Well, finally this hour, the legendary rock group Kiss has taken their final bow after nearly half a century of rocking out to crowds all around the world. Well, over the weekend, the band ended their long run together with a final show at Madison Square Garden, just blocks away from where they first started, actually. NBC News correspondent George Solis has more on their final Kiss goodbye.
It's a declaration rock legends Kiss have made for nearly 50 years, rocking out night after night with their legion of fans known as the Kiss Army. But Saturday in New York, the Rock and Roll Hall of Famers relinquishing that title in the final show of their farewell tour. Original members Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley, together on stage at Madison Square Garden, just 10 blocks from where the band first started. The Empire State Building even lighting up for the occasion.
Only in New York City can 4 guys off the streets of New York have a dream of putting together the band they always wanted to see on stage.
Known for their on-stage antics, signature leather garments, and iconic grease face paint, the band is considered one of rock's most influential bands, selling more than 100 million albums worldwide. Over the years, the lineup changed. In 1980, drummer Peter Criss left the band. 2 years later, guitarist Ace Frehley left to pursue a solo career. Some fans wonder if this truly is the end for Kiss. After all, the band called it quits more than 20 years ago, but others confident this time there will be no encore.
I panicked, bought a ticket about 3 weeks ago. I spent about $550, but, I just had to be here.
But one thing is certain, their legacy and their message will continue to reverberate long after they're gone.
Wanna rock and roll all night. Come on, party every day.
George Solis, NBC News.
Pretty cool.
Very cool. We'll see.
Yeah, you
right?
never know. I mean, we hear it all the time.
Yeah, we
and
do.
then those artists,
Musicians,
they just got to keep
athletes,
performing.
Yeah, and they just keep coming back. Very cool to see.
When I retire, I'm done. I'm just letting you know that right now. All
No
right.
fake outs.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Right now on Morning News Now, new fears the war between Israel and Hamas could be expanding. A U.S. ship shot down multiple drones in the Red Sea after attacks on 3 civilian ships in the area. Where the attacks came from and how the U.S. government is responding. Well, in Gaza, the Israeli military confirms it's now operating in the southern part of the Strip. With civilians who fled to the south now being asked to evacuate again, many say there's nowhere safe to go. We'll have the latest from the ground. Plus, officials in Arizona say they're shutting down a border crossing to deal with the overwhelming number of migrants coming into the U.S. The trend officials say is causing the closure, and why Texas's governor says he's taking his own legal battle at the border all the way to the Supreme Court. And a new shocking report about air traffic controllers, some allegedly showing up drunk or high to work, with others even falling asleep on the job. We're digging into the new findings and how the FAA is responding as we enter the busy holiday travel season. Good to have you with us. We're going to start this hour with new developments in the attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea. The U.S. military says the USS Carney warship shot down 2 attack drones that were heading toward it.
It's believed the attacks were launched by Iranian-backed rebels in Yemen who are trying to prevent ships from headed to Israel and nations that support Israel from traveling through the Red Sea. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Fingers pointed at Iran again this morning after a U.S. warship reported hour after hour of missiles and drones in the strategically and commercially critical Red Sea. U.S. Central Command saying there's every reason to believe the attacks are fully enabled by Iran. This morning, renewed fears of a wider escalation of the war by Iran-backed militants. A sustained attack, reportedly over 7 hours, on shipping in the Red Sea, and an American destroyer, the USS Carney, drawn into the fighting. In a video address, Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen claiming responsibility for some of the attacks, saying it was a response to the war. U.S. Central Command says 3 ships connected to 14 nations were involved. The Carney detecting threats to the other vessels and responding, shooting down 3 drones, including one headed in its direction. It's unclear if the American ship was a direct target, but 3 commercial vessels were hit, some sustaining limited damage. Last month, Houthi rebels posted an edited video, faces blurred, seizing an Israeli-owned ship. The threat to crucial commercial shipping in the Red Sea is just one strand of the spiraling tension in the region. For more than a month, U.S. forces in Syria and Iraq have faced drone and rocket attacks by Iran-backed militia.
Iran is capable of escalating the conflict, put pressure on both the Israelis and the United States.
Iran's foreign minister meeting his counterpart from Oman over the weekend, declaring the U.S. must bear the consequences of the genocide and war crimes in Gaza and the West Bank. Meanwhile, 3 defense officials telling NBC News the U.S. military struck a drone stage site in Iraq. They say 5 individuals were preparing an attack. Some were killed. Responding to accusations of genocide, last month, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said what Hamas wants is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. Meanwhile, Savannah, this morning, Turkey, an ally of the U.S., its president, aiming more fury at Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All right, Keir Simmons, thank you so much.
Israeli Defense Forces are issuing evacuation orders for people living in southern Gaza as negotiations for a new ceasefire with Hamas leaders have broken down. It comes as bombardments across all of Gaza intensify. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Israel.
The chief of staff of the Israeli military said overnight that operations are now beginning and clearly intensifying in southern Gaza, and that they would be just as powerful as they have been up until now in northern Gaza.
Israel is now focusing its military campaign in southern Gaza, where many Hamas leaders and fighters are believed to have fled. Israel has dropped leaflets with maps dividing the Gaza Strip into a grid and has been telling Palestinians to move from one quadrant to another for their safety. But so far, Gazans don't seem to understand the maps, don't have internet connections to read the QR code, or simply aren't listening. Gazans complain they've been corralled into the south and are now under attack. The Biden administration has urged Israel to be more precise. A senior U.S. military official tells NBC News he was taken aback by the ferocity of Israel's renewed campaign that has seen Israel attack apartment buildings.
The United States urged publicly, repeatedly, Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties. Do you think, are you listening to that? Have you taken that on board?
Absolutely. We're very attentive to the administration, and from a military to military perspective, we are constantly engaging with our American counterparts. There is no fairy godmother that will make Hamas disappear.
In the southern city of Rafah, our crew followed volunteers digging through the night at a home they say was hit by an Israeli strike. They find a few survivors and at least 14 bodies. Rafah is on the Egyptian border. Gazans can't go any further south than here. Nearby, Hanan Bayuk and her husband Fatih live with 5 other families. When she was pregnant with triplets, Israel allowed Hanan to leave Gaza to give birth in Jerusalem. But when her permit expired, she had to go home just before Hamas attacked and Gaza was completely sealed off. We found her babies at a hospital in East Jerusalem. Doctors tell us they're developing well. We managed to connect Hana and her husband Fatih on a video call for a precious peek.
Sabah al-khair, sabah al-khair.
Just as Najwa was waking up. The war separated us. As a mother, I wish I could hug my girls, Hanan says.
At the moment, there seems to be little hope for a ceasefire, with Hamas saying it will not release more hostages as long as the military offensive continues. Israel saying it will continue the offensive unless Hamas releases hostages.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs joins us now with more on these latest developments. Hi, Colonel. Always great to have you. So Bernie Sanders and other Democratic senators, they're starting to say they are done what they're calling asking nicely for Israel to do more to reduce civilian casualties in Gaza. They say they must adopt more effective measures to protect civilian life in order to receive U.S. aid. Other Democrats, though, don't want to set guidelines on aid. But what do you think about that? Is placing conditions on military aid an effective way to get results, especially on something like this, protecting civilians?
Well, there have been calls before and in previous wars as well in the area for strictures on the distribution of ammunition and other support to Israel. I think we're inured to the notion of the Six-Day War, when Israel in extremely short order ran over its attackers and secured a victory. And the perception that this kind of war in particular, in an urban area with the enemy in revetments and with civilian casualties mounting, but the enemy, Hamas, using civilians as shields, the perception that this can be a surgical military operation. That doesn't happen in real life, particularly in urban terrain. It's going to be extremely difficult not to have civilian casualties. When there's such a concentration of civilians in the battle area, we've seen this before in all wars, and it's not going to change now. What will happen is probably that Hamas will agree to some sort of ceasefire, because that works to their tremendous advantage, Savannah.
So let's look specifically here at Israel trying to create these safe zones for the next phase of the war with the goal to protect innocent civilian lives. But what is the strategy when Hamas fighters position themselves in these safe zones?
Well, I mean, the tactics are going to remain the same. The Israeli Defense Force is going to have to go house to house, street to street, block to block. What's really significant here is something that Richard mentioned, and that is that the southern border with Egypt is closed. Egypt does not want the Palestinians inside Egypt, which is why the border is closed. Egypt does not have any refugee camps, and it's difficult to envision how that would be engineered, even if they did have refugee camps. So the Gazans are stuck south of between the Wadi on the one hand and the southern border of Gaza on the other. And as long as Arab nations do not take Palestinians in, particularly Egypt, you're going to see a greater concentration of Gazans in the southern part, in specific areas, southern part of Gaza, which will make their plight even more difficult, Joe.
Let's talk about the negotiations in terms of hostages and a ceasefire. Talks have broken down. Israeli officials withdrew from those negotiations. Now Qatar and the U.S. are working to try to negotiate another ceasefire. But is there any hope really here? I mean, we just heard Richard Engel say that there's little hope. What do you think about that they will get back to the negotiating table? Is it too far gone?
Well, if you start with the assumption that Hamas would really like to have a ceasefire, and quite frankly, so would the Israeli Defense Force, one's expectation is that there is liable to be a ceasefire. Whether or not it's going to come soon is a different story altogether. But Qatar has been doing the job of negotiating between the two sides. And since particularly Hamas would like to see a ceasefire, because that works to their great both tactical and strategic advantage, there is a possibility you might have a ceasefire soon. What broke down before was Hamas's refusal to release the names of the people it was going to, the hostages it was going to release, and that's why they broke down. If Qatar can renegotiate and get those lists done, there's liable to be a ceasefire one of these days soon.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, we appreciate your time this morning.
Sure.
Now to Capitol Hill, where recently expelled Congressman George Santos is vowing to file ethics complaints against some of his former colleagues. This as House Republicans move toward a vote on a formal impeachment inquiry of President Biden. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the latest from Washington. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And there's no doubt the George Santos scandal was a major distraction for lawmakers on Capitol Hill. And the fallout from his short time in office continues at a time when Congress has a lot to get done. George Santos may be gone. Congressman, what do you say to your constituents? But he isn't going away quietly.
Gotta get out of my way.
The man who last week became only the 6th member of the House of Representatives to be expelled says he plans to file ethics complaints against his ex-colleagues that led the charge to get him out. Among them, Staten Island's Nicole Maliotakis.
We know that George Santos is a serial liar. I mean, he's obviously scorned since being expelled.
It's unlikely those complaints go anywhere. But the vote that led to his removal revealed deep divisions within the GOP ahead of a busy sprint to the end of the year, where Congress is hoping to pass several important pieces of legislation, including aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, as well as a border security package. Those negotiations are making little progress. So instead, House leadership is focusing on something else.
We have a duty to pursue the facts where they lead.
The impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden is already well underway, with Republicans accusing the president and his family of corrupt business deals. But so far, they've produced no hard evidence to back up their claims. For his part, the president has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. That inquiry was launched without a vote under former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. But now Republicans are having trouble enforcing high-profile subpoenas of witnesses like the president's son, Hunter Biden. They acknowledge a formal vote would help move that forward.
A formal impeachment inquiry vote on the floor will allow us to take it to the next necessary step, and I think it's something we have to do at this juncture.
The move to formalize impeachment comes as the right-wing members in Speaker Mike Johnson's ranks are getting increasingly antsy. His leadership is not conservative enough. And the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that he plans to put a supplemental aid package on the floor, and it could happen as soon as this week. But if it does not include a border package that some Republicans can support, it likely cannot pass. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you.
And now to the headlines coming from the southern border. U.S. officials say they are temporarily closing a port of entry in Arizona today because of an overwhelming number of migrants coming into the country from there. And in Texas, state leaders are voicing their frustration after a number of court rulings dealt a blow to their legal fight over using barbed wire and river buoys to keep people out. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from the border near Eagle Pass, Texas. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And amid that legal back and forth with Texas and the Biden administration, the number of migrants coming across at the U.S. southern border is simply undeniable. And now with crossings closed both here in Eagle Pass and also Arizona, the biggest question of all, what will it take to stop this new surge of migrants? This morning, Texas and Arizona feeling the brunt of what authorities are calling a new border migration trend.
The numbers are increasing. They really are.
New groups of migrants arriving so rapidly, federal authorities are temporarily closing the remote Lukeville port of entry in Arizona. The Border Patrol there reporting more than 17,000 arrests in just the last week. And those numbers rising as temperatures drop, leaving migrant men, women, and children in perilous conditions. Tatiana Vera from Ecuador sharing she could barely sleep during the frigid desert night. Meanwhile, in Texas, migrants facing another danger. A number of people struggling to cross the Rio Grande had to be rescued as the debate over state rights on the river rages on. A U.S. appeals court ordering Texas Governor Greg Abbott to remove the 1,000-foot floating buoy barrier installed to keep migrants from crossing. The governor calling the ruling clearly wrong, promising to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Another federal judge also denying Texas the ability to block federal border agents from cutting through state-installed razor wire. The ruling coming amid reports migrants became trapped while trying to cross. And it's not just southern states coping with the influx. Chicago released its latest numbers Sunday, reporting over 13,000 migrants in 26 active shelters. The city building temporary shelters to protect even more from wintry weather.
Now, it's an international crisis that I inherited. And so the work, of course, is ongoing. Winter's coming fast.
And right now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he does plan to appeal both of those court rulings. Meanwhile, in Arizona, both state senators and the governor have criticized the Biden administration, saying that the temporary closure is unacceptable, and they're now demanding a better solution. Savannah?
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
Time for your Morning News Now weather and a look at this week's forecast.
Which means that Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. And the biggest weather will be in the Pacific Northwest. We have a series of storms. It's a parade of storms moving on shore. We've seen this week after week, and we're going to see it all week long. And we're going to see rainfall totals near a foot in some spots. So staying active in the west. We're quiet in the middle of the country, well above normal as we head towards the south central states. The northern plains, you're chilly there. We have a little clipper system moving through. That's going to bring the chance of some snow. We also have some lingering snow showers in portions of New England. That's going to wrap up as we head throughout the later part of today. And we do have some rain showers in the interior parts of the Northeast. Could see some rain showers and also some snow showers in the higher elevations of the Appalachians. As we move towards Wednesday, still quiet in the middle of the country. Record warmed into the northern plains. We're really chilly there today. We're looking at temperatures in the 30s, right around the freezing mark in some spots. But we're going to warm it up by Wednesday. Same story in the south central states, the central plains as well. Lots of sunshine, too, in the south central states. That flood risk does continue continue in portions of the Pacific Northwest. We're going to see the chance for avalanches, some snow melt, and that heavy rainfall, and then higher mountain snow. Now, as we head towards the east, still quiet too, looking at the chance of some snow along the Appalachians once again on Wednesday. By Friday, widespread snow in portions of the Intermountain West, still wet in the west. We're looking at December warmth continuing throughout the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, the south central states, and into the Central Plains. And then once again, we're going to see some rain and snow in parts of New England. That's Friday. Now, taking a look at the storm in the Pacific Northwest, we have flood alerts all along the west coast. We're looking at Washington, Oregon, and portions of Northern California. 9 million people at risk. And notice some of these alerts will stay in place into Thursday because we're going to see this storm system, series of storms moving onshore. So Seattle, Portland, Eugene could see some really gusty winds today, some heavy rainfall. And then we're looking at the chance of some higher elevation snow. Now, that snow level is pretty high today. So the bad news with that is we have warmer air in place. That's going to melt some of the snow in place, and that's going to add to some of the flooding. Winter alerts, we have winter weather advisories. We have some winter storm warnings. That includes Saratoga. And then some on top of that, we have wind alerts. We're going to see winds gusting up to 65 miles per hour. Where you see that purple, that is a high wind warning. So the parade of storms continuing. It has a whole lot of moisture. We're looking at really bright colors on this futurecast. That's telling us that we're expecting a lot of rain and, again, could see up to 11 inches in some spots. That's going to prompt some flash flooding, some stream flooding, river flooding, and could bring the threat of some avalanches as well. And we'll end it here because this is kind of mind-boggling with these numbers. The Olympics, 8 to 11 inches, right? The coast 2 to 6. And this is on top of what they've got last week and the week before.
Wow, that's a lot of rain. And it's still so warm that it's not snow up there, it's just rain.
And that's the problem. So the levels are going too high, and now we're getting the avalanche because we're getting the snow melt, so it's a mess.
Tough situation, right? Yeah. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, coming up, a terror investigation is underway in Paris after a deadly attack feet away from the Eiffel Tower.
What we know about the suspect and security concerns as the city prepares to host next year's Summer Olympics.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the man with everything.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it.
We're back with new developments on that fatal stabbing near the Eiffel Tower in Paris over the weekend. One person was killed and at least 2 others were injured in the attack.
Now this morning, French authorities are investigating the attack as a possible act of terrorism.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us with the latest. So Josh, what can you tell us about the attack, and is the suspect someone who was on the radar of French authorities?
Hey, good morning, Joe. He definitely was on their radar. In fact, last night, prosecutors laid out a long list of red flags in this suspect's background, including the fact that he had been previously imprisoned for 4 years for a previous planned terror attack that failed. He was put on a watch list after that. And since then, prosecutors say that he had maintained contact with jihadis, including some who had been responsible for other terror attacks in France. They also say that during this attack, he shouted Allah Akbar, God is great in Arabic, and then later told police that he was angry about the war in Gaza. He blamed France for being an accomplice of Israel. And so clearly there was a lot going on here. But they also say that this man had severe mental illness, Joe.
And what do we know about the victims at this point? I mean, we know one person is dead, 2 others injured. Did they appear to be specifically targeted?
No, this appears to have been completely random from what we know. That person who was killed was a German tourist. 2 others who were injured were hit by a hammer, including one in the head. And then there were 2 other people who were part of this attack who authorities say are now in a state of shock. But as far as we can tell, this was simply a random act of violence. They were not targeting anybody in particular. And that is one of the reasons why this is causing so much concern right now in Paris.
Yeah, and Josh, I mean, the attack comes as Paris prepares for the Summer Olympic Games next year. So we know security is going to be tight at the Olympics. Does this mean they're stepping up precautions in any way? What does this mean for security?
Well, interestingly, France was already at its highest level of national security alert following another attack that had occurred back in October in northern France, where a teacher was stabbed to death. And so there's not really a higher level of alert for them to go to. In fact, last night we heard from police saying this is kind of the new normal when it comes to security in France. They are on a permanent state of alert for terrorism, but they also say they are fully prepared to keep those Olympic Games next year safe.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much.
Let's get you more international news now, starting with new developments in that U.S. Osprey crash off the coast of Japan just last week. This morning, Air Force officials confirmed the wreckage has been recovered.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has details on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. That's right. The wreckage in the end was located during a joint U.S. and Japanese dive near Yakushima. Now, the crash happened last week on Wednesday when a CV-22 Osprey carrying 8 American crew members crashed during a training mission. Up until this point, the remains of only one of those crew members on board were found. Right now, there is an ongoing recovery effort underway. The identities of those found this morning have not been determined. Now to northern Tanzania, where heavy rain and severe flooding is causing deadly landslides. Local officials say at least 47 people are dead and dozens more injured. The fatal floods and torrential rains linked to El Niño have damaged homes and infrastructure. The flooding even washed away crops in parts of the country, impacting local livelihood. The area has seen some higher than usual rainfall, and Tanzania's meteorological agency warns that it's not over yet. Rains are predicted to continue this month. And we end this tour of the world back here in Italy with an eruption. Mount Etna is lighting up the sky. The Sicilian volcano is taking its title as Europe's most active volcano very seriously. It has been going off since the middle of November, sending hot lava high into the sky. So far, no injuries have been reported. Well, I guess, you know, with Christmas and New Year's Eve around the corner, because Mount Etna wanted to give us a bit of a fireworks display ahead of the time. Back to you
There
guys.
you go.
To blame the holidays. All right.
Yeah.
Claudia, thank you so much. Coming up, disturbing new allegations and questions about the safety of American air travel.
Yeah, we're digging into the new report claiming some air traffic controllers are falling asleep on the job, and that is not all. That story's up next.
We're
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night. All of the lights, all of the fun, all of us here, all of us one. The greatest party you ever did see. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad. I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House.
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Well, this morning, the nation's air traffic controllers are in the spotlight after a New York Times report highlighted overworked and exhausted controllers. Some claim that colleagues have even used drugs and alcohol, falling asleep sometimes on the job. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with more on this. Tom, I know you have been reporting for years about the shortage of controllers. What can you tell us now about new information in this report?
Yeah, that's right. So listen, air traffic controllers nationwide, they are understaffed and they're overworked. Mandatory overtime, 6-day weeks, 10-hour days, even as we hit record volume on passengers. There is a self-reporting mechanism that controllers can turn to report when they've made a mistake, maybe a close call. But now some controllers are reporting that they have self-medicated, substance abuse, even falling asleep on the job. It's a high-stakes, high-pressure job. And 2023 has been a year of close calls involving both pilot and controller error, including this one in Austin when a controller cleared a FedEx plane to land just as a Southwest plane was departing.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
One big problem, controller fatigue. 77% of air traffic control facilities are understaffed, leading to mandatory overtime. Medical issues forced Neil Burke to retire this year.
We're tired of working 6 days a week. We're tired of working 10-hour days.
NBC News has obtained internal FAA documents first reported by the New York Times, detailing controllers' own anonymous reporting of mistakes and exhaustion. Among the entries, many employees can be observed sleeping on the job. If I had not been fatigued, I may have been able to recognize the aircraft lined up for the incorrect runway sooner. And I pray no one dies due to controller fatigue. Also included isolated cases of controllers using alcohol and illegal drugs while on position. One claimed a colleague regularly smoked marijuana on break. Another said a controller bragged about making big money buzzed. But with more than 10,000 certified controllers on the job, the new FAA chief says substance abuse is very rare.
We monitor for drug and alcohol use very closely. We have robust reporting, and we follow up on every possible lead that comes in.
Still, both the FAA and controllers unions say overtime fatigue is real.
You're missing your home life. You're missing your kids' ball games and your spouse's events. And it does have an effect.
Controller Michelle Hager left last June.
That is not a sustainable lifestyle, to be working that hard at a job that requires so much mental focus at all times.
We're working every day to make sure that the system stays as safe as it has been for decades. We're not letting down our guard, and we're working that issue hard every day.
So despite hiring 1,400 controllers in 2023, guess what? Because of so many retirees, net, they've only got 8 more controllers than they did a year ago. There are that many people retiring, and they are well behind. It's going to take them years because right now they're behind by, depending on the numbers you look at, 1,500 to 3,000 controllers short, which means all those controllers will continue to work overtime. Guys, going into the holidays. Back to you.
Wow. Tom Costello, thank you very much.
We might have it easy here at 30 Rock with a perfect Christmas tree delivered right to our door every holiday season. But holiday shoppers across the country are feeling the impact of a growing Christmas tree shortage in recent years. One Chicago supplier says that they were hundreds of trees short this year compared with a normal season. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett takes a closer look at the shortage.
This was our 8 to 9 foot area over here. And they're all empty.
For 35 years, Ivy Speck has been spreading Christmas cheer, shipping in Christmas trees from a farm in North Carolina and selling them to the people of Chicago.
Those are all trees.
But this year, the tall trees her customers love didn't show up.
We order a couple thousand, and this year we were shorted probably 500 of those. 9 to 10 footers don't even exist anymore. 8 to 9s are where we got shorted. We never got any 9 to 10s. Couldn't even order them this year.
Most Americans' trees come from Oregon, North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Washington. But retailers like Ivy all across the country have faced a short supply the last several years.
People definitely want to cut their own tree, but we just can't grow them fast enough.
We open them up for the first weekend, and then pretty much by the end of that first weekend, we're closed.
Why is there such a tight supply this year?
The tight supply actually goes all the way back to 2008 and the recession. There was an oversupply of trees and growers were having a hard time selling them. And because of that, they didn't plant back as many trees.
This tree is about 7 feet tall, and that takes about 15 years to grow. So it was likely planted right around the time of the 2008 recession. Here, they sell for $200. That's double the national average of about $80 to $100 a tree.
Sellers had to adjust for an increase in pricing due to inflation. Nearly 7 in 10 growers say it's costing them 10% more to sell their trees this year.
They're a little bit more expensive, but with fuel costs and things like that, that's to be expected.
Trees in the past 5 years have went up, probably like doubled from the past. So, and we just have to bring that along over to the consumer.
And with less trees to choose from, Ivy says customers looking for the perfect one aren't happy.
Very upset, don't understand. They're walking out.
So you've been losing customers because you don't have enough trees.
Exactly, a lot of customers, and we're upset about that.
Even so, this year there's extra excitement for live trees over artificial, which are often cheaper.
The whole smell of the live tree in the house, it's unlike anything else. It's just Christmas.
20% of people surveyed are planning to buy a real Christmas tree for the first time. Experts say it's largely millennials like me, excited to decorate for the holiday.
Totally get that, as you can see with my tree already up.
Or young families looking to start new traditions with any tree, whether it's big or small.
Merry Christmas.
See you.
Maura Barrett, NBC News, Chicago.
Thanks to Maura for that report.
Happy holidays, Merry
Exactly.
Christmas. Coming up, as the year comes to a close, Time Magazine is preparing to name their Person of the Year.
We're going to take a look at who is on the short list. There's a very good hint right there. That's next.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivers.
All right, it just me too.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial news, starting with layoffs at Spotify.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has your money news for us this hour. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, never great to get a pink slip, especially tough during the holidays. Folks at Spotify bracing as the company has announced today that it will cut about 17% of its workforce, or about 1,500 jobs. It's the second major set of layoffs this year for the company. The music and podcast streaming service is citing higher costs for this latest move. Spotify did report a profit in its latest quarter. It was helped by price hikes and growth in subscribers. Gold prices continue to shine, briefly touching an all-time high today above $2,100 an ounce. The rally in the precious metal has been fueled by bets that the Federal Reserve is done hiking interest rates and could well start cutting rates as soon as next March. Lower rates have historically fed demand for investments like gold. Worries about a possible recession and other factors like countries moving away from the U.S. dollar have also boosted the appeal for gold. And shares of Virgin Galactic, well, they are tumbling today. The move coming after billionaire Richard Branson ruled out putting more money into the money-losing space travel company. Branson founded Virgin Galactic back in 2004. Tells the Financial Times that his business empire, well, just doesn't have the deepest pockets anymore after the pandemic, and Virgin Galactic should be able to make it on its own. Last month, the company said that it was actually cutting jobs and halting commercial flights for 18 months so that it could develop a larger craft to carry more passengers to the edge of space. So it turns out even some billionaires are tightening their belts a bit.
Yeah. Ooh, there you go. All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
We have a first look at the shortlist for Time's Person of the Year. Every year since 1927, Time has selected the man, woman, group, or concept that had the most influence on the world during the previous 12 months, for better or for worse. This morning, Today anchor Chanel Jones has a look at the top 9 names on Time's 2023 shortlist.
The shortlist for Time's Person of the Year begins with a trio of world leaders. First up, King Charles III.
God save the king!
His crowning moment came in May, after a decades-long wait for the throne, and at a moment of change for the UK monarchy.
I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set.
Russian President Vladimir Putin continued to wage war in Ukraine. now in its second year after the full-scale invasion, and Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is serving an unprecedented third term and solidifying his role as one of China's most powerful and controversial leaders. Next on the short list, 2023's biggest newsmakers. Sam Altman has made countless headlines in recent weeks for getting fired and swiftly rehired as CEO of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, which is leading the AI revolution. Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, also on the short list. Powell faced with the daunting task of managing record inflation here in the U.S. Next, the Trump prosecutors, the team that led the first ever indictment of a U.S. president in our nation's history. Trump is facing more than 90 charges across 4 separate cases. The short list now moves to Hollywood and the strikers that brought the entire industry to a standstill. Actors and screenwriters were on strike for most of the year before reaching a deal, pushing for better pay and working conditions. Also on the short list, Hollywood's newest It Girl.
Hi, Barbie.
The live-action movie was the highest-grossing film of the year, earning $1.4 billion and causing an explosion of, well, all pink everything. Then finally, global superstar Taylor Swift. The Grammy Award winner has had a monumental year, re-released albums, record-setting streams, and her Eras tour, on track to become the highest-grossing global tour of all time.
Our thanks to Chanel Jones. You won't have to wait long to see who is Person of the Year. Time will announce its pick Wednesday morning. We know who you're picking.
We know who I'm picking, but also don't you think there's a really good chance?
It's the balance of world news and serious headlines with entertainment and what we
but we know
right
historically that doesn't mean that person doesn't
but that's
become
what
the
they'll
person
have
of
to
the
decide.
year. Yeah,
so
for
we
sure.
will see what happens.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of Taylor Swift,
Yes.
it was a star-powered throwdown at Lambeau Field on Sunday. The Kansas City Chiefs traveled to Green Bay to take on the Packers in an action-packed Sunday night game.
But that wasn't the only thing keeping fans occupied. Taylor Swift made her appearance along with Olympic legend Simone Biles. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now from Green Bay with the recap. Hey, Kaylee, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Coming to Lambeau Field is a bucket list item for so many sports fans. And we talked to some Chiefs fans who drove up to 14 hours to get here. They might have left a little disappointed, but I doubt that they were disappointed by the hospitality that they received here. And this game was a thriller from kickoff to the final whistle.
Star power, stepping out for primetime at Lambeau Field.
Oh, there she is.
The Chiefs bringing a certain good luck charm to town.
Karma's the guy on the Chiefs. Do you think Taylor Swift can help will Travis Kelce to another win?
Maybe. I mean, she does move mountains.
You can be a Packers fan and also a Swift. Yes, always.
Taylor Swift fresh off Beyonce's film premiere in London, making the trek to the frozen tundra, arm in arm with Patrick Mahomes' wife, Brittany, to cheer on Kansas City and boyfriend Travis Kelce. But cheeseheads were looking to shake it off with support from a golden girl of their own. Olympic champion Simone Biles, on hand to support her husband, Packers defensive back Jonathan Owens.
Show me the game day fit. You got the 34?
I do have the 34. I have the Owens.
What do people who have never been to Lambeau before need to understand about what makes this place so special?
The energy, the hype, the fans, they're ride or dies. They'll do anything, and they're so dedicated, and they're just, it's such a special and a unique stadium.
The Superstars, just two of the more than 81,000 fans rolling in for the big Sunday night football matchup.
Bucket list stadium, most iconic stadium in the NFL.
To experience game day in Green Bay. And keep the Lambeau tradition alive of selling out every home game since 1960.
How much of Chiefs Kingdom turned out for this one?
A lot. There's a reason it's Chiefs Kingdom. But they're going to be sad tonight after we win this game on them.
A house divided between this husband and wife. How long have you been looking forward to this game?
12 years.
Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes making his debut at Lambeau. But it was a love story for the Packers. Quarterback Jordan Love owning the night.
Just got the Sunday night football, man, feels great.
And guys, you couldn't have scripted this ending any better. After all eyes were on Taylor and Simone, the final play, it came down to Taylor's boyfriend matched up against Simone's husband. It looked like Jonathan Owens might have shoved Travis Kelce a little bit in the end zone, but on a Hail Mary, they don't call a flag for that. Hope there's no bad blood there, guys.
Yeah.
Good one. All right, so much fun. Kaylee Hartung, thank you.
All right, coming up, a family vacation turned upside down after a mysterious blackout.
That is the subject of the Netflix thriller Leave the World Behind. Well, today, co-host Hoda Kotb sat down with the co-stars Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali. That story is up next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
the Fed's decision today. Help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Well, President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden hosted this year's Kennedy Center honorees at the White House on Sunday. The honorees, it's an incredible list. It includes Billy Crystal, Queen Latifah, Barry Gibb, many of them. When announcing the recipients earlier this year, the Kennedy Center's president called the group of inductees an extraordinary mix of individuals who have redefined their art forms. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a great mix of people. Now I want Barry Gibb and Renee Fleming to do a duet.
There you go.
I think that'd be interesting. All right.
That's so cool.
Netflix's latest thriller, Leave the World Behind, is out in select theaters now. And just listen to who's in this star-studded cast. Julia Roberts, Mahershala Ali, Ethan Hawke, and Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, what a cast. It follows what happens when a family's getaway takes an ominous turn after a cyber attack. Here's a little warning, it's not for the faint of heart.
Today, anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali to talk about their biggest fans, their families, and what it was like working together on the project.
Who has more Oscars? Don't know the answer. You have more?
For sure.
How many do you have? 2?
Yes.
You have 2 Oscars?
Yes.
Very cool. We got 2 Oscar winners in front of us. They are 2 accomplished actors who also happen to be parents. Mahershala Ali and wife Amatu Sami Kareem have a 6-year-old daughter.
I feel like I've always had a general sense, a good sense of the things that matter in life. But I think that it becomes more articulate when you have a child, and I think when you have a daughter specifically, as a man, you see the harms of the world in neon, so to speak, because of how much girls from a very young age have to navigate to have the best chance of being their whole full self by the time they're an adult.
Julia Roberts and husband Danny Moder have 3 kids of their own. Your kids are in college and one's about to go off to college. So you're kind of parenting adults in a way.
I parent them the same way out of the house that I parented them in the house. Which is, you know, are you getting enough sleep and you sound like you're sick, and are you drinking tea? And text me when you get home. We all were on a FaceTime the other day together, all of us. And it was like this gift that we had, these 4 minutes of all looking at each other, and that we were all so happy to be together in that way.
I love your family. I love how you speak about them. Every time you talk about them, I feel like you're home.
Well, it all starts with Danny Moder. You know, he's just really our anchor and our person, and in the most beautiful way, the captain of our ship, you know, truly. And it's not like giving it all away to him. It's just that for me, understanding how deeply felt life could be really started with him.
Wow.
Get her a tissue.
I love love, man. When it's real, I can feel it. I swear, a couple of things that you guys both said, I could feel chills up and down my body. I'm like, that. Mahershala has built an impressive list of credits in his career, but this is the first time the 2 Hollywood heavyweights have worked together, starring in the apocalyptic thriller Leave the World Behind. What was the experience like, Julia, working with this man?
This is the first time I've had to talk about him in front of him, so it's sort of embarrassing. You know, there's just a poetry to the way that he carries himself in life and in art, in my experience.
A poetry, that's a beautiful way to describe you.
Very kind of you.
How would you describe working with Julia?
It's a joy, a joy. That makes all the difference in the world, enjoying who you're working with, because so much of our work has to do with, like, playing in vulnerable places. I'm so sorry to bother you, but this is our house.
The film is based on the 2020 novel and touches on the dark side of technology as well as racial tension in America.
Well, look, I've been 6'2". I've been 6'2" since I was 14 years old. Dark-skinned black man, proud to be. But that comes with certain things in walking and navigating this world. And people's reaction to you is ahead of your consciousness and understanding about why they're reacting to you a certain way. A turning over of the ring on the subway, or someone crossing the street in a certain way, or an extra set of questions. You walk the earth sort of defensively.
And while the film can be intense, it does have its lighter moments, including a playful dance scene. But wait, the way you move?
Yeah, but that song, I think we heard it enough.
And speaking of music, you know I could not pass up this opportunity. This is a song that Jenna and I have released. Would you like to hear it?
Yes.
It's a Christmas single.
Yeah, okay.
It was charting.
This is you?
Are you feeling it?
I feel you. I feel you feeling it. Wow. How, okay, first of all, when did you have time?
We did it because first of all, we did it for fun, and then it's gonna be a carefree Christmas.
That is hilarious. So this is an original song.
You wrote it.
Okay.
We're getting no compliments here.
No, I'm really impressed.
No, I'm totally
almost
impressed. Congratulations. Watch out, Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Our thanks to Hoda Kotb for that. Leave the World Behind is in select theaters now and on Netflix starting Friday. And that song available now, I think, everywhere you stream.
Finally, this hour, more holiday spirit. This time of year, many people are getting into the spirit by watching a good holiday film or even taking their love of these movies to the next level by bringing that holiday spirit to life.
In Manhattan, you'll find a bar that's already decked the halls and ceiling.
Why did you decide to come here?
Because I love Christmas.
Miracle on 9th is a holiday pop-up bar. The other 10 months of the year, it's known for tequila and mezcal, but today drinks are served in Christmas-themed mugs. Mariah Carey plays once an hour.
It takes us 4 days to, redecorate the entire bar, replace everything with the kitschiest Christmas things we can find.
This year, Miracle and its counterpart, Sip and Santa, have opened nearly 200 pop-up bars nationwide.
These reservations came out in early October and I was already looking at them.
Christmas trees are going up faster and Christmas tunes are hitting the charts earlier. Spending on non-gift items like clothing and decorations forecast to jump 25% this year.
Being in Christmas time, this is when we bond the most.
It's as if we're yearning to live inside our favorite holiday flicks.
Christmas is the greatest day in the whole wide world.
Whether it's Elf, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary.
Hard to believe that just 2 days ago, none of us even knew one another.
Or newer fare offered on networks like Hallmark, Lifetime, Netflix, and more. Entertainment Weekly counted 116 new films this year. Hilton even has Hallmark Channel-inspired hotel suites.
Cheers!
For those who want to take the spirit and spirettes home, holiday cocktail classes are in full gear.
Pick it up and smell it.
At the Cocktailery in Charlotte, customers want wintry recipes like apple-spiced cozy cognac, capturing that just cold enough for a scarf while reuniting with your childhood crush in your hometown feeling.
We are slammed with people coming in and looking for those holiday flavors, cranberry, pecan, all those, warm and cozy flavors.
And the holiday cheer isn't just limited to land. Sometimes, as you can see here, it spreads to the water.
We set sail on the Coco and Carol's cruise put on by Classic Harbor Line. Those who hopped aboard say after a stressful news year, they need a little Christmas now.
Everyone's in a good mood. Everybody's happy. You're about to have time off of work.
So whether you're seeking a ship or sick, for many there's no such thing as too early or too much.
Agree with that.
So we were at that bar at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, the week before Thanksgiving.
And that,
it was
yeah.
packed.
Oh my gosh, those
So
Christmas
people-
bars and the wait sometimes to get into them if you don't have a reservation, but I love it.
Yeah, it does immerse you in the whole thing.
It totally does.
I mean, it's completely, and Mariah Carey at least once an hour. And everyone stops what they're doing and sings
We've been
along.
good though. We've seen the Rockettes.
Oh yeah.
We're full in the spirit.
No, the
Christmas
Rockettes,
tree's
the
lit
tree,
here.
there's been a parade.
Yay.
I guess I should do my holiday shopping
Holiday,
now.
I know. It's
That is important.
Yeah, and
All
neither
right.
of us are good at that one on time.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Right now on Morning News Now, new fears the war between Israel and Hamas could be expanding. A U.S. ship shot down multiple drones in the Red Sea after attacks on 3 civilian ships in the area. Where the attacks came from and how the U.S. government is responding. While in Gaza, the Israeli military confirms it's now operating in the southern part of the Strip. With civilians who fled to the south now being asked to evacuate again, many say there's nowhere safe to go. We'll have the latest from the ground. Plus, officials in Arizona say they're shutting down a border crossing to deal with the overwhelming number of migrants coming into the U.S. The trend officials say is causing the closure, and why Texas's governor says he's taking his own legal battle at the border all the way to the Supreme Court. And a new shocking report about air traffic controllers, some allegedly showing up drunk or high to work, with others even falling asleep on the job. We're digging into the new findings and how the FAA is responding as we enter the busy holiday travel season. Good to have you with us. We're going to start this hour with new developments in the attacks on commercial vessels in the Red Sea. The U.S. military says the USS Carney warship shot down 2 attack drones that were heading toward it.
It's believed the attacks were launched by Iranian-backed rebels in Yemen who are trying to prevent ships from headed to Israel and nations that support Israel from traveling through the Red Sea. NBC News chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us with the latest on this. Hey, Keir, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Fingers pointed at Iran again this morning after a U.S. warship reported hour after hour of missiles and drones in the strategically and commercially critical Red Sea. U.S. Central Command saying there's every reason to believe the attacks are fully enabled by Iran. This morning, renewed fears of a wider escalation of the war by Iran-backed militants. A sustained attack, reportedly over 7 hours, on shipping in the Red Sea, and an American destroyer, the USS Carney, drawn into the fighting. In a video address, Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen claiming responsibility for some of the attacks, saying it was a response to the war. US Central Command says 3 ships connected to 14 nations were involved. The Carney detecting threats to the other vessels and responding, shooting down 3 drones, including one headed in its direction. It's unclear if the American ship was a direct target, but 3 commercial vessels were hit, some sustaining limited damage. Last month, Houthi rebels posted an edited video, faces blurred, seizing an Israeli-owned ship. The threat to crucial commercial shipping in the Red Sea is just one strand of the spiraling tension in the region. For more than a month, US forces in Syria and Iraq have faced drone and rocket attacks by Iran-backed militia.
Iran is capable of escalating the conflict, put pressure on both the Israelis and the United States.
Iran's foreign minister meeting his counterpart from Oman over the weekend, declaring the US must bear the consequences of the genocide and war crimes in Gaza and the West Bank. Meanwhile, 3 defense officials telling NBC News the US military struck a drone stage site in Iraq. They say 5 individuals were preparing an attack. Some were killed. Responding to accusations of genocide, last month, National Security Council spokesman John Kirby said what Hamas wants is genocide. They want to wipe Israel off the map. Meanwhile, Savannah, this morning, Turkey, an ally of the US, its president, aiming more fury at Prime Minister Netanyahu.
All right, Kirsten Mintz, thank you so much.
Israeli Defense Forces are issuing evacuation orders for people living in southern Gaza as negotiations for a new ceasefire with Hamas leaders have broken down. It comes as bombardments across all of Gaza intensify. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Israel.
The chief of staff of the Israeli military said overnight that operations are now beginning and clearly intensifying in southern Gaza, and that they would be just as powerful as they have been up until now in northern Gaza.
Israel is now focusing its military campaign in southern Gaza, where many Hamas leaders and fighters are believed to have fled. Israel has dropped leaflets with maps dividing the Gaza Strip into a grid and has been telling Palestinians to move from one quadrant to another for their safety. But so far, Gazans don't seem to understand the maps, don't have internet connections to read the QR code, or simply aren't listening. Gazans complain they've been corralled into the south and are now under attack. The Biden administration has urged Israel to be more precise. A senior U.S. military official tells NBC News he was taken aback by the ferocity of Israel's renewed campaign that has seen Israel attack apartment buildings.
The United States urged publicly, repeatedly, Israel to do more to avoid civilian casualties. Do you think, are you listening to that? Have you taken that on board?
Absolutely. We're very attentive to the administration, and from a military to military perspective, we are constantly engaging with our American counterparts. There is no fairy godmother that will make Hamas disappear.
In the southern city of Rafah, our crew followed volunteers digging through the night at a home they say was hit by an Israeli strike. They find a few survivors and at least 14 bodies. Rafah is on the Egyptian border. Gazans can't go any further south than here. Nearby, Hanan Bayuk and her husband Fatih live with 5 other families. When she was pregnant with triplets, Israel allowed Hanan to leave Gaza to give birth in Jerusalem. But when her permit expired, she had to go home just before Hamas attacked and Gaza was completely sealed off. We found her babies at a hospital in East Jerusalem. Doctors tell us they're developing well. We managed to connect Hana and her husband Fatih on a video call for a precious peek.
Sabah al-khair, sabah al-khair.
Just as Najwa was waking up. The war separated us. As a mother, I wish I could hug my girls, Hanan says.
At the moment, there seems to be little hope for a ceasefire, with Hamas saying it will not release more hostages as long as the military offensive continues. Israel saying it will continue the offensive unless Hamas releases hostages.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs joins us now with more on these latest developments. Hi, Colonel. Always great to have you. So Bernie Sanders and other Democratic senators, they're starting to say they are done what they're calling asking nicely for Israel to do more to reduce civilian casualties in Gaza. They say they must adopt more effective measures to protect civilian life in order to receive U.S. aid. Other Democrats, though, don't want to set guidelines on aid. But what do you think about that? Is placing conditions on military aid an effective way to get results, especially on something like this, protecting civilians?
Well, there have been calls before and in previous wars as well in the area for strictures on the distribution of ammunition and other support to Israel. I think we're inured to the notion of the Six-Day War when Israel in extremely short order ran over its attackers and secured a victory. And the perception that this kind of war in particular, in an urban area with the enemy in revetments and with civilian casualties mounting, but the enemy, Hamas, using civilians as shields, the perception that this can be a surgical military operation, that doesn't happen in real life, particularly in urban terrain. It's going to be extremely difficult not to have civilian casualties when there's such a concentration of civilians in the battle area. We've seen this before in all wars, and it's not going to change now. What will happen is probably that Hamas will agree to some sort of ceasefire, because that works to their tremendous advantage, Savannah.
So let's look specifically here at Israel trying to create these safe zones for the next phase of the war with the goal to protect innocent civilian lives. But what is the strategy when Hamas fighters position themselves in these safe zones?
Well, I mean, the tactics are going to remain the same. The Israeli Defense Force is going to have to go house to house, street to street, block to block. What's really significant here is something that Richard mentioned, and that is that the southern border with Egypt is closed. Egypt does not want the Palestinians inside Egypt, which is why the border is closed. Egypt does not have any refugee camps, and it's difficult to envision how that would be engineered, even if they did have refugee camps. So the Gazans are stuck south of between the Wadi on the one hand and the southern border of Gaza on the other. And as long as Arab nations do not take Palestinians in, particularly Egypt, you're going to see a greater concentration of Gazans in the southern part, in specific areas, southern part of Gaza, which will make their plight even more difficult, Joe.
Let's talk about the negotiations in terms of hostages and a ceasefire. Talks have broken down. Israeli officials withdrew from those negotiations. Now Qatar and the U.S. are working to try to negotiate another ceasefire. But is there any hope really here? I mean, we just heard Richard Engel say that there's little hope. What do you think about that they will get back to the negotiating table? Is it too far gone?
Well, if you start with the assumption that Hamas would really like to have a ceasefire, and quite frankly, so would the Israeli Defense Force, one's expectation is that there is liable to be a ceasefire. Whether or not it's going to come soon is a different story altogether. But Qatar has been doing the job of negotiating between the two sides. And since particularly Hamas would like to see a ceasefire, because that works at their great both tactical and strategic advantage, there is a possibility you might have a ceasefire soon. What broke down before was Hamas's refusal to release the names of the people it was going to, the hostages it was going to release, and that's why they broke down. If Qatar can renegotiate and get those lists done, there's liable to be a ceasefire one of these days soon.
Colonel Jack Jacobs, as always, we appreciate your time this morning.
Sure.
Now to Capitol Hill, where recently expelled Congressman George Santos is vowing to file ethics complaints against some of his former colleagues. This as House Republicans move toward a vote on a formal impeachment inquiry of President Biden. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles has the latest from Washington. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, Joe, good morning. And there's no doubt the George Santos scandal was a major distraction for lawmakers on Capitol Hill. And the fallout from his short time in office continues at a time when Congress has a lot to get done.
George Santos may be gone. Congressman, what do you say to your constituents? But he isn't going away quietly.
Gotta get out of my way.
The man who last week became only the 6th member of the House of Representatives to be expelled says he plans to file ethics complaints against his ex-colleagues that led the charge to get him out. Among them, Staten Island's Nicole Malliotakis.
We know that George Santos is a serial liar. I mean, he's obviously scorned since being expelled.
It's unlikely those complaints go anywhere. But the vote that led to his removal revealed deep divisions within the GOP ahead of a busy sprint to the end of the year, where Congress is hoping to pass several important pieces of legislation, including aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan, as well as a border security package. Those negotiations are making little progress. So instead, House leadership is focusing on something else.
We have a duty to pursue the facts where they lead.
The impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden is already well underway, with Republicans accusing the president and his family of corrupt business deals. But so far, they've produced no hard evidence to back up their claims. For his part, the president has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing. That inquiry was launched without a vote under former Speaker Kevin McCarthy. But now Republicans are having trouble enforcing high-profile subpoenas of witnesses like the president's son, Hunter Biden. They acknowledge a formal vote would help move that forward.
A formal impeachment inquiry vote on the floor will allow us to take it to the next necessary step, and I think it's something we have to do at this juncture.
The move to formalize impeachment comes as the right-wing members in Speaker Mike Johnson's ranks are getting increasingly antsy. His leadership is not conservative enough.
And the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said that he plans to put a supplemental aid package on the floor, and it could happen as soon as this week. But if it does not include a border package that some Republicans can support, it likely cannot pass. Joe?
All right, Ryan, thank you.
And now to the headlines coming from the southern border. U.S. officials say they are temporarily closing a port of entry in Arizona today because of an overwhelming number of migrants coming into the country from there. And in Texas, state leaders are voicing their frustration after a number of court rulings dealt a blow to their legal fight over using barbed wire and river buoys to keep people out. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from the border near Eagle Pass, Texas. Hey, Morgan, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. And amid that legal back and forth with Texas and the Biden administration, the number of migrants coming across at the U.S. southern border is simply undeniable. And now with crossings closed both here in Eagle Pass and also Arizona, the biggest question of all, what will it take to stop this new surge of migrants? This morning, Texas and Arizona feeling the brunt of what authorities are calling a new border migration trend.
The numbers are increasing. They really are.
New groups of migrants arriving so rapidly. Federal authorities are temporarily closing the remote Lukeville port of entry in Arizona. The Border Patrol there reporting more than 17,000 arrests in just the last week. And those numbers rising as temperatures drop, leaving migrant men, women, and children in perilous conditions. Tatiana Vera from Ecuador sharing she could barely sleep during the frigid desert night. Meanwhile, in Texas, migrants facing another danger. A number of people struggling to cross the Rio Grande had to be rescued as the debate over state rights on the river rages on. A U.S. appeals court ordering Texas Governor Greg Abbott to remove the 1,000-foot floating buoy barrier installed to keep migrants from crossing. The governor calling the ruling clearly wrong, promising to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Another federal judge also denying Texas the ability to block federal border agents from cutting through state-installed razor wire. The ruling coming amid reports migrants became trapped while trying to cross. And it's not just southern states coping with the influx. Chicago released its latest numbers Sunday, reporting over 13,000 migrants in 26 active shelters. The city building temporary shelters to protect even more from wintry weather.
Now, it's an international crisis that I inherited. And so the work, of course, is ongoing. Winter's coming fast.
And right now, Texas Governor Greg Abbott says he does plan to appeal both of those court rulings. Meanwhile, in Arizona, both state senators and the governor have criticized the Biden administration, saying that the temporary closure is unacceptable, and they're now demanding a better solution. Savannah?
All right, Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
Time for your morning news now weather and a look at this week's forecast.
Which means that Michelle Grossman is back with us. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Hi there, guys. And the biggest weather will be in the Pacific Northwest. We have a series of storms. It's a parade of storms moving onshore. We've seen this week after week, and we're going to see it all week long. And we're going to see rainfall totals near a foot in some spots. So staying active in the west. We're quiet in the middle of the country, well above normal as we head towards the south central states. The northern plains, you're chilly there. We have a little clipper system moving through. That's going to bring the chance of some snow. We also have some lingering snow showers in portions of New England. Now, it's going to wrap up as we head throughout the later part of today. And we do have some rain showers in the interior parts of the Northeast. Could see some rain showers and also some snow showers in the higher elevations of the Appalachians. As we move towards Wednesday, still quiet in the middle of the country. Record warmed into the northern plains. We're really chilly there today. We're looking at temperatures in the 30s, right around the freezing mark in some spots. But we're going to warm it up by Wednesday. Same story in the south central states, the central plains as well. Lots of sunshine, too, in the south central states. That flood risk does continue in portions of the Pacific Northwest. We're going to see the chance for avalanches, some snow melt, and that heavy rainfall, and then higher mountain snow. Now, as we head towards the east, still quiet, too, looking at the chance of some snow along the Appalachians once again on Wednesday. By Friday, widespread snow in portions of the Intermountain West, still wet in the west. We're looking at December warmth continuing throughout the Tennessee Valley, the lower Mississippi Valley, the south central states, and into the central plains. And then once again, we're going to see some rain and snow in parts of New England. That's Friday. Now, taking a look at the storm in the Pacific Northwest, we have flood alerts all along the west coast. We're looking at Washington, Oregon, to portions of Northern California. 9 million people at risk. And notice some of these alerts will stay in place into Thursday because we're going to see this storm system, series of storms moving onshore. So Seattle, Portland, Eugene could see some really gusty winds today, some heavy rainfall. And then we're looking at the chance of some higher elevation snow. Now, that snow level is pretty high today. So the bad news with that is we have warmer air in place. That's going to melt some of the snow in place, and that's going to add to some of the flooding. Winter alerts, we have winter weather advisories. We have some winter storm warnings. That includes Saratoga. And then some on top of that, we have wind alerts. We're going to see winds gusting up to 65 miles per hour. Where you see that purple, that is a high wind warning. So the parade of storms continuing. It has a whole lot of moisture. We're looking at really bright colors on this futurecast. That's telling us that we're expecting a lot of rain, and again, could see up to 11 inches in some spots. That's going to prompt some flash flooding, some stream flooding, river flooding, and could bring the threat of some avalanches as well. And we'll end it here because this is kind of mind-boggling with these numbers. The Olympics, 8 to 11 inches, right? The coast 2 to 6. And this is on top of what they've got last week and the week before.
Wow, that's a lot of rain. And it's still so warm that it's not snow up there, it's just rain.
And that's the problem. So the levels are going too high, and now we're getting the avalanche because we're getting the snow melt, so it's a mess.
Tough situation, right? Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, coming up, a terror investigation is underway in Paris after a deadly attack feet away from the Eiffel Tower.
What we know about the suspect and security concerns as the city prepares to host next year's Summer Olympics.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
When I think about what the Today Show does, it's not just about the mornings, it's about your whole day. There's a feeling of we're in there with you. Then let's take on this day together.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? What's the threat you took for all this damage to
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with new developments on that fatal stabbing near the Eiffel Tower in Paris over the weekend. One person was killed and at least 2 others were injured in the attack.
Now this morning, French authorities are investigating the attack as a possible act of terrorism.
NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman joins us with the latest. So Josh, what can you tell us about the attack, and is the suspect someone who was on the radar of French authorities?
Hey, good morning, Joe. He definitely was on their radar. In fact, last night, prosecutors laid out a long list of red flags in this suspect's background, including the fact that he had been previously imprisoned for 4 years for a previous planned terror attack that failed. He was put on a watch list after that. And since then, prosecutors say that he had maintained contact with jihadis, including some who had been responsible for other terror attacks in France. They also say that during this attack, he shouted Allah Akbar, God is great in Arabic, and then later told police that he was angry about the war in Gaza. He blamed France for being an accomplice of Israel. And so clearly there was a lot going on here. But they also say that this man had severe mental illness, Joe.
And what do we know about the victims at this point? I mean, we know one person is dead, 2 others injured. Did they appear to be specifically targeted?
No, this appears to have been completely random from what we know. That person who was killed was a German tourist. 2 others who were injured were hit by a hammer, including one in the head. And then there were 2 other people who were part of this attack who authorities say are now in a state of shock. But as far as we can tell, this was simply a random act of violence. They were not targeting anybody in particular. And that is one of the reasons why this is causing so much concern right now in Paris.
Yeah, and Josh, I mean, the attack comes as Paris prepares for the Summer Olympic Games next year. So we know security is going to be tight at the Olympics. Does this mean they're stepping up precautions in any way? What does this mean for security?
Well, interestingly, France was already at its highest level of national security alert following another attack that had occurred back in October in northern France, where a teacher was stabbed to death. And so there's not really a higher level of alert for them to go to. In fact, last night we heard from police saying this is kind of the new normal when it comes to security in France. They are on a permanent state of alert for terrorism, but they also say they're fully prepared to keep those Olympic Games next year safe.
All right, Josh Letterman, thank you so much.
Let's get you more international news now, starting with new developments in that U.S. Osprey crash off the coast of Japan just last week. This morning, Air Force officials confirmed the wreckage has been recovered.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has details on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. That's right. The wreckage in the end was located during a joint U.S. and Japanese dive near Yakushima. Now, the crash happened last week on Wednesday when a CV-22 Osprey carrying 8 American crew members crashed during a training mission. Up until this point, the remains of only one of those crew members on board were found. Right now, there is an ongoing recovery effort underway. The identities of those found this morning have not been determined. Now to northern Tanzania, where heavy rain and severe flooding is causing deadly landslides. Local officials say at least 47 people are dead and dozens more injured. The fatal floods and torrential rains linked to El Nino have damaged homes and infrastructure. The flooding even washed away crops in parts of the country, impacting local livelihood. The area has seen some higher than usual rainfall, and Tanzania's meteorological agency warns that it's not over yet. Rains are predicted to continue this month. And we end this tour of the world back here in Italy, with an eruption. Mount Etna is lighting up the sky. The Sicilian volcano is taking its title as Europe's most active volcano very seriously. It has been going off since the middle of November, sending hot lava high into the sky. So far, no injuries have been reported. Well, I guess, you know, with Christmas and New Year's Eve around the corner, because Mount Etna wanted to give us a bit of a fireworks display ahead of the time. Back to you.
There you go.
To explain the holidays. All right.
Yeah.
Claudia,
Thanks,
thank you so much. Coming up, disturbing new allegations and questions about the safety of American air travel.
Yeah, we're digging into the new report claiming some air traffic controllers are falling asleep on the job, and that is not all. That story's up next.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
Andrew Wallace.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico. Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Welcome back. Well, this morning, the nation's air traffic controllers are in the spotlight after a New York Times report highlighted overworked and exhausted controllers. Some claim that colleagues have even used drugs and alcohol, falling asleep sometimes on the job. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with more on this. Tom, I know you have been reporting for years about the shortage of controllers. What can you tell us now about new information in this report?
Yeah, that's right. So listen, air traffic controllers nationwide, they are understaffed and they're overworked. Mandatory overtime, 6-day weeks, 10-hour days, even as we hit record volume on passengers. There is a self-reporting mechanism that controllers can turn to report when they've made a mistake, maybe a close call. But now some controllers are reporting that they have self-medicated, substance abuse, even falling asleep on the job.
It's a high-stakes, high-pressure job. And 2023 has been a year of close calls involving both pilot and controller error, including this one in Austin when a controller cleared a FedEx plane to land just as a Southwest plane was departing.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
One big problem, controller fatigue. 77% of air traffic control facilities are understaffed, leading to mandatory overtime. Medical issues forced Neil Burke to retire this year.
We're tired of working 6 days a week. We're tired of working 10-hour days.
NBC News has obtained internal FAA documents first reported by the New York Times, detailing controllers' own anonymous reporting of mistakes and exhaustion. Among the entries, many employees can be observed sleeping on the job. If I had not been fatigued, I may have been able to recognize the aircraft lined up for the incorrect runway sooner. And I pray no one dies due to controller fatigue. Also included isolated cases of controllers using alcohol and illegal drugs while on position. One claimed a colleague regularly smoked marijuana on break. Another said a controller bragged about making big money buzzed. But with more than 10,000 certified controllers on the job, the new FAA chief says substance abuse is very rare.
We monitor for drug and alcohol use very closely. We have robust reporting, and we follow up on every possible lead that comes in.
Still, both the FAA and controllers unions say overtime fatigue is real.
You're missing your home life. You're missing your kids' ball games and your spouse's events. And it does have an effect.
Controller Michelle Hager left last June.
That is not a sustainable lifestyle, to be working that hard at a job that requires so much mental focus at all times.
We're working every day to make sure that the system stays as safe as it has been for decades. We're not letting down our guard, and we're working that issue hard every day.
So despite hiring 1,400 controllers in 2023, guess what? Because of so many retirees, net, they've only got 8 more controllers than they did a year ago. There are that many people retiring, and they are well behind. It's going to take them years, because right now they're behind by, depending on the numbers you look at, 1,500 to 3,000 controllers short, which means all those controllers will continue to work overtime. Guys, going into the holidays. Back to you.
Wow. Tom Costello, thank you very much.
We might have it easy here at 30 Rock with a perfect Christmas tree delivered right to our door every holiday season. But holiday shoppers across the country are feeling the impact of a growing Christmas tree shortage in recent years. One Chicago supplier says that they were hundreds of trees short this year compared with a normal season. NBC News correspondent Maura Barrett takes a closer look at the shortage.
This was our 8 to 9 foot area over here, and they're all empty.
For 35 years, Ivy Speck has been spreading Christmas cheer, shipping in Christmas trees from a farm in North Carolina and selling them to the people of Chicago.
Those are all trees.
But this year, the tall trees her customers love didn't show up.
We order a couple thousand, and this year we were shorted probably 500 of those. 9 to 10 footers don't even exist anymore. 8 to 9s are where we got shorted. We never got any 9 to 10s. Couldn't even order them this year.
Most Americans' trees come from Oregon, North Carolina, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Washington. But retailers like Ivy all across the country have faced a short supply the last several years.
People definitely want to cut their own tree, but we just can't grow them fast enough.
We open them up for the first weekend, and then pretty much by the end of that first weekend, we're closed.
Why is there such a tight supply this year?
The tight supply actually goes all the way back to 2008 and the recession. There was an oversupply of trees, and growers were having a hard time selling them. And because of that, they didn't plant back as many trees.
This tree is about 7 feet tall, and that takes about 15 years to grow. So it was likely planted right around the time of the 2008 recession. Here, they sell for $200. That's double the national average of about $80 to $100 a tree.
Sellers had to adjust for an increase in pricing due to inflation. Nearly 7 in 10 growers say it's costing them 10% more to sell their trees this year.
They're a little bit more expensive, but with fuel costs and things like that, that's to be expected.
Trees in the past 5 years have went up, right, like doubled from the past. So, and we just have to bring that along over to the consumer.
And with less trees to choose from, Ivy says customers looking for the perfect one aren't happy.
Very upset, don't understand. They're walking out.
So you've been losing customers because you don't have enough trees.
Exactly, a lot of customers, and we're upset about that.
Even so, this year there's extra excitement for live trees over artificial, which are often cheaper.
The whole smell of the live tree in the house, it's unlike anything else. It's just Christmas.
20% of people surveyed are planning to buy a real Christmas tree for the first time. Experts say it's largely millennials like me, excited to decorate for the holiday.
Totally get that, as you can see with my tree already up.
or young families looking to start new traditions with any tree, whether it's big or small.
Merry Christmas.
See you.
Maura Barrett, NBC News, Chicago.
Thanks tomorrow for that report.
Happy holidays. Merry
Exactly.
Christmas. Coming up, as the year comes to a close, Time Magazine is preparing to name their Person of the Year.
We're going to take a look at who is on the short list. There's a very good hint right there. That's next.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Welcome back. Let's get to some financial news, starting with layoffs at Spotify.
CNBC's Bertha Coombs has your money news for us this hour. Hey, Bertha, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, never great to get a pink slip, especially tough during the holidays. Folks at Spotify bracing as the company has announced today that it will cut about 17% of its workforce, or about 1,500 jobs. It's the second major set of layoffs this year for the company. The music and podcast streaming service is citing higher costs for this latest move. Spotify did report a profit in its latest quarter. It was helped by price hikes and growth in subscribers. Gold prices continue to shine, briefly touching an all-time high today above $2,100 an ounce. The rally in the precious metal has been fueled by bets that the Federal Reserve is done hiking interest rates and could well start cutting rates as soon as next March. Lower rates have historically fed demand for investments like gold. Worries about a possible recession and other factors like countries moving away from the U.S. dollar have also boosted the appeal for gold. And shares of Virgin Galactic, well, they are tumbling today. The move coming after billionaire Richard Branson ruled out putting more money into the money-losing space travel company. Branson founded Virgin Galactic back in 2004, tells the Financial Times that his business empire, well, just doesn't have the deepest pockets anymore after the pandemic, and Virgin Galactic should be able to make it on its own. Last month, the company said that it was actually cutting jobs and halting commercial flights for 18 months so that it could develop a larger craft to carry more passengers to the edge of space. So it turns out even some billionaires are tightening their belts a bit.
Yeah. Ooh, there you go. All right, Bertha, thank you so much.
We have a first look at the shortlist for Time's Person of the Year. Every year since 1927, Time has selected the man, woman, group, or concept that had the most influence on the world during the previous 12 months, for better or for worse. This morning, Today anchor Chanel Jones has a look at the top 9 names on Time's 2023 shortlist.
The shortlist for Time's Person of the Year begins with a trio of world leaders. First up, King Charles III.
God save the king!
His crowning moment came in May, after a decades-long wait for the throne, and at a moment of change for the UK monarchy.
I shall strive to follow the inspiring example I have been set.
Russian President Vladimir Putin continued to wage war in Ukraine, now in its second year after the full-scale invasion, and Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is serving an unprecedented third term and solidifying his role as one of China's most powerful and controversial leaders. Next on the short list, 2023's biggest newsmakers. Sam Altman has made countless headlines in recent weeks for getting fired and swiftly rehired as CEO of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT, which is leading the AI revolution. Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, also on the short list. Powell faced with the daunting task of managing record inflation here in the U.S. Next, the Trump prosecutors, the team that led the first ever indictment of a U.S. president in our nation's history. Trump is facing more than 90 charges across 4 separate cases. The short list now moves to Hollywood and the strikers that brought the entire industry to a standstill. Actors and screenwriters were on strike for most of the year before reaching a deal, pushing for better pay and working conditions. Also on the short list, Hollywood's newest It Girl.
Hi, Barbie.
The live-action movie was the highest-grossing film of the year, earning $1.4 billion and causing an explosion of, well, all pink everything. Then finally, global superstar Taylor Swift. The Grammy Award winner has had a monumental year, re-released albums, record-setting streams, and her Eras tour, on track to become the highest-grossing global tour of all time.
Our thanks to Chanel Jones. You won't have to wait long to see who is Person of the Year. Time will announce its pick Wednesday morning. We know who you're picking.
We know who I'm picking, but also don't you think there's a really good chance?
It's the balance of world news and serious headlines with entertainment and what we
but we know
right
historically that doesn't mean that person doesn't
but that's
become
what
the
they'll
person
have to
of the
decide.
year. Yeah,
so we
sure.
will see what happens.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of Taylor Swift,
Yes.
it was a star-powered throwdown at Lambeau Field on Sunday. The Kansas City Chiefs traveled to Green Bay to take on the Packers in an action-packed Sunday night game.
But that wasn't the only thing keeping fans occupied. Taylor Swift made her appearance along with Olympic legend Simone Biles. NBC News contributing correspondent Kaylee Hartung joins us now from Green Bay with the recap. Hey, Kaylee, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Coming to Lambeau Field is a bucket list item for so many sports fans. And we talked to some Chiefs fans who drove up to 14 hours to get here. They might have left a little disappointed, but I doubt that they were disappointed by the hospitality that they received here. And this game was a thriller from kickoff to the final whistle.
Star power, stepping out for primetime at Lambeau Field.
Oh, there she is.
The Chiefs bringing a certain good luck charm to town.
Karma's the guy on the Chiefs.
Do you think Taylor Swift can help will Travis Kelce to another win?
Maybe.
I mean, she does move mountains. You can be a Packers fan and also a Swift.
Yes, always.
Taylor Swift fresh off Beyoncé's film premiere in London, making the trek to the frozen tundra, arm in arm with Patrick Mahomes' wife Brittany, to cheer on Kansas City and boyfriend Travis Kelce. But cheeseheads were looking to shake it off with support from a golden girl of their own. Olympic champion Simone Biles on hand to support her husband, Packers defensive back Jonathan Owens.
Show me the game day fit. You got the 34? I do have the 34. I have the Owens. What do people who have never been to Lambeau before need to understand about what makes this place so special? The energy, the hype, the fans. They're ride or dies. They'll do anything, and they're so dedicated. And they're just, it's such a special and a unique stadium.
The Superstars, just two of the more than 81,000 fans rolling in for the big Sunday night football matchup.
Bucket list stadium, most iconic stadium in the NFL.
To experience game day in Green Bay and keep the Lambeau tradition alive of selling out every home game since 1960.
How much a Chiefs Kingdom turned out for this one?
A lot. There's a reason it's Chiefs Kingdom. But they're going to be sad tonight after we win this game on them.
A house divided between this husband and wife. How long have you been looking forward to this game?
12 years.
Super Bowl MVP Patrick Mahomes making his debut at Lambeau. But it was a love story for the Packers. Quarterback Jordan Love owning the night.
Just got the dub. Sunday night football, man, feels great.
And guys, you couldn't have scripted this ending any better. After all eyes were on Taylor and Simone, the final play, it came down to Taylor's boyfriend matched up against Simone's husband. It looked like Jonathan Owens might have shoved Travis Kelce a little bit in the end zone, but on a Hail Mary, they don't call a flag for that. Hope there's no bad blood there, guys.
Yeah. Ooh.
Good one. All right, so much fun. Kaylee Hartung, thank you.
All right, coming up, a family vacation turned upside down after a mysterious blackout.
That is the subject of the Netflix thriller Leave the World Behind. Well, today, co-host Hoda Kotb sat down with the co-stars Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali. That story is up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
I've been to Gaza many times before, but never like this.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the
This is what a country in war looks like. You came to get blood. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
News lives in the now.
The horrors of war on full display on both sides of the Israel-Gaza border.
Protesters are on the streets here. Most of the time, the Iron Dome works, but a few get through.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden hosted this year's Kennedy Center honorees at the White House on Sunday. The honorees, it's an incredible list. It includes Billy Crystal, Queen Latifah, Barry Gibb, many of them. When announcing the recipients earlier this year, the Kennedy Center's president called the group of inductees an extraordinary mix of individuals who have redefined their art forms. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a great mix of people. Now I want Barry Gibb and Renee Fleming to do a duet.
There you go.
I think that'd be interesting. All right.
That's so cool.
Netflix's latest thriller, Leave the World Behind, is out in select theaters now. And just listen to who's in this star-studded cast. Julia Roberts, Mahershala Ali, Ethan Hawke, and Kevin Bacon.
Yeah, what a cast. It follows what happens when a family's getaway takes an ominous turn after a cyber attack. Here's a little warning, it's not for the faint of heart.
Today, anchor Hoda Kotb sat down with Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali to talk about their biggest fans, their families, and what it was like working together on the project.
Who has more Oscars? Don't know the answer. You have more?
For sure.
How many do you have? 2?
Yes.
You have 2 Oscars?
Yeah.
Very cool. We got 2 Oscar winners in front of us.
They are 2 accomplished actors who also happen to be parents. Mahershala Ali and wife Amatu Sami Kareem have a 6-year-old daughter.
I feel like I've always had a general sense, a good sense of the things that matter in life. But I think that it becomes more articulate when you have a child, and I think when you have a daughter specifically, as a man, you see the harms of the world in neon, so to speak, because of how much girls from a very young age have to navigate to have the best chance of being their whole full self by the time they're an adult.
Julia Roberts and husband Danny Moder have 3 kids of their own.
Your kids are in college and one's about to go off to college. So you're kind of parenting adults in a way.
I parent them the same way out of the house that I parented them in the house.
Which is?
Which is, you know, are you getting enough sleep and you sound like you're sick, and are you drinking tea? And texting when you get home. We all were on a FaceTime the other day together, all of us. And it was like this gift that we had, these 4 minutes of all looking at each other, and that we were all so happy to be together in that way. And
I love your family. I love how you speak about them. Every time you talk about them, I feel like you're home.
Well, it all starts with Danny Moder. You know, he's just really our anchor and our person, and in the most beautiful way, the captain of our ship, you know, truly. And it's not like giving it all away to him. It's just that for me, understanding how deeply felt life could be really started with him.
Wow.
Get her tissue.
I love love, man. When it's real, I can feel it. I swear. A couple of things that you guys both said, I could feel chills up and down my body. I'm like, that.
Mahershala has built an impressive list of credits in his career, but this is the first time the 2 Hollywood heavyweights have worked together, starring in the apocalyptic thriller Leave the World Behind.
What was the experience like, Julia, working with this man?
This is the first time I've had to talk about him in front of him, so it's sort of embarrassing. You know, there's just a poetry to the way that he carries himself in life and in art, in my experience.
A poetry, that's a beautiful way to describe you.
Very kind of you.
How would you describe working with Julia?
It's a joy, a joy. That makes all the difference in the world, enjoying who you're working with, because so much of our work has to do with playing in vulnerable places. I'm so sorry to bother you, that this is our house.
The film is based on the 2020 novel and touches on the dark side of technology as well as racial tension in America.
Well, look, I've been 6'2". I've been 6'2" since I was 14 years old. Dark-skinned black man, proud to be. But that comes with certain things in walking and navigating this world. And people's reaction to you is ahead of your consciousness and understanding about why they're reacting to you a certain way. A turning over of the ring on the subway, or someone crossing the street in a certain way, or an extra set of questions. You walk the earth sort of defensively.
And while the film can be intense, it does have its lighter moments, including a playful dance scene.
But wait, the way you move?
Yeah, but that song, I think we heard it enough.
And speaking of music, you know I could not pass up this opportunity.
This is a song that Jenna and I have released. Would you like to hear it?
Okay, yes.
It's a Christmas single.
Yeah, okay.
It was charting.
This is you?
a small tree like her, copy for the holiday.
Are you feeling it?
I feel you. I feel you feeling it. Wow. How, okay, first of all, when did you have time?
We did it because first of all, we did it for fun, and then it's gonna be a carefree Christmas.
That is hilarious. So this is an original song. You
wrote it.
Okay.
We're getting no compliments here.
No, I'm really impressed.
I'm totally
almost just
impressed. Congratulations. Watch out, Mariah Carey.
Yeah.
Our thanks to Hoda Kotb for that. Leave the World Behind is in select theaters now and on Netflix starting Friday. And that song available now, I think, everywhere you stream.
Finally, this hour, more holiday spirit. This time of year, many people are getting into the spirit by watching a good holiday film or even taking their love of these movies to the next level by bringing that holiday spirit to life.
In Manhattan, you'll find a bar that's already decked the halls and ceiling.
Why did you decide to come here?
Because I love Christmas.
Miracle on 9th is a holiday pop-up bar. The other 10 months of the year, it's known for tequila and mezcal, but today drinks are served in Christmas-themed mugs. As Mariah Carey plays once an hour.
It takes us 4 days to, redecorate the entire bar, replace everything with the kitschiest Christmas things we can find.
This year, Miracle and its counterpart, Sip and Santa, have opened nearly 200 pop-up bars nationwide.
These reservations came out in early October and I was already looking at them.
Christmas trees are going up faster and Christmas tunes are hitting the charts earlier. Spending on non-gift items like clothing and decorations forecast to jump 25% this year.
Being in Christmas time, this is when we bond the most.
It's as if we're yearning to live inside our favorite holiday flicks.
Christmas is the greatest day in the whole wide world.
Whether it's Elf, which is celebrating its 20th anniversary.
Hard to believe that just 2 days ago, none of us even knew one another.
Or newer fare offered on networks like Hallmark, Lifetime, Netflix, and more. Entertainment Weekly counted 116 new films this year. Hilton even has Hallmark Channel-inspired hotel suites.
Cheers!
For those who want to take the spirit and spirettes home, holiday cocktail classes are in full gear.
Pick it up and smell it.
At the Cocktailery in Charlotte, customers want wintry recipes like apple-spiced cozy cognac, capturing that just cold enough for a scarf while reuniting with your childhood crush in your hometown feeling.
We are slammed with people coming in and looking for those holiday flavors, cranberry, pecan, all those, warm and cozy flavors.
And the holiday cheer isn't just limited to land. Sometimes, as you can see here, it spreads to the water.
We set sail on the Coco and Carol's cruise put on by Classic Harbor Line. Those who hopped aboard say after a stressful News Year, they need a little Christmas now.
Everyone's in a good mood. Everybody's happy. You're about to have time off of work.
So whether you're seeking a ship or a sip, for many there's no such thing as too early or too much.
Agree with that.
So we were at that bar at 2 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, the week before Thanksgiving.
And
it was packed.
Oh my gosh, those Christmas
people.
bars and the wait sometimes to get into them if you don't have a reservation, but I love it.
Yeah, it does immerse you in the whole thing.
It totally does.
I mean, it's completely, and Mariah Carey at least once an hour. And everyone stops what they're doing and sings
We've been
along.
good though. We've seen the Rockettes.
Oh yeah.
We're full in the spirit.
No, the
Christmas
Rockettes,
tree's
the
lit
tree,
here.
there's been a parade.
Yay.
I guess I should do my holiday shopping
Holiday, I know.
That is important.
Yeah, and
All
neither
right.
of us are good at that one on time.
That's going to do it for this hour. Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Hey everyone, happy Monday. It's great to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford, and NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, December 4th. Escalation fears. Pentagon officials said a U.S. warship shot down 3 drones that were attacking civilian ships in the Red Sea. Who's now claiming responsibility, and the latest reaction from the U.S. military and its allies.
OxyContin case, the Supreme Court reviewing the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy settlement that shields the Sackler family from opioid-related lawsuits. Now, we're going to tell you how a story that's been dramatized in hit TV shows like Painkiller, Dope Sick, you name it, it could all play out inside the real-life courtroom.
Airplane mode. More than 75% of air traffic control facilities report they are understaffed. The worker fatigue that could be leading to a spike in close calls on the runway.
Celebrity scams. Experts warning that an AI-generated image of famous people, that they're being used for fake sales pitches. We're going to tell you how to spot a deep fake and how to avoid being conned.
We're just going to start seeing more and more of those.
You can only imagine. We've only hit the iceberg.
Yeah. Welcome to NBC News Daily. It's great to have you with us. We're going to start with renewed fears of a wider war in the Middle East after an American warship shot down at least 3 drones in the Red Sea on Sunday. U.S. Central Command says 3 ships connected to 14 countries were involved. The target appeared to be 2 Israeli commercial ships manned by civilians. This, according to Pentagon officials.
Now, they say the drones were fired from Yemen by the Houthi military, an Iran-backed group. And the attacks lasted for several hours, according to officials, but it is still unclear if the U.S. ship was also a target. No deaths have been reported, but some ships have sustained mild damage. This incident really underscores the spiraling tensions there in the Middle East, where officials say U.S. forces have been facing attacks from Iran-backed militias for more than a month, most of them linked to the war between Israel and Hamas. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, defense officials say the USS Carney also saw a ballistic missile fired at one of those Israeli ships. Walk us through who was involved in these attacks and why they were targeted.
So, I mean, as you mentioned, there were at least 14 different nations that were involved in these 3 commercial ships, and that's because ships are often flagged by one nation, crewed by one or more other nations, and involve businesses from multiple places. So 14 different nations involved in these 3 commercial ships that were the targets of these anti-ship cruise missile, ballistic missile attacks fired by the Houthis yesterday. This happened over the course of about 8 hours. Houthi militants firing a number of missiles during that time. The U.S. military, the USS Carney, in each case responded to the ship's distress calls, moving in towards each ship to check out their damage and see if they needed help. And in each case, the same rebels were fired off drones that were, while it's important to say the drones didn't necessarily target the USS Carney, they came in with such a heading that they presented a threat to the ship's captain deciding to take all 3 of those drones out. Morgan and Vicki.
Courtney, what do we know at this point about how U.S. officials are responding to these attacks publicly, and perhaps what your sources are telling you in terms of counterattacks?
So the U.S. military, and including officials here at the Pentagon, are saying that they reserve the right to respond. They're not talking about anything like that happening at this point, but they do maintain that right, which they call as a right of self-defense. Now, that being said, we did get a statement out of U.S. Central Command last night that had some pretty strong language for Iran, including saying that that we have every reason to believe these attacks, while launched by the Houthis in Yemen, are fully enabled by Iran. Now, that includes the Iranian history of funding and supporting the Houthi rebels. It's important to point out the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson this morning denied any involvement here, Vicki and Morgan.
NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby. Courtney, thank you.
Well, Vicki, as officials struggle to deal with the growing number of migrants crossing the border, the U.S. Customs and Border Protection has ordered a port of entry in Arizona to be shut down today so that resources could be shifted elsewhere, although it is still unclear just how long that crossing will in fact last. This all comes after a federal appeals court ordered Texas to remove a floating barrier from the Rio Grande, and it was placed there under the direction of Governor Greg Abbott to deter people from entering the U.S. illegally. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now live from Eagle Pass, Texas. Morgan, you're in Eagle Pass, as we mentioned. It's right there near that floating barrier that the court ordered has to be removed. What is the situation like as we speak? I mean, when is it expected to come down?
Morgan, that is a question we're still waiting to hear from the state. But what's happening right here on the ground in Eagle Pass is the same thing that's happening in Lukeville, Arizona. And you can see some of the migrants that have already crossed today being processed under the bridge there. But if we just turn the camera this way, Morgan, I want to show you some of the hundreds of men, women, and children that have come across either overnight or in the early morning hours, left waiting by this Eagle Pass bridge to be processed. Eagle Pass closed one of their bridges, Morgan, so they could divert agents to help Border Patrol with what you're seeing right here, trying to process every single person here as expeditiously as possible. This, similar to the situation in Lukeville, Arizona, where they had to close that crossing entirely because so many people were coming across. They're calling this a shift in migration trends. And important to note here, they're saying that smugglers are essentially peddling false information, which is leading to some of the influx that you see behind me here. The majority of these individuals you see, Morgan, from Venezuela, Colombia, and Nicaragua. Morgan?
I mean, and their fate just hanging in the balance. That image alone there behind you of so many people whose entire lives there are just waiting in a moment to be changed. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky for us there on the ground in Eagle Pass. Morgan, thank you.
Morgan, the opioid crisis is taking center stage at the Supreme Court today. At issue is a bankruptcy deal involving Purdue Pharma. That's the maker of the highly addictive painkiller OxyContin. Under the agreement, Purdue would pay billions of dollars to Americans harmed by the drug in exchange for protection for the owners of the company, the Sackler family, who would protect them from future lawsuits. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now to walk us through this case. So, Ken, bankruptcy cases, they rarely make it all the way to the Supreme Court. Talk to us about why the justices are hearing this particular challenge.
Vicki, they're hearing it because the U.S. trustee, which is part of the Justice Department and sometimes takes policy positions about bankruptcy matters, objected to this settlement, this long negotiated settlement that was the result of years of litigation and 2 criminal guilty pleas by Purdue Pharma and all kinds of negotiations by state governments and plaintiffs. In 2020, Purdue Pharma and the Sacklers agreed to pay more than $6 billion, but it was part of a bankruptcy agreement, and the Sacklers were exempt from future claims, even though they didn't file for bankruptcy. And that is at issue here, is whether the bankruptcy law actually allowed that, since they didn't technically file for bankruptcy. The Justice Department objected, and the courts disagreed about what the law said, and so now it's in the basket of the Supreme Court. But there's some real human stakes here. Take a listen to one of the families affected in this case speaking outside the Supreme Court.
The family is responsible criminally. You know, they need to pay for what they did, and what they have offered in that paltry $6 billion settlement will help some people, but it is not the justice that needs to be served in this case.
So the fear, obviously, is that this settlement gets held up. People like that will not see their money, Vicki.
Talk about precedent here, Ken. What kind of impact could this decision have on similar bankruptcy agreements where this kind of harm is alleged?
So that's really interesting, because there are other major cases that have availed themselves of this provision, including involving the sex abuse matters at the Boy Scouts of America and the Catholic Church. And there's a real concern about the settlements are already being paid in those cases. If this applies retroactively, what kind of problems will it cause? There's also concerns that it'll make it harder to reach these kinds of settlements. But again, the Justice Department is saying it's just unfair to hold the Sackler family harmless when they actually didn't file for bankruptcy.
And we talk about, since the 90s, prescription opioids have killed nearly 280,000 people in the U.S. Ken Delanian, thank you so much for that update.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute. A mega merger in the airline industry. Air Alaska announcing that it's buying rival Hawaiian Airlines in a $1.9 billion deal. Alaska has agreed to take on $900 million of Hawaiian's debt as part of this acquisition.
CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer joins us now. So, Contessa, this deal, it still needs approval by federal antitrust regulators. But take us through the details. Really interesting. Alaska and Hawaiian.
Well, we're not expecting to see the deal finalized for an estimated 9 to 18 months. And the 2 CEOs said under this agreement, both airlines can keep their unique brands. They're doing that out of respect for the legacy and the communities they serve. The tie-up with Hawaiian would give Alaska control of more than 50% of the market for flights to Hawaii. But that is expected to face some scrutiny here, close scrutiny, because regulators in the Biden administration have drawn a hard line on antitrust issues. So we'll watch that. Spotify announced today it will cut about 17% of its workforce, or 1,500 jobs. This is the second major round of layoffs this year for the company. The music music and podcast streaming service is blaming higher costs for these job cuts, ladies.
Oh, that's a bummer.
It is. It's always hard when you see it this time of year.
Exactly.
Especially.
They just came out with those great unwrapped lists too, Contessa. Do you remember? Are you a Spotify person?
Yeah,
Who's your top
all
artist?
Podcasts and lots of, Taylor Swift for this year. 2023. Can you say anything else?
On brand. We love it.
You can say something else. Bad Bunny.
Oh, that's like number 2, I feel like. Yeah.
Bad Bunny. CNBC correspondent Contessa Brewer. Contessa, thanks so much.
Police in LA arresting a man accused of killing 4 people in just 4 days. Why investigators are now facing questions about the technology they use to help catch the suspect. You are watching NBC News Daily.
In Los Angeles, police caught a suspected serial killer just over the weekend with help from a controversial type of technology. NBC News correspondent David Griffin sat down with the police chief to discuss how and why that technology was even used in the first place.
This is an automated license plate reader, similar to the one responsible for capturing a suspected serial killer.
I'm grateful that this suspect in this case is in custody.
Police say 33-year-old Jared Powell murdered 4 men in 4 days, a Los Angeles County worker and 3 homeless men.
We know there's controversy out there about the usage of this system. If we did not enter that plate into this system, this individual that we believe is responsible for at least 4 murders may have been out there and reoffended.
Here's how the technology works. Investigators enter a license plate number into the system. If that vehicle passes a license plate reader like this, it pings, alerting police. That's what happened Thursday when Powell's car entered Beverly Hills.
This isn't broad surveillance. You don't have everyone's license plate number in the system, do you?
No, it doesn't work like that. That alerts on something that an officer put into the database, which tells them this vehicle's wanted.
By 2019, a state audit found 230 California law enforcement agencies were using an ALPR system. San Jose just installed more readers, but this year, the city council in Coachella rejected a plan to add cameras to their city. Civil liberties groups have long raised privacy concerns and feared the technology could be abused.
Given the hazard of political spying with these kinds of high-tech surveillance technologies, it is very important that there be strict safeguards, including rapid deletion of the information that has been collected and limits on when it can be shared.
Beverly Hills police say they delete footage after 13 months, and the technology helps them track only specific suspects.
What it does is allow us to stop the right person in the right vehicle. And again, I call that precision policing.
Dana Griffin, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Well, right now, the nation's air traffic controllers are being pushed to the edge. A report by the New York Times shows controllers are overworked, exhausted. Some even say they use drugs and alcohol while on the job. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello has more on the report and the impact of the industry's growing shortage.
Good day. This is a nationwide problem. Controllers are facing mandatory overtime, 10-hour days, 6-day weeks, just as we are facing record numbers of passengers in the air right now. There is a self-reporting mechanism controllers have to report when they may have made a mistake or there was a close call. And now some controllers are taking to that site to report drug and alcohol abuse, even sleeping on the job.
It's a high-stakes, high-pressure job. And 2023 has been a year of close calls involving both pilot and controller error, including this one in Austin when a controller cleared a FedEx plane to land just as a Southwest plane was departing.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
One big problem, controller fatigue. 77% of air traffic control facilities are understaffed, leading to mandatory overtime. Medical issues forced Neil Burke to retire this year.
We're tired of working 6 days a week. We're tired of working 10-hour days.
NBC News has obtained internal FAA documents first reported by the New York Times, detailing controllers' own anonymous reporting of mistakes and exhaustion. Among the entries, many employees can be observed sleeping on the job. If I had not been fatigued, I may have been able to recognize the aircraft lined up for the incorrect runway sooner. And I pray no one dies due to controller fatigue. Also included isolated cases of controllers using alcohol and illegal drugs while on position. One claimed a colleague regularly smoked marijuana on break. Another said a controller bragged about making big money buzzed. But with more than 10,000 certified controllers on the job, the new FAA chief says substance abuse is very rare.
We monitor for drug and alcohol use very closely. We have robust reporting, and we follow up on every possible lead that comes in.
Still, both the FAA and controllers unions say overtime fatigue is real.
You're missing your home life. You're missing your kids' ball games and your spouse's events. And it does have an effect.
Controller Michelle Hager left last June.
That is not a sustainable lifestyle, to be working that hard at a job that requires so much mental focus at all times.
We're working every day to make sure that the system stays as safe as it has been for decades. We're not letting down our guard, and we're working that issue hard every day.
Despite the fact that the FAA hired 1,400 controllers this year, because of so many retirees, at the end of the year, there's only a net gain of 8. The problem is they're well behind on training. This goes all the way back to before the pandemic, but the pandemic shut down the academy, and they're now down 1,500 to 3,000 controllers. It will take years to catch up, which means many more months and maybe years of overtime. Back to you.
Israeli forces expanding their ground operations in Gaza. The new calls from U.S. officials to protect civilians as dozens of hostages remain trapped inside. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? That's the threat it took for all this damage to occur.
Some Virginia residents are expressing concern after they received a letter in the mail saying they could be arrested just for wearing a ski mask. Now, the Alexandria police chief is apologizing and admitting the city made a big mistake. Drew Wilder from our NBC Washington station has our report.
You got that letter, I guess?
Yes, I got it.
Mary Jane and her neighbors aren't quite sure what to make of a letter that came in the mail last week. On one hand, it was informative. On the other hand, though, it felt like it was targeting them.
A big prejudice.
It's notifying residents that effective immediately, Alexandria police will arrest anyone over 16 who is caught wearing a ski mask. It's a law that's been on the books for years, though it's rarely enforced and was entirely disregarded during the pandemic. The letter came from the Alexandria Redevelopment and Housing Authority. Rose Williams-Boyd says she worked with officers on crafting the letter's wording.
What we were trying to do was give our residents a heads up and to tell parents, talk to your kids and make sure they understand what could happen.
The only people in the city who got that letter were people who live in public housing. It wasn't sent to anybody else.
Wow, really? Okay, I didn't know that.
That's just like, to me, you like saying there's only what, black kids doing this?
Alexandria's police chief says this letter should have never gone out because the department has no intention on arresting anyone for wearing a ski mask.
I'm not satisfied with that message because the message actually says that we're going to be enforcing that law and we're going to be arresting people for wearing those masks. And we're not going to be doing that.
In fact, he says Alexandria has never arrested someone just for wearing a ski mask, and he wants the public housing residents and all Alexandrians to know they aren't going to start. Then it only goes out to a certain piece of the population rather than everybody.
Correct.
Does that send the wrong message in and of itself, regardless of the wording?
It does. It really does. And those particular officers worked in those particular areas, and that's why it went out that way. But it does send the wrong message out.
Chief Hayes says the department isn't perfect. This was a mistake. He says that he personally plans to go door to door in the communities where these letters were distributed, apologize, and explain that people are not going to be arrested just for wearing something to keep themselves warm.
All right, Drew Wilder, thank you so much. Hey, Morgan, over to you.
Well, Vicki, Time Magazine has released its shortlist for 2023's Person of the Year. The magazine has been giving out the title yearly since 1927 to anyone who has influenced the world for better or for worse. Today's show co-host Chanel Jones has an exclusive first look at the names on this year's list.
The shortlist for Time's Person of the Year begins with a trio of world leaders. First up, King Charles III. His crowning moment came in May after a decades-long wait for the throne and at a moment of change for the UK monarchy. Russian President Vladimir Putin continued to wage war in Ukraine, now in its second year after the full-scale invasion, and Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is serving an unprecedented third term and solidifying his role as one of China's most powerful and controversial leaders. Next on the short list, 2023's biggest newsmakers. Sam Altman has made countless headlines in recent weeks for getting fired and swiftly rehired as CEO of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT. Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, also on the short list. Powell faced with the daunting task of managing record inflation here in the U.S. Next, the Trump prosecutors, the team that led the first ever indictment of a U.S. president in our nation's history. The short list now moves to Hollywood and the strikers that brought the entire industry to a standstill. Actors and screenwriters were on strike for most of the year before reaching a deal. Also on the short list, Hollywood's newest It Girl.
Hi, Barbie.
The live-action movie was the highest-grossing film of the year, earning $1.4 billion and causing an explosion of, well, all pink everything. Then finally, global superstar Taylor Swift. The Grammy Award winner has had a monumental year, re-released albums, record-setting streams, and her Eras Tour, on track to become the highest-grossing global tour of all time.
Chanel Jones, NBC News.
A lot of good candidates. All right, well, the House could soon vote on launching a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden. Why Republican Speaker Mike Johnson is calling it a necessary step and how the White House is responding. You are watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks again for joining us here at the half hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. A German tourist was killed and 2 others were wounded in a stabbing attack near the Eiffel Tower over the weekend. French police are investigating whether the act was an attack of terrorism. Officials say the 26-year-old suspect, who was previously known to authorities, expressed anger about the Israel-Hamas war. He is now in police custody.
A mother of one of the 3 Palestinian students shot in Vermont over Thanksgiving weekend now says her son is paralyzed from the chest down. 20-year-old Hisham Aratani was walking with 2 other students while speaking in Arabic when a suspect opened fire. According to the victim's family, one of those bullets that struck Aratani lodged in his spine, which has since left him paralyzed. A GoFundMe has raised more than $900,000 to help cover his medical costs.
Opening arguments in the assault trial for actor Jonathan Majors are now underway in Manhattan Criminal Court. The Marvel supervillain was arrested in March after the NYPD responded to a call finding his former girlfriend with cuts, bruises, and a broken finger. Majors faces misdemeanor charges of assault and harassment. He maintains his innocence, but if he is found guilty, he could spend up to a year in prison.
Israel is now expanding its military operations to every part of Gaza. New reports say some of the most intense fighting of the war is happening right now.
Israel's military is warning civilians in southern Gaza to flee as tanks roll near the area's second largest city, where many displaced people from the north sought refuge. Vice President Kamala Harris and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin are now warning Israel about the growing number of civilian casualties in Gaza. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv. Raf, it is good to see you today. So Israel says it has killed a Hamas commander who was responsible for carrying out the raids in Israel during the October 7th attacks. Tell us about this new offensive right now from Israel, how it is affecting Palestinian civilians.
Well, Vicky, Israel has now launched this long-awaited ground offensive into the south. We saw its focus on the south beginning really just minutes after the ceasefire broke down on Friday. There was a punishing wave of airstrikes, and now there are Israeli tanks and ground troops on the ground in southern Gaza. The head of the Israeli military says the assault in the south will be just as ferocious as the assault in the north. And remember, satellite data shows half the buildings in northern Gaza partly or completely destroyed. Israel says it plans to do the same again in the south. Now, it is targeting the city of Han Yunis. It says that's where Hamas's leaders are hiding, but it's also where hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians fled to. Remember, they left their homes in the north because Israel told them to. They went to the south, and now they're being told to flee once again. Guys.
You know, Raf, one of the conversations that I think started a few weeks ago but has really intensified just in the past few days, the conversations over who's actually going to run Gaza after the war ends. The Biden administration wants the Palestinian Authority to take over, but Israel and a lot of Palestinians don't like that idea. What are the options right now that are realistically on the table?
Well, that's one of the things that Vice President Harris's national security advisor, who's here in Israel today, is discussing with the Israeli government. What happens on the day after this war, the day after Hamas? As you said, Morgan, Israel's government does not want to see the Palestinian Authority in charge in Gaza. They are in charge to a certain extent in the occupied West Bank. They say it's because the PA teaches anti-Semitism, but it's also true that Israel would see the PA taking over in Gaza as one step towards a two-state solution, which is something this right-wing government opposes. Guys.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez there on the ground and really doing an excellent job covering this since the beginning, Raf. Thank you.
Morgan, on Capitol Hill, the House could soon formally authorize an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. Republicans have spent months investigating Biden and his son Hunter's business dealings. The White House has called these efforts illegitimate and unjustified. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale joins us now from her post. Ali, great to see you this Monday. So Speaker Mike Johnson says he thinks he has the votes to launch this inquiry. Why are Republicans moving forward on this now, and what are they hoping to gain from it?
It's the right question to ask, Vicky, because just a few weeks ago, when then Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that he was open to an impeachment inquiry, it didn't seem like he had the votes for it within his Republican conference. Now, though, the new Speaker, Mike Johnson, is saying that not only does he back this in the way his predecessor did, but that he thinks that there are the votes within his conference to move forward with a formal impeachment inquiry, effectively making the House take a vote on the floor to put this inquiry into play officially as opposed to just theoretically. Now, there's a lot of back and forth about whether or not they could have gotten to an impeachment inquiry phase just based on the theory, just based on the blessing of the House Speaker. But this should do that. And the reason they say is because members went home to their districts over Thanksgiving and are feeling more bullish on it.
Very interesting. Well, House Republicans, technically, they have a slimmer majority now, Ali, than they even did last week because the chamber voted to expel basically SNL's favorite congressman, New York Congressman George Santos, on those corruption allegations. So what is happening with Santos right now?
This was always the political game around George Santos, especially for Republican leadership. They were already dealing with a tight margin of 4 or 5 votes. Now they're dealing with being able to only lose 3 within their ranks. It's a razor-thin situation, extremely difficult for Republican leadership to count, and it's why we're looking at who on the Republican side might actually vote for or against impeachment. It's tough for those moderates, but they may have been dwindling. We'll see if and when this vote actually comes to the floor.
All right, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale. Ali, thank you.
2 Missouri teachers are out of the job after their school district discovered they had accounts on OnlyFans. Well, now they're speaking out, saying they needed the extra money to pay their bills. As NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo explains, they aren't the only educators looking for extra work.
They were teachers by day and OnlyFans stars by night. Now, 2 educators at St. Clair High School near St. Louis, Missouri, are out of the classroom after their district discovered their accounts.
I got a note tacked to my door saying that they knew my secret. It was written by students, and so I knew I was in trouble.
Megan Gaither, who taught English and coached the cheerleading team, is one of those 2 teachers who started an OnlyFans to afford her student loan payments. OnlyFans, the website says, lets creators monetize their private content. It's become known as a lucrative platform that allows creators to make money from subscribers by posting sexual content.
You know, I was hiding my face. I didn't use my real name. I can do both. I can be a really good teacher, and then I can go home at night and make extra money.
Then Brianna Coppage, Gaither's colleague, who also has an OnlyFans, got caught.
That's when I got fearful. And so I deleted my OnlyFans, I deleted my Twitter, and anything that I used for OnlyFans purposes.
Coppage eventually resigned, telling Fox News she now makes up to $1 million on the platform. Gaither was placed on leave after her account was discovered, but she says the district cited professionalism and student communication and not her OnlyFans. While the platform may be an unconventional solution, about 1/3 of new teachers take on second jobs to make ends meet. And it's not just during the summer. 18% need to have a second job during the school year, according to the Pew Research Center.
Over the past maybe 5 or so years, we've seen a lot of activity, strikes, union activity, things like that surrounding teacher pay. It's a sign, I think, that, you know, for a lot of teachers, it's just not keeping up with what they need.
It's not just teachers in Missouri. Courtney Telia was a teacher in Arizona.
I got my first student loan repayment and they wanted 50% of my income.
Now she works full-time on OnlyFans.
I am the happiest I've ever been. I'm the healthiest I've ever been.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Oh, okay, a lot of thoughts on that one. Right. Con artists are using AI to create videos of celebrities in an effort to scam people out of money, and a growing number of these deep fake videos are now circulating online.
The tough part is it's actually getting harder and harder to tell which ones are real. NBC News correspondent Jake Ward has more on how the technology works and how you can spot those scams.
This is not Joe Rogan selling men's health supplements.
If you go to Amazon and you type in libido booster for men, you're going to find it right at the top.
This is not Warren Buffett giving away free Bitcoin.
I don't have much time left to live. That's why I decided to organize a giveaway.
And that is definitely not Elon Musk giving people an opportunity to get rich quick.
Absolutely everyone can earn it. Everything is very simple.
Welcome to the misleading future, where celebrity product pitches you see online.
Watching this video, you're one of the 10,000 lucky people who'll get an iPhone 15 Pro.
May be scams. Stars like Tom Hanks and Gayle King now warning their followers about fake versions of themselves, also known as deep fakes.
More tools have been coming out that make it easier and easier for just about anybody to do deep fakes.
It's so easy, the team at Slack Shack Films did it to me.
What is the secret to weight loss?
I've honestly been a bit hesitant to share this with you, but I think now it's time. The secret is chocolate cake.
Whoa. Oh?
Copious amounts of chocolate cake. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, brunch, afternoon snack, chocolate cake.
Man.
Yeah, there it is.
Wow. Here's how they did it. They had an actor play the part of me and then using AI digitally replaced his voice and altered his image to create a fake Jake.
A full chocolate cake diet will absolutely make you lose weight.
It is not perfect, but if you're scrolling through on your phone,
it looks like a real person, honestly.
There are going to be bad actors out there who take the stuff and monetize it and do bad things with it.
Professor Hani Farid studies deepfakes at UC Berkeley.
And so it turns out that ears are a pretty good biometric.
And warns it's not just being used for fake sales pitches.
Like all around the world now. Yeah, you're seeing interference and disinformation campaigns and fraud.
Already we've seen fake videos of Ukrainian President Zelensky, even a fake attack on the Pentagon.
In 2 minutes, the stock market dropped $500 billion. That's insane from a single image.
How to spot a deepfake? Well, that's hard. Slow down. Don't just reshare something that feels real to you. Search online for the image you're seeing. If it's fake, someone out there probably knows. And check your sources. If you don't recognize where it came from, don't trust it. But here's the thing. With technology advancing so quickly, Professor Farid warns those tips won't last.
In 3 months, they won't work.
Thank you for having me.
Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
So if you get sick, how can you tell if it's the cold, if it's the flu, COVID, RSV, plus over-the-counter medicines? They're most helpful to relieve symptoms, and we'll tell you which ones to look out for. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Now to a health alert here in the U.S. The head of the CDC is warning that respiratory illnesses like RSV, COVID, and the flu are spreading in most states.
So if you have a cough, how can you actually tell what it is? NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar has a breakdown of what you need to know this winter virus season.
'Tis the season for coughs, chills, and sneezing. But why is it always in the winter?
It probably has to do with the drier air crowding and maybe the cold effects on our respiratory tree and our immune systems.
And why dry air? Because the dry air makes it easier for contaminated water droplets from coughs and sneezes to travel freely, this can cause more infection. So what infections are we talking about? Well, COVID hospitalizations may be down this season, but those viruses are still spreading, with the CDC seeing a jump in COVID, RSV, and the flu. It seems like everyone is talking about RSV, or respiratory syncytial virus, the most common respiratory cause of hospital admissions for children. In fact, 97 to 99% get this illness by age 2, but only about 3% end up in the hospital. But children aren't the only ones affected.
Up to 10,000 adults actually can die from RSV. Are we seeing more than what we would normally be seeing, or is this still part of that post-COVID kind of, we need to pay attention to RSV phenomenon?
I think it's a combination of things. Whether RSV is really an increasing problem or whether it's increasing awareness is not clear, but we do have more tools at our hands.
Those tools include testing and vaccinations, which are available to children, those who are immunocompromised or pregnant, and the elderly. Experts say if you're around those vulnerable and feeling sick, you should test. That's because while RSV usually mimics the same symptoms of the common cold, in severe cases, it can cause the inflammation of the lungs or pneumonia. That can lead to hospitalization, with all of these respiratory viruses potentially leading to post-viral fatigue syndromes. These include long COVID and long cold. Another reason why prevention is key. Long COVID can happen at any time.
It doesn't always happen with just the first infection. It can happen after a second or third.
And one of the more common infections we see every year, bronchitis, is a lower respiratory infection, or what's commonly referred to as a chest cold. People usually mean acute bronchitis caused by a viral infection. This usually goes away on its own. But there's another form of chronic bronchitis caused by a bacterial infection. So how do you know which one you have?
Chronic bronchitis is something characterized by much more persistent symptoms and is often found in people who are a little older.
Bronchitis is considered chronic if someone has a mucus-producing cough at least 3 months per year, 2 years in a row. While symptoms for all these viruses can feel like the common cold, rhinovirus or adenovirus, it's important to keep in mind that they can make others more sick and are contagious.
If you're already having symptoms, think twice about going into a gathering. There are masks that we can wear more comfortably and for longer periods of time. Just being thoughtful about how we manage risk is probably the most important thing we can do.
Great. And obviously never to forget the old-fashioned washing your hands and not touching your face and things like that.
Yes, absolutely.
Our thanks to NBC medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar for that report.
So for more, let's go in and bring in pulmonologist and NBC News medical analyst Dr. Vin Gupta. Dr. Gupta, it's so good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Look, we talk a lot about these over-the-counter medicines. We've been told recently that some of them don't work. What about the big ones? The Dayquil, the Sudafed, the Mucinex. Should we even bother taking them?
You should, Morgan. I'm glad you brought this up. I think there's a full screen here for your viewers. But if you have a cough, the focus here should be on medications like Robitussin or Delsym, or if you're an asthmatic, albuterol. If you have congestion without a cough, think about nasal sprays. I know we're not familiar with utilizing nasal sprays, but frankly, they're very effective.
Like Afrin? Yeah, I thought Afrin gets addictive.
But
you want to make sure that you're not overutilizing it more than twice a day. If you have cough and congestion, look for medications like Advil, cold and flu, Coricidin. If you have high blood pressure, Coricidin is a good option.
Okay, we've talked a lot about long COVID, but Dr. Azar just mentioned something called long cold. And sometimes people feel like they recover from something, but they're back in office. They're still kind of sniffly or coughing. How long are you contagious? And are some people more susceptible to a long cold?
Absolutely. I think we all have either experienced it, Vicky, or know somebody who's experienced weeks and weeks, 4 to 6 weeks of symptoms, cough, runny nose, even after you've maybe gotten rid of the fever.
Right.
We now know long cold is a real thing. We think it might be the results of the virus still sticking in our body. So there's ways, we still think you're infectious. If you're symptomatic, you're likely infectious. And we're now looking at studies to say, well, does somebody need to be on long-term Paxlovid if they've had long-term cold symptoms from COVID?
Interesting.
And so those studies are underway, but I will say right now there's a lot of off-label prescribing of medications like Paxlovid, inhalers, to get people through this long cold type symptom for 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah, really important, especially as we're dealing with just this plethora of all the things that it could be out there, especially as a lot of us trying to self-diagnose in the process. Dr. Vin Gupta, thank you so much.
We appreciate you. Thank you. And you are watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Actors Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali are teaming up on a new Netflix film called Leave the World Behind. And it's a thriller based on a best-selling novel that drops on December 8th.
Oh, I'll definitely be watching with that cast and that topic. Today's show co-anchor Hoda Kotb caught up with the two Oscar winners and talked about their latest projects and their changing family lives.
I went online this morning and I rented us a beautiful house out by the beach. I figured if I made the reservation and packed our bags, it would eliminate most of the reasons to say no.
In Leave the World Behind, Julia Roberts is a far cry from the America's sweetheart role.
This is your house.
When your characters meet, first of all, I could not stand your character. I never thought there would be a Julia Roberts movie where I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I want to just strangle her.
Well, my work is done here.
Leave the World Behind is not your typical end-of-the-world apocalypse film. It centers around two families forced together, starring Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke, Mahershala Ali, and Mahala Harold. What was the experience like, Julia, working with this man?
You know, there's just a poetry to the way that he carries himself in life and in art. In my experience, I mean, and he's so tall and his eyes are so kind and...
Very kind to you.
How would you describe working with Julia?
A joy.
A joy,
Just
yeah.
a joy,
Yeah.
a joy.
Mahershala is a two-time Academy Award winner who plays the suave finance advisor, G.H. Scott.
So you think that the hackers or whatever knocked out our satellites?
I no longer think that this is just a couple of teenagers in the Philippines.
Well, Variety basically said that, the quote, I think, was Ali steals the show. How does that land?
How does that land with you?
No, it's so weird. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to do this work and grow and be pushed, you know. So I'm in good
Whatever,
company.
he steals
I'm
the
in
show.
good company.
And you know
I'm in
who else
good
steals the
company.
show is Ethan.
I think they say it a little differently, but yeah, I know what you mean.
So if you were giving the elevator pitch on this movie, how would you describe it?
It's a thriller that's about seeing people put in the most extreme circumstances of crisis and how they respond to that.
I would describe it as a study in the fragility of the human condition and our dependence on technology.
Off-screen, Julia and husband Danny Moder have 3 teenagers. Mahershala Ali and wife Amatu Sami Kareem have a 6-year-old daughter. We discussed parenting in the age of smartphones. Watching the technology obsession scared me, watching this, because I think about this with my kids now. How did you navigate with your kids?
So for us, we just had sort of simple rules where we had a charging station where everybody's phone goes when you get home. There's no phones at the table, certainly.
By the way, how has fatherhood changed you?
Oh, wow. Like, you've heard it before. You just feel like your heart is outside of your body. So I'm going to shut it down there. That's all I can say. Get emotional.
We're parenting young kids. Your kids are in college, and one's about to go off to college. How do you parent adult children?
I parent them the same way out of the house that I parented them in the house. Which is, you know, are you getting enough sleep and you sound like you're sick, and are you drinking tea? And texting when you get home. I can see that you're home safe and sound. And I have an immense amount of appreciation for both of my older kids because they still allow me to be the same mom to them, and it's not eye-rolling, and there's a huge amount of understanding.
May I ask, is it a different discomfort, you leaving and traveling for work and all that, compared to them leaving and going to college?
Yeah. And it's funny, too. Right now, me being away, and so Henry and Danny are home, and then I'm in another time zone, and then Finn is somewhere, and Hazel is somewhere, and we all were on a FaceTime the other day together, all of us, and it was so fun. I might have had like a towel on my wet head, and like we were all so happy to be together in that way, that we are still so deeply in love.
I love your family. I love how you speak about them. Every time you talk about them, I feel like you're home. Like.
Thanks.
I agree with that, actually.
Don't you think?
It's so absolutely true.
Like, get her a tissue. I love, man. Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
Oh, I love that. And I love his question.
Yeah, really insightful.
Great conversation. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now, wherever you stream. Check out YouTube, Hulu, and of course, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
After the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, I'm hearing sleigh bells, twinkling lights. I waited all year, baby, just to see that sleigh flying through the night.
Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us this Monday. I'm Morgan Radford.
Great to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, December 4th. Expanding offensive. Israel's military is pushing deeper into southern Gaza as concerns grow about the risk to civilians who are taking shelter. The latest from the war zone and the push to get more hostages released.
Emergency at the border. Officials in Arizona are pausing operations today at a key port of entry. Plus, Texas's governor threatening new legal action over the state's use of a floating barrier.
Controversial catch. Police in L.A. using an automated license plate camera to help track down a suspected serial killer. But some experts are now warning about potential privacy issues.
Mounting pressure. U.S. regulators are facing new questions over a recalled applesauce fruit pouch. Dozens of children reportedly had high levels of lead in their blood after eating the applesauce. The new proposed guidelines and what parents need to know.
Welcome to NBC News Daily, and thank you so much for joining us. We start right now with Israel expanding its military operation inside Gaza. Just days after their ceasefire agreement with Hamas fell apart, Israel is increasing its attacks. A senior U.S. military official tells NBC News that he's been shocked by the ferocity of Israel's renewed campaign, which has included attacks on apartment buildings. Israel's military says roughly 200 Hamas targets have been hit with airstrikes in just the last 24 hours. Hamas's health ministry says at least 700 Palestinians have been killed since Friday.
Israel is now focusing its offensive on southern Gaza, warning civilians to leave before more attacks. Aid distribution in Gaza's second largest city stopped Sunday because fighting grew too intense. Israel now has withdrawn its negotiators from Qatar as nearly 140 people remain captive. A senior Hamas official says no more hostages will be released until another ceasefire deal is made. NBC News correspondent David Noriega joins us now from Tel Aviv. David, you spoke to some relatives of Israeli hostages and a doctor who actually treated them. What can you tell us about the conditions they're in? What did they tell you?
Yeah, so we're just starting to get the first testimonies describing the conditions that some of the hostages, particularly children, were held in while they were in custody in Hamas. I should say, we aren't really hearing from hostages directly. The vast majority of them are not speaking publicly on this, but we're hearing from family members to whom they've relayed these stories. Today, we heard specifically from a couple of family members who had loved ones who are children who are in custody, and from, as you said, a doctor who treated them at a pediatric hospital. The doctor said a couple of things, like, for example, a lot of these children had lost 10 to 15% of their body weight. They had significant lice infestation, significant skin rashes. And then, of course, one of the main concerns is psychological. The family members of these kids say that a lot of them were whispering in the first days after they were released from captivity because they were afraid to make noise. I'm going to let you hear a clip, actually, from one of these family members. His nieces were in captivity, including a pair of twins who was just 3 years old. Take a listen.
At the moment, my sister daughters, Emma and Yuli, are waking up in crying. They aren't able to sleep most nights. Fortunately, they are able to smile now and then. My sister Danielle's daughter, Amelia, is not allowing her to leave nowhere without her.
Everyone agrees that it's going to be a long road to recovery for these kids. Vicki, Morgan.
You talk about the road to recovery, David. Look, a lot of people are talking about the backlash after Israel's military is now telling people in southern Gaza to evacuate. But tens of thousands of the people there recently fled the north when Israel told them to go to the south. So what's happening right now in that area as we speak?
Yeah, so the most significant development militarily since the war resumed is the fact that the IDF is now operating on the ground throughout Gaza, including in the south. 1.9 million people, according to the UN, have been displaced inside Gaza. Many of them are now concentrated in the south, where the worst of the fighting is happening. The IDF says that these evacuation orders are part of its larger precautions that it takes to avoid civilian casualties. But what residents of Gaza in the south are saying is that many of them have already had to flee, once, twice, even 3 times, that they feel there's nowhere safe for them to go. Many of them are afraid that this is going to lead eventually to them being expelled from the Gaza Strip into Egypt. This is something, I should say, that Egypt is strenuously opposed to. Back to you guys.
All right, NBC News correspondent David Noriega for us there. David, thank you.
Morgan, concern for a wider war in the Middle East is growing after a U.S. warship shot down 3 drones in the Red Sea yesterday. A number of missile strikes were also reported there. The Iran-backed military group Houthi claimed responsibility for some of these attacks. Pentagon officials say the group was targeting Israeli commercial vessels, but it was not clear if the U.S. ship was also a target. No deaths or injuries were reported, but some ships sustained limited damage. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby joins us now. Courtney, this is very serious. Talk about who all was involved here and why did the Houthi military launch these attacks?
So it's 3 commercial ships that we're talking about here, but this is more than a dozen different nations who had some association with these ships. So that includes where they were flagged, who owns them, what businesses may have been associated with the cargo on board, and then, of course, who the crews were, so what nationalities the crews were. When you consider all that, this was a multi-nation attack against multiple places. So we're talking about at least 3 anti-ship ballistic missiles that were fired on 3 separate cargo ships in the Red Sea over the course of about 8 hours on Sunday. Now, in each case, the ballistic missile did not cause any major damage. There were no casualties, but the USS Carney, a U.S. military warship that was in the region at the time, responded to the distress calls, coming up to the ships, trying to see if they needed any help, see if they had any damage. And in each of the 3 cases, as the Carney was there or while it was on its transit there, the Houthi rebels in Yemen fired off attack drones. Now, as you said, the U.S. military doesn't have any evidence or indications that those drones were directly targeting the Carney, but because of the trajectory, the way they were coming in, they presented enough of a threat that the military decided to shoot each of the 3 drones down, Vicki.
I mean, this plays into a lot of major fears that what's happening in the Middle East could escalate, could pull the U.S. even further in. What are officials here at CENTCOM, your sources, saying in response?
Yeah, that has been the biggest fear among U.S. military officials since October 7th, is the notion that some of these Iranian-backed proxy groups like the Houthis, like the ones that operate in Iraq and Syria, like Lebanese Hezbollah, that they might escalate their activity, that they might try to get involved here and expand this war out into the region. The Houthis have continued their attacks even during the truce or the ceasefire, whereas some of the other militants and militia groups did not. They stopped acting. The Houthis have continued throughout that time. And defense officials say that that may be an indication that their behavior here is really more of an opportunistic. So they're trying to get attention at this time where they're frankly getting a lot of the attention, as opposed to being directly linked to what Iran is directing them to do. Vicki.
Well, this definitely gotten bigger. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks.
The family accused of fueling the nation's opioid epidemic is at the center of a massive settlement being challenged right now by the Supreme Court. Today, the justices are hearing arguments in the Purdue Pharma bankruptcy deal, and that includes billions of dollars in payouts to people harmed by OxyContin overdoses and deaths. At issue is whether the owners of the company, the Sackler family, should in fact be shielded from current and future lawsuits in exchange. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now. Ken, first off, why is the U.S. challenging this settlement?
Morgan, a division of the Justice Department, the U.S. bankruptcy trustee, believes that this settlement is unfair, that it's an abuse of the bankruptcy system because the Sacklers are getting the benefit of bankruptcy without actually having to file for bankruptcy and putting all their assets at risk. So they collected around $11 billion from this company, and they're offering to pay $6 billion in a settlement. And the Justice Department thinks that that's unfair. And some of the justices today seem to agree and were questioning the legality and the appropriateness of the settlement, but others were pointing out that it would be a big step to blow up a settlement like this that is being counted on by so many state governments and individuals and people affected by the opioid crisis. And lawyers for those people came into the Supreme Court today and said, look, this is the best deal we're going to get, and if this blows up, it's very unlikely that we're going to have another settlement. So the stakes are really high here, and we'll have to see what the court decides.
You talked about the benefit of bankruptcy. I mean, this deal, it's supposed to help people who were hurt by this crisis. What happens then if this case sort of gets held up in the courts?
So that's a big question. Right now, if this settlement goes forward, they stand to gain $6 billion, some of which goes to victims of the opioid crisis, including children who were born addicted to drugs. In fact, I think we have some sound from some people who may be affected by this. Take a listen.
The family is responsible criminally. They need to pay for what they did, and what they have offered in that paltry $6 billion settlement will help some people, but it is not the justice that needs to be served in this case.
And so what these people are obviously saying is that ultimate justice did not reach the Sacklers. They were not charged criminally, although Purdue Pharma itself pleaded guilty to criminal charges in this matter. But a lot of the people involved say this is the best settlement they think they're going to be able to get from the Sackler family.
We will soon see. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney there live from D.C. Ken, thank you.
Turning now to our CNBC Money Minute. Gold prices are soaring to new highs. They reached a record of more than $2,100 today after rising for 2 straight months.
CNBC Markets and investing reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. Pippa, look, these soaring interest rates, they've brought down the demand for gold. So why are we seeing gold prices then increase?
Well, Morgan, analysts say it's likely the result of geopolitical uncertainty and a weaker U.S. dollar. Gold typically performs well during conflicts such as the Israel-Hamas war because it is a reliable store of value. Prices are expected to remain high into next year. Meantime, movie seats were hard to fill in November. ComScore data shows domestic theaters only brought in about $554 million last month, which is down 12% from last year and way behind pre-pandemic levels. The actors and writers strikes likely played a role in the slump. Movie stars weren't able to promote their projects during the strike, and the strikes led to the delayed premiere of Dune Part 2, which was originally set for last month. And the supply of Christmas trees is expected to be tight but sufficient this holiday season. But an industry trade group found prices will be a little bit higher. About half of farms told the Real Christmas Tree Board they would increase their wholesale prices by less than 5%. Around 30% of farmers said they wouldn't raise prices at all. Got to get my tree, got to start shopping.
Yeah, I do too. Have you get your tree?
We have our tree. For the first time, we switched to a fake tree last year. I'm kind of mixed feelings. I like it because you can get started earlier, but you miss the smell and the experience. What about you, Pippa?
You know, I always go for a real tree for the very reason you said. I love that Christmas smell, but it might be easier with a fake one.
Maybe best of both. What about you guys?
You can buy candles. There's always a good
All right, CNBC Markets and Investing reporter Pippa Stevens, thank you.
All right, we've got a recall alert coming up next. How lead could get into applesauce and how to make sure your baby food is saved. I've got so much good information coming up on this next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country in war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? How's that? It took for all this damage to occur.
Well, there's growing concern over the safety of baby food. One company has issued a voluntary recall of all of its cinnamon applesauce pouches after high levels of lead were found inside.
Yeah, well, now that company is pointing to the possible source of the lead. The bigger question, was this avoidable? And what can parents do now to protect their babies? We investigate.
Stephen, thanks. You want to read a book?
We first met Ricky and Sarah Callahan and their 14-month-old Rudy last month. The Callahans were shocked when Rudy was diagnosed with lead poisoning after a routine one-year checkup in August.
Never in a million years did I imagine that my son would be affected by lead poisoning.
Rudy is among the nearly 60 children across the country who've had elevated blood lead levels after eating Wanabana's apple cinnamon fruit purees.
How many of these applesauce pouches do you think he had eaten?
They were a regular part of his diet.
Doctors say lead poisoning can lead to developmental delays and IQ loss in children. Buena, which voluntarily recalled its cinnamon applesauce pouches in late October, pointed to an Ecuador-based supplier of cinnamon as the possible cause, saying it was releasing the information in the interest of public health. The FDA said the cinnamon supplier does not import directly into the U.S., and the agency is working with Ecuadorian authorities to determine if the spice could have been used in other products shipped here. But that doesn't give much comfort to the Callahans.
Ricky and I were the two people that he relied on for his food, and we fed that to him. It makes me feel guilty. Like, all we wanted was the best for our baby, and he's been lead poisoned.
It's not the first time experts have been concerned. A 2021 congressional report revealed dangerous levels of heavy metals like lead, arsenic, cadmium, and mercury in a wide range of baby foods, often absorbed by fruits and vegetables from soil and water.
This is a big problem that requires solutions at all different levels. FDA needs to set protective standards. Food manufacturers need to test what's coming in and what's in their finished foods. And parents also need to pay attention and make choices to help lower their children's exposures to these toxic metals.
In January, the FDA announced proposed industry limits on lead in baby food, but that guidance isn't expected to be finalized until 2025.
Why has it taken so long for the FDA to even get to this point?
FDA is a big bureaucratic agency, but it's not going to move quickly. And in the meantime, children are exposed every day.
So what should parents do? Houlihan says study which ingredients tend to carry more heavy metals risks, like root vegetables and rice. Don't assume homemade baby food is safer, and make sure kids eat different types of food from various brands.
If you're serving the same food every single day to your child, you could be accidentally concentrating a particular toxin in your child's diet.
Not every state requires lead testing for young children, but experts say that is the best way to know if a child has been exposed to lead. Rudy's lead levels are going down, but his parents say he's showing signs of a speech delay.
This is something that he will have to live with for the rest of his life.
This week, the Callahans filed suit against Buena, and they say they hope other parents don't have to go through the same ordeal.
What action do you want to see?
I'd like to see a more rigorous testing so things like this don't happen in the future.
Our thanks to the Callahans. Buena has not yet responded to that lawsuit. Those cinnamon apple purees, we should note, they were also sold under the brand names Weiss and Schnucks. And so if you have any of these, throw them away. Contact the company for a refund. And also we should mention that Buena said it is establishing a program to actually reimburse customers for healthcare and blood testing costs up to a set amount. So if you are worried, get your child lead tested. That's the #1 way to find out.
That's really important and great reporting, Vicki.
Thank you.
Well, with air travel ticking up this time of year, there's renewed focus on the people who are tasked with keeping our skies safe. The new report that says some air traffic controllers are drinking or even falling asleep on the job. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Some Virginia residents are expressing concern after they received a letter in the mail saying they could be arrested just for wearing a ski mask. Now, the Alexandria police chief is apologizing and admitting the city made a big mistake. Drew Wilder from our NBC Washington station has our report.
You got that letter, I guess?
Yes, I got it.
Mary Jane and her neighbors aren't quite sure what to make of a letter that came in the mail last week. On one hand, it was informative. On the other hand, though, it felt like it was targeting them.
A big prejudice.
It's notifying residents that effective immediately, Alexandria police will arrest anyone over 16 who is caught wearing a ski mask. It's a law that's been on the books for years, though it's rarely enforced and was entirely disregarded during the pandemic. The letter came from the Alexandria Redevelopment and Housing Authority. Rose Williams Boyd says she worked with officers on crafting the letter's wording.
What we were trying to do was give our residents a heads up and to tell parents, talk to your kids and make sure they understand what could happen.
The only people in the city who got that letter were people who live in public housing. It wasn't sent to anybody else.
Wow, really? Okay, I didn't know that.
That's just like, to me, you like saying there's only what, black kids doing this?
Alexandria's police chief says this letter should have never gone out because the department has no intention on arresting anyone for wearing a ski mask.
I'm not satisfied with that message because the message actually says that we're going to be enforcing that law and we're going to be arresting people for wearing those masks. And we're not going to be doing that.
In fact, he says Alexandria has never arrested someone just for wearing a ski mask, and he wants the public housing residents and all Alexandrians to know they aren't going to start. Then it only goes out to a certain piece of the population rather than everybody.
Correct.
Does that send the wrong message in and of itself, regardless of the wording?
It does. It really does. And those particular officers worked in those particular areas, and that's why it went out that way. But it does send the wrong message out.
Chief Hayes says the department isn't perfect. This was a mistake. He says that he personally plans to go door to door in the communities where these letters were distributed, apologize, and explain that people are not going to be arrested just for wearing something to keep themselves warm.
All right, Drew Wilder, thank you so much. Hey, Morgan, over to you.
Well, Vicki, Time Magazine has released its shortlist for 2023's Person of the Year. The magazine has been giving out the title yearly since 1927 to anyone who has influenced the world for better or for worse. Today's show co-host Chanel Jones has an exclusive first look at the names on this year's list.
The shortlist for Time's Person of the Year begins with a trio of world leaders. First up, King Charles III. His crowning moment came in May after a decades-long wait for the throne and at a moment of change for the UK monarchy. Russian President Vladimir Putin continued to wage war in Ukraine, now in its second year after the full-scale invasion, and Chinese President Xi Jinping, who is serving an unprecedented third term and solidifying his role as one of China's most powerful and controversial leaders. Next on the short list, 2023's biggest newsmakers. Sam Altman has made countless headlines in recent weeks for getting fired and swiftly rehired as CEO of OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT. Jerome Powell, chairman of the Federal Reserve, also on the short list. Powell faced with the daunting task of managing record inflation here in the U.S. Next, the Trump prosecutors, the team that led the first ever indictment of a U.S. president in our nation's history. The short list now moves to Hollywood and the strikers that brought the entire industry to a standstill. Actors and screenwriters were on strike for most of the year before reaching a deal. Also on the short list, Hollywood's newest It Girl.
Hi, Barbie.
The live-action movie was the highest-grossing film of the year, earning $1.4 billion and causing an explosion of, well, all pink everything. Then finally, global superstar Taylor Swift. The Grammy Award winner has had a monumental year, re-released albums, record-setting streams, and her Eras Tour, on track to become the highest-grossing global tour of all time.
Chanel Jones, NBC News. A lot of good candidates. All right, well, the House could soon vote on launching a formal impeachment inquiry into President Biden, why Republican Speaker Mike Johnson is calling it a necessary step, and how the White House is responding. You are watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just did too. We're back at the half hour. So glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. The bodies of 5 missing crew members on board a U.S. military aircraft that crashed off the coast of Japan, they have been found. Air Force officials say the remains and wreckage of the aircraft were discovered earlier today after a nearly 1-week search. 8 people were on board the Osprey aircraft when it plunged into the ocean near the island of Yakushima. The victims found today have not yet been identified.
A 3-year deal between Hollywood Studios and SAG-AFTRA is expected to be ratified tomorrow. The final contract comes after a historic strike brought Hollywood to a standstill for nearly 4 months. If passed, this new agreement will include protections around the use of artificial intelligence and increased wages.
And last night, the annual 46th Kennedy Center Honors welcomed its newest inductees. The star-studded event in D.C. celebrated the lifetime achievements of some pretty big names, including Billy Crystal, Queen Latifah, Dionne Warwick. The ceremony will air on December 27th on CBS.
Well, as officials struggle with a growing number of migrants crossing the border, a port of entry in Arizona is closed today so that resources can be shifted. It is unclear how long that crossing will be closed.
All of this comes after a federal appeals court ordered Texas to remove a floating barrier from the Rio Grande, and it was placed there under the direction of Governor Greg Abbott to deter people from entering the United States illegally. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Eagle Pass. Morgan, just lay the scene for us there behind you. I mean, you're there right near the floating barrier that the court ordered removed. What is the situation like at this hour?
Oh, I can tell you the situation is incredibly fluid because in just the last few hours, I'll step out of the way here, we have seen just hundreds of migrants come across. I'm told that they're crossing about a mile from where we are, then walking down the riverbank on this side where they're met by Border Patrol agents. We know that Border Patrol agents are being helped by those other federal employees who typically would work on top of this nearby bridge that's been shut down so they can better process these individuals. Eagle Pass was the site of one of the key surges back in September when the second highest crossing number was recorded. We don't have any official numbers in just yet, but from what we're seeing right now, there is a concern that it could start to rise to a real problem from just a sheer location standpoint. So many people coming to one location, making it almost impossible to handle everyone in an expeditious manner. It was cold overnight, and the sun's out today, so the conditions are far from optimal right now for the men, women, and children behind me, the majority of whom, by the way, say they're from Venezuela. Guys.
We just saw somebody walking by with a little girl who looked like she was about 4 years old, Morgan. Very fluid situation. We're also hearing Customs and Border Protection announcing that it's closing the port of entry in Arizona, shifting resources to arrest and process new arrivals. But now some state lawmakers there are worried about the economic impact of that plan. Lay out their concerns for us.
Right. Well, we heard from Arizona's two senators and the governor that condemned the Biden administration, calling this temporarily closure unacceptable at Lukeville, which is a relatively remote crossing. But they're pointing to the fact on two fronts from a state commerce standpoint. Every day that it remains closed down, it impacts, of course, commerce from going back and forth over the border. But if you go to that small community as well, people absolutely feeling the impact there. Even here in Eagle Pass, every day that goes by that makes it tougher to go across the border, where so many of these neighboring communities do business with each other, is absolutely felt in a financial sense on both sides. And again, you mentioned it, there's no clear timeline on when either of these crossings here in Eagle Pass or Arizona will be opening back up.
NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky in Texas for us. Morgan, thank you.
A new investigation on air traffic controllers found that many of them say they're overworked and they're understaffed. The report by the New York Times also found that some of them use drugs or even alcohol while they're on the job. Others have fallen asleep while on duty. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello has more on the findings and what is right now being done about it.
Good day. This is a nationwide problem. Controllers are facing mandatory overtime, 10-hour days, 6-day weeks, just as we are facing record numbers of passengers in the air right now. There is a self-reporting mechanism controllers have to report when they may have made a mistake or there was a close call. And now some controllers are taking to that site to report drug and alcohol abuse, even sleeping on the job.
It's a high-stakes, high-pressure job. And 2023 has been a year of close calls involving both pilot and controller error, including this one in Austin when a controller cleared a FedEx plane to land just as a Southwest plane was departing.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
One big problem, controller fatigue. 77% of air traffic control facilities are understaffed, leading to mandatory overtime. Medical issues forced Neil Burke to retire this year.
We're tired of working 6 days a week. We're tired of working 10-hour days.
NBC News has obtained internal FAA documents first reported by the New York Times, detailing controllers' own anonymous reporting of mistakes and exhaustion. Among the entries, many employees can be observed sleeping on the job. If I had not been fatigued, I may have been able to recognize the aircraft lined up for the incorrect runway sooner. And I pray no one dies due to controller fatigue. Also included isolated cases of controllers using alcohol and illegal drugs while on position. One claimed a colleague regularly smoked marijuana on break. Another said a controller bragged about making big money buzzed. But with more than 10,000 certified controllers on the job, the new FAA chief says substance abuse is very rare.
We monitor for drug and alcohol use very closely. We have robust reporting, and we follow up on every possible lead that comes in.
Still, both the FAA and controllers unions say overtime fatigue is real.
You're missing your home life. You're missing your kids' ball games and your spouse's events. And it does have an effect.
Controller Michelle Hager left last June.
That is not a sustainable lifestyle, to be working that hard at a job that requires so much mental focus at all times.
We're working every day to make sure that the system stays as safe as it has been for decades. We're not letting down our guard, and we're working that issue hard every day.
Despite the fact that the FAA hired 1,400 controllers this year, because of so many retirees, at the end of the year, there's only a net gain of 8. The problem is they're well behind on training. This goes all the way back to before the pandemic, but the pandemic shut down the academy, and they're now down 1,500 to 3,000 controllers. It will take years to catch up, which means many more months and maybe years of overtime. Back to you.
Tom, thank you. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson says he thinks he has enough votes to take the next step toward impeaching President Joe Biden. That next step would be launching a formal inquiry into Mr. Biden's business practices, and it could come as soon as this week. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale has been following it all for us. So, Ali, for months now, Republican-led House committees have been collecting bank records and other documents from the president and his son, Hunter. Why is GOP leadership willing to take this to the floor now, and what could happen from here?
Look, they're saying that it's because House members who may have been reluctant to vote for the inquiry before the holidays have since gone home to their districts, spent time there, and seen that this is actually what their constituents want. Now, whether or not that's actually the case and whether or not that's what polling bears out remains to be seen. But what we do know is that Republicans have been beating this steady drum over the course of the entirety of this Congress of investigating not just President Biden, but specifically focusing on his son, Hunter, and now Biden's brother, James. They've been doing that without the banner of impeachment inquiry officially stamped onto this, but they do want to vote for it now, in part because it shows forward progress on this, despite the fact that they don't actually have central evidence tying Biden to the allegations that they're making about him.
Ali, let's pivot now to another story on Capitol Hill. Ousted Republican Congressman George Santos. What are we hearing from him since he was expelled officially last week?
Yeah, gone, but doesn't want to be forgotten here, Vicky. Santos still trying to keep himself in the headlines by lashing out on social media in a late-night series of posts against several of his New York fellow lawmakers, including people who were key in pushing to expel him, not once, not twice, but ultimately the third time being the charm. He's also lashing out across the river at one New Jersey congressman, and he's making allegations that these people have everything from ethics concerns against them to actual campaign finance violations. Of course, none of those allegations have been proven, nor does Santos bring any evidence of them. But anyone can file a complaint to the Ethics Committee here in Congress. That doesn't mean that that Ethics Committee has to take it up, though.
Okay, thank you for putting that into context for us. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, thank you.
Now let's head over to Los Angeles, where police captured a man they believe is a suspected serial killer. Officers were able to catch him by using an automated license plate reader.
Yeah, but that technology is really stirring up some controversy with privacy rights advocates. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin has more on how it all works.
This is an automated license plate reader, similar to the one responsible for capturing a suspected serial killer.
I'm grateful that this suspect in this case is in custody.
Police say 33-year-old Jared Powell murdered 4 men in 4 days, a Los Angeles County worker and 3 homeless men.
We know there's controversy out there about the usage of this system. If we did not enter that plate into the system, this individual that we believe is responsible for at least 4 murders may have been out there and reoffended.
Here's how the technology works. Investigators enter a license plate number into the system. If that vehicle passes a license plate reader like this, it pings, alerting police. That's what happened Thursday when Powell's car entered Beverly Hills.
This isn't broad surveillance. You don't have everyone's license plate number in the system, do you?
No, it doesn't work like that. That alerts on something that an officer put into the database, which tells them this vehicle's wanted.
By 2019, a state audit found 230 California law enforcement agencies were using an ALPR system. San Jose just installed more readers, but this year, the city council in Coachella rejected a plan to add cameras to their city. Civil liberties groups have long raised privacy concerns and feared the technology could be abused.
Given the hazard of political spying with these kinds of high-tech surveillance technologies, it is very important that there be strict safeguards, including rapid deletion of the information that has been collected and limits on when it can be shared.
Beverly Hills police say they delete footage after 13 months, and the technology helps them track only specific suspects.
What it does is allow us to stop the right person in the right vehicle. And again, I call that precision policing.
Dana Griffin joins us now from Los Angeles. We heard the chief there talking about precision policing. What other cases has this technology been used in to help solve crimes?
Yeah, Vicki, so Beverly Hills police say they had a triple murder in Los Angeles a few months back. When that suspect vehicle drove into Beverly Hills, it pinged a license plate reader. They were able to make an arrest. And they say that they've also made arrests on other high-profile crimes, murders, smash and grab robberies, also home invasions. And investigators also say that this technology has helped them build trust within the community. Instead of stopping several vehicles that match a suspect vehicle description, they're able to stop the right person, so they're not having a lot of these unpleasant interactions of innocent people. Vicki?
All right, NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin for us there. Dana, thank you.
Thank you. Up next, we're going to introduce you to the Polar Bear Alert Team that's keeping a small town safe from the animals that are getting closer and closer to populated areas. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
All right, so in Canada, a small town known as the polar bear capital of the world is seeing more of the bears entering populated areas as climate change shrinks their natural habitat.
NBC News Chief Environmental Affairs correspondent Ann Thompson spoke with local officials who are now working to keep people and the bears safe.
Polar bears draw tourists to tiny Churchill, Canada. Here, where the forest stops and the tundra starts, they come to see the bears make their annual trek back to Hudson Bay's sea ice to feed on seals.
Want to know how close you can get? Take a look. We're about 12 feet from this polar bear.
Fine from a protected buggy, but dangerous. When hungry bears come to town. And when they are spotted, Conservation Sergeant Ian Van Nest gets the call.
And we're going to be there in about 1 minute.
His polar bear alert team on this day tracking bears at 5 a.m. in the town of 900 people.
Judging by the size of the tracks, that's a sub-adult.
One of the bears was spotted near our hotel. It was a juvenile. The warning shots woke us up. When they find one of the bears,
We'll haze them to the west.
They fire shotgun blanks in the air to scare it away.
It's all about trying to steer that bear in the right direction.
By afternoon, it's a day to remember.
There's been 6 that have tried to walk in the town today.
6?
Yes.
Is that an unusually high number? Is that the most in one day?
Today's set the record for this season.
Government officials say this year they're seeing more than twice as many bears in town compared to 2022. On the tundra where the bears belong, Polar Bear International's Jeff York says the lack of sea ice due to climate change is the problem.
The longer these bears are on shore, the more likely they're going to start looking for alternative sources of nutrition. That could be communities, it could be human food, it can also be other bears.
How hungry are these bears?
These bears have been generally fasting for 5 months.
An issue we first saw in 2013.
As a result, polar bears like this mother and cub that you see behind me, they now must spend an extra month on land. 10 years later, the risk is even greater. Researchers say the polar bear population here in western Hudson Bay has declined 27% in the last 5 years. The bears are smaller, and this year the sea ice is taking even longer to form.
Inside the tundra buggy, York shows us what's happening.
And you can see in Hudson Bay, there's really no ice at all.
If this was normal, how much of Hudson Bay should be frozen?
Historically, by now, we'd see ice coming well down in the Fox Basin, and we'd see ice forming around the shelf, especially down here in the corner around Churchill.
Increasingly putting Churchill in danger. Next year, York hopes to add something called BearDAR.
Status alert.
To detect threatening bears.
So, Jeff, what is this?
This is the tower. This is the BearDAR.
This is it.
But Churchill Mayor Mike Spence is just as worried about that other threat, the changing climate.
How much do you worry that one day Churchill will no longer be the polar bear capital of the world?
Well, I mean, yeah, you think of it at times, naturally. You know, we're pretty proud of the fact that this community is pretty special, that there's no other place like it. So we do our part to make sure that we can continue to coexist.
A town doing its part, hoping the rest of the world does the same. Ann Thompson, NBC News, Churchill, Manitoba.
Gosh, I think so that Hudson Bay would have looked like had it been frozen in a larger surface area. That's kind of wild looking at the map.
Really remarkable to see Ann's historic reporting there, too.
All right, you're watching NBC News Daily.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico,
reporting over the skies of Lahaina
here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Actors Julia Roberts and Mahershala Ali are teaming up on a new Netflix film called Leave the World Behind. And it's a thriller based on a best-selling novel that drops on December 8th.
Oh, I'll definitely be watching with that cast and that topic. Today's show co-anchor Hoda Kotb caught up with the two Oscar winners and talked about their latest projects and their changing family lives.
I went online this morning and I rented us a beautiful house out by the beach. I figured if I made the reservation and packed our bags, it would eliminate most of the reasons to say no.
In Leave the World Behind, Julia Roberts is a far cry from the America's sweetheart role.
This is your house.
When your characters meet, first of all, I could not stand your character. I never thought there would be a Julia Roberts movie where I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I want to just strangle her.
Well, my work is done here.
Leave the World Behind is not your typical end-of-the-world apocalypse film. It centers around two families forced together, starring Julia Roberts, Ethan Hawke, Mahershala Ali, and Mahala Harold. What was the experience like, Julia, working with this man?
You know, there's just a poetry to the way that he carries himself in life and in art. In my experience, I mean, and he's so tall and his eyes are so kind and...
Very kind to you.
How would you describe working with Julia?
A joy.
A joy,
Just a joy, a joy.
Mahershala is a two-time Academy Award winner who plays the suave finance advisor, G.H. Scott.
So you think that the hackers or whatever knocked out our satellites?
I no longer think that this is just a couple of teenagers in the Philippines.
Well, Variety basically said that, the quote, I think, was Ali steals the show. How does that land?
How does that land with you?
No, it's so weird. I'm just grateful for the opportunity to do this work and grow and be pushed, you know. So I'm in good
Whatever,
company.
he steals
I'm
the
in
show.
good company.
And you know who else steals the show is Ethan.
I think they say it a little differently, but no, I know what you mean.
So if you were giving the elevator pitch on this movie, how would you describe it?
It's a thriller that's about seeing people put in the most extreme circumstances of crisis and how they respond to that.
I would describe it as a study in the fragility of the human condition and our dependence on technology.
Off-screen, Julia and husband Danny Moder have 3 teenagers. Mahershala Ali and wife Amatu Sami Kareem have a 6-year-old daughter. We discussed parenting in the age of smartphones. Watching the technology obsession scared me, watching this, because I think about this with my kids now. How did you navigate with your kids?
So for us, we just had sort of simple rules where we had a charging station where everybody's phone goes when you get home. There's no phones at the table, certainly.
By the way, how has fatherhood changed you?
Oh, wow. Like, you've heard it before. You just feel like your heart is outside of your body. So I'm going to shut it down there. That's all I can say. We get emotional.
We're parenting young kids. Your kids are in college, and one's about to go off to college. How do you parent adult children?
I parent them the same way out of the house that I parented them in the house. Which is, you know, are you getting enough sleep and you sound like you're sick, and are you drinking tea? And texting when you get home. I can see that you're home safe and sound. And I have an immense amount of appreciation for both of my older kids because they still allow me to be the same mom to them, and it's not eye-rolling, and there's a huge amount of understanding.
May I ask, is it a different discomfort, you leaving and traveling for work and all that, compared to them leaving and going to college?
Yeah. And it's funny, too. Right now, me being away, and so Henry and Danny are home, and then I'm in another time zone, and then Finn is somewhere, and Hazel is somewhere, and we all were on a FaceTime the other day together, all of us, and it was so fun. I might have had like a towel on my wet head, and like we were all so happy to be together in that way, that we are still so deeply in love with.
I love your family. I love how you speak about them. Every time you talk about them, I feel like you're home. Like. Thanks.
I agree with that, actually.
Don't you think?
It's so absolutely true.
Like, get her a tissue. I love, man. Hoda Kotb, NBC News.
Oh, I love that. And I love his question.
Yeah, really insightful.
Great conversation. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us free 24/7 on NBC News Now, wherever you stream. Check out YouTube, Hulu, and of course, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zigleia Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, December 4th, 2023, fighting back tensions in the Middle East after the U.S. shoots down drones heading toward an American warship. How this latest aggression against our troops in the region has some calling for an escalation by U.S. forces.
Bitter pill, the Supreme Court takes on a high-stakes case involving one of the most infamous families in America. Why Purdue Pharma's controversial bankruptcy court deal could be thrown out, and what that could mean for families affected by the deadly opioid epidemic.
Border battles, dueling crises along the southern border at this hour. Officials closing a key crossing in Arizona as Texas is ordered to remove a controversial barrier designed to stop the surge of migrants. We're on the ground with the latest.
And seasonal sniffles. It's beginning to look a lot like flu season, but that's not the only illness that could impact your holidays. The other respiratory sickness going around right now.
It does seem like a lot of people are getting sick right now as I back away.
Well, not me. Not her, not me. And we're going to bring you tips to stay healthy this hour. But we're going to start with an attack involving an American warship in the Red Sea and growing concerns the Israel-Hamas war could be spreading.
The Pentagon confirms the USS Carney responded to 4 attacks on at least 3 civilian ships in the Red Sea near Yemen. The USS Carney shot down 3 drones. At least 2 of them were headed toward the Carney, but it's unclear if the ship was the actual target.
Iranian-backed Houthi rebels claimed responsibility for the attacks, calling it a show of support for Palestinians in Gaza. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce is following the latest developments for us. Dan, good to see you. First, walk us through what happened here and what ships were involved exactly.
That's right. So there were 3 commercial ships moving through that Red Sea area. All of them came under missile or drone attack. Some of the ships were hit. There was no major damage. There were no casualties. And at the same time, U.S. warships were in the area, and the USS Carney, a destroyer, shot down 3 drones at the same time. It's not clear if those drones were targeting the U.S. Navy destroyer or whether they were targeting those commercial ships in the Red Sea. But nevertheless, a really worrisome episode. Not the first time this has happened now, and more of these drone and missile attacks on commercial shipping there around the Red Sea.
And Dan, we understand the rebels in Yemen, they're called the Houthi forces. They claimed responsibility for these attacks. So what did they say? What do we know about this group for Americans maybe not knowing that part of the world?
Yeah, Kate, the Houthis have been fighting a civil war in Yemen now for years, and they are armed and backed by Iran. And the U.S. has long accused the Houthis of basically being under the control to some degree of Iran, empowered by Iran. And because of that alliance they have justified these actions. They claim credit for at least 2 of these attacks, saying that they will not allow what they'd called Israeli ships to operate in that area, and that any other Israeli ships that try to navigate that part of the world will come under attack. Now, at least a number of these ships, these commercial ships, had some association with Israeli owners or ownership. So that's how the Houthis are trying to justify what they've done here.
And Dan, if we look big picture, this is just the latest incident of violence in the region against United States forces. The Carney ship alone is responsible for shooting down Houthi drones 3 times in the last 3 weeks. So is there any indication that the U.S. could begin to respond more directly here?
That's certainly an option that's on the table. I think the U.S. is in a dilemma. They're trying to balance, on the one hand, the need to deter Iran and its proxies, including the Houthis, but they also want to avoid some kind of major regional conflagration. So they're trying to kind of thread the needle. They're shooting down these drones or missiles that come within the vicinity of U.S. warships. But the question is, will the U.S. perhaps attack the source of some of these incidents and maybe even go after Iran directly?
All right, Dan DeLuce for us. Dan DeLuce for us. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you. Well, Israel is telling civilians in southern Gaza to move even further south, as the Israeli military says it's expanding its attack on Hamas across the entire Gaza Strip. These explosions could be seen earlier today in southern Gaza as both sides trade fire. A senior U.S. military official told NBC News he was surprised by the intensity of Israel's counteroffensive since the end of the week-long ceasefire. NBC News correspondent Hala Garani is in Tel Aviv, Israel for us. Hala, good to see you. So before the truce, Israel's ground offensive was pretty concentrated in northern Gaza. So why is it expanding to the south now, where civilians were explicitly told to go? And I think the bigger question here is what safe places are left for civilians in Gaza, if any?
Well, Palestinians in Gaza will tell you there is no safe place to go. The Israeli military has instituted a sort of grid pattern over the Gaza Strip with QR codes asking people, dropping leaflets, but also digitally to scan QR codes to figure out which tiny little parcel of land is safe at any given time. Of course, with the breakdown of communication and the fact that the cell network is very unreliable, and the fact perhaps that even some people don't have the kind of technology that they need to try to access these maps, people are saying there is more fear and confusion now than ever before. You asked, why is the Israeli military moving into the south? What they say is that Hamas headquarters and Hamas fighters are there, that now that they've cleared the north, that they need to expand their military operation to that part of the Gaza Strip. But you're talking about an extremely crowded and densely populated part of the Strip now. More than 2 million people in half of the territory that the Gaza Strip was accommodating before. And that is causing a huge humanitarian crisis in terms of access to medical care. Water is not readily available. There are new types of diseases, skin conditions, diarrhea in children, and also there isn't enough shelter for all the people who are now crowded and concentrated in that part of the Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
So this is causing a major humanitarian major humanitarian pressure as Israel expands its operations in Clay.
And Hala, as the pressure is mounting, both sides have blamed each other over the failure to extend that 7-day truce. It's been a few days since Israel renewed its counteroffensive there. Does it appear Hamas or Israel plan on actually returning to the negotiation table?
So unfortunately, it doesn't appear like that's the case. Israel pulled its negotiators from Doha in Qatar. On Saturday, the U.S. has put a lot of pressure on Israel to curb civilian casualties. That those calls appear unheeded to have gone unheeded so far. But as far as getting back to the negotiating table, unfortunately, these talks that were led and spearheaded by Qatar seem to right now be off the table, Zincle, and that is something that many international actors are pushing Israel, Hamas, and the other actors in the region to get back to as quickly as possible to try to minimize these civilian casualties.
Yeah,
back
we're
to
all hoping for that. Hala Gourani, thanks so much for your reporting.
In Washington now, a case involving one of America's wealthiest and most infamous families was front and center at the Supreme Court today. The Biden administration is challenging the bankruptcy court settlement deal for Purdue Pharma. That deal would give billions of dollars to victims of the opioid epidemic, but it would also shield the wealthy Sackler family, Purdue's former owners, from any future lawsuits. NBC News Justice correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington. Ken, I have to say, for years, I covered the process of thousands of states and local governments trying to settle this deal with Purdue. And when they did, it was a big deal. I know you remember this, too. But now the justices of the Supreme Court being asked to consider undoing it. What did we hear from the justices this morning? Do we know how they're leaning?
It's a massive settlement, Kate, that involves a lot of people. And you heard the justices go a couple of different ways. You heard some concern about an abuse of the bankruptcy process here, where the Sacklers essentially get a release of liability without actually having to put their assets on the line in bankruptcy. And they're keeping billions of dollars that they got from peddling these drugs. But then you also heard some justices express skepticism about the idea of undoing this settlement that so many people are counting on. Take a listen to Justice Kagan.
It's overwhelming, the support for this deal, and among people who have no love for the Sacklers, among people who think that the Sacklers are pretty much the worst people on earth. They've negotiated a deal which they think is the best that they can get. And it seems as though the federal government is standing in the way of that, as against the huge, huge, huge majority of claimants who have decided that if this provision goes under, they're going to end up with nothing.
And lawyers for some of the victims did raise that possibility, Kate, that this is the best deal they could possibly negotiate, and that if this doesn't happen, a lot of people are going to end up with nothing.
And quickly, if the court does decide that this settlement cannot stand, what would that mean for the Sackler family and for all the people that sued?
A lot of them may end up with nothing, or it could take years for another settlement to be reached. The U.S. government will get its chunk of change, but a lot of these victims and people who are counting on money, including children born addicted to drugs, they're subject to getting some money in this settlement, may be out of luck, Kate.
All right, Ken Delanian, we'll keep watching that. I know you will. Thank you so much.
It's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Spotify announces a new wave of layoffs.
And IBM offers a glimpse of the future. Christina Partsinevelos joins us now. Hi, Christina.
Hi, Kate and Clay. Well, Spotify is cutting roughly 1,500 jobs, or that's about 17% of its workforce. This marks the streaming music service's third round of layoffs just this year alone. Spotify's CEO sent a memo to staff saying it took on too many employees in 2020 and 2021 and needs to reduce costs. IBM announced a milestone in quantum computing. The company unveiled a new quantum computing chip and machine that it says could serve as the building block for much larger systems in a decade. Tech companies are in somewhat of a race right now to develop quantum machines which can reach computing speeds much faster than our current computers right now. Movie seats were hard to fill in November. ComScore data shows domestic theaters only brought in about $554 million last month, which is down 12% from last year and way behind pre-pandemic levels. I don't know. Have you guys seen a movie recently?
Have I, Christina? Beyonce Renaissance Tour? Anyone? I think that slump is going to be on the up, okay?
I feel like there's some good movies coming out right now,
yes.
So maybe it'll build back up again.
We can only hope so.
Possibly the holidays. I think Christmas Day is a very, very popular time of year for people to see movies.
Yeah.
Christina, thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, coming up, air traffic controllers falling asleep on the job. What a new investigation found about the workers tasked with keeping our skies safe.
Plus, dramatic images from Philadelphia as hundreds of protesters gathered outside of a Jewish-owned restaurant. What sparked this protest and why police are now investigating later this hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big. Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. American and Japanese divers have recovered the wreckage of an Air Force Osprey vehicle that crashed last week off the coast of southern Japan. 5 more bodies were found there, bringing the total number of deaths from the crash to 6. Crews are now working to locate 2 more people who are still missing. Let's bring in NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce. So, Dan, what more do we know about the recovery operations and what could have caused this crash?
So the positive development was they were able to locate 5 bodies of the crew that were lost in that accident, but there are still 2 crew members that are still unaccounted for. They also found parts, fuselage of that Osprey, and that is considered kind of a breakthrough as they try to figure out what went wrong, why did that aircraft crash, and of course the Osprey has a history over the years of some aviation problems, some safety problems.
And Dan, as you're talking about this, I'm reminded this is not the first deadly incident involving this vehicle, right? The Osprey. Is the military considering making any changes after this incident?
That's a really key question. Japan's defense minister has formally asked the U.S. military to halt Osprey flights until they can be assured that the safety is definitely in place and can be counted on. For the moment, the military is continuing to fly these Ospreys, and keep in mind it's a complex aircraft to fly. It's part helicopter, part plane, and more than 50 Marines have died in those aircraft over the years since the 1990s. Now, the Marine Corps and the military have since maintained they've solved the major safety challenges, but this has raised questions all over again.
And hopefully some answers will come soon, too. Dan DeLuce, thank you.
A new report is shining a spotlight on our nation's air traffic controllers. The New York Times highlighting how controllers are overworked and exhausted, in some instances even turning to drugs and alcohol and falling asleep on the job. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
It's a high-stakes, high-pressure job. And 2023 has been a year of close calls involving both pilot and controller error, including this one in Austin when a controller cleared a FedEx plane to land just as a Southwest plane was departing.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
One big problem, controller fatigue. 77% of air traffic control facilities are understaffed, leading to mandatory overtime. Medical issues forced Neil Burke to retire this year.
We're tired of working 6 days a week. We're tired of working 10-hour days.
NBC News has obtained internal FAA documents first reported by the New York Times, detailing controllers' own anonymous reporting of mistakes and exhaustion. Among the entries, many employees can be observed sleeping on the job. If I had not been fatigued, I may have been able to recognize the aircraft lined up for the incorrect runway sooner. And I pray no one dies due to controller fatigue. Also included isolated cases of controllers using alcohol and illegal drugs while on position. One claimed a colleague regularly smoked marijuana on break. Another said a controller bragged about making big money buzzed. But with more than 10,000 certified controllers on the job, the new FAA chief says substance abuse is very rare.
We monitor for drug and alcohol use very closely. We have robust reporting, and we follow up on every possible lead that comes in.
Still, both the FAA and controllers unions say overtime fatigue is real.
You're missing your home life. You're missing your kids' ball games and your spouse's events. And it does have an effect.
Controller Michelle Hager left last June.
That is not a sustainable lifestyle, to be working that hard at a job that requires so much mental focus at all times.
We're working every day to make sure that the system stays as safe as it has been for decades. We're not letting down our guard, and we're working that issue hard every day.
Despite the fact that the FAA hired 1,400 controllers this year, because of so many retirees, at the end of the year, there's only a net gain of 8. The problem is they're well behind on training. This goes all the way back to before the pandemic, but the pandemic shut down the academy, and they're now down 1,500 to 3,000 controllers. It will take years to catch up, which means many more months and maybe years of overtime. Back to you.
Tom Costello, thanks so much. Coming up, a suspected serial killer behind bars in California. We'll tell you why civil rights groups are concerned about a controversial technology used to hunt the suspect down. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We're also streaming for free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live, all the places you see on your screen there. The news continues right after this.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just is.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A former U.S. ambassador to Bolivia has been arrested. He's accused of acting as a secret agent to Cuba, for decades. The Justice Department alleges that for over 40 years, 73-year-old Manuel Rocha abused his position to advance the interests of a foreign power. Here's more from Attorney General Merrick Garland earlier today.
Those who have the privilege of serving in the government of the United States are given an enormous amount of trust by the public we serve. To betray that trust by falsely pledging loyalty to the United States while serving a foreign power is a crime that will be met with the full force of the Justice Department.
The DOJ also alleges Rocha repeatedly bragged about his efforts, describing his work for Cuba as, quote, a grand slam. He'll appear in court this afternoon.
A tiny town in Canada is known as the polar bear capital of the world, where tourists can catch a glimpse of the bears up close. But along with tourists, the bears are also bringing trouble.
And now climate change is contributing to a spike in dangerous encounters. NBC's Ann Thompson reports.
Polar bears draw tourists to tiny Churchill, Canada. Here, where the forest stops and the tundra starts, they come to see the bears make their annual trek back to Hudson Bay's sea ice to feed on seals.
Want to know how close you can get? Take a look. We're about 12 feet from this polar bear.
Fine from a protected buggy, but dangerous. When hungry bears come to town. And when they are spotted, Conservation Sergeant Ian Van Nest gets the call.
And we're going to be there in about 1 minute.
His polar bear alert team on this day tracking bears at 5 a.m. in the town of 900 people.
Judging by the size of the tracks, that's a sub-adult.
One of the bears was spotted near our hotel. It was a juvenile. The warning shots woke us up. When they find one of the bears,
we'll haze them to the west.
They fire shotgun blanks in the air to scare it away.
It's all about trying to steer that bear in the right direction.
By afternoon, it's a day to remember.
There's been 6 that have tried to walk in the town today.
6?
Yes.
Is that an unusually high number? Is that the most in one day?
Today's set the record for this season.
Government officials say this year they're seeing more than twice as many bears in town compared to 2022. On the tundra where the bears belong, Polar Bear International's Jeff York says the lack of sea ice due to climate change is the problem.
The longer these bears are on shore, the more likely they're going to start looking for alternative sources of nutrition. That could be communities, it could be human food, it can also be other bears.
How hungry are these bears?
These bears have been generally fasting for 5 months.
An issue we first saw in 2013.
As a result, polar bears like this mother and cub that you see behind me, they now must spend an extra month on land. 10 years later, the risk is even greater. Researchers say the polar bear population here in western Hudson Bay has declined 27% in the last 5 years. The bears are smaller, and this year the sea ice is taking even longer to form.
Inside the tundra buggy, York shows us what's happening.
And you can see in Hudson Bay, there's really no ice at all.
If this was normal, how much of Hudson Bay should be frozen?
Historically, by now, we'd see ice coming well down in the Fox Basin, and we'd see ice forming around the shelf, especially down here in the corner around Churchill.
Increasingly putting Churchill in danger. Next year, York hopes to add something called BearDAR.
Status alert.
To detect threatening bears.
So, Jeff, what is this?
This is the tower. This is the BearDAR.
This is it.
But Churchill Mayor Mike Spence is just as worried about that other threat, the changing climate.
How much do you worry
that one day Churchill will no longer be the polar bear capital of the world?
Well, I mean, yeah, you think of it at times, naturally. You know, we're pretty proud of the fact that this community is pretty special, that there's no other place like it. So we do our part to make sure that we can continue to coexist.
A town doing its part, hoping the rest of the world does the same. Ann Thompson, NBC News.
Coming up, a dog is a man's best friend, but what about cats? The new research looking into humans' bonds with their feline friends.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
At least 11 climbers are dead and 12 are missing after a volcano eruption in Indonesia. Rescuers say 75 local climbers were near the Merapi volcano at the time. 3 people were rescued and treated before the search was temporarily suspended due to safety concerns. Officials say the volcano spewed an ash cloud into the air nearly 10,000 feet high.
We've got an update on the shooting of 3 Palestinian-American students in Burlington, Vermont. NBC News has learned one of the victims, Hisham Awartani, is now paralyzed from the chest down and may never walk again. Awartani, who was a student at Brown University, was shot just over a week ago, along with 2 of his friends. The other 2 victims are out of the hospital, and the alleged gunman has pleaded not guilty to 3 counts of second-degree attempted murder.
And new body cam footage shows the chaos that ensued when New Jersey police had to chase a deer through an elementary school. This happened back on November 24th. The deer got in by jumping through a window, made a bit of a mess, but police eventually ushered the deer out the door using a dog snare. Officers say the deer, which they named Rudolph, did not appear to be seriously injured.
Glad to hear that one. Well, the crisis along the U.S.-Mexico border is intensifying at this hour, and Arizona Customs and Border Protection says it's temporarily closing a key port of entry to manage a surge in migrant crossings. Meanwhile, in Texas, a federal appeals court is ordering the state to remove a buoy barrier floating in the Rio Grande River. Here's NBC's Morgan Chesky.
Yeah, we are here in Eagle Pass, one of 2 places along the U.S.-Mexico border that are impacted by what authorities are calling a shift in migration trends that is at least partly fueled by disinformation, they say, provided by smugglers. Now, here in Eagle Pass, one of the bridges has been closed down for the last week. And over the weekend, federal authorities announced that they will be closing a remote crossing in Lukeville, Arizona, so agents that typically man the bridge can help Border Patrol process thousands of migrants that have gathered there. In the meantime, there is an ongoing border battle happening in a courtroom between the state of Texas and the Biden administration. Two rulings within the last couple days have impacted Texas. One saying that federal agents are permitted to cut through this state-installed razor wire that was put in place as a barrier. Another ruling has now ordered the state of Texas to remove a 1,000-foot-long buoy right in the middle of the Rio Grande that was installed over the summer to deter migrants from crossing the river. That now has to be pulled off of the river entirely because it was deemed that the state was acting outside of their authority. Meanwhile, Texas Governor Greg Abbott already pledging to appeal both of those rulings, saying he'll take them as high as the Supreme Court if necessary. Morgan Chesky, Eagle Pass, NBC News.
Thank you, Morgan. Well, we're learning more details about how police managed to catch an alleged serial killer in Los Angeles, responsible, they say, for 4 murders last week. Investigators accuse this man, 33-year-old Jared Powell, of killing 4 people in 4 days. But there are new questions about the technology that was used to catch him. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins me now. Dana, good to see you. How were police able to catch him? What did they use?
Yeah, Kate, so they use what's called an automated license plate reader. How the system works is if there's a vehicle that's wanted, in this case, the suspect vehicle, investigators enter that into the system. In Beverly Hills, they have about 50 license plate readers, and they're actually planning to add about 40 more. Once that vehicle passes one of those cameras, it alerts police, and they can arrest someone or be at that scene within minutes. And that's what happened in this case. Investigators say when they first approached the suspect, he was not compliant. They had to bring in a Bearcat and finally got him out of that vehicle. And they say that they found the weapon inside that vehicle. Now, some civil liberties groups have long opposed this technology. They say not fully because in this case they obviously see the benefit, but they are concerned about privacy and fear that this technology could be abused. I asked the Beverly Hills police chief about that. Here's what he told me. This isn't broad surveillance. You don't have everyone's license plate number in the system, do you?
No, it doesn't work like that. That alerts on something that an officer put into the database, which tells them this vehicle's wanted.
Yeah, so Beverly Hills police say that they aren't using this technology to spy on people. They say they are focused on catching criminals. And other people have had concerns that this technology could be used to spy on people. They've cited instances where this has been used to spy politically. We haven't been able to find any been able to verify some of those claims, but that's the big concern here. Kate.
And Dana, has Jared Powell, this man who's accused, has he appeared in court yet, or what's next in the case?
Not yet. We were told he would appear this morning, but the case has now been pushed back to later this afternoon. So we hope to hear the official charges, and he'll likely enter a plea today. He could face life in prison for the murders of these 4 men, including an LA County employee. Kate.
Dana Griffin for us. Dana, thank you.
A protest in Philadelphia is sparking outrage today after demonstrators appeared to target a Jewish-owned restaurant. That was the scene outside Goldie Falafel in Philadelphia city center last night, and that's what protesters chanted to the shop's Israeli chef. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is following the latest in Philadelphia for us. So, Steph, can you walk us through what happened and what we know about the celebrity chef behind this store?
Yeah, sure, Zinkley. And what's alarming for a lot of people because of last night, because this chef who's won a number of awards, name's Michael Solomonov. He's got restaurants here in Philadelphia, one in Brooklyn, Laser Wolf. They won a lot of awards. What's alarming people right now in this city and even in the White House is that he was targeted with this protest simply because he's Israeli. He was born in Israel, but he did grow up in Pittsburgh and has nothing to do with the Israeli government. But in those protests, you saw people accusing him of genocide. And put very simply, people are saying that that is anti-Semitic, that it crosses a line from freedom of speech into a hate speech. And it is raising concerns, the same kinds of concerns we've been hearing from Jewish people for weeks now since the war began between Israel and Hamas.
Okay, couldn't hear it. And Steph, I know the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, and President Biden are both condemning this protest. What exactly did they say?
Well, you know, the governor came out, Josh Shapiro, and he said this was not a peaceful protest, that even though it was just words, that we need to call out the nature of those words. Listen to what he said earlier today.
The purposeful gathering of a mob outside of a restaurant simply because it is owned by a Jewish person, well, that's anti-Semitism, plain and simple. It really harkens back to a dark time in our history.
The time he is talking about, Zinkley, is the 30s in Germany. And I'll tell you, I spoke to a few men who actually drove into the city to support this falafel shop, who said the same thing, echoed the same idea, that these kinds of protests bring up the same kinds of concerns that people have thinking about the 1930s and thinking that we're seeing kind of similar things happening here in the U.S. And there's not a small amount of fear that they're feeling today, especially here in the city.
Yeah, emotions, tension, certainly high. Stephanie Gosk, thank you as always for your thorough reporting on this. We appreciate it. And of course, you can see more of Stephanie's reporting tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
After making history as the 6th person ever expelled from the House of Representatives, ousted Republican Congressman George Santos says he wants payback. Santos has filed ethics complaints against some of his former colleagues who led the charge to kick him out. 311 members of the House voted on Friday to remove him from the lower chamber. An ethics committee report had found that Santos used stolen campaign funds for Botox injections, weekends at casinos, adult content from websites, among other things. NBC's Sahil Kapoor joins me now from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, why is Santos doing this now that he's already been booted out of Congress? Is this just him trying to get some payback?
We can only surmise his motivations, Kate. Santos does clearly seem to be angry about his expulsion. He insists repeatedly that he was treated unfairly, and it's certainly been speculated that he's out for revenge against his former colleagues who removed him from the House of Representatives. It's notable that the 4 members that he threatened to file complaints against, Nicole Maliotakis, Nick LaLota, Mike Lawler, and Rob Menendez, the first 3 are New York Republicans who were part of leading the charge to get him removed. They have all responded by denying his claims. They've responded with a mix of dismissiveness and mockery, several of them labeling George Santos a serial liar who should not be taken seriously. It's also worth noting that Santos would be filing these claims now as a private citizen with no weight given to his former position now that he's no longer a member of Congress.
And Sahil, while I have you, I want to ask you also about a different issue, the House impeachment inquiry into President Biden. It's been going on since September when Kevin McCarthy was the speaker. The momentum into this investigation has kind of stalled, but there's some new developments. What do you know?
Yeah, that's right. The new developments are not along the lines of new discoveries in the investigation, but Speaker Mike Johnson does seem to think he has the votes to formally authorize the impeachment inquiry. Remember, former Speaker Kevin McCarthy unilaterally opened the inquiry, and committees have tried to find information. Johnson says that some witnesses have not, been able to be forced to come forward, and that authorizing the impeachment inquiry would simply give more weight and heft to that investigation. Democrats say this is simply because Republicans have no policy agenda, that it's a witch hunt, that they're out to find evidence against Joe Biden that doesn't really exist, evidence of wrongdoing that they've not been able to come up with yet. Speaker Johnson has not scheduled the vote yet, but he's been selling this to his members, his reluctant members, as simply a way to continue the investigation, not necessarily as an inevitable vote to impeach President Biden. And he certainly seems to have gotten some of them on board. Keep your eyes on those 18 Republicans in districts that Biden himself won. Those will be crucial to watch. Several of them I've spoken to. They say they will authorize the impeachment inquiry. Others are quiet, not clear they have the votes because their margin is now 3 votes, down from 4 votes after the expulsion of George Santos.
It all ties back to George Santos, doesn't it? Sahil Kapoor, thank you so much.
Coming up, 'tis the season to get you sick. How you can avoid illnesses like the flu and bronchitis over the holidays. You're watching NBC News Daily.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. You've probably heard of a Santa run, but have you heard of a Krampus run? The Austrian legend, it looks kind of spooky, doesn't it? Is believed to punish children who've been naughty that year. So participants dressed up as the horned creature as they made their way through parts of England over the weekend. Organizers say the event's meant to celebrate different European traditions.
Would hate to be on that naughty list.
I mean, Santa's a nice-looking guy. This doesn't look nice. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we're focusing on respiratory infections. Between COVID, RSV, pneumonia, bronchitis, and strep, it can seem nearly impossible to avoid getting sick this time of year.
Yeah, the CDC says respiratory illnesses are spreading fast across most of the country right now, especially the flu. In fact, the CDC estimates there's been at least 1.8 million flu cases already so far this season. Joining us now, NBC News medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. So good to see you in person. We were chatting during the break. We never get to see you on set. Okay, so this is the time of year, right, when I know in my world, a lot of my friends, a lot of my relatives are starting to get sick. Why do we tend to catch so many more respiratory things at this time of year?
Well, Kate, it's the essential question that a lot of everybody asks, but it's because it's colder, drier air across the country, across the world, especially in the Northern Hemisphere. And that's exactly what viruses and bacteria like. And they spread and they're more transmissible the colder and the drier it is in the atmosphere, which is why we're all at risk.
And so many of these respiratory illnesses have commonalities to the cold in terms of symptoms. So when should someone get tested, know that, oh, this might be something greater?
Critical questions in Clay. If you're higher risk, so we've been talking about risk all this time throughout the pandemic. If you're 60 and older, or say you have a pre-existing condition and you have an upper respiratory infection or high fevers, anything above 103, if you're feeling short of breath and you're medically higher risk, don't make an assumption. that maybe you just have the common cold, because there's treatments. If you get tested early, you can get triaged early and maybe get treated early, and that's critical for those that are medically higher risk.
Can we talk about RSV for a second? I think it's gotten a lot of attention in children, right, in young people, and also seniors who might be at risk. What about the rest of us? Is RSV? I actually just went to my regular appointment last week and was asked about, do I want the flu shot? Do I want the COVID? Should I get the RSV?
You know, this is the question that a lot of people, even that are eligible for the RSV vaccine, are asking. Those that are 60 and older technically are the only group that actually should receive the RSV vaccine. For the rest of us, this is one of those pieces here where we want to make sure that we're not transmitting infections if we're sick and having symptoms of the cold. So if you're feeling sick, important to either mask or stay at home. However, you don't necessarily need to get the vaccine. That's not indicated for that group. And
because
so
you're not so likely to get it.
You're less likely to get it, and you're less likely to get seriously ill. If you're older or higher risk, there is a significant risk of hospitalization, which is why we recommend the vaccine for that group.
And I heard you mention masking, staying home. It feels like people were pretty careful with COVID, but with some of these other respiratory illnesses, they may not be as careful or sensitive to those who are predisposed or have different conditions. So what do you recommend? Should you be staying home if you get these things?
Well, Sinclair, you know, that is the essential question that every school district right now is asking, for example, is how do we minimize the spread? Because at the end of the day, we're still seeing in some cases pediatric hospitals have some stress. So if you do have, say you're a parent to young children, if they're sick, keep them at home. If you're in a metal tube at 30,000 feet, I recommend all of us mask. There's some common sense protocols to keep you safe and healthy that we should all be practicing outside of just getting vaccines for the things that we can get vaccines for. But especially, again, if you're medically higher risk, early tests, early treats really critical.
Okay, flu. We know it's there. Now it's the cases are rising. So besides getting a flu vaccine, which I'm sure you would recommend, am I right? Okay, absolutely. What else? How do we prevent ourselves from getting that horrible flu?
You know, in this era where we don't have societal-wide infection control protocols, it's really about hand hygiene. Kate, it's the common thing.
Wash your hands.
Wash your hands. If you are sick, either cover your cough or wear a mask or stay at home. It's really about limiting the spread. And again, Tamiflu exists out there, and it's critical. I think people don't realize it's critical to get it within 48 hours of symptom onset. So, and it's indicated for anybody that's 6 months of age and older. So high fevers, a hallmark of influenza, of flu. If you're experiencing high fevers, over 103, we're seeing flu now skyrocket across the country.
Yeah.
Even if you're not medically higher risk, if you're somebody that's experiencing high fevers, total body aches, talk to your doctor, get tested, because treatment might be actually available to you.
And then briefly, there's bronchitis, there's chronic bronchitis. How contagious can that be? And then I know a lot of young people are also getting strep right now.
I'm glad you asked that. Chronic bronchitis tends to be less contagious than acute bronchitis, which is usually a viral etiology. Chronic bronchitis could be a bacterial cause, less contagious. The point on strep, Sinclair, it is something that is less transmissible, because usually folks that are sick with strep tend to stay home and are very sick, and so that by definition stops the spread.
Dr. Vin Gupta, great to have you with us. Everybody stay safe out there.
And healthy. Wash your hands.
That's right. There's more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Okay, dogs are man's best friend, right? But new research shows that cats are also worthy of that title.
Go figure. Eleanor Bland from our affiliate in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, spoke to one cat owner who participated in the nationwide study.
Cats are sometimes seen as standoffish and mean. But a study done by the Pet Partners and Cat Person organizations wanted to fight the stereotype.
We have so much research comparison in dogs and other animals, but we don't have much about cats. There was discussion about a cat's size. You know, they can fit in someone's lap. They can be a little bit more snuggly. We wanted to understand the relationships that people have with their cats. We asked people to describe their attachment with their cats, to talk about how their cats impact their everyday life. And then we dove into understanding therapy cats in particular.
The study focused mostly on how therapy cats benefit humans nationwide. One of the 80 participants in the study was Kathy Hostler from Black River Falls, who is a lover of all of her many animals.
Over here we've got some goldfish, we've got an axolotl here. Here we've got a dragon. The bunny lives down here. And over here we've got some dagoos.
But she has a soft spot for her trained therapy cat, Snickers.
We do just have a bond. We go to hospitals and nursing homes. We do individual hospice care. He just knows how to give comfort. I've seen him, somebody getting his blood pressure taken and let him pet the cat for a little while and then get it taken again. And yeah, it went down.
Hostler participated in this study to spread awareness to the need of therapy cats in her area, as Snickers is the only therapy cat in Black River Falls.
A lot of people are cat people, but they only get to see dogs in hospital or nursing home settings. It's mostly just opening that door and raising that awareness that they do exist and that they can be really excellent workers.
The results of the study reflect positively on the use of therapy cats.
We found that therapy cats are making a huge difference in the places that they visit. They're positively impacting people's mental health, social connection. People engage with other humans more when therapy cats are around.
The more you know. I don't have a dog or a cat. I'm in the market for a dog. Now I might need to consider a cat in my life.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Just equal treatment for dogs and cats.
All right, well, let's turn to a holiday story. What started as one neighbor's bright idea quickly turned into a new tradition for a whole community.
Yeah, and it didn't stop there. Take a look.
In the Rogers Forge neighborhood just outside Baltimore, the message is in the lights. Love lives here. See, these aren't the Riggs's lights or the Morton's lights. They're the community's lights, connecting neighbor to neighbor.
Hey, friend. How are you? Good. How are you?
It all started in the height of the pandemic when Kim Morton was feeling down.
This began as a wonderful gesture of a long friend.
Yeah. Her neighbor, Matt Riggs, had an idea to cheer her up.
So I strung lights up my tree, and then I wanted to see if I could get them to come across because I did want to create that connection.
Texted me, say, hey, come out and look. And I found a tin of cookies on my doorstep and the lights, and it was just wonderful.
At first, it was just their two homes.
Hey, friends.
Howdy. Hello.
How are you?
Hi, guys.
House by house, their neighbors joined in until nearly every single house was linked by light.
And then the next thing you know, within like 2 or 3 weeks, more lights started coming up, and it was just beautiful.
But it wasn't just their block. Other streets throughout the neighborhood joined in too.
Kim on top, I'll be right there.
A logistical
all right.
and time-consuming effort.
What? It's actually
but one that's paid off.
It brought us all together during that time, and it continues to bring us together.
Being able to have that sense of connection is so important.
Now, every year, a new holiday tradition.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Are they all lit? Yes.
Spreading joy to the world, one house at a time.
It's a beautiful feeling to know that we were part of this just a little thing that others wanted to get in on.
You have to have that sense of love lives in here, in there, we're going to share it, and that's what's going to push back the darkness.
My favorite part about that story is that they thought it was just going to be this small thing, and now it's blocks and blocks of people sharing their lights.
I love that. Like, it personifies community and shows literally spreading light, what that looks like.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Well, I'm Zinc Claire.
I'm Kate Snow.
You're watching Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? Yeah, 5, 7, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Zinc Claire.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, December 4th, 2023, escalating tensions. An American warship in the Middle East shoots down 2 drones appearing to head in its direction. The group claiming responsibility, saying they support Hamas. What we know about the rebels and whether it could lead to more conflict in the region.
Border crisis, a key entry point closed along the U.S.-Mexico border in Arizona, while a controversial barrier is being removed in Texas. How communities are reacting as policy talks in Washington break down.
Close call. SAG-AFTRA members set to approve their new contract after the months-long strike. The issue still dividing the union that could make for a tight final tally tonight, despite everyone getting back to work.
And Pacific Northwest. Days of torrential rain and snow making a mess in the Pacific Northwest. How long serious flooding concerns are expected to last?
That winter weather is definitely here.
Yeah, it is. It's that time. We were just saying, it's December already. How did that happen?
Somehow we're at the end of the year, but thanks for sticking with us through it all. And we're going to start this hour with an attack involving an American warship in the Red Sea and growing concerns the Israel-Hamas war could be expanding.
The Pentagon confirms the USS Carney responded to 4 attacks on at least 3 civilian ships in the Red Sea near Yemen. The USS Carney shot down 3 drones. At least 2 were headed toward the ship, the USS Carney, but it's unclear if that ship was the actual target.
Iranian-backed Houthi rebels claimed responsibility for the attacks, calling it a show of support for Palestinians in Gaza. NBC News global security reporter Dan DeLuce is following the latest developments for us. Dan, can you walk us through what happened here and which ships were involved exactly?
That's right. Those were 3 commercial cargo ships operating
in the Red Sea, and they put out distress calls to the U.S. Navy ships in the area, including that destroyer, the USS Carney. And all three of those ships came under missile and or drone attack. They did not sink. They were not severely damaged, but there was some damage. And the U.S. Navy destroyer then shot down 3 drones fired by the Houthis in that area. Again, it's not clear if those drones were targeting the U.S. Navy ships or those commercial cargo ships. And then you had the Houthis claiming credit for some of these attacks. These are the Houthi forces in Yemen armed by Iran. And they said that they would continue to go after what they called Israeli ships. Now, some of those ships were possibly or partially owned by Israelis, but not necessarily all of them.
And Dan, we just heard from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, I'm hearing, about these attacks. What did he say?
Yeah, that was interesting. He addressed this Houthi claim about the ships being Israeli-owned or operated. Let's hear what he had to say.
We do not believe that all 3 of the ships had ties to Israel, and it goes to show you the level of recklessness that the Houthis are operating on. Any ship they shoot at, whether it's Israeli-owned or has some connection in the past to Israel, that doesn't make it any more of a justifiable target under international law.
So the U.S. is calling this a direct threat to maritime security in the region, and that the U.S. will consider all appropriate responses going forward. So tensions rising there in the Red Sea.
And Dan, if we put this in further context, right, this is just the latest incidents of violence in the region against United States forces. This is the 3rd time the Carney ship has shot down Houthi drones. So is there any indication that the U.S. could be responding more directly?
Well, the U.S. is leaving all options on the table. They're not saying what they might or might not do in the future. But until now, I think you've seen a limited, calibrated response by the U.S. They don't want to trigger a wider war with Iran. And U.S. intelligence assessments are still saying that Iran does not seek a direct war with the U.S., but they are trying to put pressure on Israel.
Yeah, Dan DeLuce for us. Dan, thank you so much.
Israel is warning civilians in southern Gaza to move even further south as the Israeli military says it's expanding its attack on Hamas across the entire Gaza Strip.
These explosions could be seen earlier today in southern Gaza as both sides traded fire. A senior U.S. military official told NBC News he was surprised by the intensity of Israel's counteroffensive since the end of that week-long ceasefire. NBC News correspondent Hala Garani is in Tel Aviv for us. Hala, before the truce, Israel's ground offensive was concentrated in northern Gaza. People probably remember that. Why is it expanding to the south now, where civilians were told to go? And bigger question, is it safe for civilians in southern Gaza?
So the short answer is no, according to Palestinians on the ground, that being crowded and asked to move from the north to the south, where there is very little infrastructure and certainly not enough accommodation, not enough water, not enough medical aid or hospitals to accommodate the more than 2 million Gazans who were asked to essentially go south, the 1 million who have been asked to evacuate from northern parts of the Gaza Strip. The Israeli military is saying that it is targeting that area now because that's where there are Hamas control and command centers, that it is going after Hamas tunnels, that it has used combat helicopters today, that it is continuing with airstrikes in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, where there are still, not many, but still civilians holding on. And those civilians are very much exposed in the northern part of the Gaza Strip with no hospitals and no way to get medical care if they indeed find themselves injured or in need of assistance. So it is a humanitarian disaster, according to aid agencies, unfolding in the southern part of the Gaza Strip that is made more dire by the fact that more than 2 million people now are relying on the infrastructure, on the hospitals, and on the aid agencies in that just half of the territory that they were spread across just a few weeks ago.
Hala, all of this is coming off the heels of that 7-day truce. Both sides have blamed each other over the failure to extend it, and it's been a few days since Israel renewed that counteroffensive. Does it appear that Hamas or Israel may return to the negotiation table?
The hope is that they will. The United States is putting a lot of pressure on the different actors, but Israel pulled its negotiators from Doha and Qatar. As many of our viewers know, Qatar has been at the forefront of negotiating these truces because they host Hamas political leaders and they have good relationships with those political leaders who then transmit these messages to the fighters and the Qassam brigades on the ground. So right now, there is little hope that a political negotiation will resume, but certainly the Palestinians on the ground after that 1 week truce say it is desperately needed. They need more time and more oxygen for aid to get through. A lot of it has not made it into the Strip just in the last few days. Back to you, Zincle and Kate.
Hala Garani, really important reporting. Thanks so much. Well, in Washington, a case involving one of America's wealthiest and most infamous families was front and center at the Supreme Court today.
The Biden administration is challenging the bankruptcy court settlement deal for Purdue Pharma. That deal would give billions of dollars to victims of the opioid epidemic, but it would also shield the wealthy Sackler family, Purdue's former owners, from any future lawsuits. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalos joins us now on set. So, Danny, I know a little bit about this story because for years I've been reporting on the attempts to make a deal in the bankruptcy court and to try to settle like thousands of lawsuits that were filed over the opioids, over OxyContin, essentially, which was a Purdue product. We got there, but now they're considering undoing the deal. Why is that, and what are the justices here?
Bankruptcy law is unbelievably complex. I'm going to try and do it in about 10 seconds.
Okay.
Basically, you have a debtor, and that's a corporation in this case, that comes to court and says, I can't pay my bills. And so what you do is you figure out who you can pay, who lines up, who's in order, who has priority, and then that debtor gets a kind of release, a fresh start, so to speak. Ordinarily speaking, it's much more complex than that. What this case is about is that process. What if you have someone, hey, those guys over in the corner, they want a release too. Can we give them a release? What if they add to the pot? What if they throw in some money? And a lower court found that this is allowed by taking two rules and kind of putting them together. And there are those kinds of rules that say, oh, you can do anything that will sort of bring these rules into effect, a very big catch-all piece of language. So now before the court is whether or not this is actually allowed. And there's a lot going on here between whether it's allowed, but as a secondary issue, what if it yields the right result? What if it yields the result that everybody wants, except for, in this case, DOJ?
Because to be clear, the Sacklers are the people in the corner who weren't directly involved in the bankruptcy proceeding,
sure.
but
exactly
said we'll kick in money, but then nobody can sue it. We get the immunity.
That's the benefit that they get, yes.
And notably, this is happening in the landscape where several justices have said across the ideological spectrum that this is supported by many people, and yet the government is trying to block it. So what's their argument here?
Right. So the argument is basically if everybody's on board with this agreement, then what's wrong with it? Well, what's wrong with it is that if it's against the rules, if it's not authorized under the law, if it's not what bankruptcy court is for, then maybe it's not permissible. And one of the things that Justice Gorsuch pointed out, and this is a common issue, I would say, in class actions as well, is that, well, yeah, you may have thousands, literally thousands of people who hate the Sacklers who are on board with this settlement, not because they think they're happy with it, but more because this case could go on forever and there may not be money left. By the way, that's why people settle cases. It's a business decision. Each side is getting not what they originally wanted. It's a compromise.
Well, which leads to my next question. So if this gets blocked by the Supreme Court, because today it kind of seemed like there were justices speaking on both sides,
yes.
right? We're not really sure what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But if they block this, they have to go back to the drawing board. What does that mean for people who are victims of the opioid epidemic that we've seen?
If you're an individual who could be receiving a recovery from this settlement, you're biting your nails because you're thinking, hey, we arrived at an agreement. We were there. And now the trustee, who has no real stake in the case, arguably, and the U.S. government, they're coming in and saying, whoa, 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 we don't think this is allowed under the rules. So again, this really pits a strict adherence to the rules against what all these parties want. And by the way, when we say all these parties, we're also not considering there could be other parties out there who will be bound by this. Consider a plaintiff who would want to bring a case against the Sacklers and then later on finds out, oh, you can't do this. You never had a chance because before you were even involved, other people decided your fate and released the Sacklers forever and ever, even though they were never parties to this action.
Oh, really helpful breakdown, and we know the Supreme Court will likely be ruling on this later.
Yeah. Not soon.
Not
right?
soon.
But
It's not coming
down
up.
the road.
I always get asked, how soon will we have a decision on this? And the answer is, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Danny Savalas with the latest. Thanks so much. Well, it's time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. The price of gold hits an all-time high.
And one of the biggest sports teams in the world getting a new owner. CNBC's Pippa Stevens joins us. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Kate and Zinkley. Well, starting with gold prices, which did briefly touch an all-time high today, above $2,100 per ounce. The rally in the precious metal is fueled by bets that the Federal Reserve is done hiking interest rates. Worries about a possible recession and other factors, such as countries moving away from the U.S. dollar, have also boosted the appeal for gold. Meantime, Manchester United is set to announce next week that a British billionaire will pay nearly $1.6 billion for a 25% stake in the soccer club. That's according to Sky News. Jim Ratcliffe is also expected to commit more than $300 million of his personal wealth to improve the club's infrastructure. And Alaska Airlines is striking a deal to buy Hawaiian Airlines for nearly $2 billion. The tie-up with Hawaiian would give Alaska control of more than 50% of the market for flights to Hawaii. It's expected to face close scrutiny by regulators as the Biden administration draws a hard line on antitrust issues. Kate and Zinkley, back to you.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Pippa Stevens, thanks.
Coming up, push to the brink, an eye-popping report about air traffic controllers, the serious on-the-job issues, and what's being done to make the skies safer.
Plus, suspected killer caught, how law enforcement used a controversial technology to track him down. We'll have that and a lot more. You're watching Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Well, the severe weather not over yet for millions of Americans across the Pacific Northwest. Another powerful storm is expected to drench the region over the next few days. That torrential rain combined with melting snow, prompting some flood alerts out there. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, so what should folks there expect heading into this next week?
Yeah, more of the same. Well, after the atmospheric river over the weekend, they got a little break today, but look at this huge storm in the Gulf of Alaska. This is going to drag all of this moisture into the Pacific Northwest. It's already starting. We're getting some decent amount of rain in the Olympics, and then the northern Cascades, it'll start soon. Not so rainy so hard in Seattle or Portland, but later on tonight, all of this will move on shore. We do have about 9 million people in the flood watches, so let's kind of time this mess out as it moves towards the coastal areas. So this is as we go through the rest of today. Notice most of the rain is in the Olympics and the Cascades. That's at 5 p.m. Portland southwards down I-5 to Medford. You are dry. Then as we go throughout the night tonight, everything really slides on shore. Early tomorrow morning, Portland to Seattle, everywhere in between, heavy rain. And then we'll watch this rain shifting southwards as we go through Tuesday. This is slow moving. Then finally, even into Wednesday, we watch some of this moisture moving in from San Francisco northwards into northern California. So flooding is the biggest problem. It does look like tonight and tomorrow morning we'll watch our rivers closely.
All right, Bill Cairns, thank you.
A new report is shining a spotlight on our nation's air traffic controllers. According to the New York Times, controllers are overworked and exhausted. In some cases, they're turning to drugs and alcohol and even falling asleep on the job. Here's NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello.
It's a high-stakes, high-pressure job. And 2023 has been a year of close calls involving both pilot and controller error, including this one in Austin when a controller cleared a FedEx plane to land just as a Southwest plane was departing.
Southwest aboard. FedEx is on the go.
One big problem, controller fatigue. 77% of air traffic control facilities are understaffed, leading to mandatory overtime. Medical issues forced Neil Burke to retire this year.
We're tired of working 6 days a week. We're tired of working 10-hour days.
NBC News has obtained internal FAA documents first reported by the New York Times, detailing controllers' own anonymous reporting of mistakes and exhaustion. Among the entries, many employees can be observed sleeping on the job. If I had not been fatigued, I may have been able to recognize the aircraft lined up for the incorrect runway sooner. And I pray no one dies due to controller fatigue. Also included isolated cases of controllers using alcohol and illegal drugs while on position. One claimed a colleague regularly smoked marijuana on break. Another said a controller bragged about making big money buzzed. But with more than 10,000 certified controllers on the job, the new FAA chief says substance abuse is very rare.
We monitor for drug and alcohol use very closely. We have robust reporting, and we follow up on every possible lead that comes in.
Still, both the FAA and controllers unions say overtime fatigue is real.
You're missing your home life. You're missing your kids' ball games and your spouse's events. And it does have an effect.
Controller Michelle Hager left last June.
That is not a sustainable lifestyle, to be working that hard at a job that requires so much mental focus at all times.
We're working every day to make sure that the system stays as safe as it has been for decades. We're not letting down our guard, and we're working that issue hard every day.
Tom Costello, NBC News.
Still ahead, the serious allegations made against a former American diplomat accused of spying for Cuba for decades. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
A landmark agreement was reached over the weekend at the United Nations Annual Climate Summit. Some 50 oil and gas companies have pledged to reach near zero methane emissions by 2030, and the move could drastically forestall the effects of climate change as long as companies stick to their word. CNBC senior climate correspondent Diana Olick explains.
50 oil and gas firms, including ExxonMobil and Saudi Aramco, representing about 40% of global oil output, pledged to cut methane emissions to nearly zero by 2030 and to eliminate all operational greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. Now, of course, there is already criticism that a pledge is one thing, but how do you enforce it? I asked former BP CEO Bob Dudley, who was part of the negotiations.
There's new satellite technologies out there that can monitor methane emissions from that level, aircraft, drones, ground sensors, and the companies will have to be accountable for providing the data from that. It's going to be very hard to hide because if you look at satellites, for example, there will be nowhere to hide.
The news comes as both energy and, equally important, finance takes center stage at the COP this week. I spoke with Citi's head of corporate banking about the billions of dollars in pledges we've seen from governments in these first days of the COP.
We're encouraged to see commitments from governments, from developmental financial institutions, multilaterals, et cetera. Those are important. But where I think the real change is going to come from is sort of private sector innovation, the need to mobilize lots of capital to help companies and sovereign entities develop new sources of energy in particular. The amounts required there are staggering.
And he says that's just an enormous opportunity for Citi and its clients. So he and others like him are at the COP to find out how those clients are planning to play in the energy transition and how they will look to banks and capital markets to help them finance that. Back to you.
Diana, thank you. Now to a warning. Con artists are using new technology to create fake videos of celebrities to scam you out of money. And it's getting harder and harder to tell which videos are real. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward takes a closer look.
This is not Joe Rogan selling men's health supplements.
If you go to Amazon and you type in libido booster for men, you're going to find it right at the top.
This is not Warren Buffett giving away free Bitcoin.
I don't have much time left to live. That's why I decided to organize a giveaway.
And that is definitely not Elon Musk giving people an opportunity to get rich quick.
Absolutely everyone can earn it. Everything is very simple.
Welcome to the misleading future, where celebrity product pitches you see online.
Watching this video, you're one of the 10,000 lucky people who'll get an iPhone 15 Pro.
Maybe scams. Stars like Tom Hanks and Gayle King now warning their followers about fake versions of themselves, also known as deep fakes.
More tools have been coming out that make it easier and easier for just about anybody to do deep fakes.
It's so easy, the team at Slack Shack Films did it to me.
What is the secret to weight loss?
I've honestly been a bit hesitant to share this with you, but I think now it's time. The secret is chocolate cake.
Whoa. Oh?
Copious amounts of chocolate cake. Breakfast, lunch, dinner, brunch, afternoon snack, chocolate cake.
Man. Yeah, there it is.
Wow. Here's how they did it. They had an actor play the part of me and then using AI digitally replaced his voice and altered his image to create a fake Jake.
A full chocolate cake diet will absolutely make you lose weight.
It is not perfect, but if you're scrolling through on your phone,
it looks like a real person. Honestly,
there are going to be bad actors out there who take the stuff and monetize it and do bad things with it.
Professor Hani Farid studies deepfakes at UC Berkeley.
And so it turns out that yours are a pretty good biometric.
And warns it's not just being used for fake sales pitches.
Like all around the world now. Yeah, you're seeing interference and disinformation campaigns and fraud.
Already we've seen fake videos of Ukrainian President Zelensky, even a fake attack on the Pentagon.
In 2 minutes, the stock market dropped $500 billion. That's insane from a single image.
How to spot a deep fake? Well, that's hard. Slow down. Don't just reshare something that feels real to you. Search online for the image you're seeing. If it's fake, someone out there probably knows. And check your sources. If you don't recognize where it came from, don't trust it. But here's the thing, with technology advancing so quickly, Professor Fareed warns those tips won't last.
In 3 months, they won't work.
Thank you for having me.
Jake Ward, NBC News, San Francisco.
Wow.
Not real Jake.
Not real Jake. It's so important to fact check stuff, folks. Well, thanks for watching NBC News Daily.
Coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
A protest in Philadelphia is sparking outrage today after demonstrators appeared to target a Jewish-owned restaurant. It happened last night in front of Goldie Falafel Shop in Philadelphia's center city. Video captured protesters chanting, quote, "Goldie, you can't hide. We charge you with genocide." Today, the White House and governor of Pennsylvania condemned the protest as anti-Semitic.
Faculty walkouts are underway across California State University, the nation's largest public university system. Today's demonstration is taking place at Cal Poly Pomona. Faculty members are seeking a 12% salary bump and longer parental leaves. In a statement, the Cal State system says it aims to pay its workers fairly and provide competitive benefits.
And North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum has announced that he's dropping out of the 2024 race for the Republican presidential nomination. Burgum's announcement comes after he failed to qualify for the last month's debate and was unlikely to make the stage for the next debate. That's scheduled for this Wednesday. The second-term governor launched his campaign back in June and has yet to endorse another candidate.
The crisis along the U.S.-Mexico border is intensifying this hour. In Arizona, Customs and Border Protection says it's temporarily closing a key port of entry to manage a surge in migrant crossings there. Meanwhile, in Texas, a federal appeals court is ordering the state to remove those buoy barriers floating on the Rio Grande River. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from the border town of Eagle Pass, Texas. Morgan, I know Eagle Pass is a busy corridor for border crossings. Last week, I think border officials closed a bridge to vehicles there to limit the flow of migrant crossings. How are Texas officials reacting to that rule we just mentioned, the buoys being taken away?
Yeah, Kate, it has been interesting to follow here. Immediately following not one but two rulings last week that really dealt a blow to Texas Governor Greg Abbott's moves to what he claims secures the Texas border. He was very vocal. In fact, following one of the rulings telling him to move the buoy, he shared a statement saying, in part, this is clearly wrong, and promising to immediately appeal this decision, going up all the way to the Supreme Court if needed. Now, in the meantime, as that buoy is moved off of the river, you can see in the distance there are hundreds of migrants lined up along barriers behind me being processed by Border Patrol. We've had a chance to hear from some of those migrants about the long journey here, on average 3 or 4 months, from South or Central American countries. And here's what one of them had to say about that arduous journey.
Me siento muy mal porque mis hijos, mi esposa, y estoy muy lejos de mi familia. Pero yo sé que yo los tendré pronto conmigo. Y para llegar aquí no fue fácil. Pero luché y luché con la ayuda de Dios y lo logré. Y aquí estoy.
No official number shared on how many crossings have taken place, Kate, but the second highest on record happened in this sector of Del Rio near Eagle Pass back in September.
And Morgan, border officials, I know, also announced that they're closing that key port of entry in Arizona. What are border officials saying about that decision?
Right, Kate, they had reduced traffic at this Lukeville crossing, relatively remote in the Tucson sector of Arizona. They've now shut it down completely, diverting those agents to be able to help Border Patrol process thousands of men, women, and children there. Authorities say that they're blaming smugglers for essentially peddling misinformation and giving migrants the wrong idea of what they'll encounter when they arrive at the border. No official numbers there, but the chief of that sector, Kate, said just last week they had more than 17,000 arrests for illegal crossings. Kate?
Wow. Morgan Chesky, thanks.
Okay, a former U.S. ambassador is facing charges over allegedly serving as a secret agent for Cuba for more than 40 years. 73-year-old Victor Manuel Rocha stood before a federal judge today. The career government employee has an extensive resume. The Justice Department says he's worked in the State Department, for the National Security Council, and even served as the U.S. ambassador to Bolivia for a few years. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following this from outside the courtroom in Miami. So, Guad, you were actually in court earlier today. What happened, and what more are we learning about Rocha?
Zinclay, a very quick hearing today. The judge read those charges against Rocha, told him he was being accused of conspiracy of acting as a foreign agent. Of course, the accused said he understood those charges. Interesting also to hear the judge talk about videos. The judge said that the prosecutors in this case shared videos with the judge before this hearing, and he's now asking them to also share those videos with Rocha and his attorney as they move forward with the case. We imagine that these are videos with evidence of how the FBI was able to, at some point, this is filed in the complaint, talk to him with an undercover agent. During that conversation, Rocha is accused of having admitted to having had worked for the Cuban government. And you mentioned the long resume. Now, he worked all across Latin America as a diplomat, time in Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Argentina. At some point, as you mentioned, he was the ambassador to Bolivia. And because of those roles, it is believed that he would have had access to top secret information during this time. Here's Attorney General Merrick Garland speaking about these charges today.
After the FBI received information that Rocha was a covert agent of Cuba's intelligence service, an FBI undercover proceeded to engage with Rocha on several occasions. As detailed in the complaint, Rocha repeatedly referred to the United States as, quote, the enemy.
Now, prosecutors also said they plan to file more charges tomorrow. Now, what's also interesting to think about now is what kind of repercussions this can have when it comes to Cuba-U.S. relationships. We spoke to U.S. Congressman Carlos Jimenez today, who said he wants President Biden to take action because of what this means for the U.S. government to have discovered someone who they are accusing of spying on the U.S. while working as a U.S. employee. Sinclair.
Really shocking details there. Guad Venegas, thank you.
We're learning new details about how police managed to catch an alleged serial killer in Los Angeles. They say that person is responsible for 4 murders. Investigators accuse this man, 33-year-old Jared Powell, of killing 4 people in 4 days last week. But there are new questions about the technology used to catch him. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins me now. Dana, talk about how they were able to catch this suspect in the first place.
Yeah, Kate, so they use technology called an automated license plate reader. How it works is investigators enter a suspect vehicle's license plate number into the system, and if that vehicle passes one of those cameras, it pings, alerting police, allowing them to move in quickly to make an arrest. That's what happened on Thursday when this suspect was taken into custody. Investigators say they found the murder weapon for all 4 men inside that vehicle. Now, civil liberty groups have long opposed this technology, citing privacy concerns and concerns that this technology could be abused to spy on people. I spoke with the Beverly Hills police chief about how they use their technology. Listen. This isn't broad surveillance. You don't have everyone's license plate number in the system, do you?
No, it doesn't work like that. That alerts on something that an officer put into the database, which tells them this vehicle's wanted.
So the Beverly Hills Police Department has about 50 cameras. They're planning to add 40 more. So the suspect in this case is expected to be arraigned in court today. We don't have an ETA yet on when he'll be arraigned, but he, if convicted, could face life in prison. Kate?
Dana Griffin for us in L.A. Dana, thank you.
Some teachers say they're going to new lengths to make ends meet. And now 2 Missouri teachers are leaving their jobs after their school district was alerted to their OnlyFans accounts. NBC's Stephen Romo reports.
They were teachers by day and OnlyFans stars by night. Now, 2 educators at St. Clair High School near St. Louis, Missouri, are out of the classroom after their district discovered their accounts.
I got a note tacked to my door saying that they knew my secret. It was written by students, and so I knew I was in trouble.
Megan Gaither, who taught English and coached the cheerleading team, is one of those 2 teachers who started an OnlyFans to afford her student loan payments. OnlyFans, the website says, lets creators monetize their private content. It's become known as a lucrative platform that allows creators to make money from subscribers by posting sexual content.
You know, I was hiding my face. I didn't use my real name. I can do both. I can be a really good teacher, and then I can go home at night and make extra money.
Then Brianna Coppage, Gaither's colleague, who also has an OnlyFans, got caught.
That's when I got fearful. And so I deleted my OnlyFans, I deleted my Twitter, and anything that I used for OnlyFans purposes.
Coppage eventually resigned, telling Fox News she now makes up to $1 million on the platform. Gaither was placed on leave after her account was discovered, but she says the district cited professionalism and student communication and not her OnlyFans. While the platform may be an unconventional solution, about 1/3 of new teachers take on second jobs to make ends meet. And it's not just during the summer. 18% need to have a second job during the school year, according to the Pew Research Center.
Over the past maybe 5 or so years, we've seen a lot of activity, strikes, union activity, things like that surrounding teacher pay. It's a sign, I think, that, you know, for a lot of teachers, it's just not keeping up with what they need.
It's not just teachers in Missouri. Courtney Telia was a teacher in Arizona.
I got my first student loan repayment and they wanted 50% of my income.
Now she works full-time on OnlyFans.
I am the happiest I've ever been. I'm the healthiest I've ever been.
So the teachers in this story, they say they've gotten a lot of backlash online, people criticizing them, saying there had to be other ways for them to make money. They counter and say that teaching is not a normal 9 to 5. They have to get up before they are readying their lesson plans and also stay up and grade papers. They say they just don't have time to do much else, and this is what worked for them. Clay.
Really fascinating reporting. We're in a unique time in this country. Stephen Romo, thank you.
Up next, a popular baby food voluntarily recalled because of too much lead. Why it may take the FDA more than a year to actually solve the problem. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? Get took for all this damage to his.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
The entertainment world anxiously awaiting the results of a high-stakes vote tomorrow.
Members of the Screen Actors Guild have been debating for weeks whether to accept the terms of a new contract with movie studios. Hollywood actors spent months striking for better pay and protections from artificial intelligence, but some members still are not sold on that deal.
NBC News entertainment correspondent Chloe Malas joins us here at the desk. So, Chloe, I know you've been talking to people all weekend long. What do we expect happens tomorrow?
So tomorrow is when SAG-AFTRA, the union that represents over 160,000 actors, they will tabulate the votes that have been coming in over the last few weeks. In NBC News, we've heard that likely the deal, which is the billion-dollar deal, the groundbreaking deal, are the ways, the adjectives that SAG has been using to describe this deal, that it likely will pass, but with very slim margins. I've spoken to some actors over the weekend who are disappointed, that feel as though this deal does not adequately have stringent AI protections. But I do want to talk to you guys a little bit about what is in that deal. Some of those things are the highest minimum wage increase in 40 years, a new residual structure for streaming, protections around AI. It's the first time a contract has seen any AI language in there. And then, you know, a raise in the pension caps and new health benefits. So again, SAG is saying this is groundbreaking, and they hope that it passes because they're saying this is what we have right now.
And Chloe, you mentioned issues with artificial intelligence, AI. What are their specific concerns there?
I mean, for background actors, you're seeing a lot of protections in terms of not having their likeness replicated without their consent. But other actors over the weekend were telling me that they're worried about these AI programs being able to use movies and performances to train those AI programs. And they're worried about not having stringent enough guardrails around that. But we do know that in this deal, SAG-AFTRA is planning to meet with studios and streamers more than once a year to go over how AI is evolving. So it is a hot topic and something that they will be staying on top of. But remember, they are going to be back at the negotiating table in 2.5 years. This is only a 3-year contract, and the time has already been ticking on this contract in the midst of all of this back and forth. But if it doesn't pass, I just want to say that it doesn't mean that they go back on strike. Likely they would go back to the negotiating table and try to put some new language in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Great reminders about the timeline here.
And all the nuances of it all.
Chloe Malas, all over it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, there's growing concern over the safety of some baby food. One company has issued a voluntary recall of all of its cinnamon applesauce pouches after high levels of lead were reported.
That company is now pointing to the possible source of the lead, but some big questions still remain. NBC News Daily anchor Vicky Nguyen investigates.
7 things. You want to read a book?
We first met Ricky and Sarah Callahan and their 14-month-old Rudy last month. The Callahans were shocked when Rudy was diagnosed with lead poisoning after a routine 1-year checkup in August.
Never in a million years did I imagine that my son would be affected by lead poisoning.
Rudy is among the nearly 60 children across the country who've had elevated blood lead levels after eating Wanabana's apple cinnamon fruit purees.
How many of these applesauce pouches do you think he had eaten?
They were a regular part of his diet.
Doctors say lead poisoning can lead to developmental delays and IQ loss in children. Wanabana, which voluntarily recalled its cinnamon applesauce pouches in late October, pointed to an Ecuador-based supplier of cinnamon as the possible cause, saying it was releasing the information in the interest of public health. The FDA said the cinnamon supplier does not import directly into the U.S., and the agency is working with Ecuadorian authorities to determine if the spice could have been used in other products shipped here. But that doesn't give much comfort to the Callahans.
Ricky and I were the two people that he relied on for his food, and we fed that to him. It makes me feel guilty. Like, all we wanted was the best for our baby, and he's been lead poisoned.
It's not the first time experts have been concerned. A 2021 congressional report revealed dangerous levels of heavy metals like lead, arsenic, cadmium, and mercury in a wide range of baby foods, often absorbed by fruits and vegetables from soil and water.
This is a big problem that requires solutions at all different levels. FDA needs to set protective standards. Food manufacturers need to test what's coming in and what's in their finished foods. And parents also need to pay attention and make choices to help lower their children's exposures to these toxic metals.
In January, the FDA announced proposed industry limits on lead in baby food, but that guidance isn't expected to be finalized until 2025.
Why has it taken so long for the FDA to even get to this point?
FDA is a big bureaucratic agency, but it's not going to move quickly. And in the meantime, children are exposed every day.
So what should parents do? Houlihan says study which ingredients tend to carry more heavy metals risks, like root vegetables and rice. Don't assume homemade baby food is safer, and make sure kids eat different types of food from various brands.
If you're serving the same food every single day to your child, you could be accidentally concentrating a particular toxin in your child's diet.
Not every state requires lead testing for young children, but experts say that is the best way to know if a child has been exposed to lead. Rudy's lead levels are going down, but his parents say he's showing signs of a speech delay.
This is something that he will have to live with for the rest of his life.
This week, the Callahans filed suit against Wanabana, and they say they hope other parents don't have to go through the same ordeal.
What action do you want to see?
I'd like to see a more rigorous testing so things like this don't happen in the future.
Vicki?
Oh, Vicki, thank you for that report. There is much more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A lot of people were talking about Florida State this weekend, and it all has to do with the college playoffs.
All right, here, let's look at the bracket here for the college football playoff. Number 1, Michigan will play number 4, Alabama, on New Year's Day. Number 2, Washington faces number 3, Texas, that night in the Sugar Bowl. Not selected by the committee for the chance at the national title, former top team Georgia and undefeated Florida State.
Here to take us through all of it is NBC Sports college football insider Nicole Auerbach. Good to see you, Nicole. Thanks for being here. So I heard about this, and I'm not a huge college football fan. Real-time reaction from Florida State has gone viral online. You can see how disappointed the players are. what makes these omissions for Florida State and Georgia so controversial?
Well, it's mostly controversial when you look at Florida State because this has never happened before, that a team in one of the top 5 most powerful conferences in college football who went undefeated, won every game on their schedule, challenged themselves by playing 2 SEC teams in non-conference play, gets left out. And basically the committee said it's because their starting quarterback got injured and that they are a different team without them. But they won the final 2 games of the season, including the ACC championship game without him. And they believe that this is a team sport, that they should still have the opportunity to compete for a national title. I was stunned. This was truly a stunning decision because as much as the committee likes to say that it's the 4 best teams that they pick, it's usually the 4 teams that deserve it the most, that have the resumes that stack up. And over the first 10 years, nothing like this has ever happened before.
Yeah, Nicole, it certainly was the topic of many holiday parties this weekend that I attended. For many parts of the country, too, college football is just a way of life, and we're going to see a lot of changes to the sport just next year. So how does that make these upcoming final games of the season that much more special?
Well, this is the end of the era because next year you're going to have the SEC and the Big Ten adding a lot of new members, Stanford, Cal, SMU going to the ACC, and you're going to have a 12-team college football playoff. So there will be more access for more teams. Would have been great to have a 12-team field this year because there were clearly more than 4 teams that deserved a chance to play for a national championship on the field instead of having a committee tell them that they weren't good enough. But there's going to be seismic changes. A lot of this is going to feel much more like the NFL moving forward, both in terms of having national conferences, but also just the size of the leagues, the fact that they will be nationwide. So college football is going to feel and look quite different next year.
All right, we'll stay watching. Nicole Auerbach, thanks so much.
Let's take a look at some other stories trending right now, shall we?
Yeah, and we got to start with Beyonce.
Of course.
Taking over the box office this weekend, folks. Her Renaissance film opened #1 with 21 million North American ticket sales. As I told you, I contributed 1 million went this weekend, and Beyonce wrote, directed, and produced the film, focusing on the tour of her Grammy-winning album. And in addition to a center stage look at the show, the singer offered intimate video diaries of her family, including her young twins, who we never see, Blue Ivy's evolution on stage, and her own physical challenges overcoming a knee surgery before the tour. It's the highest grossing opening weekend for a film on the first weekend of December since 2003. And of course, I had to go there with some of my girlfriends.
Did you?
It was so fun.
Did you sing?
You can see them. I sang. I treated it as a sing-along, so I apologize to those who were in the crowd with us. Yes, it was a grand old time.
Oh, I'm going to go see it. Just, I mean, based on your recommendation,
I'll go with
for
you.
Sure.
I'll go again.
You'll go again?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, those end-of-the-year lists are starting to roll in, right? Oxford University Press has named its word of the year. You see it there.
Yeah.
Riz. It's actually derived from the word charisma.
Oh.
The term is mostly used by Gen Z, i.e. my kids, to describe someone's ability. Do you like that? To describe somebody's ability to kind of attract a romantic partner, I guess, or through their style and their charm.
Oh.
Swiftie was a finalist, but it missed out.
Riz. Who
Riz.
knew? I'm gonna start using that. Well, speaking of end of the year awards, Time Magazine is down to their finalists for Person of the Year. The short list includes 9 people and groups who the magazine believe made the most impact this year. We're talking Barbie, the Hollywood Strikers, and of course Taylor Swift among the finals in the group. Time will reveal the Person of the Year this Wednesday exclusively right here on the Today Show.
That's appointment viewing. And finally this hour, a holiday delivery arrived early for our colleague here at NBC News Daily, Michael Hopper. He and his wife Regina are celebrating the birth of their baby boy. Oh, meet River Meyer Hopper. He was born yesterday right here in New York City. Apparently already has some interests. Mom, obviously, wiggling, we're told, and arriving early.
Not a bad trait to have.
River joins his big brother August, and we wish the whole Hopper family and the whole family all of our very best.
Congratulations, Hopper. I'm Zig Clay.
I'm Kate Snow.
You're watching Daily.
This is what a country at war looks like. You came to get blood. The sound of incoming shells. So many stories of heroism and heartbreak emerging from here.
If it's Monday, Israel expands its assault on Hamas, now focusing on southern Gaza, as civilians there say nowhere is safe. And as new attacks by Iran-based forces rise fears of a widening war. Plus, the White House warns that the U.S. is nearly out of money for weapons for Ukraine, calling on Congress to act now or risk Russia gaining the upper hand in the war. And with 6 weeks till Iowa, Governor DeSantis stops short of criticizing Donald Trump's recent rhetoric, as Liz Cheney warns that re-electing Trump could be the end of American democracy. Hello and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles reporting in Washington, where we're tracking the latest developments in the Israel-Hamas war. The Israeli military says they've expanded their ground offensive to all of Gaza, including the south, where many Hamas fighters are believed to now be hiding. But the south is also where the civilian population of Gaza fled as Israel bombarded the north. And today, fighting around Khan Yunis, the Gaza Strip's second largest city, has intensified. Israel's top military general says that fighting in the south will be just as fierce as it was in the north. And with the U.S. urging Israel to be more precise with its targets, a senior U.S. military official tells NBC News that he was taken aback by the, quote, ferocity of Israel's renewed military campaign. Both the vice president and the secretary of defense voiced criticism this weekend, saying that Israel must do more to protect civilians.
Israel has a right to defend itself, but we also must take into account that far too many Palestinian civilians, innocent people, have been killed, and Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians.
The center of gravity is the civilian population. And if you drive them into the arms of the enemy, you replace a tactical victory with a strategic defeat. So I have repeatedly made clear to Israel's leaders that protecting Palestinian civilians in Gaza is both a moral responsibility and a strategic imperative.
Now, Israel says they've given warnings to civilians to educate them and showing them how to evacuate, including posting a map like this of zones online that it says should be used to determine safe locations. But many Gazans can't access that map, and others say there's simply nowhere safe to go. The UN says nearly 1.9 million people, 80% of Gaza's population, have been displaced. Meanwhile, there are renewed fears of an expanding war after a sustained attack on Sunday on commercial ships in the Red Sea, believed to be from Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. The USS Carney, a naval destroyer, shot down 3 drones. The National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan addressed the situation at today's White House briefing.
As CENTCOM reported this weekend, we cannot assess at this time whether the Carney was a target, but the Carney took prudent action in taking down those 3 UAVs. And we will continue as we go forward to consult very closely with allies and partners to determine and take all appropriate responses. We have every reason to believe that these attacks, while they were launched by the Houthis in Yemen, were fully enabled by Iran.
And joining me now is David Noriega in Tel Aviv, and Courtney Kuby is at the Pentagon. David, Israel has expanded its military operations, so what's the latest on the ground? And does the IDF have an answer as to where these Palestinian civilians should go?
Ryan, as you pointed out, according to the UN, 1.9 million people, or 80% of the population of the Gaza Strip, has been displaced as a result of this war. It's important to understand that much of that displacement happened earlier in the war from north to south. So you're now talking about a pretty densely concentrated population of the people who already lived in the south, plus additional refugees from the north who are being told to evacuate again. The IDF says that these evacuation orders are part of the extensive measures that it takes to mitigate or avoid avoid civilian casualties. The detailed block-by-block maps that it's published are intended to offer Palestinian civilians specific safe places that they can go. But for example, many of those places are UN shelters. The UN says that its shelters are overwhelmed. Hospitals are overwhelmed, according to the World Health Organization. People are being essentially steadily pushed south. And what we hear from Palestinian civilians on the ground in Gaza is that they feel there is nowhere safe for them to go. And both the UN and the Red Cross have said that they agree with that assessment. Additionally, there are fears among many Palestinians living in Gaza that this gradual southward displacement will eventually lead to them being displaced over the border into Egypt. However, Egypt has on many occasions indicated that it is not open to any kind of, mass displacement across the border into its own territory. So this is what Palestinians in Gaza have been asking themselves all weekend since fighting resumed is where are they supposed to go? Again, the IDF has its specific instructions. Those aren't necessarily translating on the ground, however, from what we're hearing from people there. Ryan?
And then, David, there's also the issue of just aid, the ability for many of these people to not only seek safety, but also food and water. The White House has been urging more aid be let into Gaza. Now that the fighting has resumed and seems to be as intense as it was before, is there any aid trucks getting into the region?
The short answer is yes, there are some aid trucks getting into the region. Some got in over the weekend, but the numbers are much lower than what we were seeing during the ceasefire. And additionally, possibly, more importantly, there's the question of how or even whether that aid can be distributed once it actually gets into the Gaza Strip. Given the intensity of the fighting and how much of the fighting is now concentrated in the south, what we're hearing from the Red Cross and the Palestinian Red Crescent, the people who actually do the bulk of the work of distributing this aid, is that it is essentially impossible to adequately distribute this aid given the intensity of the fighting on the ground at this moment. This is one of the reasons that hospitals, for example, are so overwhelmed and according to the UN and medical personnel, unable to offer basic care to most of the patients that they're receiving. Ryan?
Okay, David Noriega, thank you. Let's turn now to you, Courtney. So what more do we know about these attacks on commercial vessels?
Yeah, I mean, this has been a pretty dramatic escalation in activity by the Houthis. What we saw yesterday was this prolonged 8+ hour attack by the Houthi rebels in Yemen. Of course, those are the Iranian-backed rebels in Yemen, firing a number of anti-ship ballistic missiles against at least 3 commercial vessels in the Red Sea. Now, in each case, the ballistic missile did not do any damage or cause any injuries to, among the crew. But in each case, the USS Carney, a U.S. Navy warship that was in the region at the time, responded to their distress signals to see if there was damage, to see if they needed any help. And in each case, Ryan, the Houthi rebels fired off an attack drone. Now, it's important to point out the U.S. doesn't have, as we heard from Jake Sullivan earlier at the podium, frankly, the U.S. doesn't have evidence that those drones were directly targeting the USS Carney, but they were heading in such a way that they could have impacted it. The commander, of course, of that ship has the authority, the right of self-defense, that if that individual sees a potential attack or threat on the ship, they can take that out. Again, their right of self-defense. And in this case, they shot down 3 of these drones. Now, as I said, this is an escalation. The Houthis going after commercial shipping in the Red Sea, but it's a threat that they made several weeks ago. Specifically, they said they would go after ships that had any ties to Israel. These 3 ships yesterday had ties to about 14 different countries, Ryan. That includes being flagged, crewed, and associated with businesses from about 14 different countries. The U.S. military is saying today that, of course, they will continue to use their right of self-defense if these kinds of activities continue, and they are not ruling out other potential responses to this situation, Ryan. So
you point out that the Houthis had warned that they were willing to take this step, but what does this mean in terms of the broader war, that they actually made good on that threat?
So the big question and frankly, the biggest concern that I've heard from officials since October 7th is the idea that what's happening in Israel and Gaza, this conflict, this war, could spread around the region. And that's really the key question here. We've been hearing also from the beginning that these militia groups, these Iranian-backed militia groups, are operating as proxies for Iran here. And what's important here is that during this truce or this ceasefire for several days in Gaza, Many of those Iranian proxy groups in Iraq and in Syria, they stopped acting. They stopped carrying out attacks against bases there. Things sort of quieted down. The Houthis throughout this entire period continued, though. They continued to fire off drones, missiles towards southern Israel, and then, of course, efforts against commercial shipping in the Red Sea. So the question is, how much, if at all, does Iran actually direct any of these Houthis? And if, in fact, one of these attacks is successful, will that lead to a wider regional conflict? That continues to be the biggest concern here, Ryan.
Something to very much keep an eye on. Courtney Kuby, I know you'll do that for us from the Pentagon. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thanks. Let's now bring in retired Lieutenant General Steph Twitty. He's the former deputy commander of the U.S. European Command, and he's, of course, an NBC News military analyst. So, Steph, what do you make of these attacks by the Houthis, and what do you think their endgame is?
Well, this is nothing more than malign influence by Iran. Iran uses these proxy groups such as Hezbollah, the Palestinian jihadist groups that are coming out of the West Bank, Hamas, and the Houthis to conduct these type of operations so they can deny involvement. And I think that Iran has fingerprints all over this. I think they will continue to do this. And the intent is twofold. Number one is to try and bring the U.S. into this war. And number two is to disrupt the shipping lanes in order to broaden this war, not just from a localized war between Hamas and Israel, but to broaden it from a regional perspective where you bring the U.S. in and also interdict the shipping lanes and create havoc within the region.
And given that there's been so much activity by some of these Iranian proxies, like you mentioned, talk to me a little bit about this concern about a wider regional war. I know that you're concerned about the U.S. being dragged into this conflict, but there's the possibility that even if the U.S. doesn't get directly involved, that some of these other countries, some of these other groups could also get involved at a higher level.
Well, I think United States Central Command, as well as our Department of Defense, our Secretary of Defense, they are doing a great job in using measured responses to this. They're not playing tit for tat. They're not trying to expose the U.S. military capability by attacking an all-out attack on them. What they're doing is protecting our interests, but also protecting our troops in the region and protecting the shipping lanes. And that's what they should be doing, and not expose ourselves to where we would conduct an all-out attack and perhaps bring ourselves into this war at a greater level, or our allies into this war on a greater level.
All right, let's talk about the situation now in Gaza. And you mentioned Secretary Austin. He said over the weekend that Israel risked what he called a strategic defeat if it doesn't protect the civilians in Gaza. Explain to me. I mean, you're someone that has had to strategize situations like these. How do you balance the offensive combat operations without radicalizing the population in Gaza? Is Israel taking the necessary precautions to avoid that?
Well, look, I've been in this situation a couple of times, and it's hard. Part of urban warfare is you have to keep in mind the non-combatants, the civilian population. They become just as top priority as killing the enemy. In this case, you have the Israelis, they're going after Hamas pretty hard. They're attacking to defeat the enemy. But they also have to worry about the civilian population, make sure that they're taking care of them humanitarian-wise, medical-wise, and not creating more enemies. And I think that's what Secretary Austin was getting after. You have to sort of do both in this type of warfare. You have to protect the population. You have to make sure the population is being fed, clothed, in hospitals and doing the right things there in terms from a medical standpoint, but also make sure you do not put them in a situation where they'll be in harm's way as well. And it's very difficult to do because Gaza is so dense. And so the Israelis, they have their hands full trying to separate the enemy from the population.
Yeah, and I guess that's my next question is, should Israel be reassessing their approach here? They've really dedicated a lot of time to these mass bombardments in these densely populated areas. Could they be more successful with a more targeted ground offensive where they might be able to at least differentiate between civilians and active war participants? Is that even possible? Would that work better?
Well, I think what you're dealing with here is, remember, the Israelis, they also have to protect their own troops as they conduct these operations. And they're fighting not just on ground, but they're also fighting subsurface. Many of these tunnels, you have to use the type of munitions that they're using in order to destroy them. And as they conduct these operations and they fire munitions at these tunnels, you could have secondhand explosions from ammunition depots that are in these tunnels. You can have explosions simply because, you can have damage simply because it's so dense, and they go after these tunnels and then buildings around the tunnels collapse. And so you're seeing a lot of damage because of the density. And so Israel will have to do some precision strikes, precision operations to prevent the majority of this, but they also going to have to conduct the operations like they're conducting them now, where they're going to have to use all-out munitions if they really want to destroy Hamas. So that's the dilemma that we're in.
Yeah, not an easy situation whatsoever. Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Joining me now on set is Andrea Mitchell, of course, NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent and Chief Washington Correspondent. So, Andrea, I want to take you back to what we reported earlier in the broadcast, and a senior U.S. military official telling NBC News that they're shocked by the ferocity of this new campaign by Israel that happened after this brief ceasefire. How could that type of reaction influence U.S. policy for this war?
I think it's a reflection of deep concern inside the White House, the Pentagon, the State Department about the high number of civilian casualties. And you just covered that with what Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said at the Reagan Defense Forum just this weekend, saying that that could be a strategic failure, even if it's a tactical success. Because the longer issue and the bigger issue is, are they losing the support around the world and here at home in the United States? Look, there's no question that Hamas started this war. Hamas is a terror organization. I've watched the videos of what happened on October 7th. They are horrific. And that does not diminish the horrible suffering of hostages and their families and what is happening, as was laid out at the UN today. The use of rape as an act of war, which is a war crime in addition to any other kind of crime. All of that said, what people are seeing is this extraordinary death toll. Thousands and thousands of civilians who have been told to evacuate to the south, and now are being told go to safe zones in the south when they don't have access to the internet, don't have, any way to power their cell phones, are confused by the leaflets and by the maps, which are very confusing, and are not getting as much humanitarian aid as they need. At the height of the pause, they were getting perhaps 150 or 200 truckloads of aid, and it took weeks and weeks to even get that aid in, because there had been a siege by Israel, which included fuel for, at least the first 3 or 4 weeks. And Secretary Blinken, everyone appealing from the outside world, let the fuel in. They need this for ventilators, for the hospitals, for incubators. Children are dying. Well, it took a long time to get the fuel in, and now there is a vast shortage of fuel. Most of the hospitals have been destroyed, had to be evacuated. And the death toll is just incredible. So that is now influencing U.S. policy. You've seen sharp criticism from the Secretary of Defense, from the Vice President, and private criticism, well, certainly public criticism about the high death toll from Secretary Blinken, from the President of the United States. And privately, it's even been more more direct.
And you mentioned support around the world, perhaps the U.S., the leading indicator when it comes to that. We've already started to see some concern, particularly among progressive Democrats, about the way that Israel's conducting this war, even the suggestion of conditioning any aid that the U.S. were to give to Israel. At what point does President Biden start to get more directly involved in these conversations, specifically with the Israeli government, and asking for some sort of demonstration that they're clearly taking these Palestinian lives?
I think that's already taken place.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's not just the progressive Democrats. 2-3 weeks ago, I was hearing from others, and then you had Chris Van Hollen and several of the other, centrist Democrats, really, not just the progressive wing, writing that letter. So it's a real problem for Israel. Now, Israel is used to being criticized around the world. They're always vilified at the United Nations. They never win a UN vote, except for the U.S. and maybe the UK and France supporting them. So they would tend to discount that, and they say it is an existential threat, and Hamas is, that they're not going to permit Hamas to remain on their border. President Biden has been very clear, as has Secretary Blinken, repeatedly, that they understand the need to get the leadership of Hamas. But there are questions about whether they're pursuing that goal in a way that is going to lead to them actually winning a real victory here.
Okay. Andrea Mitchell, thanks as always. We appreciate it. Coming up, Israel pulls out of hostage negotiation talks as many of the newly released hostages call on the Israeli government to do more to free those still held. Plus, border security crisis. Why the U.S. is closing a border amid a surge in migrants. We're live on the southern border ahead. You're watching Meet the Press reports.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. As the fighting intensifies in southern Gaza and Israel today, the families of some of the 137 hostages still being held in Gaza demanded a meeting with Israel's war cabinet.
We understand the escalation of the war due to the breach of the ceasefire by Hamas. We request a meeting with the war cabinet to receive updates on the fate of our family members now, not tomorrow, now. If you don't have time for us, we will go to someone else and we will find the one who will represent us. Thank you very much.
Now, according to the Jerusalem Post, the families of hostages are now set to meet tomorrow with Israel's war cabinet. This comes after thousands gathered this weekend at a rally with recently released hostages, calling for the Israeli government to do more to secure the freedom of those still being held. And as another reminder of Israel's internal turmoil right now, Prime Minister Netanyahu's corruption trial resumed today for the first time since before the Israel-Hamas war began. Joining me now is Avi Meir. He is the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. So, Avi, how's the mood among Israelis changed over the past month? It seems as though it's probably been somewhat of a roller coaster ride, the start of the war, the ceasefire, the release of some hostages, but now it seems as though things are back to where we started.
Well, look, the country is one in trauma. I think that it is important to note. It's important to, I think, compare what's happening here to what might happen in the case of, a loss of a loved one. You have the initial trauma, and then you're able to start healing. Here we see that this trauma is continuing because every single day we're learning more and more details of the atrocities that transpired on October the 7th and the conditions in which the hostages had been held up until their release, and many of them are, of course, still being held. So I think it's a country that's still very much mired in the events of October 7th and its aftermath, even as it does seem to be returning to some sense of normalcy with regard to Prime Minister Netanyahu's legal woes in other areas as well.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But first, talk to me about the end of the ceasefire. Did it trigger more outrage among Israelis that more hostages weren't released, or were there some sort of relief that at least some were brought home?
Well, certainly there's immense relief of every single hostage brought home, especially the women and children who we have seen return to their families. They're telling horrific stories of the conditions in which they were kept, stories of psychological torture, of malnutrition, of denial of access to medical care and basic hygiene, really horrific stuff. And of course, there's deep, deep concern about the well-being of those hostages who are still being held. Over 100 hostages who are still being held by Hamas in Gaza and by other terrorist organizations. I would say that there is perhaps frustration about the failure of Hamas, which of course is not a reliable partner to begin with, but to follow through with its commitments as part of the ceasefire. Israel, of course, did uphold its part of the agreement by holding fire, ensuring that it wasn't engaging in activities in Gaza at the time, whereas Hamas reneged on the last group of hostages it was supposed to have held over at that time. And there's hope, of course, that that will be renewed at some point in the near future. We don't know exactly when that will be.
All right, let's get to the legal trouble now for the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. His corruption trial resumed today. For those of us that aren't paying close attention, how much scrutiny was the Prime Minister under before October 7th?
Well, it's really hard to remember even what would happen before October 7th, but those of us whose memories stretch back that far, the really big issue at the time was this judicial reform that the Prime Minister's coalition was trying to push through the Knesset, Israel's parliament, subject to tremendous criticism on the Israeli street, huge street protests and so on and so forth. That was viewed by some as a way of distracting from the public from talking about the Prime Minister's legal woes, which have been ongoing for quite a long time, quite a few years now. The Prime Minister has been facing all sorts of investigations and charges of corruption, involvement in media coverage, and so on and so forth. I think that that's a little bit overstated. I don't think that the judicial reform was in itself created in order to distract the public from its legal woes, but it was perhaps convenient in that respect. But now we see that legal proceedings, which had been frozen in the aftermath of October 7th, when all the courts were basically put on hold for anything but the most immediate needs, are being restarted. And so there is now increased scrutiny on the Prime Minister and on his history of engaging in these activities, which of course have been subject to judicial review over the years.
So give us a sense of what Netanyahu's standing in the public eye is like these days.
It's pretty weak. The Prime Minister is being held responsible by the Israeli public for many of the failures that took place on October the 7th. Of course, he's not alone. There are, I think, systemic failures that will need to be investigated in the aftermath of this warfare once the dust settles. But the Prime Minister is actually one of the only leaders in the country who has failed to take personal responsibility for the events that took place on October 7th and the events that led up to it. So I think that that is actually taken in a very poor way by the Israeli public, and then couple that with, of course, the legal woes that we're talking about here and the judicial reform, which really had torn the country apart in the lead up to October 7th, and the Prime Minister's approval ratings are very, very low right now.
Okay. Avi Meir, thank you for your perspective. We always appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we're learning more about the condition of one of the 3 Palestinian students shot in Burlington, Vermont last week. Hisham Aratani's mother says her son is now paralyzed from the chest down and may never walk again. A bullet lodged in his spine after he was shot near his grandmother's home along with 2 of his friends. The suspect, Jason Eaton, pleaded not guilty to attempted murder as police continue to investigate whether the incident was an act of hate crime. Up next, White House warning. House Speaker Mike Johnson responds after the White House issues an urgent warning that if Congress doesn't act now, there will be no more money for the war in Ukraine. Plus, House Republicans are moving closer to a vote to authorize an impeachment inquiry into President Biden. We're live on Capitol Hill with all of it next. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
Were you calling the shots, though, Mr. President, ultimately? Was the Biden administration caught off guard by this latest surge of migrants? Is it clear who's going to govern Gaza once this war is over? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. The White House released an urgent warning today about the future of military aid to Ukraine, saying that without new funding from Congress, the U.S. is just weeks away from running out of money to provide weapons and assistance to Ukraine. In a letter to House Speaker Mike Johnson, the director of the Office of Management and Budget wrote, quote, "There's no magical pot of funding available to meet this moment. We are out of money and nearly out of time." Speaker Johnson responded via social media, saying that more Ukraine funding is contingent on Democrats, quote, negotiating reasonably on border policies. For more on the negotiations, I'm joined now by NBC News senior national politics reporter Sahil Kapoor. We should point out that the speaker was responding to your tweet when he made mention of the White House demands in that letter to Ukraine. And Sahil, the Biden administration says it's quickly running out of resources to provide weapons and equipment to Ukraine. And the speaker really laid it at the feet of Democrats. What's the latest on the negotiations in the House and Senate over Ukraine funding?
Yeah, the negotiations are not going well, Ryan. The fact that the White House is sounding the alarm, making this plea for urgent passage of the security supplemental is not particularly impressing Republicans at this time. Speaker Johnson made very clear that Republicans still have concerns about Ukraine aid just by itself. They want to see a strategy. They want to see kind of an end game to, where this aid is going to go. And in the Senate, negotiations over immigration have collapsed since Friday. The two parties are just too far apart on the particulars of asylum and parole policy. Democrats say Republicans are demanding extreme proposals that in some cases they know is not going to pass, questioning really whether these negotiations are happening from the Republican side in good faith. But on the Republican side, they say this is a crisis at the border. Now is the time to impose tougher immigration laws. And if the Democrats don't accept that, then they will filibuster the entire security supplemental. So we are looking at a plausible scenario where the whole package ends up failing. I spoke just moments ago to Senator John Cornyn, the Texas Republican, who made one thing clear. Republicans don't see this as a back and forth bipartisan negotiation over immigration. They see the border measures as a price that Democrats need to pay in order to get the supplemental, Ryan.
Yeah, and Sahil, I wonder if Democrats understand that. It doesn't seem as though there's the same sort of urgency amongst Republicans to get the supplemental aid packages to Ukraine and Israel done, but they do see a necessity as it relates to the border. Is that message going to seep in with Democrats as these negotiations go forward?
Democrats just have a different view of the immigration situation, Ryan. They think the problem is a lack of resources to speed up claims of asylum. They want to streamline that process. They put a bunch of proposals on the table, including raising that credible fear standard, according to one Democratic aide I spoke to, which goes against the wishes of immigration activists who want to preserve that standard. So Democrats say they are making compromises. Republicans say that's simply not enough. But look, you and I both know this, Ryan. Over the last 20 or 30 years, Congress has repeatedly tried to reach a major immigration deal. It has fallen through every time. And if you pair one complicated issue like the security supplemental on top of another extremely complicated issue like immigration, it makes it all but impossible. And that's where things seem to be at this time. I should say Republicans don't sound quite as pessimistic as Democrats about the way forward here. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was on the floor saying that the talks should continue. He, of course, is a supporter of Ukraine aid. At the moment, it's not looking good, though.
Yeah, you're right. It seems like an incremental step, maybe, but not a major overhaul for sure. So let's change gears here for a second. Speaker Johnson said that Republicans do have the votes for an impeachment inquiry. Is that serious? Like, how soon could it happen?
It could happen in the coming days. Last week, some Republicans told us they expect it to happen this week. Johnson has been selling this to his members as a way to simply continue the investigation. He is trying to sell his weary, moderate members in districts that President Biden won that this is simply a vote to continue the investigation, that they want to compel more witnesses to turn up, that this vote to authorize the inquiry would simply give more heft to the subpoenas. And a number of his members seem receptive to it. We've talked to several of those Republicans in Biden districts, and some of them sound open to it. Others are not definitively saying yes, but they are echoing Mike Johnson's point that, the White House can be more cooperative in their view about this investigation. The White House says, the Republicans haven't produced any evidence of wrongdoing. Jamie Raskin, the top Democrat on the House Oversight Committee, said Republicans are behaving like literally constitutional idiots. That is a direct quote from him because he says they haven't found any evidence of President Biden engaging in felonies, in high crimes or misdemeanors. And he believes that they're only doing this because they have no policy agenda.
And it's important to keep in mind that if they do put that impeachment inquiry on the floor, they now only have a 3-seat margin after George Santos was expelled last week. Sahil, thank you so much for your reporting. We appreciate it. And as Congress remains divided over the next steps on border policy, the crisis is playing out at the Arizona border today. U.S. Customs and Border Protection announced this weekend that the Lukeville, Arizona port of entry is temporarily closed beginning today. The agency said that the Arizona border has been overwhelmed by the increased number of migrants trying to cross into the United States, a surge it says is fueled by disinformation from smugglers. Arizona's Democratic governor and both of the state's senators released a joint statement calling the closure, quote, unacceptable, and calling on the federal government to get the situation under control. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky will join us now from Eagle Pass, Texas. That's a crossing that had been partially closed for a week. Morgan, give us the latest on the situation there. First, talk to us about what's going on at the Arizona border. Why has this port of entry had to be temporarily shut down, and how is that impacting migrants trying to cross?
Ryan, it's been interesting to follow the progression of what's happened at that remote crossing in Lukeville, Arizona, about a couple hours south of Tucson. Last week, we reported that they had reduced traffic there due to so many migrants arriving and the need to redirect resources to help process. Now, as of today, they went ahead and shut it down completely simply because so many hundreds, if not thousands, of men, women, and children are waiting there to be processed, borderline overwhelming the Border Patrol agents there, who are now working hand in hand with federal officers to try and handle that as expeditiously as possible. Also impacted, the crossing here in Eagle Pass. Ryan, you mentioned one of those bridges had been shut down. We were closer to the river earlier today. Our crew had to move back, Ryan, because so many people were coming across that authorities needed all the space necessary to try and divvy up the group. Of course, you have males who are by themselves, families step over here. We saw so many children, Ryan, that had many of them had made that on average 3 to 4 month journey from South or Central America, arriving here, the majority of them from Venezuela, and at least as of today, Colombia and Nicaragua. Ryan?
Is there any way to predict how long these crossings could remain partially closed?
Authorities have been very clear to keep this open-ended, only saying that these crossings will remain in their current state, reduced and or shut down until migrant levels return to a more sustainable level. We don't have official numbers in just yet, Ryan, for the month of November. We're awaiting those. But the sector chief in Arizona, who oversees that Tucson sector, said that just last week alone, they had 17,500 arrests for illegal crossings. When those numbers are released, there is a concern that we could be seeing similar numbers to what we saw in September for crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border. That was the second highest month on record. I can tell you that authorities say that what's happening behind me here in Eagle Pass, this is a very concentrated crossing. It's not like this is happening up the road in Del Rio. They're seeing a massing of people right here that right now authorities are doing whatever they can to try to take care of. Ryan?
Okay. Morgan Chesky on the ground there in Texas. Morgan, thank you so much. And after the break, outspoken Trump critic Liz Cheney makes her case against the former president and the current frontrunner, telling NBC News that a vote for Trump could be the last vote you ever cast. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Do you believe if Donald Trump were elected next year that he would try to stay in office beyond a second term? That he would never leave office?
There's no question.
You think he would try to stay in power forever?
Absolutely. I mean, he's already done it once. He's already attempted to seize power, and he was stopped, thankfully, and for the good of the nation and the republic. But he said he will do it again. He's expressed no remorse for what he did.
Welcome back. That was former Wyoming Republican Congresswoman and January 6 Select Committee Vice Chair Liz Cheney on NBC's Today Show this morning, sounding the alarm on a potential second Trump administration. Cheney's warning comes after weeks of Trump using increasingly dark language on the campaign trail, calling his political opponents vermin and renewed concerns about what Mr. Trump would do if he returned to the White House. Joining me now to talk more about this on set is Eugene Daniels, the White House correspondent for Politico and an NBC News political analyst, former Maryland Democratic Congresswoman Donna Edwards, and Danielle Pletka, a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. Danny, I want to start with you. Liz Cheney sounding the alarm here. She's not mincing words at all. It seems as though the only people in the Republican Party sounding the alarm at this level are those who've already fallen out of favor with Donald Trump and rank-and-file Republicans that don't have a ton of influence here, namely not the other people running against Donald Trump. How do you view what Liz Cheney has to say, and does it resonate at all in this campaign?
So I think that the problem for Liz Cheney is she's not sounding the alarm for the first time. Obviously, she sounded the alarm when she was a senior member of the leadership in the House. For a lot of people, her willingness to join the January 6th committee when other Republicans were not allowed to, by choice of the then Speaker, discredited her because they felt that she was a willing. And again, I'm not saying I feel this way. This is how people view her, as that she was a fig leaf for the Democratic Party. And that's part of the challenge here, is that these really strident warnings about, Trump as Hitler, Trump as Mussolini, I think don't really go to his weaknesses, which are that he will be a terrible president, that he is unhinged from reality. I think these sort of apocalyptic warnings aren't that helpful.
To be clear, there were Republicans that were allowed to be on the committee.
The ones that were
Kevin McCarthy pulled the group off. There were ones that were, there were ones that were pulled off by the Speaker who were targets of the investigation. But it's not as though Republicans weren't allowed to be on the committee.
Tradition suggests that the leader of the party gets to choose the member, not the leader of the other party.
I was just clarifying that point.
Yes, but that's not how it works on Capitol Hill.
Right, so, Eugene, to this point, though, about how there aren't a lot of Republicans being willing to challenge Donald Trump, especially as he seems to grow even more powerful in this Republican primary. Listen to how Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who is allegedly one of his top opponents, responded to the vermin remarks on Meet the Press yesterday. Take a listen.
Do you condemn the use of the word vermin then?
I don't use the term, but what I don't do is play the media's game where I'm asked to referee other people. He's responsible for his words. He's responsible for his conduct. I'm responsible for mine. But I will tell you, more important than the choice of words is, why are you running? If he's running for personal retribution, that is not going to lead to what we need as a country. You got to be running for the American people and their issues, not about your own personal issues.
What do you think of that response?
I mean, part of running against someone is being the referee at times, where you do have to respond, because what you're trying to do is separate yourself from them, right? Why should you vote for me instead of this other person? And you've seen Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, kind of at times struggle to do that at times, right? Nikki Haley, I think, has gone much further than Ron DeSantis has. But there has been a sense from the Republican side in this primary that they were hoping and praying that the legal issues that he was into would disqualify him in people's eyes. We saw that that wasn't the case. Then there was a hope that maybe these legal issues, maybe the court dates would happen early and then he'd be convicted and thrown in jail before people really started voting. That is obviously not going to be the case. By the end of March, we will have 70% of folks, of the delegates, awarded on the Republican side. So at that time, it's probably a done deal. And he may have one of those cases, those criminal cases, getting on on its way. And so it's almost too late at this time for them to even sound these alarms, because they should have been doing it a long time ago. And I think you're right. Like, not many Republicans are looking to Liz Cheney, especially the base Republicans, to ask what she thinks about this. People know what she thinks about this. That doesn't mean it's not important for her to be speaking out, but she's not going to move votes.
She's already been defined.
Exactly. She's been defined, and she's already tried to define Donald Trump in her own way for years.
So, Donna, to Eugene's point that it seems like everything that gets thrown at Trump, he gets a little stronger, I want to play some sound from a rally over the weekend in Iowa from the former president. Take a listen.
Joe Biden is not the defender of American democracy. Joe Biden is the destroyer of American democracy. So if Joe Biden wants to make this race a question of which candidate will defend our democracy and protect our freedoms, and I say to Crooked Joe, and he's crooked, the most corrupt president we've ever had, we will win that fight, and we're going to win it very big, very big.
So this is a tactic of Donald Trump, right? Take something that he's being attacked with and then turn it back on his opponent. Is it effective?
Well, I think with his base, it is effective, and that's the reason that he does it, because he needs to shore up that base. And, you know, every time I watch and listen to Donald Trump, I feel like I need a degree in psychotherapy, because it really is that, you know, kind of reversal that he's trying to do. And the other thing that I would add to what Eugene said is that the other thing that the other candidates counted on is that they would be able to siphon off a little bit of Trump's base. And what Trump has done with these comments and others is to shore it up.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we've watched all these clips, and I think largely agree about all of the reactions to it. What I ask myself as a Republican is, you mentioned Nikki Haley's kind of gone hammer and tongs after Trump. DeSantis has finally started. What if they had been doing this since the beginning? Right? What if they all hadn't been so afraid of him and his base? Would this be a different race?
But more importantly, when he started to be indicted, what if they hadn't supported him? What if they hadn't said, this is just the deep state coming to get Donald Trump? That would have changed it, because, you know, people talk about being scared of the base. That's absolutely true. But that's what being a leader is, right? You're supposed to lead the party into a certain place. And if that's what you're trying to ostensibly be, then you have to do that at certain times. And they just haven't.
Well, in the first debate, virtually every hand went up when asked whether they would support Donald Trump as a nominee. And that was the end of the game for them.
If he was convicted. If he was convicted.
But that was the end of the game for them, because once they gave that up, then nothing else that he says or does during the course of this campaign can take them off of that raised hand.
So let's talk about Doug Burgum then. Speaking of, first of all, does anyone at the table know who he is? He's the governor of North Dakota. He announced that he's not running for president anymore. If you weren't sure that he was running for president, but the reason I want to bring him up, jokes aside, is that the field is getting smaller, and we have started to see some level of coalescence around at least DeSantis and Haley, with some others kind of hanging in the fringes. Is there any opportunity here for the field to coalesce outside of the Trump window to have some sort of meaningful effect on Iowa? I'm not saying they could beat him in Iowa, but show some degree of momentum leading into Iowa and beyond.
Yeah, it's possible. Anything's possible, right? Iowa, sometimes you see things change very quickly in Iowa, but a lot of people that win Iowa don't go on to be president, right? You could ask President Ted Cruz in 2016. That's not how it worked with Santorum. Lots of folks, and that hasn't happened for them. What I will say is both of these, for Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis to really move ahead and try to overtake Donald Trump, one of them has to get out. It can't be Doug Burgum. It can't be, Chris Christie, who has not. It can't be Mike Pence. It can't be Tim
Asa
Scott.
Hutchinson, who's also still running.
It has to be someone with some numbers, right? It can't be a 1%, 2%, 5% person. Neither one of them, I talk to these campaigns a lot for Playbook, neither one of these campaigns sees themselves as going anywhere but forward. And when you have that and not really kind of caring about taking him out and everyone get behind someone, that's not going to happen.
Well, to Eugene's point, if you look at all of the ones who dropped out, they all are around the same number of 1%, 2%, 3%. That is not going to add up to a win.
And there's also the possibility they get out and endorse Donald Trump.
Exactly.
And that's at the heart of the problem, isn't it? That no one wants to do what's good for the country. Everybody wants to do what's good for them.
We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you guys all for being here. We appreciate it. Still to come, inside the search for answers in our skies, as sightings of UFOs and the government's interest in understanding them skyrockets. We'll have some of this out of this world reporting after a quick break. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Florida, from Lewiston, Maine. Part of our continued reporting. This is what a country at war looks like. Women, children. What is it like? Countless neighborhoods across the region that look just like this. Everybody good? It took for all this damage to occur.
Welcome back. The fascination with UFOs has taken off, pardon the pun, once again here in Washington. The government's being more forthcoming than ever before about what the Pentagon officially calls unidentified aerial phenomena, or UAPs. In our latest episode of Meet the Press Reports, NBC's Sam Brock looks into what we're learning and what the government is still holding back. And Sam Brock joins me now to talk more about this. So, Sam, tell me, what is the Pentagon addressing, or what are they saying about UFO and this phenomenon now?
Right. So their hand was kind of forced here, Ryan, just to take you back a little bit. The watershed moment in all this came in 2017 when these really compelling videos coming from military members and primarily Navy pilots were leaked. The New York Times published them, also reporting on a shadowy Pentagon program studying airborne objects. And as you see some of those videos, we're all of a sudden watching aircraft do things in real time that really don't demonstrate human technological capabilities. Whether it is a tic-tac, there's a tic-tac video of this oblong object that breaks lock and gets out of the screen, or it's a gimbal-looking video that tilts at hurricane-force winds. Here is Ryan Graves. He is a former Navy pilot testifying before Congress about what he saw and what his squadron saw on a regular basis. In your testimony to Congress, you described having your squadron for years seeing a series of complex maneuvers that were hard to explain. How common was this, and what were they seeing?
We upgraded our radar systems, and when we flew with the new radars, we started seeing objects on our radar displays that we weren't seeing just the flight prior with the older radar. As we upgraded all of our jets and all of our radars, we were seeing these on pretty much a daily basis.
Graves said the pilots would mostly fly in an area off the coast of Virginia Beach, and at times had to move or cancel flights based on the risks that these objects posed. Famously, Graves told members of the House Oversight Committee about a close encounter his squadron had in 2014.
Two F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft.
Graves said he spoke to that lead pilot right after he canceled the flight.
He had a look of shock on his face, and this is someone that I had been flying with for years at this point, almost on a daily basis, and he just went, I almost hit one of those damn things. And he didn't even have to describe it because we knew what he was talking about because it had been such an issue at this point.
Graves hasn't ruled out possible explanations like high-end technology or the work of foreign adversaries, but he says some aspects of the sightings cannot be explained.
So, Ryan, if you're wondering how common is this, I'm told from some scientists that typically in a given year, there's probably in the neighborhood of 4,000 to 5,000 reports of UAPs from military sources, and then maybe another 1,000 from commercial pilots or private pilots. So you're talking about roughly 6,000 a year. Maybe 5% of those, according to the DOD's own head of this new department, Arrow, that is looking into anomalous objects. 5%, he says, cannot be explained. That is the job right now, and that is why you're hearing lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, some pretty strange bedfellows coming together and saying the government needs to be transparent about what it's got.
Sam, I was in a press conference last week where they're talking about forming a select committee to investigate this very issue. So your reporting is very welcome. We appreciate it so much. Thank you for being here. You can stream the entire episode of Meet the Press Reports UFOs Is the Truth Really Out There right now on Peacock or YouTube or wherever you stream your news. NBC News Now coverage continues now with Hallie Jackson right now.
Tonight, the U.S. getting pulled deeper into the Middle East with tensions between U.S. ships and militant groups there spiking, with concerns now of maybe a broader, bloodier war. It comes as the Israeli military is now pushing further into Gaza, giving innocent people nowhere to run in a war that shows no sign of ending. We've got more on that live from the region in a minute. Plus, back here at home, the FBI says they've arrested the source of one of the longest-running spy operations ever. What we're learning about how a former ambassador allegedly got away with spying for Cuba for more than 40 years in a story that's straight out of Hollywood. Plus, in tonight's original, Purdue Pharma's fate is now in the hands of the Supreme Court as the justices weigh a bankruptcy plan. We're breaking down the potential winners, the losers, and whether any of it means justice for victims of the opioid epidemic. Then the search for survivors after a volcano exploded, killing nearly a dozen hikers. The scramble now to find dozens more people who could be stranded on that mountain. Then a story out of our American Dream series, why potential home buyers are losing hope. Is there any light at the end of this interest rate tunnel? We've got that later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight an American warship shooting down missiles in the Middle East with concerns now over what could set off potentially this tinderbox of a region and maybe inflame the Israel-Hamas war into something even bigger. Tonight, in just the last hour, take a look. Some new images of these flares above Gaza as Israel now expands its ground assault against Hamas to all of the Gaza Strip, with this entire region on edge. In the Red Sea, you have a U.S. warship shooting down ballistic missile attacks on other ships in the area. The U.S. thinks Iran-backed rebels launched these attacks in just the last 24 hours. Then, in Iraq, the U.S. military carrying out rare self-defense strikes, according to 3 defense officials, killing some militants allegedly getting ready to launch a drone attack on U.S. troops. And in southern Gaza, Israeli troops pushing in, the same place Israel told thousands of innocent people to get for safety, the south. But the Red Crescent there says there's another internet blackout in Gaza with our crew, following volunteers searching through damage from an airstrike down south, looking for survivors after at least 14 people were killed, according to officials there. Our Richard Engel talking with one mother who was allowed into Israel from Gaza to give birth to triplets in Jerusalem, but she had to go back without her babies, who are still in the hospital. She and her husband don't know when they're going to see their kids again.
The war separated us. As a mother, I wish I could hug my girls, Hanan says.
We've got team coverage tonight with David Noriega live for us in Tel Aviv, but I want to start with Courtney Kuby at the Pentagon here, because Courtney, talk us through some of these new threats now, or potential threats against U.S. troops. What are you hearing from your sources at the Pentagon?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very active weekend in the region, and we're talking about some of these Iranian-backed groups. So I'll start with the one that you mentioned in your intro, and that was this self-defense strike that the U.S. military took in Iraq. Now, in this case, you remember, of course, we've been talking for weeks about this uptick in attacks against bases housing Americans in Iraq and Syria, despite the fact that that really stopped during the pause of the ceasefire and the fighting in Gaza. It has started up again, Hallie. And yesterday, the U.S. military observed what they say were 5 militia fighters who were preparing to launch an attack drone at the U.S. military near Kirkuk. They took action before they were able to launch it, striking it with a drone, killing the 5 fighters and stopping the drone. But in addition to that, yesterday, there was this hours-long attack, sustained attack by the Houthi rebels in Yemen, also Iranian-backed rebels. They fired ballistic missiles, anti-ship missiles, against at least 3 commercial vessels in the Red Sea. The U.S. military responding to each of those vessels' distress calls one by one. And the U.S. military, in each case, as it became the USS Carney, U.S. warship, as it got closer to these vessels, it came in the direct path of Iranian-backed Houthi rebel attack drones. The U.S. military, the USS Carney, shooting down 3 of those drones. So again, Hallie, it's been an extremely volatile 24 hours or so in that region. The U.S. military really in the direct line of potential attacks here in several locations.
There's also this concern, and Courtney, the reason why this matters, right, and as you've laid out here, is the concern that we've been talking about here for, gosh, 2 months just about. The concern that this could escalate into a broader conflagration in the region. So when Israel says it's launched some new attacks in Lebanon to its north against Hezbollah, how does that fit into the picture here?
Yeah, so, and that has been the biggest concern here. And I have to say, Hallie, just a little earlier this afternoon, I mean, really just about an hour ago, I spoke with the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Admiral Grady, and asked him all about this incident yesterday with the Houthis, with these continuing attacks by Iranian-backed groups in the region. And I said, specifically on the Houthis, the fact that they've continued to carry out these attacks throughout, even during the ceasefire in Gaza. I said, is this a sign of a potential escalation of the war outside of Gaza and Israel? And he said, it could be. It could be what he called a potential horizontal escalation in the region. And he said they're watching that very closely. I have to say, Hallie, it's the first time I've heard a senior U.S. official say on the record that that this may be an indication, what we're seeing, of the potential for this conflict to spread throughout the region.
Some significant reporting there in for us late tonight. Courtney Kube, thank you for being the tip of the spear for us at the Pentagon. We'll talk again, I know. David Noriega, let me bring you in here. You heard Courtney lay out the view from the Defense Department here, from military officials in the U.S. Give us the view from where you are and these ground assaults now inside Gaza, with Israel telling people in parts of southern Gaza to get out, even though they had told them that would be a safe location prior to this truce last week.
Yeah, Hallie, so about 1.9 million people, or 80% of the population of the Gaza Strip, according to the UN, has been displaced in this war. Much of that was displacement from the north into the south. The south is now where most of the fighting is happening, especially in and around the city of Khan Yunis. It's the second largest city in the Gaza Strip. The IDF is issuing evacuation orders to many people in the south, which, again, are people who have already been evacuated or displaced in this conflict and are now being asked to do so again. The IDF says these evacuation orders are part of its larger strategy to take precautions to avoid or mitigate civilian casualties. It has been dropping flyers over the weekend and into today, for example, instructing people in the south, including in and around Khan Yunis, to stay in the currently known shelters until the fighting in the area ends. Many of these are UN shelters. The UN says those shelters are overwhelmed. The UN also says that hospitals, where refugees often go, and obviously wounded people go, are also completely overwhelmed, almost to the point of near inoperability. What we hear from people on the ground in Gaza is that they feel there is nowhere safe for them to go. The UN and the Red Cross agree with this assessment. And underlying all of this, I should say, is a deeper fear among Palestinians, not just in Gaza, but also elsewhere, that this steady pushing of people southward towards the Egyptian border will eventually lead to mass displacements over that border and into Egypt, which people fear will be permanent. This is what I hear from Palestinian people all the time. I should say Egypt itself is strenuously opposed to that happening, and so is the United States, to the point that over the weekend, Vice President Kamala Harris, after a meeting with the Egyptian president, said that the U.S. would not allow such forced relocations to happen. Hallie?
There had seemed to be some momentum last week, David, as it related to that temporary humanitarian pause in fighting, that temporary ceasefire, with 2 days extended to 4, then extended to 6. Obviously, that is off the table, as you have laid out. What are the chances it comes back? What are the chances that this diplomatic scramble actually picks up speed again?
Yeah, right now the chances are dim, and they have been dim since this weekend when Israel pulled its negotiating team out of Doha, and since Hamas has been saying that it will not release any more hostages until there is a ceasefire. There are obviously ongoing diplomatic efforts by the U.S., by Qatar, by the same players that we saw in the last round, but at this point they don't seem to be going anywhere. One group of people that is causing tremendous anxiety for are the families of the hostages that remain in Gaza. We've been getting some reports, often indirect reports, not from released hostages themselves, but from their family members of the conditions that they were in. They were being held in captivity prior to the ceasefire. I want to play you a clip from earlier today from the uncle of 3 small children who were part of the groups that were released, including 2 twins that were 3 years old, talking about how they've been doing since they were released. Take a listen.
My sister Danielle's daughter Amelia is not allowing her to leave nowhere without her, nowhere, even if it's for the bathroom or just a room upstairs in my parents' home.
For those people, for those families that I've been talking to who still have loved ones in Gaza, they worry they're running out of time. They worry that their loved ones cannot survive much longer in the conditions that we're seeing in videos and reports from the ground.
Yeah.
Hallie?
David Noriega live for us there in Tel Aviv. Thank you. Back here at home tonight, we are looking at the weather because tons of rain is coming down over the Pacific Northwest. We're talking Seattle, Portland, with 9 million people under flood alerts and now on alert for avalanches and mudslides. It's not going anywhere either. This is going to be the reality. You see it here for people through at least the middle of this week. Over the next few days, they could see nearly a foot of rain in some spots. And the chance of 40-mile-an-hour winds is adding to concern about flooding from overflowing rivers nearby. All combined, what about mudslides? Some have already been reported in Northern California. One big highway was partially shut down. And in the mountains, there's a new avalanche risk. I want to get right to meteorologist Bill Cairns. Mudslides, avalanches, what else is in store for these folks? Because there is a, so to speak, perfect storm happening. Tons of rain, melting snow runoff, rivers getting higher. It's all risky.
Yeah, Hallie, this is kind of what we had feared going into this winter season was, these really mature, strong, powerful El Nino-ish type storms. And whenever you see on a satellite image, this is the clouds, almost looks like a cinnamon bun. That's a powerful, mature storm. And this one is huge. You know how big Alaska is. I mean, this is just a monster storm. And it's going to move northwards, and that's going to drag this slowly through the northwest. We're going to be dealing with this for about 2, maybe 3 days. So now we have the heaviest rain in the Olympics that are right here. That's just to the west of Seattle. In the Cascades, light rain in Seattle. So right now we're okay. We had the heavy rain over the weekend. We had a little bit of a break late Sunday and this morning, and now the rain's picking back up. But the rivers are already running pretty high. And with this new shot of rain coming in, plus this is a warm storm, so we're melting the snow and sending it into the rivers, almost like a spring-like scenario. That's why we have all these people that are in this flood risk, the 9 million people, where we're concerned about the rivers roughly in about 24 to 48 hours from now, because they're already high. The heavy rain's coming in with the additional snow melt. That's when the rivers are going to peak. So let me take you through it. This is at 5 p.m., the evening rush hour in the northwest. Heaviest rain, Washington State. You're okay in Portland. Overnight, the heavy rain comes in and shifts southwards. Portland should be pouring in the morning. Anywhere on I-5 you're heading north towards Seattle, not going to be a fun drive. Hopefully we won't have any like rock slides or debris flows to have to deal with also. Then by Tuesday at 4 p.m., you get the idea how slowly this is. It's inching its way on the coast. Seattle gets a break on Wednesday, but Portland southwards, you're still going to deal with it. In Northern California, it looks like Wednesday's the day you'll have to. So additional rainfall. Some areas already got 5-6 inches. Another 8 to 11 in the Olympics. That's the reason we're very concerned with flash flooding tonight and tomorrow morning in that area, and then in the Cascades. As far as the biggest threat, this is a moderate risk for flash flooding in this little maroon area here. Everyone else is in a slight risk, including the Seattle area. And Hallie, I didn't talk a lot about snow. The ski resorts are hating this. It's gotten so warm that even above like 8,000 to 9,000 feet, it's raining. So there's not a lot of snow to be had for the next week from these systems. You have to be like way, way up there. So yeah, that's not great for winter lovers.
No kidding. Bill Cairns, thank you very much. To the scramble for damage control tonight now with the intel community trying to figure out the fallout after a spy drama you are not going to believe. A secret agent allegedly infiltrating some of the highest levels of government. We're talking about a former U.S. ambassador, this guy you see here, Victor Rocha, charged today with spending 40 years working as an undercover spy for Cuba. 4 decades. The Attorney General today framing this as historic, one of the highest-reaching and longest-lasting infiltrations ever in this country. Even as Rocha was holding on big-deal jobs at the State Department, he was the top diplomat to Bolivia and Argentina at one point. It was apparently just a cover for his loyalty to Fidel Castro, according to the Justice Department. In documents laying out how Rocha said the country he spent most of his life working for, the U.S., was his enemy, even bragging about his work, calling his contributions to Cuba a grand slam, or to be accurate, more than a grand slam, he says. I want to get right to Ken Delanian, who's following this one for us tonight, along with Guad Venegas, who is live in Miami, where the first court appearance happened today. Guad, let me start with you. How could this have possibly gone on this long, as the DOJ alleges, 4 decades without this guy getting caught?
Hallie, that is the question by authorities here. You know, this would have started in the 80s. We saw Ochoa come to court today, Victor Manuel Ochoa, who was in court for a brief 15, 16 minutes. The judge read these charges, spoke about the complaint filed against him. And we, of course, know about his resume. He started working for the State Department in 1981. And throughout the years, he spent time as a diplomat all across Latin America, including Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Argentina. He was ambassador to Bolivia. And part of this time, he was also an advisor to the U.S. Southern Command, which overlooks Cuba. So one of the things that makes this very delicate is the fact that as a U.S. diplomat, as someone who advised the Southern Command, one would expect that he would have access to top secret information. So if he would have been working for the Cuban government, you can imagine what that would have meant to have somebody working inside the U.S. government with access to this information. Now, some of the details we've been able to learn from that legal complaint filed by the government today are regarding the way they were able to speak to him using an undercover agent. An FBI agent had some meeting with him, and they shared details that are so interesting, Hallie. In these details, Rocha referred to Fidel Castro as comandante or commander, language that you hear in a lot of communist governments. He also referred to some of his contacts in Cuba as comrades, and this, of course, all of them part of a conversation he would have had with an undercover agent, according to that legal complaint. Now, the judge today in court said that the prosecutors shared a video that is being used, we presume, as evidence, and he did ask the prosecutors to share that video with Rocha and his attorney as this case moves forward. So a lot of interesting details. One more thing, Hallie, the prosecutor said that tomorrow we can expect them to file more charges, so we could be learning more details as to what they are accusing him of doing during these decades.
So much of this, Guad, went down where you are in Miami. As you know, as many of our viewers know, home to a huge Cuban population, biggest Cuban-American population in this country. Talk about the significance of that with this alleged Cuban spy essentially home basing there.
Right. So we actually had a conversation with U.S. Congressman Carlos Jimenez here in Miami. And one of the things we discuss is what this will mean for U.S.-Cuba relationships moving forward. Of course, many of those in Miami, Cuban Americans who are against the Castro regime, will be asking the U.S. government to perhaps take action, impose some type of sanction against the Cuban government. But all in all, it means what many Cuban Americans suspect, that the Cuban government continues to attempt to interfere with the U.S. government. And it's going to be interesting to see how the Biden administration will react. Of course, there's a case that needs to move forward against this agent, but with the government accusing him of being a spy for 40 years, it's interesting to see if the Biden administration will take any kind of action, and also to see what kind of reaction might come from the Cuban government, Hallie.
Guad Venegas live for us there in Miami with so many more threads to pull on, so many more pieces to this puzzle. Thank you. Let me get to Ken with more on this damage assessment, the fallout here, because it feels like one key question is how much did Victor Rocha tell Cuba about U.S. secrets?
That is the most important question, Hallie, and there's nothing to be learned about that in the FBI criminal complaint that was released today. And it's not clear whether that's because they don't know or because they're waiting to present this evidence. Look, if he was a covert agent for Cuba's intelligence service, according to this complaint, for 40 years. And during that time, he had very senior posts in the government, including as the U.S. ambassador to Bolivia. The ambassador gets a lot of very sensitive information, including the identities of
of the CIA officers in that country and details about CIA operations, perhaps in that country and elsewhere in Latin America. He also worked at the National Security Council in the White House, where he had access to very sensitive secrets. So the biggest question that the FBI has and the government has is, what did he give the Cubans? They need to do this damage assessment. The State Department said today that that damage assessment is ongoing. But one way to short circuit that would be if he would cooperate and he would tell them. And one former FBI official said to me today that it's more important that he tells them what he gave than whether he serves 10 or 20 years in prison. So they may be ready to offer him a deal if he would cooperate, Hallie.
I think let me try to channel what I think people might be wondering here, which is, well, wait a second. Aren't there checks to go in place to see if people are spies? Aren't people asked things like, are you a spy? And you're supposed to say no. Like, are there not guardrails in place to prevent this kind of thing from happening, particularly for happening for 40 years?
There absolutely are, and he circumvented them, and good spies do that. Remember Robert Hansen, who was in the middle of the FBI feeding secrets to the Soviet Union for years, or Aldrich Ames at the CIA doing the same thing. In this case, he would have been polygraphed as a person with a high-level security clearance. There are supposed to be background investigations. Look, we all know that the U.S. government is not as efficient at these kinds of things as we would like to see, but there are checks and balances in place. But he said in this complaint, when he thought he was talking to his Cuban handler, he talked about the tradecraft that he used. He ran a surveillance detection route before each meeting, which means taking evasive action to make sure he wasn't followed. So he had some spycraft training, and he was able to very quietly live for 40 years, according to this complaint, as an undercover covert agent without being detected, despite having all these high-level government jobs, Sally.
Ken Delaney, and just a wild story. So many questions there. Thanks for being on top of it, along with our colleague Guad Venegas there in Florida. Out west now, any moment, a suspected serial killer is due in L.A. court to potentially face charges in the death of 3 men facing homelessness. Remember, we brought you the breaking news right here on Friday that police were asking people not to sleep alone outside as they looked for the killer. Well, now they've connected 33-year-old Jared Joseph Powell to those 3 killings and to the murder of a 4th person, all within 4 days throughout L.A. County last week. You see the locations here. Dana Griffin is covering all of these developments for us tonight. Dana, bring us up to speed on what we're learning today about these deaths and about this case.
Yeah, so Hallie, I can take you back to last week when these all started. On a Sunday, the first homeless man who was sleeping on a couch in an alleyway was shot and killed. The next day, Monday, a second homeless person was shot and killed. Now, the third victim was an LA County employee who was followed home allegedly by the suspect from an electric vehicle charging station to his home, where police say he robbed and killed the victim. By Wednesday, we had the 4th man killed, another homeless man who was killed while sleeping on a sidewalk. Investigators alerted the unhoused population, warning them to not sleep outside alone and to seek shelter. And Friday, they didn't realize at the time that they had already had the suspect in custody. He was arrested Thursday because his vehicle went into Beverly Hills, where his license plate pinged an automated license plate reader, and investigators were immediately able to arrest him. They say initially he did not comply with their commands, but they did get him in custody, and they say they found the murder weapon inside his vehicle, Hallie.
Talk about some of this technology here, the license plate reader tech. Why is it so controversial? Pull on that thread.
Yeah, so some civil liberties groups oppose it because they cite concerns over privacy and fear that the technology could be abused and maybe used for political spying. In Beverly Hills, the police chief tells me that this is not what they're doing with their cameras. They've got about 50 and plan to add 40 more. And he explained a little bit more about how the technology works, that a suspect's vehicle has to be entered into the system. They're not just, capturing everyone's license numbers as they cross through cameras. He says it actually has helped, to bring the community together in a sense. It's helped them build trust within the community. Here's why.
I think what the technology does, instead of stopping a lot of vehicles that might have someone that matches the description, what it does is allow us to stop the right person in the right vehicle. And again, I call that precision policing.
And here in Beverly Hills, they say when that video is recorded as cars pass by, once it's pinged, they say they keep that video for only 13 months, which is another concern from these privacy groups. Hallie?
Dana Griffin live for us there in Los Angeles. Dana, thanks for being on top of that one for us. Back here to Washington now in the Supreme Court with justices seeming split tonight over a controversial settlement that puts billions of dollars on the line for victims of the opioid crisis.
Strike down the deal! Strike down the deal! Strike down the deal! Strike down the deal!
You're seeing some protesters there outside court chanting, strike down the deal. They're calling on that deal to be struck down between Purdue Pharma and its owners, the Sackler family, made with victims of the opioid crisis. It's a settlement that the Biden administration is now arguing against, since it lets the Sacklers avoid any future lawsuits related to this epidemic. And that brings us to tonight's original, because for some victims, this moment marks the most high-profile and highly charged fight yet in a battle for accountability. For Ellen Isaacs,
he was a remarkable young man.
The grief still raw after her son, Ryan, overdosed and died in her home in 2018 after struggling 17 years with addiction.
I hear this huge bang on the bathroom wall, and I finally got it unlocked, and he was there on the floor, blue and foaming at the mouth.
Isaac says Ryan got hooked on opioids after doctors prescribed him painkillers for a back injury. It's why she joined a lawsuit against Purdue Pharma, formerly owned by the Sackler family. But the terms of the settlement mean she wouldn't be able to sue on her own down the road. No one would, since the settlement releases the Sacklers from future liability.
The Sacklers are just doing whatever they want to do, and we're stuck left and holding the bag.
It's every mother's nightmare. And so for Purdue to come in and structure a way to their owners to escape liability is just wrong. That's all she's asking for, to go before a jury of her peers and have a trial.
Attorney Mike Quinn.
This is not over.
In court today after giving up corporate cases to devote more time fighting for victims of the opioid crisis, an epidemic estimated to have killed more than 600,000 Americans.
This bankruptcy system was not set up for people to absolve themselves of wrongdoing and really bad activities.
Under the Sackler family, Purdue manufactured OxyContin, the highly addictive opioid. The company's already pleaded guilty to multiple crimes related to misleading the public about the drug's potential for abuse. Hospitals, states, and individuals brought thousands of cases against Purdue, which this settlement, now on hold, would resolve. Its terms mean the Sacklers would be paying billions of dollars to victims and others in return for the release of liability. To some, it is enough. Lawyers for one group representing multiple plaintiffs, writing in a brief, while their clients have no love lost for the Sacklers, they recognize the settlement is the only means of getting billions of dollars in life-changing and life-saving funds that are desperately needed today. Reps for the Sacklers did not respond to our request for comment, but lawyers for Purdue in court argued this money matters.
Creditors and victims will be left with nothing, and lives literally will be lost. Nothing in the code commands that tragic result.
I want to bring in now one of our Supreme Court correspondents, Lawrence Hurley, who is joining us here. You spent the morning, I know, at the Supreme Court following these arguments here that we've just laid out. It seems like if you're reading the tea leaves, the justices seemed pretty split with some questions over why they should blow up this deal, since, as we noted, there are some plaintiffs who are in favor of they want the money. That's what Purdue is arguing. On the other hand, there's concern here that this releases the Sacklers of any other accountability down the road. So help us understand the arguments and where you think this may go. I'm not asking you to make predictions, but just the sense from your sort of expert knowledge of tea leaves here.
It's a tough one for the justices because I think there's a sort of dry legal argument that's about, you know, what the power of bankruptcy judges and whether they can approve settlements that involve people who aren't directly involved in the bankruptcy, which is in this case is the Sacklers. And there, you know, the court, some of the justices at least seem pretty sympathetic to that argument. But then you have this bigger question of like, well, you're going to blow up this big settlement. Most of the plaintiffs support it. It's a lot of money, and they might not be able to get the money in any other way. And some of those comments were sort of encapsulated by Justice Elena Kagan, who had some comments on both sides, which I think we can listen into now.
Overwhelming, the support for this deal, and among people who have no love for the Sacklers, among people who think that the Sacklers are pretty much the worst people on earth. In some ways, they're getting a better deal than the usual bankruptcy discharge because, as Justice Gorsuch indicated, they're being protected from claims of fraud and claims of willful misconduct.
And so, yeah, what we can see there is that Justice Kagan, you know, on the one hand, she's saying, well, they're getting a sweet deal here, but on the other hand, she's saying, well, we need to protect this settlement to help the people who are suffering from the opioid epidemic.
Does this seem like a case, and again, just so people understand, we're not going to know which way the justices will go until probably the end of the term here, at least close to the end of the term in spring or early summer. Does this seem like a case that may split down sort of quote-unquote traditional party lines for these justices?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the argument today suggested that, you know, they're all kind of grappling with this. You know, it wasn't really clear, like, if anyone was super one way or the other. It's more like they're all kind of weighing both sides. Yeah, but some of them, you know, Justice Neil Gorsuch seemed very supportive of the government position, but other people not so much.
The stakes are huge here, Lawrence.
Yeah, there's a lot of money at stake. That was a point made by Pratik Shah, who's one of the lawyers for the victims. And we can hear a little bit of what he's had to say.
Let me be crystal clear. Without the release, the plan will unravel, Chapter 7 liquidation will follow, and there will be no viable path to any victim recovery.
And so what we can see from that is that, you know, if this settlement doesn't get approved, the victims think they might not get anything.
Yeah. We will see how this one plays out. Lawrence Hurley, thank you very much with a very high-profile day at the Supreme Court. Appreciate it. We've got a lot more coming up here on the show, too, including some new reporting showing that hack against 23andMe affected way more people than initially thought, like millions more people. We've got more on that in a second. Plus, George Santos. He is not going quietly into that good night. We'll tell you where he's popping up next as he's making new threats against his now former colleagues in Congress. We'll explain.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Morning, Al.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Neck guards now set to be mandatory in certain ice hockey games after the death of Adam Johnson. We've got that coming up in our 5 things. But first, we're just learning tonight that the hack on that genetic testing company, 23andMe, was way worse than initially thought. Originally, the company said hackers got access to about 14,000 users and their data. Turns out it's more like nearly 7 million people, according to a spokesperson. That's about half of their user base. I want to bring in cybersecurity reporter Kevin Collier. Kevin, what happened here, right? Like, the number 14,000 is not even a little bit close to 7 million people. Talk to us about how this happened and the data that's at risk here. This is people's most personal info.
It is. So it's 2 factors here that is how they got this. Step 1, you know how we're not supposed to not reuse the same username and password across multiple sites? This is exactly why. Most users were not hacked. A couple were. Hackers got a list of usernames and passwords, a giant list from previous sites, and just spammed 23andMe until they got into a couple thousand users' accounts. And then from there, it's kind of 23andMe by design. They have something like a social media network. You know, the whole point is you're supposed to meet other people who have similar genetic match, maybe you're related. And so with that information, they're able to look at other users. You might have a hop or 2 away, so you can see their kind of ethnic background. You can see specific DNA information. You can see their name, zip code, really, really personal stuff. It's kind of built into how 23andMe operates.
So what's the company saying tonight? How are they going to rectify this? And what do people who use it need to do? Because I remember the time, I mean, like, people used to get that for Christmas presents, for family members, right? For holiday. It was like a huge thing. Everybody was like, oh, I wonder what this is all about.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's fundamental to the company. Like, biometric information it can be a really handy thing. You can learn all this information about people you might be related to. It can be great for security too. But biometric, kind of by definition, with very rare exceptions, you can't change it. So if you give that information to somebody and they don't take a lot of custody over it, it gets leaked, you don't get it back. That doesn't change. It's built into your body kind of forever. So it might make some people think twice about sharing that kind of information.
Kevin Collier, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, nearly 50 people have been killed, 85 others hurt in Tanzania after some of the worst flooding there in years. Tons of rain overnight led to landslides, some cars underwater, streets filled with mud. Officials say roads and bridges have been destroyed, and that is making the rescue that much harder. Number 2. Convicted former officer Derek Chauvin is now out of the hospital and back in prison after he was allegedly stabbed 22 times by a fellow inmate. That inmate is now facing attempted murder charges. Remember, Chauvin is the ex-Minneapolis police officer convicted in the murder of George Floyd. Chauvin's attorney says his family is worried about the prison's ability to protect him. Number 3, the International Ice Hockey Federation is rolling out today mandatory neck guards at the Olympics and at the World Championships, but it does not include pro leagues like the NHL. Remember, this all came to the forefront after hockey player Adam Johnson died in October when his neck was cut by a skate blade. That's led to calls for more protection. Still TBD on a timeline for when this mandate will go into effect. Number 4, the chief mobilization officer of the DNC says this. We're about to show you what they say their 3rd most viewed TikTok video ever is. Watch. It's the whistle edit, folks. That's right. You just got Josh Hutcherson whistle edited on the bottom of Joe Biden's mug there. This thing has 4 million views, and if you are maybe older than Gen Z and you're like, what is this? People take this old Hutcherson fan edit, they stick it somewhere in the video. It's basically the new version of getting rickrolled. So there you go, 3rd most watched TikTok. Number 5, Billie Eilish says she didn't intend to come out in her recent Variety interview. In the cover story last month, Eilish mentioned she's attracted to women, and on the red carpet this weekend, she doesn't believe in the concept of coming out, didn't realize people didn't already know her sexuality. So, former Congressman George Santos, tonight heading straight from the halls of Congress, the illustrious annals of those who serve, right into his new gig, Cameo, the site where you can pay people for personal messages, like from celebrities. That's Santos's profile, calling him a former congressional icon. That's what it says. And an expelled member of Congress from New York. Personalized clips, it'll only cost you $200 a pop. Some people are like, yes, absolutely. Watch.
I hear you got this great promotion, new gig going on. Your coworkers are so excited for you. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the kindness. You know, Botox keeps you young. Fillers keeps you plump. Mwah. I love that your siblings call you the chaos child because that's how I'm known in my house. Don't let the haters get to you. Haters are going to hate. And if you have haters, that means you're doing something right, girl.
Oh, man, the words to live by, folks. Listen, Cameo is not the only place that we're hearing from George Santos. We are also hearing from him elsewhere on social media because he is now planning to file ethics complaints against 4 former colleagues who were key in kicking him out of Congress. NBC's Garrett Hake, our Capitol Hill Cameo correspondent, is covering this one for us. Let me put the Cameo thing aside for 1 second. Start with the ethics complaint. Is anybody really taking that seriously here, these ethics complaint filed by a now former member of Congress?
Yeah, look, Santos has access to the Office of Congressional Ethics, which is the exact same service and website that you or I would use if we wanted to file an ethics complaint against a member of Congress. He can fill out a form online, and then his office will look at it. But they only handle a few dozen complaints that actually get moved up to the level of being investigated. And I can tell you that the members who he is targeting, mostly his fellow freshmen from New York, or I guess his former fellow freshmen from New York, are basically laughing this off. They've been posting on Twitter statements about the idea that having this guy who's a con man and a liar and a fraud come after them, in a lot of ways they feel like only proves their own individual integrity. They're not concerned about it. It's unlikely that they should be. This is a way for Santos to keep his name in the headlines and maybe help sell some cameos.
To that end, I don't think anybody thought Santos would go quietly into that good night. I also don't know that many people thought they'd be able to buy a birthday message from him. It has actually led to what may be one of the more epic trolls in congressional cameo history, the short history of congressional cameo. Tell us more about this John Fetterman, George Santos cameo situation here.
Well, there's 2 key elements of context that you need here. First is that John Fetterman has been the loudest voice among Democrats calling for his colleague Bob Menendez from New Jersey to resign from the Senate because of his own indictments in federal cases. And also you should know that on Cameo, the person recording the message doesn't necessarily have all the available information about who their message is going to. So in the Fetterman campaign, George paid George Santos to give a message of encouragement to Bobby from New Jersey. They ended up with this.
Hey, Bobby, look, I don't think I need to tell you, but these people that want to make you get in trouble and want to kick you out and make you run away, you make them put up or shut up. You stand your ground, sir.
So obviously, Hallie, this was meant to troll Bob Menendez, whom we've not heard from on it, but Fetterman's been talking to reporters about it just within the last few minutes, kind of a tongue-in-cheek attitude, saying, you know, thought he might need some advice. Who better could we think of than someone with their own ethical challenges in Congress? That's why they reached out. Santos, by the way, thinks it's hilarious. He's retweeted the clip or re-X'd it or whatever. We're crossing our social media streams here, but you get the idea.
Garrett Hake covering exactly the story I'm sure you thought you'd be covering when you woke up this morning. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You bet.
When we come back, a lot more to get to, including in Indonesia, a very intense race against time. How teams are trying to rescue dozens of people now stranded after an eruption. Plus, Marvel actor Jonathan Majors' assault trial starting in New York today, while his lawyers say prosecutors are targeting him.
Hallie, it's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
To Indonesia now, where a huge volcano has erupted for the second time in just the last few days, setting off a scramble to find survivors. 11 people have been killed. A dozen more are still missing as rescuers are looking for anybody left alive on the mountain. It is still spilling ash on the villages below. Dangerous and risky. NBC's Josh Letterman has more.
A huge volcanic eruption in Indonesia stranded dozens of mountain climbers, and local officials say it killed at least 11 people. The sound of prayer as the search continues for 12 more missing people, according to officials. Efforts halted this morning when the mountain erupted again. But amid the smoke and ash, perhaps there's also hope. 3 survivors brought down from the mountain today. One man reaching out for help from high altitude.
He had sent a video of his condition and said that he was trapped. After that, around 6 p.m., he called, and he said that he was very thirsty and could not walk anymore.
The agonizing wait continues for this woman, hoping for news about her nephew as rescue efforts resume.
He left for the hike on Saturday. It looks like he was on his way down and got stuck until now, and we don't know his whereabouts.
Mount Merapi is one of the country's many active volcanoes, located on the island of Sumatra. It's one of more than 120 active volcanoes in Indonesia, which sees so many because it's part of the Pacific's Ring of Fire, where shifting tectonic plates often trigger eruptions and earthquakes. The peak of Merapi has been closed to climbing since 2011, but that hasn't stopped some from breaking the rules. When the volcano exploded in a plume of ash and smoke on Sunday, responders couldn't rescue everyone. They found 11 bodies this morning, but could only recover 3 before it erupted again. A local official saying they fear more eruptions. Around the base of the volcano, several villages woke up under a thick blanket of ash and volcanic debris, unsure if tomorrow will bring more survivors or more eruptions. Josh Letterman, NBC News.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of New York, the criminal trial for Jonathan Majors began today with competing versions of what happened in a violent confrontation in the back of a car, one that led to the Marvel actor being charged with assault last spring. Majors' attorneys say his ex-girlfriend was the aggressor and that prosecutors are targeting him because he's black. Majors pleaded not guilty, but he could end up with a year behind bars if he's convicted. Out of our Southern Bureau, remember that hiker who got lost for more than a week before her rescue at Big Bend National Park? An incredible rescue after days lost in the wilderness. Well, look, she's now TikToking about it, posting a whole bunch of pictures from when she was missing. You can see the conditions getting worse and worse, honestly, scarier and scarier. The soundtrack song to this TikTok, by the way, was Soulja Boy, Turn My Swag On. She captioned the post, but seriously, I'm so grateful, she says, to be alive and healthy. And out of our Western Bureau, check it out, Darius Rucker. Hootie and the Blowfish getting his Hollywood Walk of Fame start today. I know you remember Hootie, the soundtrack to the mid-90s, the earworm of 94 and 95. Rucker says in his speech that this kind of thing is the stuff you don't even dream about. Coming up, Spotify tonight, say it's laying off a bunch of its workers, and the timing of the whole announcement is pretty interesting. We're getting into why next.
coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone.
You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, new details after Spotify says it's slashing 17% of the people who work for it. They're laying off 1,500 people in what is the third round of cuts this year. The CEO, in a new email to staff, says Spotify took on too many employees. They overloaded in 2020 and 2021, right around the time it was making some big podcast deals with Joe Rogan, Meghan Markle, the Call Her Daddy podcast, which you probably listen to. A lot of people do. It's all coming right as we all got over our Spotify Wrapped. Probably the biggest and most successful brand campaign that Spotify has. Its whole breakdown of what we all listened to in the last year. I want to bring in Jake Ward here. A lot of people obviously use and listen to Spotify. We did a whole segment on the show the other week about what the Wrapped meant for the industry and for the company generally. Are these layoffs enough to get them back on track financially, considering if you look at Wall Street, they seem to like it?
Well, that's right. I mean, the 30,000-foot view here, right, is, of course, the upending of the music industry, Hallie, right, where you've got artists making as little as they've ever made on recorded music, having to depend on touring to get around. And that's, of course, because of companies like Spotify. They come from this long tradition of pirated music, the BitTorrent world, right? All of that is where Daniel Ek, the CEO, comes from. It was sort of the business model of Spotify, so there's all of that. There are also some very specific things. So in spite of the user growth over time, which Spotify has enjoyed, I mean, in 2022, you had 456 million people using it. This year, it's gone up again, 574 million. You know, it's got 118 million more users now than it did last year. That's a big deal. But the problem is the margins on that business are incredibly low. Acquiring the license in order to legally stream this music is very, very expensive, which is part of why they don't want to pay artists very much. And it's why, you know, their profits are so low. They've only just turned a profit this last quarter in a sort of surprise move. And here's the other big one, is that they owe about $1.5 billion on a piece of debt that's coming due in 2026. And Daniel Ek points at the rising interest rates on servicing that debt. They've got a big, big mortgage to pay. And this seems to be a move to try and get out in front of that kind of debt, Hallie.
As you take that 30,000-foot view, though, right, talk through the way that we're seeing some of these tech companies making moves, trimming costs when they can, labor costs, using AI when they can. What does that say about sort of the bigger moment that we're in here?
Well, I think, you know, any company you have out there that builds its business proposition on technology is going to be trying to trim labor at some point. You know, one of the places that I always come back to when I think about this is Uber. If you look at their yearly filings that they have to put through with the Securities and Exchange Commission, where they have to tell you what some of the risks are for investing in Uber, they talk, for instance, about the push to wanting to replace human drivers with autonomous vehicles. And they say in the filing itself that they want to do that. You know, the idea that we're going to use autonomous vehicles to substantially reduce our costs, that's true at Uber, and trying to do that kind of thing at Spotify or any other tech company is what's coming. And so over and over again, especially as times gets tight, they're going to cut people first, and that seems to be the move here, Hallie.
Jake Ward, thank you very much for that breakdown. A lot more to come here on the show. You know that buying a house feels pretty impossible to a lot of people right now. So what has to happen for that to change? We've got a look in our ongoing American Dream series. Come out.